Chapter 1. The Demon Hunter and the Witch. In the year 1399 of the Common Era, on a night shrouded by ominous clouds over the western coast of the human empire of Ferrol, a biting sea breeze from the Dayside Sea howled ashore, heralding the imminent arrival of a storm. Rogue, draped in a black cloak, trudged along a rural path, the brim of his hat casting a shadow over his face, revealing only a stubbled jawline. His robust figure bore a long sword, its blade glinting with a faint silver sheen. "We shall soon reach the fishing village. Lilith, what would you like to eat?" he inquired gently, addressing the black owl perched atop his wide-brimmed hat. "You promised me roast turkey last month, and you have yet to fulfill that promise." "Oomph," the small ball of fluff retorted indignantly. Rogue chuckled knowingly at her response, poised to reply, when a sharp whistle sliced through the air from the nearby thicket. A silver arrow whizzed past him, embedding itself in a nearby tree. Before the tremor of the arrow could subside, a second shot rang out. Rogue swiftly reached out, snatching the gleaming silver arrow between his fingers. With a deft flick, he hurled the arrow he had caught, and in midair, a resounding clash echoed as the third arrow was struck down into the underbrush simultaneously. Rogue ducked, narrowly avoiding a fourth arrow that zipped past his hat, almost striking the small bird perched atop it. "Who goes there? Halt!" After evading 4 flying arrows, Rogue dashed into the adjacent woods, spotting a figure draped in a blue cloak fleeing toward the village. By her stature, she must be a girl. I wonder which young lady would take an interest in a wanted man like me. Rogue raced forward, gradually closing the distance to the fleeing woman, who, in her panic, dashed into the narrow alleys of the fishing village. Rogue entered the village swiftly, scanning his surroundings for any sign of her. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. He turned sharply toward the source of the sound and discovered the girl had been pinned to the ground by a group of villagers, with a priest directing them to bind her tightly. Upon seeing the priest, Rogue prudently retreated into the shadows of a thatched hut. He observed several dead black cats piled in the clearing, alongside a prepared snare. "You wretched witch! This time, there's no escape for you. Take her to the square." The priest's voice boomed, while the girl's frantic pleas followed. "No, I'm not a witch. You got it wrong. Those foolish priests will only complicate matters." Rogue scoffed quietly, stealthily trailing behind the throng as they made their way to the village's center. They soon arrived at the square, where the priest commanded the villagers to tie the girl to a pile of firewood. While a crowd of onlookers gathered, drawn by the commotion, Rogue concealed his face with a red veil and blended into the crowd. "I'm really not a witch. I'm just passing through." The girl, bound among the wood, appeared disheveled yet possessed a striking beauty, her golden hair tied back in a ponytail, her dark eyes flashing with agitation and fear. Her frail hands clenched into fists as she fervently argued with the priest. "Stop your lies. Strange occurrences have plagued the village lately, which is why I set this trap, using the corpses of black cats to lure out witches. You fell right into my snare," the priest declared, brandishing a blazing torch while pointing at the girl. "You've misunderstood. It was merely an accident," the girl pleaded desperately. "You cannot deceive me. His Majesty the Holy Emperor has decreed that black cats are the familiars of witches, and any woman associated with them shall be treated as a witch. You were clearly drawn here by the corpse of the black cat, seeking to use your dark sorcery to resurrect them as your minions." The priest's tirade incited the villagers, who raised their fists in unison, shouting, "Burn her! The witch must die!" Upon hearing the crowd's cries, the priest cast a cold glance at the girl before tossing the torch onto the pile of wood, flames erupting toward her. "No, please!" The girl screamed in terror, her voice drowned out by the crackling fire. Witnessing the scene, Rogue whispered to the owl, "Lilith, we must save her. I still have a score to settle with her." At his words, Lilith soared into the air, darting toward the girl engulfed in flames, her eyes emitting a piercing red glow. In an instant, the girl transformed into a palm-sized hamster, and the owl swooped down, seizing the tiny creature and vanishing into the sky. "What? That was an owl." The priest stared in disbelief at the direction of the owl's disappearance, stomping in frustration. "How careless of me. Owls are the favored accomplices of witches. I should have anticipated this escape." Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Rogue cast a mocking glance at the furious priest, then smiled as he slipped away, heading toward the towering coastal cliffs in the northwest of the village, halting before an abandoned lighthouse. He ascended the spiral staircase to the top, where a girl of 7 or 8, clad in black feathers and bright red shoes, stood at the door. The girl from earlier stood warily at the platform's edge. Did that foolish priest enjoy my performance? The girl in black feathers turned her head, playfully curling her lips in a mischievous smile at Rogue. He was quite pleased, Lilith at least, that's what I gathered. Rogue replied, grinning as he removed his veil, producing a cigar to light up before approaching the girl, who regarded him with hostility at the edge of the platform. Hello, dear, what is your name? Catherine. The girl hesitated briefly before answering softly. A typical Italic name, a novice assassin from the Duchy of Italia. What compelled you to attack me under the cover of night? Rogue inquired with curiosity. Because you're the Empire's most wanted criminal, lone wolf rogue for the past decade. You have slain dozens of nobles across the Empire's affiliated duchies. The Holy Assembly in the capital has placed a bounty of 2,000 gold coins on your head, dead or alive, Catherine replied. No wonder you poisoned the arrow's tip, but you are still too inexperienced. You have likely never executed an assassination before otherwise. Your first arrow would not have missed, Rogue remarked, producing a silver arrow from his belongings, bringing it to his nose for a sniff before tossing it at Catherine's feet. Catherine glanced down at the arrow, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. As Rogue continued, there are many rumors about me. Some say I am a man-eating wolf. Others claim I'm a vampire slayer, yet more know that the demon hunter Rogue is not to be trifled with. So, what gives you the audacity to hunt an old hunter? Because capturing you is the only way I can obtain that substantial reward. Catherine pondered for a moment before lifting her gaze to answer. With that money, I can buy the mail and crossbow. The mail and crossbow? Rogue's azure eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he asked, What do you want with the mail and crossbow? It is a weapon specifically designed for hunting werewolves, used only by demon hunters who specialize in slaying werewolves. Indeed, I seek to kill the white werewolf that murdered my father and avenge him. Catherine glared at Rogue, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. The white werewolf that killed your father? Rogue's lips twitched involuntarily, causing the cigar he held to fall, scattering embers upon the ground. Yes, Catherine shot him a bewildered glance at his peculiar expression, her anger still simmering. 15 years ago, it killed my father on the outskirts of the southeastern forest of Italia. I can still vividly recall its menacing visage. 15 years, and you still harbor such a grudge? Rogue picked up the fallen cigar from the ground, slowly placing it back between his lips, asking meaningfully. Of course, after my father's death, I became an orphan at the age of 4. My aunt abused me and sent me to an orphanage where I was mercilessly bullied, ultimately ending up on the streets as a beggar and thief. If not for my master taking me in, I would have starved to death. Catherine exclaimed passionately, clenching her fists as she shouted at Rogue. Rogue silently inhaled the smoke, and, after a brief pause of silence from the girl, she continued, Originally, I planned to seek revenge on that werewolf after honing my skills, but unexpectedly my master also died, leaving me with no support. I could not even sustain myself, so I had no choice but to gamble everything on you. Clearly, you have not mistaken your target. Rogue nodded knowingly, extinguishing his cigar and reaching for a silver pistol at his waist, aiming it at Catherine as he said, What I excel at is relieving others of their suffering. Chapter 2. The Thunder of Fate. I anticipated that there might be such an outcome. Catherine gazed at the dark muzzle of Rogue's gun, her voice laced with despair. I do not fear death, but I've heard there is no creature you cannot hunt. I only hope that before you kill me, you will agree to help me slay that white werewolf. I have no money to pay a fee, but I can offer you my life. I have no need for a life. It serves me no purpose, Rogue replied, tossing the silver pistol to Catherine. The girl caught it in astonishment as he continued. That pistol contains 10 silver bullets. You have 10 chances to shoot me in exchange for the bounty. You may begin now. Catherine stood there, utterly flustered, gazing at him with disbelief. Completely unprepared for such a decision, with trembling hands, she raised the pistol, aiming it at Rogue, who stood not far away. The barrel quivered in the air, her finger hovering indecisively over the trigger, attempting to press it down several times. Yet an unseen force seemed to paralyze her index finger, rendering it disobedient. No, I cannot do it. At last, she lowered the weapon, shaking her head in anguish. "I cannot bring myself to shoot the one who saved my life were it not for you. I would have been reduced to ashes." Rog glanced back at the pained expression on her pale visage. He pulled out another silver pistol from his waist, along with a pouch brimming with silver bullets, and said, "Take these." Catherine instinctively reached out to accept them. Looking up at him in confusion, Rog, with a grave demeanor, continued, "In that case, take them and follow me. That white werewolf you mentioned has a deep-seated vendetta against me, as well. Perhaps one day we shall confront it together and settle our old scores." "Is what you say true? Are you willing to help me?" Catherine inquired, her eyes sparkling with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. "You are not jesting, are you?" Rog extinguished his cigar, a subtle and enigmatic smile playing on his lips as he softly shook his head. "This is no jest of mine, but rather a jest played by fate upon us both." He observed the bewildered expression etched on Catherine's face and beckoned her, saying, "You may not understand the meaning of my words now, but in time, you shall come. Follow me, we must leave this place." Catherine nodded gently, securing the 2 silver pistols and the pouch of bullets to her belt, her heart swelling with excitement and joy as she trailed Rog toward the staircase of the lighthouse. "Remove your cloak and don mine. We must return to the fishing village. I do not wish for the priest to recognize you again," Rog instructed, shedding his black cloak and draping it over Catherine's shoulders, pulling the hood to obscure her face. "Come, Lilith, it is time for us to depart." He tucked the remaining half of his cigar behind his ear and affectionately patted the head of the little girl standing at the staircase. The small one glanced back at Catherine, transforming into a tiny owl that perched upon Rog's shoulder. "Why must you take her along? I did not save her just so she could steal my dinner. You are going to use my birdseed to win over the pretty lady," the little owl queried, its expression one of discontent. "You, miserly creature, who would lament for half a feather for half a year, should not make such a fuss. Even a king who has lost his crown would not react as you do," Rog said, stroking Lilith's fluffy head. "Rest assured, even if I have nothing to eat, I will still find something to feed the birds." The little owl tilted its head in displeasure, casting a glare at Catherine before flapping its wings and diving beneath the brim of Rog's wide-brimmed hat. "What is she?" Catherine asked, her curiosity piqued as she glanced at the spot where Lilith had vanished, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "She is called Lilith, a diminutive sprite owl," Rog replied as he descended the spiral staircase of the lighthouse. "Of course, she is no ordinary bird as you just witnessed. That little girl is her true form. She is of the Dai's people, originally named Lily. 10 years ago, the supreme sovereign of the empire, the Holy Emperor, passed away. The newly enthroned Holy Emperor Valentine II issued a decree to the priests, declaring that all women who studied magic would be treated as evil witches. The decree classified black cats, owls, and ravens as the incarnations of witches, and any woman, regardless of age, who interacted with or sheltered these creatures would be deemed a witch. Consequently, both Lilith and her mother were sentenced to be burned at the stake. At the tender age of 7, Lilith's life was tragically cut short when she and her mother were publicly burned alive by the priest of the Holy Assembly. Her vengeful spirit lingered around the village, unable to find peace, until it was discovered and taken in by a true witch. The witch infused her soul into the body of a tiny owl and taught her the arcane arts, renaming her from Lilith to Lilith, the name of the infernal enchantress from myth.at. This juncture, Rog turned to Catherine with a faint smile, remarking, "Now you understand why she chose to save you, don't you?" Before Catherine could respond, Lilith's exasperated voice emerged from beneath her wide-brimmed hat. "Do not speak of my affairs to detestable humans. I saved her merely to give that wretched fool of a priest a taste of his own medicine." Rog and Catherine exchanged a glance, remaining silent, as they listened to Lilith continue in a childlike yet fierce tone. "If you dare speak of me again, I shall transform her into a plump caterpillar and devour her whole." "As you wish, little sorceress." Rog affectionately patted the hat, relieved to hear Lilith fall silent, before turning to Catherine with a reassuring glance, signaling her not to take offense. "Lilith has always harbored a deep-seated hatred for humanity, particularly the priests of the Holy Assembly. She does not target you specifically, but I advise you to tread carefully around her, for she is capable of causing you harm," Rog whispered softly to Catherine. "Yet she seems quite fond of you," Catherine cautiously replied, nodding. "That is because she is a solitary little bird, while I am a lone wolf," Rog replied with a knowing smile. pushing open the lighthouse door and stepping outside. As they exited the lighthouse, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and Rog turned to gaze at the sky above the sea, witnessing a fierce lightning bolt cleave the firmament. A tempestuous wind, mingled with torrential rain, lashed down, striking the brim of his hat with a cacophony of sound. It seems something approaches, Rog said with a grave expression. Catherine, standing behind him, anxiously surveyed the thickening darkness of the night. Her ears filled with the howling winds and torrential rain, hesitantly inquired, "What is it?" "I see nothing." Rog did not respond, hastening to the edge of the cliff, his cerulean eyes fixated on the turbulent waters of the Dashi Sea. He observed a towering wall of monstrous waves surging from the horizon, encircled by lightning and rain, as if bearing some dreadful entity towards the shores of the fishing village. It appears the priests were not conjuring illusions. Rog turned to Catherine, who had approached his side, and stated, "Indeed, something is making landfall, but it is certainly not the witch they spoke of. The power to command storms and tides is not possessed by an ordinary witch." "Do you intend to investigate?" Catherine, sensing Rog's intent, asked tentatively. "Of course, I would not miss such a splendid opportunity. Do you know what a monster hunter does?" Rog turned, placing a hand on Catherine's shoulder, and smiled. "We meddle in affairs that do not concern us. Come, my dear, our collaboration begins. No matter what monstrosity we face, should it dare to bare its fangs before you, blow its head apart, you shall come to relish this feeling." As Rog brushed past Catherine, making his way down the cliff, the girl glanced at his retreating figure, drew her gleaming pistol from her waist, and with rekindled determination and anticipation in her eyes, followed swiftly after him toward the fishing village. Chapter 3. The mermaid's trap. Having departed the lighthouse, Rog and Catherine traversed the fishing village and arrived at the expansive white sands of the beach beneath the cloak of night. The surging tides of the Dashi Sea violently crashed against the shore, producing a thunderous roar that resonated in the air, while the salty scent of the sea mingled with an eerie whispering carried by the wind. "Come here and remain silent," Rog urged as he led Catherine to crouch behind an overturned fishing boat, using it as a shield to conceal their presence. Just as they settled behind the boat, a towering wave, 6 or 7 meters high, surged toward the quiet beach with a thunderous roar. Hidden behind the vessel, the two observed a mysterious figure standing firmly atop the crest of the colossal wave, which crashed onto the shore, followed by a massive shark that propelled the figure onto the sand, before retreating back into the ocean at her gesture. Rog beheld the woman who had come ashore. She wielded a staff taller than herself and donned a gown of silver gauze adorned with pearls and shells. Her sea-blue hair and flowing dress danced in the wind, her enchanting form partially veiled by the translucent fabric. "She certainly does not resemble a monster. Are you certain she is the siren the villagers spoke of?" inquired the small owl perched on Rog's shoulder, tilting its fluffy head and gazing at the beautiful figure with its bright eyes. "I am quite certain it is her. Do not be beguiled by her beauty. As the saying goes, the most enchanting foxes often possess a deadly charm," Rog replied, continuing to observe the enigmatic woman from a distance. Noting her vigilant scanning of the surroundings as she walked along the beach toward the southwest. "She is leaving. Let us follow her and see where she goes," with a wave of his hand. Rog beckoned the others and stealthily emerged from behind the fishing boat, trailing the woman as they advanced along the coastline towards the cliffs in the southwest. The mysterious woman seemed oblivious to her pursuers as she gracefully approached the cliff's edge. Disappearing around a large boulder from the trio's view, Rog hurried to the rock's edge, peering around it to discover that the woman had entered a deep cave beneath the cliff. "There appears to be no malevolent creatures within," Rog remarked, unsheathing his silver sword, glancing at the dim blade. "How can you be so sure?" Catherine asked curiously. "My sword is forged from the claws of werewolves. Its exterior coated in pure silver. It is lethal to vampires and can sense the evil aura emitted by malevolent beings. If any wicked creatures resided within the cave, my sword would emit a brilliant light to alert me," Rog explained, casting a glance at the darkened cave entrance before lighting a cigar. He cautioned Catherine. "Listen, this is your first time participating in such an endeavor. You must stay close to me. I would not wish for your inaugural battle to become your last." "I understand," Catherine replied solemnly, nodding as she retrieved her already loaded silver pistol from her waist. After checking her ammunition pouch, she followed closely behind Rog, her heart racing with anticipation as they stealthily approached the cave. Rog paused at the cave entrance, leaning against the stone wall to peer inside. Noting the silence within, he stepped into the cave, with Catherine closely trailing behind him. Just as they entered, a translucent membrane of water suddenly appeared at the cave's entrance, sealing it shut. Lilith let out a startled cry, startling Catherine, who had not yet found her voice when a large hand clamped over her mouth. Be quiet. Ladies, this is not the time for loud voices. Rog calmly silenced Catherine with a glance and then shot a reproachful look at the owl on his shoulder. He gestured for Catherine to follow as he continued deeper into the cave. The further they ventured, the darker it became, and Catherine felt her vision fading entirely, had it not been for the flickering light of the cigar. She feared she would have been utterly lost in the darkness. Unlike Catherine, Rog appeared unaffected by the shadows, striding confidently forward as if traversing his own home, quickly advancing into the cave's depths. Turning a corner, the cave suddenly narrowed, allowing passage for only one person at a time. Rog stepped first into the tight space, but Catherine hesitated when suddenly a strange cry echoed from within. The sharp sound of clashing followed. And on edge, Catherine pressed herself against the wall, peering into the darkness, yet seeing nothing. Out of nowhere, something was abruptly hurled from the cave, startling Catherine, who quickly recoiled. That a figure then emerged, leaping from the cave's depths. The girl instinctively raised her silver pistol in self-defense, but her arm was swiftly pushed aside, and Rog's voice followed. "It is me. Now is not the time to injure our own." "What happened?" Catherine asked, her heart still racing. "It is a mermaid," Rog replied, glancing at the ground where the half-human, half-fish soldier lay lifeless, having been ejected from the cave. That a short trident rolled onto the ground at the corner. "Is this one of that woman's minions?" Catherine inquired. "I believe so. Come, stay close. We must discover what these mermaids are hiding in here." Rogue turned and once again entered the cave, with Catherine hastily crossing over the corpse of the fish demon to follow closely behind. After taking only a few steps, Rogue suddenly swung his sword in a swift motion. A faint sound was heard as a harpoon arrow was deflected by the silver blade in his hand, clattering to the ground at his feet. Yet, a second arrow shot towards him, and with admirable composure, Rogue raised his sword to intercept it, the arrow striking the surface of the silver blade and sending sparks flying. Setting down his silver sword, Rogue grasped Catherine's delicate hand with his left, aiming into the pitch-black depths of the cave, and pressed her soft fingers to pull the trigger with a resounding bang. The sharp sound echoed throughout the cave, accompanied by the noise of a third arrow being shot down, followed by a scream as something collapsed to the ground. "Impressive marksmanship, my lady." Rogue released Catherine's hand, gently flicking the ash off his cigar, and strode deeper into the cave. Catherine, her cheeks flushed, stood still for a moment before hurriedly pursuing Rogue. After walking a short distance, Rogue's gaze fell upon the merfolk soldier whose head had been shattered by a silver bullet, which only deepened his suspicions. He knew that the merfolk seldom ventured onto the mainland from the Icewind Straits, the last recorded appearance being a century ago during the war between the Human Coalition and the Vampire Legion. Why, after all these years, would these creatures stealthily invade human territory? What could possibly warrant such a heavy guard from the merfolk? And who was that mysterious woman? A faint scent of conspiracy lingered in the air. Rogue mused, staring down at the merfolk corpse. Stepping over the body of the lesser merfolk archer, Rogue continued onward until he soon encountered a circular cavern. As he approached the entrance, two merfolk soldiers suddenly emerged from within, their tridents glinting ominously in the darkness, aimed directly at Rogue's chest. Rogue swiftly parried the thrusts with his sword, kicking one soldier away, then seizing the fallen trident to dispatch his companion with a single strike. He then hurled the trident at the soldier he had just kicked, pinning him against the cavern wall. "That you finally revealed yourselves. I was beginning to wonder when you would show up again. This time, you shall not escape." With an angry shout, Rogue discarded the trident and looked up at a young woman clad in diaphanous fabric, standing before him against the cavern wall. Eye in her hand, she held a long staff, the head of which was adorned with a serpentine merfolk, its pearl-like eyes shimmering in the darkness. "Insidious thieves, return what you have stolen or do not compel me to take action." The mysterious woman fixed Rogue with a frosty gaze from her sea-blue eyes, her expression commanding as she pointed her staff at him, her voice ringing with authority. Chapter 4. A Shocking Theft. "Steal? My apologies, madam, but it seems there may be some misunderstanding between us," Rogue replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. The woman scoffed, sweeping her staff in a wide arc. The pearls at its tip cast a radiant glow upon the ground, transforming into a tumultuous expanse of water from which countless lesser merfolk warriors leapt, brandishing their tridents as they charged at Rogue. "It seems we must resort to force before pleasantries." "Lilith." Rogue exhaled a plume of cigar smoke from his nostrils, as the small owl perched on his shoulder took flight, its eyes emitting beams of light invisible to the naked eye, illuminating the merfolk soldiers and rendering them momentarily stiff with a flourish. Rogue's blade cleaved through the merfolk soldiers, and he lunged forward, executing a sweeping kick that sent the approaching warriors sprawling. Those who fell beneath his kick were swiftly dispatched by Rogue's sword. Meanwhile, a few other merfolk soldiers circumvented Rogue, rushing towards Catherine at the cave's entrance. "Stay back." Catherine instinctively took a step back, but the merfolk warriors paid no heed to her cries, hurtling towards her with their sharp blades. In a panic, Catherine raised 2 silver pistols and began firing wildly at the attacking merfolk, the silver bullets raining down like a torrential storm, catching the warriors entirely off guard and knocking them down. In her flustered state, Catherine did not cease her barrage. Instead, she continued firing with her eyes closed, the flying silver bullets not only shattering the skulls of the merfolk soldiers engaged with Rogue, but nearly striking both Rogue and Lilith in flight. "Enough! Cease fire!" Rogue shouted back at Catherine. Before he could finish, he caught sight of a silver bullet slicing through the darkness, aimed at the staff-bearing mysterious woman, who was oblivious to the impending danger as she invoked more merfolk soldiers to join the fray. In a desperate moment, Rogue flicked the half-burnt cigar from his mouth, the tumbling cigar perfectly intercepting the bullet aimed at the woman, causing both projectiles to plummet to the ground. Without hesitation, Rogue leaped over the fallen merfolk soldiers and reached the woman, grasping her staff with his left hand while pressing his forearm against her throat, pinning her against the wall behind her. "Listen, dear mermaid, if I'm not mistaken about your identity, I am not your enemy. I am the monster hunter, Rogue, and I have come to investigate the supernatural occurrences reported by the villagers. If your appearance here is merely to retrieve something lost, perhaps I could assist you." The restrained woman gazed quietly into Rogue's eyes, her sea-blue gaze locking onto his conical blue pupils. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "You are quite astute, but since you have deduced my identity, you should be prepared for what follows." Before she could finish her sentence, something suddenly swept beneath Rogue, and he lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. However, he quickly caught himself with his left hand, rolling to regain his footing. When he looked up again, the mysterious woman had transformed, her lower half becoming a massive fishtail adorned with green scales, enveloped in swirling mist. "I am Tali, the guardian of the mermaid clan's temple. It is a pleasure to meet you, Monster Hunter," she declared, lightly waving her staff, causing the summoned lesser merfolk soldiers to vanish in an instant. "It is equally my honor. Allow me to introduce my companions." Lilith and Catherine. Rogue gestured towards the little owl hovering in the air and the curious human girl peering into the cave. "Now that introductions are over, may I inquire about your purpose for being here?" "As far as I know, the merfolk do not frequently venture onto land without significant cause," Rogue said, bending down to retrieve the half-burnt silver bullet, lighting it as he spoke. "I have come to reclaim a stolen component of a sacred artifact," Tali replied, causing Rogue's eyes to widen in surprise as a look of incredulity crossed his face. "Are you referring to the statue of the archangel that seals the vampire king's soul?" "Indeed, that is at point 3 days ago. It was stolen from our temple," Tali confirmed gravely. Her revelation astonished Rogue, while Catherine and Lilith exchanged bewildered glances. The little owl perched on Rogue's shoulder, curiosity etched on its face, asked, "What did that little fish lose? What is the archangel statue? Is it tasty?" "Do not belittle her. She is a high priestess of the merfolk." Rogue gently ruffled the owl's feathers and continued, "The archangel statue is not food. It is a component of the sacred staff of the archangel, consisting of 3 parts: the statue, the white jade shaft, and the golden crystal. This artifact was the treasure of the former High Sovereign. Over a century ago, the human Holy Order launched a campaign against werewolves and vampires on the glorious plains of the Orolon continent. The werewolves, unwilling to confront humanity directly, retreated into the Sun-Moon Forest inhabited by dwarves and elves. Unlike the werewolves, the vampire king was enraged by the humans' actions, allying with dark sorcerers from the Shadowed Forest and the brutish orcs of the Wildlands, leading his undead and demonic minions from the cursed lands in the northeast against the glorious plains. Upon hearing the news, the old High Sovereign united elves, dwarves, merfolk, and even titans and dragons from the Sun-Moon Forest to form a coalition to counter the invasion of the bloodthirsty legions. This war, which swept across the entire Orolon continent, lasted a full decade. As he recounted this, Rogue glanced at Tali's solemn expression and recognized the same deep concern mirrored in his own face, while the inquisitive little owl impatiently pressed. And then, did the annoying humans win? Indeed, the war concluded with the victory of the human coalition, They breached the Vampire King's fortress in the Cursed Lands, and the old High Sovereign, leading the charge, used divine power to defeat the Vampire King. However, they lacked the ability to slay him. Only the werewolves possessed that capability. Perhaps if the human High Sovereign had heeded the counsel of the Archmages from the Icewind Isle and invited the werewolves to join the fight to eliminate the Vampire King, today's events might never have transpired. Tali shook her head in frustration and sighed. No, even so, a century is ample time for a new Demon King to emerge. After all, the death of a Demon King does not equate to the extinction of the vampire clan. Rog resolutely refuted her statement. Tali pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding and sighing. "So what became of the Demon King in the end?" asked Catherine, who had been silent until now as she slowly approached Rog. The story he recounted captivated her, allowing her to momentarily forget her apprehension and unease towards Tali. Ultimately, the old Holy Emperor stubbornly rejected the suggestion from the great magicians to recruit werewolves. For in the eyes of the Holy Assembly, werewolves were also malevolent demons. Despite their historical role as the primary hunters of vampires and their natural nemesis to the Blood Clan, they posed a threat to humanity. And human disdain for them was no less than that towards vampires. The old Holy Emperor ultimately utilized divine magic to imprison the soul of the Demon King, sealing it within the staff of the Archangel, which he subsequently divided into 3 parts. The angel statue was entrusted to the merfolk for safekeeping. The white jade staff was placed under the watch of the Dragon Clan in the Sun and Moon Forest, while the golden holy crystal was kept within the royal palace of the Holy Assembly in the imperial capital of Balan, with the Holy Emperor being the sole possessor of the key to the vault. So, the ones who stole the angel statue from the merfolk must be vampires, right? Are they planning to resurrect their king? Catherine cautiously glanced at Tali, speculatively suggesting that it is quite possible, but the angel statue alone would not suffice. They must gather all 3 sacred artifacts and, at the stroke of midnight on the 100th anniversary of the Demon King's demise, assemble them together. Then, through a specific ritual, they can unlock the seal, allowing the dark power of the Demon King to flow into the one who unseals it, thus transforming him into the new Demon King. At this point, Rog's expression darkened as he looked at the 3 of them and said, "If I am not mistaken, there are only a few months left until that fateful night. The Dark Minions have already taken the first step in their conspiracy. We must act swiftly and uncover those who have stolen the sacred artifacts." He turned his gaze toward Tali, a serious expression etched on his face as he bit down on his cigar, and asked, "Miss Tali, please share any information you have about the thieves. Perhaps we still have time to apprehend them." Chapter 5. The Bloodletting Murders. First update. In truth, we did not witness the theft of the sacred artifacts firsthand. Tali replied anxiously. We only discovered traces of the artifacts on the beach outside this cave. The elders had treated the surface of the artifacts with a special substance. When the artifacts are moved, they leave behind watermarks that only high-ranking merfolk priests can identify. We followed the watermarks and found this cavern. But the trail vanished here, which is why I have been coming back night after night in search of clues. Tali surveyed the surrounding stone walls, her face betraying her deep concern. Upon hearing this, Rog sheathed his sword and approached the stone wall, lightly tapping it with his hand as he walked along. However, after a full circuit, he heard no unusual sounds. He returned to the center of the cavern, scrutinizing the walls as he flicked ash from his cigar, lost in thought, before suddenly exclaiming, "Lilith!" The little owl wagged her tail, bouncing and flapping her wings, eager to take flight. Rog continued, "Illuminate the surrounding walls with your light, and see if you can find anything." "What a waste of effort," Lilith grumbled, retracting her wings as her eyes emitted bright beams of light that swept across the walls. When the light passed over a corner near the ground on the right side of the cavern, a stone door flashed into view, and Lilith immediately fixed her gaze upon it, exclaiming, "I found it." Rog, Catherine, and Tali, who had reverted to her human form, approached the stone door and pushed against it with their hands. The door easily yielded, revealing a small entrance just half a person's height, through which an adult would need to stoop to enter. "Someone is playing hide and seek with us using dark magic." Rog turned to the 2 of them and said, "It could be vampires, or perhaps a sorcerer wielding black magic. They have disguised this door with magic and made it so low that even if we were to smash through the wall with a hammer, we would not discover its existence. Fortunately, we have an experienced demon hunter with us," Tali remarked gratefully. Rog smiled at the doorway before turning back to Tali and Catherine. "I'll go in first to scout the way. Follow closely behind me." With that, he bent down and entered through the stone door. Inside, the passage was considerably wider than the narrow entrance, shrouded in darkness and devoid of any presence. Rog, Catherine, and Tali searched the corridor but found no traces of the artifacts or any other clues. I suspect that the thief is well versed in the secrets of the artifacts. They must have employed some method to obscure their traces, Rog contemplated, addressing Tali. What should we do then? Tali asked, at a loss for what to do. Rog glanced at the pitch-black corridor and said, "Let us continue onward and see where it leads." After what felt like an eternity of walking, the three of them discovered a door at the end of the passage. Rog approached and gently pushed it, only to find that it had been locked from the other side. He retrieved his sword from his back, inserted the tip into the crack of the door, and with a gentle pry, heard a satisfying click as the lock was disengaged. "Mr. Demon Hunter has quite the skill in lockpicking," Tali remarked curiously in a hushed tone that in our line of work, one must be proficient in everything, including entertaining children. Rog shot a sidelong glance at the little owl perched on his shoulder, signaling Tali with his eyes before cautiously pushing the door open and stepping outside, only to find himself in a private courtyard. "This appears to be the yard of some household in a fishing village," Rog observed, standing in the dim night air, addressing the two who had followed him out. Could it be that they have hidden the sacred artifacts here? Tali wondered aloud, gazing up at the nearby house. Rog nodded in agreement. "It is quite possible. Let us keep our voices down and investigate." The three of them tiptoed through the courtyard, attentively observing the large house before them, which was significantly larger than the average dwelling in the fishing village. It boasted expansive front and backyards, encircled by towering walls, indicating the owner's remarkable status. Who would have thought a wealthy individual resided in this small fishing village? Rog mused to himself as he ascended the wooden steps leading to the house, gently knocking on the door. No one responded. He knocked again with greater force, but all that echoed in the stillness of the night was the crisp sound of his knocking, with no reply forthcoming. "This courtyard is immaculate. It doesn't appear to be an uninhabited home," Rog frowned, attempting to push the door open, only to find it surprisingly unlocked. He stepped inside, his eyes scanning the darkened room for any abnormalities. Before beckoning Tali and Catherine to follow him, "Be cautious. Let us take a look." With that, he stepped into the house, traversing the dark corridor and into a bedroom, the moment his foot crossed the threshold. The sight before him caused his expression to darken as his eyes narrowed. On the wall at the head of the bed, an elderly man with graying hair was nailed to the wall. A wooden stake pierced his heart, while silver daggers skewered his hands and feet. Blood splattered across the wall above the bed. The cold moonlight streaming through the window cast an eerie glow on the scene, rendering it particularly macabre, prompting Catherine, who had just entered, to gasp in horror. "Silence. It is neither polite nor respectful to disturb the deceased." Rog swiftly covered Catherine's mouth, preventing her from alerting anyone nearby. He stepped forward to examine the corpse, discovering a line of text inscribed on the adjacent wall. "The Blood Clan shall perish," signed by Rog. "The downside of notoriety is the ease with which one can be impersonated." Rog shrugged self-deprecatingly, pointing at the corpse as he continued. "This individual is not a vampire. He is merely a scapegoat. Someone has staged this scene to obscure the truth behind it. Come, ladies, search this room. I suspect they would not be so kind as to leave the sacred artifacts for us, but perhaps they might graciously leave behind some clues. Do not attempt to light a candle. We are not in our own homes." Upon hearing Rog's words, the three women, including the transformed girl-like owl Lilith, began to search the various rooms of the wooden house. Catherine, hindered by the darkness and frightened by the corpse on the wall, remained close to Rog, inspecting the furniture in the bedroom. "Hey, look what I've found," Rog suddenly exclaimed to Catherine. The girl turned at the sound, seeing Rog push aside the arm of the corpse, revealing a portion of the wall that had been obscured by the hand. Illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the window, a blood-red V became visible to Catherine's eyes. "What is that?" she asked nervously, standing frozen in place, reluctant to gaze upon the bloody corpse on the wall, her eyes fixated anxiously on Rog's face. It should be the initial of some word or name. A capital V. What could it signify? Rog did not glance at the girl. His gaze was fixed on the letters upon the wall, lost in contemplation. After a moment of reflection, Catherine tentatively suggested, "Perhaps it is Victory? Or could it be that the killer's name is Wolf?" "Oh, poor child. If you continue along that line of thought, it will surely lead you to conclude that the murderer is a wolf. Are you still haunted by that werewolf that harmed you? Trust me, it is best to forget it for now. It will serve no purpose." Rogue turned his head to cast a brief look at the letters on the wall and remarked, "I would rather believe he intends to write vampire." Vampire? Catherine paused, bewildered, and inquired, "Are you suggesting that a vampire killed this man and then pinned him to the wall with a silver dagger and stake, disguising him as a slain vampire? It is too early to draw conclusions. But the murderer certainly desires us to think so. I discovered bite marks on the deceased's neck." Rogue gently lifted the corpse's chin, revealing the mangled and bloody wounds on the exposed neck. At first glance, these bite marks are quite terrifying, are they not? Yet they were not caused by a vampire's teeth. The canines are insufficiently sharp and differ entirely from a vampire's bite. This is a false lead. The killer wants to make it appear as though I murdered this individual and disguised him as a vampire to mislead others, he said, staring meaningfully at the wounds. How insidious, Catherine exclaimed indignantly. Who is behind this trickery? Before she could finish her sentence, someone gently tapped her shoulder from beside her. Bewildered, Catherine turned to see a bloodied claw reaching towards her. Chapter 6. Child of the Dragon. Second update. Startled by the sudden appearance of the bloodied hand, Catherine stumbled back 2 steps, crying out in alarm. Rogue, hearing her scream, quickly turned around to find Lilith, clad in a black feathered cloak, grinning mischievously before Catherine. A small hand raised high, smeared in crimson. "Hey, little rascal, what are you doing? What happened to your hand?" Rogue strode over to Lilith, glancing at the breathless Catherine, and gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Before shifting his focus back to Lilith, I merely tapped her shoulder to say hello. Cowards will always frighten themselves. Lilith nonchalantly withdrew her bloodied hand and looked up at Rogue, saying, "In the next room. There are 3 corpses. It appears they belong to the old man's family on the walled at this moment." Tally, drawn by the commotion, also appeared at the door, glancing at the 3 of them and inquiring about the earlier scream. Rogue subtly shook his head, signaling that all was well, then asked Tally if she had discovered anything. "This is precisely what I wanted to show you. You should come and see." Tally beckoned Rogue, turning and disappearing into the darkness beyond the door. Rogue took Catherine's hand and playfully ruffled Lilith's hair in a gesture of reprimand before following Tally out of the room. They turned down a corridor. The trio arrived at the threshold of another room. Tally called Rogue inside, pointing towards an open cabinet for him to observe. Inside, the cabinet was crammed with gold and silver coins, shimmering with an undeniable radiance in the shadows. "Can you believe this household possesses such wealth? This sum could easily cover the bounty on my head." Rogue tossed his nearly extinguished cigar to the ground. Extinguishing it with his foot, he stepped forward, scooping a handful of coins from the pile, weighing them in his hand before tossing them back into the cabinet, saying, "I believe I have a grasp on the situation." He observed the expectant expressions on the faces of the 3, gazing at the scattered coins on the floor, and calmly assessed, firstly, there are no signs of struggle in the room, indicating that this family was familiar with the murderer, who must be an accomplice. These individuals stole the sacred artifacts and transferred them to the homeowner's residence through the caves, subsequently killing them to silence them and frame me, diverting the pursuer's attention. This money is likely a reward for bribing the homeowner. But why were these coins left here, unclaimed? Catherine glanced at the scattered gold and silver coins before the cabinet, acutely aware of their value, and found it hard to fathom that someone would abandon such wealth. There are 2 possibilities. Either the mastermind behind this is immensely wealthy, or our arrival happened to startle the killer, leaving him no time to transport the coins, Rogue said as he scanned the room's furnishings. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he then strode out of the room, stating, "Come, ladies, we must be on our way. Perhaps we can uncover a clue about the murderer and discern his whereabouts." Just as the 4 reached the courtyard of the mansion, they suddenly spotted a troop of riders barreling towards them. At the forefront was a figure clad in silver armor, mounted on an armored warhorse, halting before Rogue with an air of authority. "Who are you? What are you doing here in the dead of night?" the silver-armored knight questioned with a commanding tone emanating from his full-face helmet. Rogue glanced up at the emblem of authority emblazoned on the knight's steed and scoffed inwardly. "The Silver Dragon Wing Knight Brigade. How ironic it is to cross paths with old foes." Before he could finish his thought, over a dozen knights had encircled them, their lances pointed threateningly at the 4. Illuminated by the flickering torches surrounding them, the leading knight scrutinized Rogue's sardonic smile before suddenly asking, "Are you the lone wolf, Rogue? Wanted by the Empire for 10 long years, and you must be Antonio?" The leader of the Silver Dragonwing Knight Brigade, known as the Son of the Dragon, Rogue replied with a taunting grin, continuing, "Such a valiant warrior under the Emperor's command. What winds have blown you to this desolate countryside?" "Humph, such smooth talk. What are you doing here?" Antonio retorted, glancing up at the large wooden house behind Rogue and his companions. where several knights had dismounted and entered the dwelling. Rogue remained silent, merely gazing at him. Moments later, shouts emanated from within the house. "Captain, we have discovered 4 corpses inside. They appear to be the village chief and his family. There are messages on the wall signed by Rogue, and a considerable amount of gold and silver coins left behind." Upon hearing the knight's report, Antonio lifted the visor of his silver helmet, fixing his sharp gray eyes, akin to a hawk's, on Rogue, and asked in a deep voice, "How do you intend to explain this?" "So that old man was the village chief." Rogue mused internally. While maintaining a mocking smile, he queried, "If I were to cry out unjustly accused at this moment, would the esteemed captain come to my defense?" Rogue's grin ignited a surge of anger among the surrounding knights. Yet Antonio remained remarkably composed. He parted the crowd, riding forward with unwavering resolve, stating, "Regardless of your guilt or innocence, you must accompany me today." "Are you planning to take me back to meet your emperor? I cannot be certain he would wish to see me, but if I do meet him, I shall certainly offer him a good leg massage." "Just like this," Rogue said, stepping towards Antonio's horse and, with a sudden kick aimed at the steed's knee, caused the horse, clad in metallic knee armor, to buckle under what seemed a casual gesture. The animal's knee buckled. Throwing Antonio from the saddle, the knight captain, unfazed, executed a graceful flip in midair, brandishing a nearly 2-meter-long lance that glimmered ominously in his grasp. Antonio lightly tapped the ground with the lance's tip. Landing steadily, then with a flick of his wrist, the lance's head shot forth, propelled by a chain, hurtling towards Rogue's back. In a split second, Rogue turned, and before the astonished gazes of all, he thrust out his right hand. Cradling the small owl, Lilith, in his palm, facing the oncoming lance, with wide eyes, she observed as the lance approached her tiny form. Just as the sharp tip was about to pierce her, it abruptly halted mid-air. Her large eyes gleaming with a radiance that rendered it completely immobile, suspended in the air. "You naughty one, so annoying, bullying," Lilith exclaimed, halting the lance's flight, turning her head back, pouting in anger at Rogue, her voice a childlike squeak. She wriggled free from his grasp, pecking at his hand with her hooked beak in annoyance, then hopped from Rogue's right arm to his head, her sharp talons nearly shredding the fabric of his sleeve. "Please don't be like that. I was merely performing a little magic to lighten the mood." Rogue spread his hands, smiling as he gazed up at the little owl perched atop his head. The feisty creature remained incensed, fiercely tugging at the wide-brimmed hat atop his head, leaving a distinct line of tears across its surface. "I apologize, my dear. Please do not be angry." As Rogue spoke, his smile faded, and he lowered his head to light a cigar. His right hand instinctively grasped the golden hilt of the long sword sheathed at his back. When he raised his head again, a sinister grin crept upon his lips, and his eyes sparkled with determination, capturing Antonio's gaze. This time, it was to be a serious contest. With a swift motion, Rogue directed his sword towards the knight commander, who had already retracted his spear. Seeing Rogue charge with his blade, Antonio thrust his spear forward, but Rogue deftly sidestepped the attack, seizing the spear's shaft with his left hand while his right hand aimed the sword directly at Antonio's chest. The knight commander remained unperturbed, flicking his spear to release its tip, using its momentum to retreat and evade Rogue's sword. Simultaneously, the spear's shaft swept horizontally, entangling Rogue's neck with the chain linking the spearhead. Akin to the tail of a colossal dragon. "Rogue, this time, I shall see where you escape." Antonio yanked the spear's shaft with force, rendering the chain taut like the grip of death, tightening around Rogue's throat. Chapter 7. The Anonymous Letter, Part 3. Just as Antonio believed there was no escape for Rogue, he realized he was mistaken when he pulled on the chain with all his might. Rogue stood steadfast, a glint of ferocity surfacing in his azure eyes, reminiscent of a wolf howling at midnight. "Your Majesty, the Holy Emperor, once proclaimed that knights are the sturdy shields of the nation. Yet he never claimed that you are the Reaper of Souls." Rogue exhaled a smoke ring, his left hand gripping the chain that ensnared his neck, the veins on his neck bulging as he forcefully yanked. Astonishingly tearing off the iron chain, that he cast the chain aside and lunged at Antonio with his sword. The knight commander withdrew the spearhead, raising his spear to meet Rogue's advance. Rogue's right hand deflected the spear, while his left hand descended with a punch aimed at Antonio's head. The knight commander, confident in his metal gauntlets, did not retreat, but instead countered with his left fist. Their fists collided, and both men were involuntarily pushed back. Antonio glanced at his gauntlet, discovering 4 deep indentations etched into its surface. "This power is truly remarkable." Antonio raised his gaze to Rogue, whose hands were clad only in ordinary black leather gloves, evidently insufficient to protect against such force. Yet, Rog's expression revealed no sign of pain, a sight unfamiliar to the seasoned knight commander. The son of the dragon is indeed extraordinary. Evidently, you have yet to unleash your full potential. Rog calmly sheathed his sword, gazing at Antonio, who held his spear with one hand, and inquired, "Shall we engage in a decisive battle tonight, or shall we cease hostilities for now and resume at a later date?" Before Antonio could respond, a woman draped in flowing gauze approached from behind him, wielding a staff adorned with an elegantly carved mermaid, interposing herself between the two men, with a melodious yet solemn voice. She declared, "Gentlemen, I propose that you temporarily set aside your conflict. Clearly, this is not the time to resolve your disputes. Who are you?" Antonio inquired, slowly lifting the visor of his silver helm, his eyes widening in astonishment at the noble beauty before him. The woman, with aquamarine eyes fixed upon him, calmly replied, "I am Tali, the guardian of the Mermaid Temple. How can you substantiate your claim?" The knight commander scrutinized her face, his skepticism evident. Tali surveyed her surroundings in silence. Due to the earlier clash between Rog and Antonio, many villagers, roused from their slumber, had gathered nearby, creating a throng of onlookers. After a moment's hesitation, she suddenly spread her arms wide. Antonio instinctively prepared to defend against her assault, only to witness her transform amid gasps of astonishment into a mermaid, suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling white foam. "Does this serve as proof, my lord?" Tali swayed her long, magnificent tail and extended her alabaster hand towards Antonio in inquiry. "Certainly, I beg your pardon for my rudeness, but what brings you here, and how is it that you find yourself alongside this fugitive?" Antonio sheathed his spear, bowing respectfully to Tali, then casting a glance at Rog, who was preoccupied, whispering to Catherine and disregarding the knight commander's gaze. "I have come to seek the components of a stolen sacred artifact," Tali replied gravely, transforming back into human form. Upon hearing this, Antonio's brow furrowed with concern as he pressed, "The sacred artifact. Is it the one that seals the soul of the vampire king?" "Indeed, that is correct." Tali conveyed the news of the theft of the archangel statue to Antonio, whose expression shifted drastically. As the commander of the highest knight order under the Holy Emperor, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the artifact's loss. "Thus, Mr. Rog is assisting me in locating the artifact. I implore both of you to temporarily set aside your differences. After all, the whereabouts of the sacred artifact is of utmost urgency." At this moment, Rog, who had remained silent, stepped forward, saying, "May I interject in your discussion? Commander, I wish to know why you have suddenly appeared here. Has someone alerted you to the plight of the village chief?" "You are correct. We received an anonymous letter 2 weeks ago stating that you would be lurking near the fishing village in the coming days and would attempt to murder the village chief. I traveled all the way from the imperial capital of Baron specifically to apprehend you," Antonio asserted authoritatively, pointing at Rog. "Where is that anonymous letter now?" Rog inquired nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by Antonio's accusatory stance. Antonio gestured to one of the knights, who retrieved a letter from a pouch on Antonio's saddle and, at the commander's behest, handed it to Rog. Rog unfolded the letter, reading it swiftly in the darkness without the aid of light, before looking up at Antonio and asking, "May I keep this letter?" "That is evidence." The knight commander responded ambiguously, "If your holy order intends to judge me, even without evidence, you could easily have me hanged 10 times over." Rog replied with a smile, folding the paper and tucking it away. That he glanced back at Tali, asking, "Have you two reached an agreement? If there are no objections, then, Commander, we shall save our confrontation for another occasion." "Where do you intend to go?" Antonio questioned Rog, though his gaze lingered on Tali's face. The mermaid met the knight commander's gaze with her clear blue eyes before turning back to Rog. "Do not concern yourselves with us. You should return to the Holy Order promptly. If the golden crystal from the Order is stolen, the Holy Emperor will not be pleased," Rog teased, winking at Antonio. Before departing with Catherine, a cigar clutched in her mouth, "He speaks true, my lord. It is indeed time to remain vigilant." Tali followed in Rog's footsteps, passing by Antonio, leaving behind a meaningful glance. The knight commander turned to watch her graceful silhouette, captivated for a prolonged moment. "What are your next steps?" Tali queried Rog, her expression revealing a hint of uncertainty. With the village chief deceased and the watermarks vanished from his doorstep, the last lead had been severed, and she was at a loss as to where to search for the lost sacred artifact. Do you know why I coveted that anonymous letter? Rog countered evasively. Tali and Catherine paused, momentarily taken aback. As he continued, I examined that letter. The handwriting was composed with the left hand, identical to the blood-written words on the wall of the village chief's home. Clearly, someone wishes to use me as a scapegoat, diverting the Holy Order's attention onto me, perhaps even using their power to eliminate me. The two ladies remained puzzled, unable to comprehend who this hidden puppet master could be. Rog elaborated. There are only two types of individuals who would seek to eliminate me while simultaneously acquiring the sacred artifact: vampires and treasure hunters. Rog halted, turning to face them. Vampires are my old adversaries, while treasure hunters would naturally wish to exploit my infamous reputation to distract the Holy Order and seize the artifact for themselves. However, regardless of where we begin our investigation, it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Indeed, Catherine softly concurred. Tali nodded in agreement, but Rog smiled faintly, stating, "No, it is not as difficult as you imagine. We merely need to pinpoint one detail to uncover who is behind this scheme." What detail? Both women inquired in unison. From my understanding of vampires, they cannot come into contact with water, thus they are incapable of submerging into the depths of the sea to steal the sacred artifact. As for the treasure hunters of humanity, the Icewind Straits plunge to depths of 1,000 meters, rendering any terrestrial life incapable of descending into such an abyss. Thus, whether they be vampires or treasure hunters, they must rely on an insider to aid them. Insider? Tali's brow furrowed with clouds of apprehension as she exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that there is a traitor among our kin?" Chapter 8. The Abyssal Temple, first update. Indeed. When the sacred artifacts were divided, one was entrusted to the merfolk precisely because the Icewind Straits are unfathomable. Apart from the merfolk, no one could submerge into such depths to pilfer the artifacts, unless a member of the merfolk assisted the thief. Rog analyzed confidently. If that is the case, then identifying the traitor will reveal who stole the artifact. Catherine clapped her hands in excitement. Precisely. Therefore, I hope to visit the Mermaid Temple. I wonder what you think, Miss Tali. Rog turned to Tali with a questioning gaze. The mermaid paused for a moment, suddenly awakening from her shock, and quickly nodded, saying, "No problem, I shall take you back to investigate." "Are we really going to the damp seabed? I detest having my feathers soaked." The little owl perched atop Rog's head suddenly complained. "If that is the case, I wouldn't mind leaving you at the village tavern. I believe the rotund chef there would gladly agree to look after you while you rest comfortably beside his chopping board until we return," Rog suggested, but was hastily interrupted by Lilith. "No. I abhor the stench of kitchens. I would rather go along. Perhaps I can catch a few fish to eat." "Very well, then. It is settled," Rog declared, turning towards the northern side of the fishing village. Upon seeing this, Tali called out to him, pointing towards the western coastline, inquiring, "Where are you going?" "The temple is in that direction. Do not fret, Miss Mermaid. We are guests at your temple and must dress appropriately. Observe my sleeves. Miss Catherine also requires a change of attire. We need to find a good tailor and replenish our tobacco, for I have a premonition that our journey is just beginning." When Rog and Catherine, clad in their brand new garments, reappeared alongside Tali and Lilith on the silvery beach, they were transformed. Rog, enveloped in a deep blue cloak, donned a matching new hat, appearing like a spectral shadow under the night sky. Meanwhile, Catherine, resplendent in silver, sported a golden ponytail cascading down her back, her light footsteps resembling those of a silver sprite upon the sandy shore. "Earlier, I noticed you left something on the tailor's table. Was it a silver coin?" On the way to the seaside, Catherine quietly inquired of Rog. Rog regarded her with approval, replying, "Your observational skills are commendable. Indeed, that is the case. You seem quite wealthy." Catherine gazed at Rog with curiosity. No, I am but a pauper. Fortunately, the benevolent village chief, doing good deeds, though the knight would surely argue that this black market transaction could add another charge against me." Rog mischievously winked at Catherine, who suddenly understood but could not recall when Rog had engaged in such thievery, only managing an admiring smile. Dawn is approaching. Typically, we merfolk cannot remain exposed to sunlight for long, that if we are prepared. Let us set forth to the seabed. As the group arrived at the seaside, Tali turned back, casting an inquiring glance at Rog and Catherine, as well as at Lilith, who perched upon Rog's hat. Rog nodded in agreement, prompting her to turn towards the tumultuous S.E.N.A.S. The two pearls atop the mermaid's staff emitted beams of white light towards the ocean's surface. A swirling portal of white waves arose from the churning waters. Tali gestured for everyone to proceed, and Rog was the first to step into the portal. accompanied by the roaring tides. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the four figures materialized at the ocean's depths. Except for Tali, who had transformed into her mermaid form, Rog and Catherine were encased in transparent bubbles of water, isolating them from the sea, allowing them to breathe and speak as if they were still on land. Rog attempted to step forward, discovering his movements were unimpeded, and his body remained dry. He looked around, taking in the surrounding seafloor adorned with exquisite corals, as hermit crabs bearing large sea anemones quietly scuttled by. And several jellyfish floated leisurely past, imparting a sense of tranquility and serenity. Under Tali's guidance, they proceeded along the shell-paved road of the seabed. They encountered several lower-ranking merfolk warriors who inquired about their passage. But thanks to Tali's leadership, they navigated smoothly and soon arrived at the entrance of the merfolk's sacred temple. Before them stood an ancient and solemn underwater sanctuary, its entrance flanked by 6 towering stone pillars. A long flight of steps extended from the doorway, above which was sculpted the likeness of a sea god brandishing a trident, while the temple's stone door was adorned with carvings of 2 mermaid women embracing a harp. Before the grand entrance, 5 high-ranking merfolk priests stood guard. Upon seeing Tali, they swam forward, waving their tails in a unique greeting, touching tails with Tali to express their welcome. "Guardian, you have returned. Have you made any discoveries?" One mermaid, her body adorned with blue patterns, scrutinized the 2 individuals and the bird behind Tali, inquiring respectfully. "We have indeed uncovered some clues, yet the whereabouts of the artifact remain elusive. I have brought a few friends to assist us in our search for its trail," Tali replied, introducing Rog and the others to the 5 guardians under her command. "Selena, open the temple doors that I wish to enter with Mr. Rog to examine the scene of the incident," Tali instructed the blue-patterned mermaid. Selena hesitated for a moment, quickly shaking her head to remind Tali. "Guardian, have you forgotten? The elders have a strict decree that outsiders are not permitted within the temple. Nothing is more crucial than recovering the artifact," Tali replied sternly. Seeing the guardians change in demeanor, Selena dared not protest further and swiftly turned to lead her companions in opening the doors. The 5 of them pulled the grand entrance ajar, and Tali commanded them to remain at the threshold while she entered the temple with Rog and the others. They traversed the temple's halls and stone chambers. Rog observed various statues of the merfolk elders and intricately carved murals of the sea god. The atmosphere was heavily guarded, with patrolling merfolk soldiers stationed throughout, which Rog noted discreetly. At last, the 4 halted before a small stone chamber. Tali lightly tapped the stone door with her staff, which swung open automatically. Within, Rog beheld a stone pedestal at the center of the square chamber, upon which rested a massive shell, currently ajar and utterly devoid of contents. "This is the site where the artifact was stolen." Unchanged in the slightest. "Please see if you can discern anything." Tali gestured towards the interior, glancing back at Rog. Rog nodded slightly, stepping into the chamber while observing its contents and asking, "Would you mind if I lit a cigar here?" "No, please feel free," Tali permitted. Rog proceeded to light a cigar, taking a gentle puff before asking, "Was it typically unguarded here, as it is today?" "No, the 5 guardians you saw earlier maintain a regular rotation here. 2 guard the temple entrance, 2 watch over the artifact room, and 1 patrols the temple with a guardian beast." "Guardian beast?" Rog inquired curiously, glancing back at Tali. The mermaid guardian nodded, confirming, "Indeed, each of them possesses a guardian beast. Ariel is a jellyfish, Afra is an electric ray, Alice is an octopus, Charlotte is a hammerhead shark, and Selena has a sea cucumber." "A sea cucumber?" Rog blinked in disbelief, questioning Tali with incredulity. "This is the first time I've heard that a sea cucumber could serve as a guardian beast. Aren't they typically only for consumption?" "Ordinary sea cucumbers are indeed incapable of defending against intruders, but Selena possesses a giant sea cucumber, approximately 2 meters long, capable of swallowing enemies whole. That it is an exceptionally formidable guardian beast. If that is the case, then it would be a simple task for it to swallow the artifact, wouldn't it?" Rog remarked with a knowing smile upon hearing Tali's explanation. Tali's expression changed abruptly, her eyes widening in alarm as she asked, "Are you suggesting that Selena is the traitor?" Chapter 9. The Demon Hunter's Sinister Smile. Second update. In your opinion, does Selena exhibit any suspicious behavior? Rog did not provide a direct answer, but instead returned the question to Tali. For instance, was she present in the temple on the night of the incident? Who was she with? Certainly, on the evening of the incident, she and Alice were stationed outside the stone chamber. As they were the closest of friends, Serena was modest and diligent, though somewhat rigid in her demeanor. while Alice was clever and charming. Admired by all. I have always felt reassured by these two young ladies. Indeed, everyone is drawn to a beautiful and intelligent girl. Rog nodded absently, casting an appreciative glance at Tali as he spoke. The mermaid guardian noticed his gaze, smiled with restraint, and continued. According to Alice, at the time of the incident, someone suddenly attacked Alice's octopus from a distance. The octopus's ink sac was ruptured, causing the surrounding water to turn completely black. By the time the ink dispersed, the sacred artifact had already been stolen, yet neither the guardians patrolling nor the soldiers at the temple entrance detected any sign of the thief. Is the octopus all right now? Rog moved behind the stone platform, bending down to inspect the shell atop it. Tali replied, although its body was injured, it is not fatal and has recovered significantly. However, it is strange that we found no foreign objects in its wound, such as remnants of an arrow. Well then, let us depart. There is nothing more to see here. Rog strode out of the stone chamber and instructed Tali, please summon 5 guardians to the temple entrance, bringing their guardian beasts with them. I wish to examine them. Tali promptly relayed the order, and 5 guardians stood at the temple entrance alongside their guardian beasts, awaiting inquiries. Rog was the first to approach a sea cucumber that towered over him. Its plump body covered in sharp spines, with a massive mouth at the front of its cylindrical form. Though it possessed no teeth, its mouth was large enough to swallow an adult. What a magnificent creature! Rog circled the giant sea cucumber, stopping beside its enormous mouth, extending his hand towards it. He used his finger to lift a piece of residual black flesh, asking Serena beside him, pray tell, what is this substance? The mermaid priestess lowered her head to examine it for a moment before responding. 2 days ago, Alice's octopus had a minor conflict with the sea cucumber, for some unknown reason. The octopus attacked it. The sea cucumber, upon being assaulted, has a tendency to expel its innards, and this is the remaining flesh connected to its insides. Poor little creature. I hope you can regrow the flesh you lost soon. Rog smiled, gently reaching his hand into the sea cucumber's mouth to stroke it. The sea cucumber twitched slightly, appearing as if it might bite, but fortunately, it had no teeth, and Rog withdrew his hand in time. He turned to Alice's octopus, which lay submissively beside the mermaid priestess, while its owner fixed her gaze intently on the human, awaiting his inquiry. It seems your octopus is not severely injured. Rog paused beside the octopus, leaning down to inspect the small scar outside its ink sac. He then raised his head to address Alice. Does this octopus usually heed your commands? Can you control it? Certainly. All guardians can command their guardian beasts. Alice replied calmly, but then added, however, there are times when unavoidable conflicts arise between them, stemming from their predatory instincts. Very well, I understand. Rog turned to Tali and said, Miss Tali, I have discerned the identity of the individual who stole the sacred artifact. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Several guardians exchanged bewildered glances, while Tali and Catherine looked equally astonished. Tali stepped forward and inquired, who exactly is she? Do not rush. Let me unveil her identity gradually. Rog glanced at the varied expressions of the 5 guardians and continued. The entire sequence of her crime should unfold as follows. On the night of the incident, the suspect took advantage of the distraction to attack Miss Alice's octopus. The wound on the octopus clearly indicates it was inflicted by mermaid claws. Though the wound is small, it was sufficient to cause the octopus's ink to spill, thereby obscuring the theft of the sacred artifact. This explains why no foreign objects were found in the octopus's wound afterward. Subsequently, the perpetrator seized the opportunity of the ink clouding the stone chamber inside and out to infiltrate the chamber. Open the shell, retrieve the sacred artifact, and stuff it into the mouth of the giant sea cucumber, prompting it to swallow the artifact. She then pretended to pursue the thief while vacating the crime scene, ensuring that no one detected the intruder's presence. Once she was out of sight, she lured Miss Alice's octopus to attack the sea cucumber, provoking the sea cucumber to expel its innards, from which she extracted the undigestible sacred artifact and clandestinely transported it to land, achieving her collusion with outsiders to steal the artifact. This is the entirety of the crime. Given this context, Serena, could it be you? Tali turned to the guardian Serena with a mixture of astonishment and anger. The latter, taken aback by the accusation, shook her head fervently. No, I did not. On the night of the incident, only you and Alice were on watch at the stone chamber's entrance, and you are the one most familiar with the sea cucumber's habits. Who else could exploit the sea cucumber to conceal the theft of the sacred artifact but you? Tali pointed her staff at Serena, who stepped back in fear, shaking her head in distress. Miss Alice, on the night of the incident, did you notice any unusual behavior from Miss Serena? Rog calmly turned to the guardian Alice and gently asked. Alice, feeling the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, pondered for a moment before saying, I recall that night. Serena did indeed approach my octopus, stroking its body, but I cannot believe she would do such a thing. She stepped closer to Serena, grasping her hand with determination. Serena's honesty and reliability are evident to us all. How could she possibly engage in collusion with outsiders to steal the sacred artifact? Hearing her best friend's defense, Serena clutched Alice's hands excitedly, leaning her body closely against her back, while other mermaid priestesses nodded in agreement with Alice's words. If it is not her, could it be you? Tali, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of uncertainty. But from Rog's analytical perspective, only the two individuals stationed outside the sacred artifact's entrance bore suspicion. If it were not Serena, then it could only be Alice. Why would I do such a thing? Can you provide me with a reason? Alice asked unflustered, as Tali stared into her eyes for a long time, unable to conceive of a motive for her actions, seeing Tali at a loss for words. Alice tightly grasped Serena's hand and declared loudly, Guardian, I do not know where you found this human, but his accusations against us are entirely unfounded slander. How can you so readily believe the words of an unknown stranger and place the blame upon us? However, Mr. Rog's analysis is not incorrect. One among us must have assisted the thief, and we must identify her and recover the lost sacred artifact. Tali replied with conflicted emotions. To retrieve the sacred artifact. Must one among us serve as a scapegoat? Alice glared angrily at Tali, gently pushing Serena aside, stepping forward to proclaim loudly, Then let me be the scapegoat. Do not harm Serena. Alice, seeing this, Serena hurriedly stepped forward to grasp her, while the other mermaid guardians encircled them, attempting to mediate. Nevertheless, Alice remained resolute in defending her dear friend, her anger still simmering. She turned her gaze toward Rog, who had been observing the unfolding drama, raising her right hand to point accusingly at him. Perhaps he is the one sent by the thieves to confuse our vision. Upon hearing this, the mermaid maidens cast doubtful glances at Rog, some even subtly nodding in agreement. Faced with this situation, Tali felt utterly at a loss. She glimpsed the united expressions of the maidens, turned back to Rog, contemplating her next course of action, while Rog, with a cigar in his mouth, emitted a series of mysterious chuckles. Chapter 10. The Traitor and the Ghost City. First update. Ladies, please calm yourselves. Rog smiled as he approached Alice, surveying the gathered mermaid priestesses around her and Serena. He gently cupped Alice's pointing hand and said, Miss Alice, your integrity is commendable, but I have a question for you. Alice glared coldly at him, unflinching as she gripped the anxious Serena's hand tightly, and heard Rog inquire, Could you tell me why the nail on your right index finger is broken? Rog's question took everyone by surprise, and they all focused their gaze on Alice's index finger, where, as Rog had noted, there was indeed a notch where the nail had broken. I do not know. Perhaps it was accidentally broken in the confusion on the day of the incident. Alice replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Rog smiled slightly and asked, Then could you further explain why your nail would break while inside the body of the sea cucumber? He raised his left hand, meticulously attaching a broken nail to the base of Alice's fractured fingernail. A perfect fit with an identical hue. Those present were instantly rendered speechless, while Rog stared intently into Alice's eyes, perceiving a hint of unmasked astonishment therein. I discovered this merely moments ago in the flesh of the sea cucumber. If my conjecture is correct, it was you who, in a flurry, inadvertently drove your nail into the creature while attempting to deliver the sacred artifact, causing it to contract its muscles in pain, thereby rendering your nail irretrievable and necessitating its breakage. Rog articulated as he pulled Alice's hand forward, removing the cigar from his lips, and fixed her with a penetrating gaze, declaring, You are correct. Miss Selena is innocent. The true traitor among the merfolk is you, Miss Alice. Alice, at Rog's pronouncement, Selena gasped in disbelief, while Tali, standing nearby, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, staring blankly at Alice. Alice regarded Rog through the veil of smoke, and after a prolonged silence, a mocking smile crept across her face. I never anticipated that my intricate schemes would ultimately be thwarted by my own nail. Alice, why would you do such a thing? Tali inquired, her eyes wide with astonishment. Alice cast a sidelong glance at her, sneering, "It's quite simple. If the lost artifact cannot be recovered, you will lose your qualification as a guardian, compelling you to venture out in search of it. In turn, they have promised me that they will eliminate you on land, thus ensuring that the position of guardian is rightfully mine." "You scoundrel!" Tali seethed upon hearing Alice's words, stepping forward to point her guardian staff at her. Seething with indignation, "Are you truly willing to jeopardize the safety of the sacred artifact, even going so far as to betray your own sister, merely for the sake of becoming a guardian?" "Humph, the artifact only concerns human safety. It holds no significance for us," Alice retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Selina beside her. "As for Selina, she is my most devoted accomplice. This foolish girl has been wholeheartedly aiding me, albeit unaware of her actions." With a cold laugh, Alice continued, "That is precisely why I defended her earlier. I sought to confuse and perhaps drive you away, buying time for this naive girl, for she still has her uses. Yet, I evidently underestimated you, Hunter." Alice's words pierced Selina's heart like a sharpened blade, causing her to shake her head in anguish, unable to comprehend the reality, tears of sorrow clouding her eyes, reflecting only Alice's scornful smirk. "Alice, tell me, who is the mastermind behind the theft of the sacred artifact?" Tali demanded, stepping forward with barely contained fury. Alice fixed her beautiful, deep blue eyes on Tali, sneering, "I shall not divulge that information unless you slay me. But should you do so, you will forever remain in ignorance. I will find a way to make you speak, and I hope you do not come to regret it." "Alice," Tali declared, her countenance darkening as she turned to summon the merfolk soldiers, commanding them to imprison Alice. Suddenly, Alice's octopus unleashed a torrent of ink, instantly darkening the surrounding waters. Tali hurriedly cast a spell to disperse the inky gloom, while the merfolk soldiers rushed to subdue the frenzied octopus. Yet Alice seized the opportunity to make her escape. "Alice, you shan't evade me." Tali glowered in the direction Alice fled, uttering a spell to summon a colossal great white shark. She beckoned Rog and the others to mount the shark's back as it leapt from the water. Pursuing Alice's retreating form, the shark's tail swayed gracefully in the water, its speed surpassing that of any human steed, as the rocky coral formations on either side swiftly receded, and the fish in their path scattered in terror. "She is ahead," Tali exclaimed, perched on the dorsal fin of the shark, soon spotting Alice's silhouette as she propelled herself forward with her long fish tail. The shark's rapid approach sent ripples through the water, alerting Alice to her pursuers. "Stop, Alice, you cannot escape." Tali's voice reverberated through the water's currents, reaching Alice's ears. She shot a venomous glare back at Tali before diving deeper into the ocean's depths. However, when Tali and the great white shark arrived at her descent point, she abruptly halted the shark. "What is wrong? Why have we stopped?" Rog inquired, perplexed, from the shark's back. "That area is off limits. The elders strictly forbid any member of the merfolk from entering," Tali replied, gesturing toward the ocean floor. Rog and Catherine followed Tali's gaze, where they beheld the faint outline of a vast structure at the dark blue seabed, resembling a mysterious, tranquil underwater city. "What is this place, and what lies within?" Rog pondered, surveying the silent city, which exuded an eerie stillness, devoid of any marine life, resembling a sunken ruin filled with an aura of foreboding. "This city is called Atlantis. It once stood proudly over the Icewind Strait, serving as a bridge between the Frost Island and the mainland of Ireland. Atlantis was also one of the duchies of the human empire, with Frost Island as its territory, and the magical castle of Radiant City and the Mage Tower were constructed by the king of Atlantis. However, no one anticipated that 2 centuries ago, Atlantis would suddenly vanish beneath the vast ocean. Records indicate that a tremendous explosion occurred beneath the sea, and the elders sensed a surge of potent magical energy. They speculated that the magic-obsessed king of Atlantis likely unearthed some ancient source of power, and the reckless excavation of these unstable forces led to catastrophic consequences. Regardless, no one knows what truly transpired. All we can witness is the ancient city of Atlantis lying quietly on the ocean floor. The elders claim that it continues to emanate terrifying magical energy to this day, hence the prohibition against our kin from entering the ancient city. Tali's words left Rog and Catherine exchanging glances, their knowledge of the ancient city of Atlantis limited, and unable to fathom what it concealed. Yet Tali's statement presented them with a pressing dilemma. Should they enter to pursue Alice? "Tali, I believe we must take this risk. It concerns the whereabouts of the sacred artifact and the true identity of the mastermind behind it. Abandoning our pursuit of Alice may hinder our efforts to uncover the truth from other avenues. Rog contemplated for a moment before addressing Tali that it seems we have no other choice. Tali gazed into Rog's resolute eyes, deliberating before decisively commanding the great white shark to plunge swiftly toward the ancient city of Atlantis. Soon, the shark entered the ancient city, weaving through the remnants of buildings adorned with seaweed and oyster shells. Rog noticed that many structures retained their original forms, not completely reduced to rubble, indicating that this land had sunk as a whole beneath the sea. What kind of force could cause an entire land mass to submerge into the ocean? Rog mused while surveying the silent, desolate ancient city. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of ominous red eyes flickering from the darkness within the windows of a nearby building. "Be cautious. It seems something dwells here, watching us uninvited guests," Rog whispered to Tali and Catherine beside him. The two young women glanced around, spotting the eerie red eyes, but as they locked gazes with them, the eyes vanished into the shadows. "This place feels unsettling," Tali remarked, scanning the surrounding streets. The walls of the algae-clad houses revealed no signs of life, devoid of any trace of hermit crabs or corals. And even the planktonic shrimp were conspicuously absent. "Wait here for a moment," Tali instructed, halting the shark at the crossroads before leaping off its back and gliding toward the nearby streets. But Rog's gaze remained fixed on Tali's retreating figure as he turned to Catherine, saying, "Prepare your weapons, darling, for we may need to contend with unforeseen troubles." Catherine nodded gently at the words, drawing forth the two silver hand cannons that Rog had bestowed upon her, readying herself. Meanwhile, Tali cautiously glided to the second-floor window of a nearby house. Extending her delicate hands to steady herself against the seaweed-covered ledge, the wooden window frame and shutters had long succumbed to decay, leaving only a square opening. Tali leaned in, her gaze carefully probing the interior. The room, shrouded in darkness, lay in disarray. The wooden furniture, ravaged by a century of salt water, had rotted away, while only the metallic and ceramic vessels retained their original forms, albeit now marred by rust and silt. Carelessly strewn in the corners, with her left hand, Tali pointed delicately at the ajar door opposite her, beckoning it toward herself. The door, compelled by a current, detached from its frame and slowly collapsed backward. Revealing a pitch-black corridor ahead, it appeared that there was nothing of interest here. After a fleeting glance at the empty hallway, Tali turned to depart. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly across the corridor, stirring a surge in the water that shattered a ceramic pot standing on the ground. The fragments swirling amidst the turbulent tide, Tali keenly sensed the disturbance in the water, whirling around to scrutinize the corridor, her eyes fixating on the drifting shards, watching them silently scatter across the floor. While the entity that had caused the chaos vanished without a trace. What in the world was that? Tali murmured with mounting suspicion, initially suspecting it to be Alice, yet doubting that Alice could move with such speed. If it wasn't Alice, then what could it be? Could it be some sort of monster? A shiver of apprehension coursed through her as she contemplated whether to call Rog to investigate. Just then, a voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed from the street behind her. Well, if it isn't our divine Tali." Tali spun around to find a robust male merman brandishing a long-handled harpoon, drifting nearby on the street. His long, seaweed-like green hair flowed freely, his skin bearing a murky bluish hue, and a sinister grin danced upon his lips. "Is that you, Tali?" she exclaimed, her finger pointing at him in shock. "Sail, how did you end up here?" "Not just me. My brethren are here as well. Little ones, come forth and greet your beloved sister Tali." Sail laughed boisterously, extending his arms wide as a horde of oddly shaped mermen emerged from the windows and rooftops on either side of the street. Their wild features and fierce gazes exuding a predatory malevolence, resembling a band of monsters that would devour their prey whole. "That I see now. You have been hiding here all along, exploiting this forbidden zone as your refuge since the elders forbade your kin from approaching it," Tali declared sternly, her guardian staff aimed at Sail. That moment, Rog and Catherine, sensing the precariousness of the situation, swam over to Tali's side. Rog, spotting Sail and the formidable merman behind him, quietly inquired about their identities. "These ruffians are the most heinous criminals, exiled or escaped from imprisonment by the elders. They have banded together to form a pirate crew, with Sail, known as the Wild Shark, leading them in raiding fishing and merchant vessels in these waters." capturing the crew to feast upon them. The elders have dispatched forces multiple times to apprehend these scoundrels, yet their lair has eluded discovery. Upon hearing Tali's words, Rog glanced back at the mermen. Realizing they bore a striking resemblance to the cunning conmen and ruthless murderers found in the underground taverns of the human realm. However, Sale dismissed Tali's accusations with a scoff, retorting mockingly, "Miss Tali, your words are rather unfair. Have you not also defied the elder's edict by venturing here? Is that not a crime in itself? I am here to apprehend the temple guardian Alice, who has fled into this domain. Hand her over to me at once," Tali commanded, resolute in her belief that Alice's audacity to escape here was undoubtedly linked to Sale and his crew. "Oh, how could I forget?" Sale grinned lecherously. "Alice, darling, do come out. Have you not yet revealed to your sister Tali the nature of our relationship?" As his words faded, Alice emerged gracefully from behind Sale, casting a cold glance at Tali's furious eyes. Leaning gently against Sale's embrace. "Indeed, I have long been aligned with Sale. That is why your pursuit has never succeeded in capturing us. Had I been able to assume the role of guardian, I could have offered greater assistance to Sale. But alas, you have thwarted my prospects." Alice shot Tali a venomous glare. "Alice, you have disappointed me greatly," Tali retorted, shaking her head in dismay. Alice sneered disdainfully. "However, since you have come all this way, it seems you have chosen your own demise. You shall not leave here alive today. Right you are, my dear. We cannot allow her and her two-legged land-dweller companions to unveil our secrets." Sale chuckled ominously, gesturing with his left hand as the merman pirates surged forward to attack the trio. Seeing the impending assault, Tali brandished her guardian staff, summoning a host of lesser merman soldiers from the swirling waters to engage in battle. Yet, these lesser mermen were no match for the formidable pirate mermen, and soon they fell to the overwhelming numbers. Furious at the turn of events, Tali took matters into her own hands, chanting a spell to conjure a rapidly spinning vortex ahead. The approaching pirate mermen were caught off guard, swept into the tempestuous whirlpool, which acted like a powerful meat grinder, swiftly shredding the mermen caught within, their scales scattering in every direction. "Eliminate her," Sale bellowed in frustration. As defeated in the initial skirmish, he unleashed a furious roar. Several merman knights riding tiger sharks surged forth from behind him, skillfully maneuvering around the swirling vortex to launch a flanking attack. 4 tiger shark knights charged directly at Tali, while the remaining 2 aimed for Rog and Catherine. "Deal with them. I'll be back shortly," Rog instructed Catherine, discarding the butt of his cigar as he swam toward the intersection behind them. Catherine, momentarily stunned by Rog's departure, turned to see the 2 tiger shark knights closing in, their jaws wide open, ready to strike. "Stay back. Don't come any closer." Catherine, terrified to the core by the immense jaws of the tiger shark, hastily raised her silver pistol and aimed it at the oncoming tiger shark knight. Pulling the trigger point, 20 silver bullets poured forth like a torrential downpour from the trumpet-shaped muzzle, instantly transforming both men and fish into a sieve. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 tiger shark knights lunged toward Tali from 4 directions, their wide mouths revealing teeth as sharp as the harpoons wielded by pirates, viciously snapping at the mermaid in a swift motion. Tali spread her arms, conjuring a swirling current around her that forcefully repelled the approaching tiger shark knights. However, she was caught off guard when a massive creature suddenly barreled from behind, its sharp head colliding with her slender waist. Seizing the opportunity while Tali used the tumultuous waters to fend off the swarm of tiger sharks, Rog quickly swam back to her great white shark mount. He gazed into the shark's eyes with his uniquely diamond-shaped pupils, a strange glimmer flickering within them, while a peculiar rumbling sound emanated from his throat, as if he were communicating with the shark in some primal tongue. Moments later, the shark seemed to grasp Rog's intent. Arching its back and propelling itself rapidly toward Tali's position, as it surged past Catherine, Rog deftly pulled the girl onto the shark's back, nearly startling her into a scream. The great white shark sped forth like a bolt from a crossbow, thrusting its mistress onto its back, using its sturdy dorsal fin to support her. With a sweeping motion, its massive body swept across the water, forcing the advancing tiger sharks to retreat before it opened its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, charging headlong into the fray. Positioned behind the dorsal fin, Rog drew forth his gleaming silver sword, and as the great white shark raced past, a dazzling silver flash sliced through the throat of a mermaid pirate knight. Blood gushing forth from the severed neck, The remaining 3 pirates, witnessing the scene, erupted in fury, simultaneously urging their tiger sharks to attack. Rog leaned back to evade the thrusting harpoon, seizing its shaft and plunging it into the chest of one pirate. He swiftly extracted the bloodied harpoon and, with a speed that left no time for reaction, hurled it at another mermaid pirate, who was caught off guard and struck down, tumbling off the shark's back. Only one tiger shark knight remained, startled and hesitating. Seizing the moment, Tali waved her staff, tracing a star-shaped pattern in the water, which transformed into a transparent bow, releasing a piercing crystalline arrow. The tiger shark knight, unable to evade, was instantly pierced through the chest, sinking lifelessly, the surrounding waters staining a deep crimson. The relentless demise of the mermaid pirate knights left the remaining tiger sharks in a state of panic. The great white shark seized the moment, opening its mouth to emit a roar audible only to aquatic beings, causing the frightened tiger sharks to scatter in disarray. Observing the retreat of her foes, Tali commanded the great white shark to ascend, distancing itself from the bloodied waters, and gazed down upon Sire, Alice, and the remaining pirates by their side. What in the world? Where did that damned human come from? Sire glared up at the great white shark and its 3 riders, particularly directing his anger at Rog, seething at the ease with which he had dispatched his elite subordinates. I've heard he is a demon hunter from the human kingdom. Alice softly reminded her beloved. Sire scoffed derisively, gently pushing aside his little lover, and called out to the mermaid pirates behind him. Follow me. Let's see if this demon hunter can withstand my mad shark. With that, he brandished his harpoon and leaped toward the trio, the mermaid pirates following suit, while Alice remained still, quietly observing the surging horde. As the attackers closed in, Tali pointed her mermaid staff, summoning several small dimensional portals in front of the great white shark, from which countless slender eels surged forth, charging directly at the mermaids. Dodge them. Don't get hit. Sire, fully aware of the eel's ferocity, quickly sidestepped to evade the oncoming swarm, attempting to maneuver around them. However, his pirate crew was not so fortunate. Many mermaid pirates were struck by the eels, instantly paralyzed by the powerful electric current emanating from their bodies, convulsing as they sank to the seabed. Avoiding the electric eel barrage, Sayo approached closely. Feinting a thrust at Tali, she swiftly dodged, but Sire, with a flick of his tail, lunged at Rog. Rog had already anticipated the attack aimed at him, brandishing his silver sword directly toward Sire. Sire deflected the blade with his armored left arm. Crashing into Rog's embrace, the force of Sire's charge destabilized Rog, causing him to tumble off the great white shark's back, both grappling in the water as they sank to the depths. Sire relentlessly struck Rog with his tail. But Rog's agile legs easily kicked away the strikes, retaliating with powerful kicks against Sire's body, though Sire's hardened scales offered him ample protection, rendering Rog's attacks ineffective. Realizing brute strength alone would not suffice to defeat Rog, Sire twisted and broke free from Rog's grasp, swimming around in search of an opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Rog steadied himself on the seabed, warily observing Sire's long tail flicking above him, akin to a hawk preparing for a dive. Come on, you birdfish afraid to touch the ground. Let us see if I can strip those scales off you. Rog provocatively beckoned Sire with his middle finger, although Sire did not comprehend the human gesture. He sensed it was far from benevolent, glaring at Rog with a mix of fury and contempt, his grip tightening on the harpoon as he surged downward. The harpoon pierced through the water, aimed directly at Rog, who stood motionless, showing no intention to evade. As the harpoon closed in, Rog suddenly leapt into the air, buoyed by the water's lift, causing Sire to miss wildly, nearly tumbling headfirst into the depths. Seizing the advantage, Rog grasped the tip of Sire's tail, clamping his legs tightly around it, performing a backward roll that sent Sire hurtling backward. Sire's tail was firmly held by Rog, rendering him unable to control his movements. Despite his frantic thrashing, the inertia propelled both combatants into a rapid spin in the water, disorienting them as they whirled. Rog closed his eyes, calculating the perfect moment to release his grip, abruptly letting go and launching Sire toward the nearby building. While he himself retreated, curling his body downwards into the depths, Sire collided forcefully with the structure, breaking through the wall and disappearing into the darkness beyond the gaping hole. Rog shook his dizzy head and looked toward the direction where Sire had vanished. Not seeing him reemerge, he leapt forward, utilizing the buoyancy of the water to approach the opening created by Sire's impact, peering cautiously inside. Suddenly, A sharp harpoon shot out from the darkness, aiming for Rog's chest. He quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike, only to be met with a brutal impact from behind. Sire had surged forward, using his webbed claws to seize Rog by the throat, pinning him to the ground. As Sire raised his steel harpoon, preparing to plunge it into Rog's chest, Rog abruptly shook his head and whistled. A deep blue wide-brimmed hat fell from his head, and a small fluffball leaped out. Landing squarely on Rog's face, the radiant gaze from the little owl, Lilith, rendered Sire rigid, completely immobilized. Rog seized the opportunity to punch Sire down, leaping up to drive his sword through Sire's chest, holding onto Sire's tail. Rog dragged his lifeless body around before flinging it toward a distant building, where it crashed against the wall, causing the entire structure to collapse. Thank you, little darling, but could you refrain from landing your little behind on my face next time? And those claws, do you have any idea how sharp they are? I certainly don't wish to be disfigured at such a young age, Rog remarked, gingerly touching the spots on his face that had been scratched by the little owl's talons. Grimacing as he glanced back at the small creature perched on his shoulder. Well, for you, disfigurement is akin to beauty. I haven't even made you compensate for the feathers I lost while saving you. The little owl retorted, twisting its neck indignantly, glaring back at Rog with a petulant tone. That I can't win against you, little princess. Rog raised his eyebrows in exasperation, suddenly hearing strange sounds emanating from a nearby collapsed building. He turned to gaze at the rubble, just in time to hear a deafening crash as the structures on either side crumbled to the ground, and a colossal beast's head roared forth from the debris. Chapter 13. The Roar of Leviathan, Part 2. The creature, awakened from the ruins of the ocean's abyss, swiftly flattened the surrounding edifices beneath its weight, reducing them to a landscape of shattered stones and debris. The swirling sand and soil muddied the seawater, obscuring everything like a thick fog. Astonished, Rog stepped back while shielding himself from the flying debris, his eyes fixed intently on the direction from which the beast had emerged. He beheld a neck stretching over 10 meters, rising from the murky waters, its mountainous head adorned with hardened scales, 6 eyes radiating a fierce glow, and a gaping maw large enough to swallow an entire 2-story house. As it stood upright, its massive forelimbs, resembling stone pillars, struck the ocean floor with tremendous force, sending ripples radiating outward as the seafloor trembled violently. Divine beings, what in the world is this? Rog's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils dilating with disbelief. He had never encountered such a gigantic and terrifying creature in his demon-hunting career. The monster swept its 6 crimson eyes across the street before quickly spotting Rog's figure. It emitted an enraged roar, and from the murky depths of the sea, 6 enormous, snarling sea serpents lunged toward him. Damn it, hold on tight, little one, Rog shouted to the small owl perched atop his head. Then turned and sprinted down the street as if propelled by wings, with the 6 serpents in relentless pursuit. One serpent lunged at him from the side, opening its massive jaws to bite. Rog leaped into the air, utilizing the buoyancy of the seawater to evade the serpent rushing beneath him, his sword slicing through the serpent's neck, before propelling himself several meters forward to avoid the onslaught of the other 5 serpents. He landed with a roll, but suddenly saw another serpent's gaping maw bearing down on him. In the nick of time, the little owl widened its large eyes, freezing the serpent in place, while Rog's silver sword flashed, shattering the serpent's jaw. He then pushed off the ground and rolled backward, creating distance from the remaining 4 serpents. The enraged serpents launched themselves at Rog from 3 directions, but with no retreat left behind him. A row of houses blocked his escape. Little one, it's time for a true collaboration, Rog shouted urgently to Lilith. Before he finished speaking, the serpent on his right lunged forward. Lilith remained motionless, swiftly turning her head to the right, her eyes glowing as she immobilized the serpent. Simultaneously, Rog executed a leftward somersault, leaping over the serpent that had approached from the left and seizing its neck, leveraging his body's momentum to pull it upward. At that moment, the serpent charging from the front opened its mouth wide and bit down, crushing the head of the left serpent. Rog seized the opportunity, his silver sword sweeping to sever the neck of the serpent before him. Landing deftly on the ground and calmly advancing toward the immobilized right serpent, delivering the final blow. Suddenly, the last serpent, hidden in the shadows, lunged at Rog from behind. By the time Rog noticed, the serpent's steel teeth and gaping maw were mere inches from his face. Instinctively, he raised his sword to defend himself when a series of gunshots rang out, and the serpent's head was riddled with holes, collapsing before him though. "Dear, I owe you one." Rogue looked up at Catherine, who stood on a rooftop ahead. Upon seeing that Rogue was unharmed, a hint of relief surfaced amidst her lingering fear. Before Catherine could speak, the colossal beast suddenly approached her from behind, raising its mountainous forelimb to strike her down. "Catherine, watch out," Rogue shouted urgently, as he saw Catherine engulfed in the beast's shadow. Upon hearing Rogue's warning, Catherine turned to see the beast's grotesque face and the massive paw descending toward her. In an instant, her complexion drained of color, paralyzing her in fear, forgetting to flee. Just when it seemed all was lost, a swift shadow darted from beneath the beast's paw, grabbing Catherine's arm and pulling her away. As the paw crashed down onto the rooftop, causing the ancient stone buildings of the underwater city to collapse under the tremendous weight, the cascading ruins triggered a chain reaction, with numerous buildings crumbling, sending a torrent of debris swirling in the seawater, once again obscuring the surroundings. Tali, having saved Catherine, swiftly pulled Rogue and Lilith onto the back of a great white shark, using the murky waters as cover to escape the beast's gaze. Hiding on a nearby rooftop, what is that thing? The four of them and the great white shark crouched on the rooftop, watching as the beast wreaked havoc on the surrounding structures. Its body was adorned with countless thick, long sea serpents, its skin sheathed in tough scales, with numerous protruding spikes, resembling a dragon without wings. Tali silently observed the rampaging creature, which had already reduced a quarter of the buildings in the area to ruins and continued to delve deeper into the ancient city of Atlantis. After a brief silence, she speculated, "I believe I have seen this creature depicted in the temple murals. It is called Leviathan." "Leviathan? I feel as though I have heard that name before, but it should exist only in legends." Rogue replied, turning to gaze at Tali in astonishment. Tali nodded slightly, then shook her head meaningfully, saying, "Indeed, to humanity, it is merely a myth. However, it has long slumbered beneath the depths of the Desai Sea, according to the elders. This creature was created by the ancient gods to guard the oceans, but over time, it broke free from their control and became a rampaging beast of the sea. The sea god was forced to seal it beneath the Desai Sea. No wonder your elders designated this place as a forbidden zone. They must have known Leviathan lay in slumber here. The sinking of the Atlantis kingdom 2 centuries ago is likely also related to Leviathan." Rogue realized with a start that moment. The little owl perched on Rogue's hat suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that fish is about to be eaten." The three of them instinctively turned to the direction indicated by Lilith's wings and beheld a mermaid being pursued by several serpents. Encircled and cornered from all sides, "Oh no, that's Alice." Tali recognized her subordinate, the mermaid guardian, panic seizing her as she turned to grasp Rogue's arm. Rogue's gaze remained fixed on the formidable creature, knowing that if he allowed Alice to be devoured, the final clue would vanish, and all their efforts would be in vain. "Lilith, can you immobilize Leviathan?" he called out loudly to the little owl above him. The little creature shrieked, "Don't count on me. Immobilizing one large serpent is already my limit. I can't handle such a colossal monster." "Very well, you all stay here." Rogue rose from the rooftop, striding toward the great white shark. Tali exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing?" Rogue paused for a moment but offered no answer. Instead, he gently took the little owl from his head, placing it into the bubble enveloping Catherine, before leaping onto the great white shark and charging toward Leviathan. "Rogue." Tali stood in astonishment on the rooftop, staring at Rogue's retreating figure. After a moment of hesitation, she turned to Catherine and Lilith, saying, "You two stay here. I'm going to help him." Upon concluding her speech, she swayed her fishtail and departed the rooftop, pursuing Rogue's footsteps. Enveloped by the colossal serpent, Alice was paralyzed with fear. Trembling uncontrollably, the giant snake swiftly caught up with her, coiling its lengthy body around her and propelling her towards the gaping maw of Leviathan. Alice beheld the monstrous head of Leviathan, its mouth brimming with sharp teeth. Sheer terror overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. The giant serpent delivered her to the brink of Leviathan's jaws, poised to cast her into the abyss. Suddenly, a great white shark, bearing Rogue, surged alongside it, and with a swift stroke of his sword, Rogue severed the serpent's head in twain. He then grasped Alice's arm, dragging her onto the shark's back, redirecting their course back to where they had come from at a breakneck speed. Enraged by the assault, the behemoth opened its mouth wide, forcefully inhaling the surrounding seawater, which instantaneously formed a gigantic whirlpool, drawing Rogue, Alice, and the great white shark into its depths. Chapter 14. The Great Escape from the Beast. Rogue, once again ensnared within the beast's mouth, hastily grasped the tip of one of Leviathan's teeth with one hand, while fiercely clutching Alice's hand with the other. The great white shark that bore them was swallowed into Leviathan's belly. The creature's throat resembled an abyss, the powerful suction weakening Rogu's grip, and after a desperate struggle, his hand finally slipped away, thrusting him and Alice into the creature's gut. Suddenly, Leviathan ceased its intake of water, its neck convulsing violently, as if it were coughing uncontrollably, expelling the water it had ingested. This unforeseen turn of events filled Rogu with elation. He quickly seized Alice, using the torrent to propel them towards escape. Without warning, something surged forward from behind, and before Rogu could react, the great white shark, having been engulfed, collided into his embrace. Startled yet delighted, Rogu clung to the shark as it leapt powerfully, bursting forth from the giant's maw. Leviathan, incensed at the loss of its prey, turned and lumbered after them, while the serpents extending from its form lunged from all directions. In this dire moment, Tali arrived at the scene, allowing the great white shark to pass. She pointed her staff at Leviathan, summoning 4 enormous whirlpools from the surrounding waters. The debris from the buildings that Leviathan had flattened was caught in the whirlpools, raining down upon the serpents and greatly distracting them. Tali, do not confront it head-on. We have no chance of victory. We must flee, Rogu called, halting the great white shark. Tali acknowledged his words and prepared to turn away, but suddenly saw Leviathan open its maw and unleash a colossal fireball, which, astonishingly, did not extinguish in the water, rolling towards Tali with ferocity. Alarmed, Tali swiftly turned, propelling herself forward with her fish tail, while Rogu urged the great white shark to keep fleeing, anxiously glancing back at Tali's progress. He noted that the fireball approached much faster than Tali could swim, the blazing rocks scattering around her tail fin, the searing flames drawing dangerously close. This is dire. I must find a way to save her, Rogu thought. Just as a streak of silver shot past him, the silver line cleaved through the center of the fireball, causing it to shatter into 2 halves amid the scattering embers, which then plummeted onto the ancient ruins below. "Oh yes, success!" exclaimed Catherine, who still wielded her silver hand cannon, visibly relieved as she waved joyfully. Seeing Tali unharmed, Rogu hastily pulled her onto the great white shark's back, navigating to pick up Catherine and Lilith as they fled further from Leviathan's wrath. "Thank you, Catherine," Tali expressed, still shaken as she addressed her. Before the girl could respond, the little owl perched atop her head muttered, "Wasn't it my brilliant idea? Why does it seem no one wishes to thank me?" "Now is not the time for accolades. That massive creature behind us is likely famished after centuries without a meal and is furious for lack of dinner," Rogu remarked, casting a glance back at the pursuing behemoth. Rogu's observation held truth. Although Leviathan's fireball had not struck Tali, it relentlessly pursued them, its form and the thrashing serpents obliterating everything in their path, reducing nearly half of the ancient city of Yades to rubble beneath its weight. Just as the group was at their wits' end, a multitude of merfolk emerged from behind Leviathan. These elite warriors, donned in sturdy scales and wielding sharp tridents, were led by the elders of the merfolk, including 3 temple guardians who had come to deliver news. The arrival of the merfolk army filled Rogu and his companions with hope as they witnessed Leviathan halt its pursuit and turn to engage in fierce combat with the merfolk warriors. Tali expressed a desire to assist, but Rogu restrained her. "Listen, our priority should be to escort Alice to the elders, entrusting her to the soldiers for custody before we consider Leviathan," he advised, hearing Rogu's words. Alice, who had been feigning unconsciousness on the shark's back, seized the moment to flick her fish tail, sending Catherine tumbling from the shark's spine, and then leapt westward with a swift flick of her tail. Rogu hurriedly leaped from the shark's back to grasp Catherine, while Tali commanded the great white shark to catch the 3 of them, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Damn it, she has escaped again." Rogu glanced back at the ongoing battle with Leviathan before turning to Tali. "We cannot aid in that fight. Capturing Alice is our foremost concern." Reluctantly, Tali agreed and directed the great white shark to continue westward. After an indeterminate chase, the shark broke the surface near the icy island, with Tali standing atop its back, gripping its towering dorsal fin, gazing towards the horizon where she faintly spotted Alice stepping onto a white isle. "She has gone to Ice Island," Tali informed Rogu. Upon hearing this disheartening news, Rogu furrowed his brow, knowing that if they continued their pursuit in the water, Tali would have a better chance of overtaking Alice on her mount. However, should Alice set foot on Ice Island, the unfamiliar and convoluted terrain would likely cause them to lose her trail. The great white shark soon approached Ice Island, known as Mage Island, which had been shaped by the magical energies of great sorcerers over the centuries. Remaining perpetually snow-covered and devoid of seasons, the holy city of the White Wizards, Radiant City, lay nestled within this frozen expanse. Upon disembarking on Ice Island, the four discovered a landscape blanketed in endless white snow. Devoid of flora or trees, with the undulating mountains occasionally revealing dark outlines against the pristine snow, resembling an uncolored landscape painting. There are footprints. She went north, Rogu pointed out to Tali, indicating the snowy shoreline. Tali observed two broad sets of footprints imprinted in the snow, evidently left behind in haste. Let us move. We should still have time to catch up with her, if only Lilith could fly during the day. Otherwise, we could monitor her from above. Rogu glanced at the little owl perched atop his head, which had succumbed to the dazzling sunlight reflecting off the snow, burrowing itself into his hat, exposed to such sunlight. Your body will soon dehydrate. This will help you endure a bit longer. Rogu removed his deep blue cloak and wrapped it around Tali. Gently patting her shoulder, he strode purposefully in the direction of Alice's footprints. Beckoning Catherine, "Come on, ladies, quicken your pace. We have fallen too far behind." Seeing Rogu sprinting through the snow with Catherine, Tali offered a grateful smile and hurried to follow. The group advanced along the trail left by Alice, traversing an open snowy plain, and soon discerned a figure ahead, which evidently noticed them in turn and dashed towards a nearby hill. Climbing that hill, not a wise choice, Rogu observed as Alice ascended the slope. Her legs, transformed from her fishtail, appeared to struggle significantly, her speed diminishing considerably. He temporarily left Tali and Catherine behind, racing up the hill, while Alice neared the summit. "Alice, stop running. We can talk. There is still room for negotiation." Rog hurriedly ascended the hillside, shouting, but Alice merely cast a cold glance over her shoulder before vanishing at the summit. Upon reaching the top, Rog discovered that Alice's figure had already disappeared. He turned back to assist the struggling Tali and Catherine in their ascent, tracking Alice's footprints along the way to continue the pursuit. Not far into their journey, a deep chasm obstructed their path, with a snow-laden suspension bridge connecting its sides. The profound imprints on the bridge's surface indicated Alice's direction. Rog hurried the two onto the bridge, but as they reached the midpoint, the ropes at the front suddenly snapped, and the bridge plummeted into the chasm amidst a chorus of screams. That a rope was perfectly tossed to Rog, who, reacting swiftly, reached out to grasp it as he fell. Simultaneously, Tali clung to Rog's leg, while Catherine held on to Tali's ankle, leaving the three of them suspended in midair. "Are you all right? Can you climb up?" A young man of athletic build stood at the edge of the snowy cliff, gripping the other end of the rope tightly, wrapping it around a tree trunk, and shouting to the three on the bridge. "Catch it above, friend," Rog called back, then turned to Catherine, urging, "Catherine, step on our shoulders to climb up. Your weight is the lightest. You should manage." Catherine steadied herself, recalling the climbing techniques she had learned, and with the assistance of Tali and Rog, she carefully maneuvered over their heads, crawling towards the cliff using the rope. The young man extended his hand to pull her up. Once she reached the edge, the girl cast a grateful glance at the young man, then turned to watch as Rog grasped Tali's arm, assisting her over his body to grab the rope and ascend to the cliff's edge, where the young man and Catherine helped hoist her up as well. Once both young women were safely atop, Rog began his ascent. He swiftly approached the cliff's edge and prepared to pull himself up when a gust of wind suddenly knocked his deep blue wide-brimmed hat off. Startled, Rog instinctively released his grip and lunged after it, leaving the three on the cliff in shock. The two young women and the young man hurriedly peered over the edge, but Rog's figure had already vanished from sight. "What just happened?" "It was merely a hat," the young man exclaimed, bewildered, turning back to the girls. Tali and Catherine were too frantic to explain, their hearts racing in anxiety when a figure unexpectedly leaped up from below, startling the three and causing them to step back. It was Rog, appearing safe and sound, wearing his hat once more. "I thought you were a goner, brother. Would you risk your life for a mere hat?" The three exclaimed in delight as the young man stepped forward to shake Rog's hand. "Thank you, brother. Had it not been for you, we would have been in dire straits," Rog replied calmly, smiling as he removed the blue hat and turned it over to reveal a small, black-feathered owl with red claws, curled up and soundly asleep inside. "Oh, this adorable little creature. Now it makes sense. The young man chuckled, a look of understanding dawning on him as he watched Rog place the hat back on his head. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Murphy, nicknamed Scorpio, an adventurer. Scorpio Murphy, I have heard of you. You are the first to dare enter the death marshes alone to steal the eggs of the bipedal dragons and return alive. Rog regarded the young man with admiration and introduced him to the two young women beside him. The girls exchanged glances, taking in Murphy's stature, which was similar to Rog's but leaner, with short black hair. Prominent brows and bright eyes, he wore a blue robe lined with white fur and carried a slender, ornate curved dagger at his waist. I am Rog, a demon hunter, but I hope you have not heard of me. Rog grinned as he extended his hand to Murphy, who instinctively took it, gazing at Rog's face for a moment before exclaiming, Of course I know. You are the lone wolf that the Holy Order has been hunting for 10 years. See, I knew my infamous reputation would not be forgotten. Rog chuckled, turning to the two young women with an open-handed gesture. Murphy quickly corrected him. No, it is not a bad reputation. Being pursued by the Holy Order does not necessarily denote villainy. On the contrary, I have heard countless tales of your exploits against vampires. Oh, please do not ask me to recount each one. You would surely find it dreadfully boring. Rog replied with a smile and a shrug. He glanced back towards the direction Murphy had come from, inquiring, Did you happen to see a young woman pass by? Indeed, I did see a uniquely dressed young woman. Her attire bears some resemblance to this lady. Murphy remarked, glancing at Tali. Though both she and Alice had taken on human forms, the distinctive pearl earrings and shell hairpins of their merfolk heritage still rendered them remarkably unique. By the way, I seem to have neglected to introduce you to the ladies. This is Miss Catherine, and this is Miss Tali. We are in pursuit of the young woman who just ran past, but we are unfamiliar with this area. Would you be able to guide us? Upon hearing Rog's request, Murphy readily agreed, leading the four of them in the direction Alice had fled, traversing the snow-covered, barren mountains where Alice's clear footprints were visible alongside a set of footprints leading back from Murphy's earlier passage. The four hurriedly followed the tracks, and as they approached a downward slope, they spotted Alice's silhouette in the distance. She seemed utterly exhausted, having halted her frantic pace, trudging through the snow with weary steps. That's her. Quickly, let us catch up. Rog beckoned to the others, and the four hastened down the slope, drawing closer to Alice. The fleeing mermaid caught the sound of their footsteps behind her and turned abruptly, her eyes widening in alarm as she saw them rushing toward her. She quickly turned to flee once more. Stop! Alice, you cannot escape! Rog shouted fiercely, his legs propelling him forward with astonishing agility, leaving Murphy, Tali, and Catherine trailing behind. Just as Rog was mere steps from Alice, he reached out his right hand to grasp her, when suddenly a dark sphere hurtled down the left slope, whistling toward him. Recognizing the imminent danger, Rog instinctively bent his knees and slid forward, narrowly avoiding the sphere that zipped past his nose, the gust of wind tousling his bangs, and it crashed heavily into the snow nearby. Having narrowly escaped, Rog had to pause, leaping back up to see Alice pulling further ahead as he prepared to continue the pursuit. Another chain-linked dark sphere came hurtling toward him from the left slope. Rog quickly retreated, and the iron ball crashed to the ground before him, sending a spray of dirt and snow into the air. What the devil is this? Rog grumbled, glancing back at the slope, only to see a horde of green-skinned, pointy-eared, grotesque creatures, wielding black chain balls, aiming to throw them at him again. Goblins, Rog realized. Now prepared, he sidestepped the incoming iron ball, seizing the chain behind it, using its momentum to spin around and hurl it back at them. The goblins were taken aback, having never expected someone to catch and return their iron ball, and they scattered in a panic. One of the iron balls flew past a goblin, crashing heavily in front of him, causing the creature to tumble into the snow, cowering with its hands over its head, too frightened to move. Blast it, those goblins again. Murphy and the others caught up to Rog, and Murphy, observing the fleeing goblin, said with irritation, Ever since I set foot on this island, those wretched little monsters have been attacking me. He turned to Rog, speaking admiringly. Thank goodness for your agility. Had it been another, they would have surely been crushed by that iron ball. This is nothing. We must not linger with those goblins. We must continue to pursue Alice, Rog replied, glancing back in the direction Alice had fled, realizing she had already rounded the mountain's base and was out of sight. The four resumed their chase, following Alice's footprints around the mountain's base when a strange cry echoed from above. A multitude of goblins appeared at the summit, glaring down at the four with fury. brandishing their chain balls as they hurled them downwards, a deluge of projectiles raining upon them. These ugly brutes have lost their tempers. Run! As Rog saw the chain balls descending from the sky in a tumultuous manner, he could not help but cry out, prompting the four to hastily sprint away. Behind them, the chain balls unleashed a relentless rain of iron upon the ground, shattering everything within their path. The enraged goblins on the hillside, witnessing the four escape the range of their assault, were unwilling to relent easily. They leapt down the slope, seizing the fallen chain balls to continue their pursuit, the thundering sound of iron striking the earth ringing ominously behind them. In a moment of misfortune, Catherine slipped and fell to the ground. Struggling to rise, she suddenly heard the sound of rushing wind behind her and turned to see a chain ball hurtling towards her head. The terrified girl shut her eyes and screamed, clutching her head in fear, when out of nowhere, a figure appeared beside her, swiftly dragging her backwards and kicking the falling chain ball aside. Rog, having kicked away the chain ball, drew Catherine's silver pistol from her waist, raising it to obliterate the goblin at the top of the hill who had launched the chain ball, its brain splattering as its lifeless body toppled backward. "Keep moving. Don't stop," Rog gritted through his teeth, pulling the trembling Catherine along as he retreated, turning to shoot another goblin that was preparing to throw a chain ball when faced with dire circumstances. Offense is the best defense. Never succumb to inaction. As he spoke, Rog fired off 8 rounds with the silver pistol, each shot finding its mark, and 8 goblins fell in rapid succession that he returned the pistol to Catherine, then maneuvered through the 3 companions to continue advancing. Murphy and Tolly supported the shaking Catherine as they hurried forward, while the goblins, shaken by the recent ambush, hesitated. By the time they mustered the courage to pursue again, the 4 had vanished without a trace. Seeing that the goblins had not followed, the panting quartet gradually slowed their pace. Rog remained at the forefront, his gaze scanning the cliffs on either side. They found themselves in a valley, the path beneath their feet continuing into the depths, with the walls on either side not steep, yet difficult to climb. "I fear we may have lost her," Rog said to Murphy, who was trailing behind. "There was another path beside the one we took. Alice must have gone that way, otherwise she would have left footprints." The adventurer glanced down at the ground ahead. Indeed, finding no trace of any footprints, he frowned and turned back to Rog, asking, "What do you intend to do? Should we go back?" "That would not be wise. We could very well face another ambush from the goblins." "I certainly do not wish to encounter those suddenly flying iron balls again, only to have my skull crushed," Rog replied, shaking his head. He pointed to the road ahead, addressing Murphy. "This path is not straight. It veers westward. It seems Alice's route also extends westward. Perhaps we will fortuitously cross paths with her." The adventurer agreed with his plan and relayed their decision to Tolly and Catherine, both of whom were keen to avoid returning to face the goblins' iron balls. Thus readily supported Rog's decision, the 4 quickened their pace, advancing along the winding road of the valley, hoping to encounter Alice around the next bend. After rounding a significant curve, they suddenly came upon a vast expanse of land. In the center of the clearing stood a circular arrangement of a dozen or so towering stones, each rising 4 to 5 meters high, with a uniquely posed humanoid statue clad in armor standing at the inner side of each stone. "What are these?" Seeing this scene, the 4 were taken aback. Murphy glanced at the stones and statues in the clearing and remarked, "They appear to be remnants of an ancient civilization. Could they be relics of the kingdom of Atis?" Rog questioned Tolly. The mermaid guardian nodded in realization, stating, "You are correct. It is quite possible. Ice and Snow Island was once part of the kingdom of Atis, so these could very well be remnants of that ancient realm." "The kingdom of Atis? I have heard it mysteriously vanished 2 centuries ago. If these are indeed its remnants, I must study them intently." With excitement ignited by their conversation, the adventurer quickly approached the stones, and Rog and the others followed closely behind. Upon reaching one of the stones, he extended his hand towards an unknown symbol carved into its surface. The moment Murphy's hand made contact with the symbol, the ground trembled violently, startling everyone into retreat. They watched as the stones, accompanied by a deafening roar, sank into the earth. When they re-emerged, they had formed a solid 5-meter-high wall of rock surrounding the 4. "It seems one of us has triggered a trap," Rog said, raising an eyebrow at the astonished Murphy beside him. Suddenly, his keen ears caught the sound of cracking stone, and his gaze instinctively locked onto the statues surrounding them. To their astonishment, every statue began to move. These soldiers, composed entirely of rock, marched with heavy steps toward the center of the clearing. their angular faces turning in unison to face the four. The dark glow emanating from the eye sockets of their full-coverage helmets sent a chill down their spines. And the iron fists clenched tightly hinted at impending danger. "I believe I have encountered these before," Murphy said, slowly reaching for the curved dagger at his waist. "These are stone golems, magical constructs with bodies of pure stone. Typically employed for protecting regions. If I am not mistaken, they will not return home until we are all eliminated. No need to panic," Rog replied calmly, lighting a cigar and placing it between his lips. He drew a silver longsword from his back, his gaze sweeping over the stone sentinels as he remarked, 18 in total, with 5 of us. That means each of us only has to handle 4. 5 of us?" Upon hearing Murphy's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Before he could comprehend who the 5th individual mentioned by Roger was, Roger had already leaped towards the rock golem, the stone soldiers. Witnessing Roger's advance, transformed their rocky hands into swords and shields of stone, glowing with a brown luminescence. The marble sword clashed heavily against the edge of Roger's blade, causing a violent tremor in his grip. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, pushing aside the stone soldier's sword, and with a swift motion, he shattered its head. The other 7 stone beings lunged at Roger from both sides, while the remaining stone soldiers charged past him towards Murphy. Tali and Catherine, these rock-formed creatures sprinted with a speed that rivaled that of humans, hurtling towards Murphy, raising their stone swords to deliver a crushing blow. The adventurer nimbly dodged the strike, drawing his curved blade with a chilling gleam, carving an arc of brilliance through the air as it struck the stone soldier, causing fragments of earth and stone to scatter from its form. However, this casual strike failed to inflict significant damage on the stone being. The golem retracted its right-hand sword, and with ferocity, brought its left-hand stone shield crashing down upon Murphy. The adventurer leaped back, only to be caught off guard as another stone soldier barreled towards him from the side. Shield raised to defend its body, while its sword lunged menacingly at Murphy's midsection. That moment, unable to stabilize his stance, Murphy had no choice but to forcibly block the attack with his curved blade. Yet, the stone soldier seemed to anticipate this, lowering its sword to evade the blade's edge, thrusting the back of its sword towards Murphy's abdomen. Just as the situation seemed dire, a gunshot rang out, and a gleaming silver bullet struck true against the soldier's neck. The bullet's powerful force obliterated the golem's neck, causing its head to detach with a sickening crack, both head and body collapsing to the ground simultaneously. Sweating profusely, Murphy cast a grateful glance at Catherine, who stood with a silver pistol raised. Though her hands trembled violently, her face bore an expression of unwavering determination, spurred by Roger's earlier words of encouragement. She gritted her teeth and pulled the trigger once more. With the second shot, another stone soldier crumpled to the ground, its neck shattered as Catherine prepared to fire again. The remaining stone soldiers abruptly ceased their assault, vanishing in a swirl of brown light. The 4 within the stone circle exchanged bewildered glances, still trying to grasp the sudden turn of events, when the unknown runes carved into the giant stone walls began to glow simultaneously, unleashing 18 brilliant beams of light that surged toward them. Chapter 17. Lethal Light, Second Update. The magical beams hurtled menacingly towards Roger. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself from the oncoming light, stepping back while squinting to evade the blinding radiance. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself unscathed, encircled by a shimmering membrane of water that rippled with luminescence. The beam struck the surface of the water membrane, creating countless ripples. Not only Roger, but also Murphy and Catherine, found themselves enveloped in an indomitable water shield just as the beams were about to pierce them. Among the crowd, Tali, the mermaid guardian, raised her staff high, the rippling magical light emanating from its tip fortifying the water membrane around them, resisting the onslaught of the giant stone's magical rays. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, the beams of light ceased, revealing 14 stone soldiers who emerged from the giant stone, once more brandishing their stone swords and shields as they charged at the 4. Catherine, seizing the moment, raised her silver pistol and fired, the silver bullets raining down upon the stone soldiers. The golems raised their sturdy marble shields to block Catherine's shots, rushing forward, their stone swords thrusting towards her. Murphy dashed forward to protect Catherine, deflecting the stone swords of the front line with his curved blade. That moment, a flash of silver darted past, piercing a hole through one of the stone soldiers, as Roger followed closely behind, crashing into 3 of the golems and sending them sprawling to the ground. Roger sprang back to his feet, seizing the neck of one stone soldier with his bare hands. With a swift motion, he snapped its neck with a sickening crack, the golem collapsing lifelessly. Without hesitation, he withdrew the silver sword from the fallen soldier and swiftly severed another golem's throat, leaping back to Murphy's side just as Catherine blasted another soldier's head apart. Once again, the stone soldiers vanished from sight. The surrounding stones glowed anew, and 18 thicker beams of powerful light surged towards the four. Tali hurriedly cast a spell, conjuring a protective water membrane to shield them from the searing magical rays. During this tense standoff, Murphy's gaze shifted from the stone statue with the broken neck on the ground to Roger beside him. He discreetly observed Roger's physique and arms, astonished by his ability to crush the golem's resilient neck with his bare hands. Even Murphy's sharp steel knife could not sever a stone soldier's head in a single blow. What manner of being is he? Such rumors had never mentioned that he possessed the strength to shatter rock. Murphy pondered, recalling Roger's swift pursuit of Alice, unable to fathom what kind of training one must undergo to attain such incredible speed and power. Just as Murphy was lost in thought, the magical beams of light vanished once more, and 10 stone soldiers burst forth from the radiance. Murphy and Roger advanced in unison, while Tali and Catherine raised their staff and pistol, launching a counteroffensive against the stone beings. Roger led the charge, using his silver sword to deflect an incoming stone sword, leaning back to evade the impact of a stone shield, and swiftly maneuvering his left hand between the sword and shield to grip the golem's throat. A glimmer of deadly intent flashed in his eyes as he crushed the stone soldier's throat, accompanied by the shattering of earth and rock. Murphy, closely observing Roger's actions, caught a strange low growl emanating from Roger's throat as he crushed the golem's neck. However, there was no time to contemplate it. He deftly avoided a descending stone sword, gracefully maneuvered around the heavy shield, and positioned himself beside the golem. With all his strength, he attempted to crush its throat. But his efforts bore no fruit, as the stone soldier's neck remained unscathed. Just then, he narrowly evaded a blow from the golem's swinging shield, retreating to draw his knife sheath from his waist. Pressing the ruby on the sheath, a sharp metal spike shot forth. The blade and spike gleamed with chilling brilliance as they shattered the golem's throat, its head rolling into the snow as Murphy advanced. Silver bullets and water streams surged between him and Roger, striking the heads of 2 stone soldiers. The water column shattered the golem's heads, while the silver bullets pierced their foreheads, when Roger's final sword strike shattered the head of the stone soldier pierced by the silver bullet. The remaining stone soldiers vanished once more. Realizing another magical light assault was imminent, Roger and Murphy retreated to Tali's side, where the mermaid guardian conjured a protective shield to envelop them. However, this time the intensity of the magical assault far exceeded their expectations. Each beam was nearly a meter wide, nearly engulfing the entire area. The water membrane shield bore the brunt of the immense impact, forcing Tali to expend all her magical energy to protect everyone. Beads of sweat cascading down her brow. "Roger, we must find a way. I can barely hold on." Tali gasped, her voice trembling as she called out to Roger, her grip on the staff faltering, as if even standing had become a struggle. The surrounding water membrane grew thinner under the relentless assault of the magical rays. Suddenly, Tali trembled, her legs giving way as she fell to her knees, desperately trying to prop herself up with her staff. Yet unable to rise, the water membrane shield shattered in an instant, and the blinding light swiftly swept towards the four. In that critical moment, the giant stone walls abruptly ceased their onslaught, and the final 6 rock soldiers reappeared, charging forward with murderous intent. The 4, having narrowly escaped death, disregarded their relief at surviving, as Roger rushed to assist Tali. Seizing the moment before the stone soldiers could close in, he addressed Murphy and Catherine. "Listen closely. We must eliminate 3 of the stone soldiers. Remember, only 3. Murphy and Catherine were momentarily taken aback, still grappling with the significance of Rog's words. When the stone beings charged forward, Rog pushed Tali towards Catherine, sidestepping one of the stone creatures, and with a swift motion, he drew his sword and cleaved its head apart. The adventurers followed closely behind, their blades stabbing forth to fell another stone figure. At that moment, a 3rd stone creature approached Catherine and Tali from behind. Upon hearing the heavy footsteps approaching, Catherine instinctively turned, raised her firearm, and pulled the trigger. The silver bullet promptly shattered the creature's neck. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, yet another stone being lunged at her from the side, brandishing its stone sword. Startled, the young woman instinctively aimed her pistol at the creature and fired. In that fleeting moment as the trigger was pulled, Catherine suddenly recalled Rog's words. Yet the silver bullet was already in flight, tracing a silvery arc toward the throat of a fourth stone being. The sound of a delicate chime echoed as the speeding silver sword deftly intercepted the bullet's trajectory. Rog swiftly followed, leaping to topple the stone creature to the ground, but instead of launching another attack, he sprang back up, retrieving his fallen silver sword and retreating to Catherine's side. "You clumsy girl, I hardly think you wish for us all to become specters." Rog exhaled a final plume of smoke, discarding his nearly extinguished cigar onto the ground, and warned the still-shaken Catherine, "You two stay here and do not engage in any actions." He then turned to charge at the stone beings, calling out to Murphy, "Come on, brother, it's time to test our synergy." The adventurer pivoted and lunged at the nearest stone creature, his curved dagger and silver sword striking in unison, severing two stone heads that fell to the ground simultaneously. At that juncture, the last remaining stone creature ceased its movements, its form gradually fading amidst a brilliant brown light. Murphy, Tolly, and Catherine gasped in shock, and Murphy shouted, "Miss Catherine, shoot quickly." Acting on instinct, Catherine raised her silver pistol, exerting all her strength to pull the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the silver bullet whizzed through the space where the stone being had been, yet it had already vanished in a flickering glow. "Oh no!" Tolly exclaimed in despair upon witnessing the scene. Chapter 18. The Little Girl Saves the World. First update. Just as Tolly believed their doom was sealed, a small girl clad in a black feathered outfit and red ballet shoes appeared. Skipping to the spot where the stone being had vanished, the child's eyes sparkled as they locked onto a small gray stone turtle lying on the ground, and she bent down to pick it up with her tiny hand. Adorned in black lace gloves. "You owe me a favor. Remember to repay me with delicious treats." Lilith tossed the little turtle to Rog, who swung his silver sword and shattered it into two halves with a resounding crash. The surrounding stones of the stone circle rumbled and retreated underground, vanishing entirely. Unbeknownst to them, as Rog and Murphy simultaneously dispatched the two stone creatures, Lilith had already emerged from beneath Rog's wide-brimmed hat. Hopping down to confront the last stone being, the mischievous little girl deliberately delayed for a few seconds, and in the moment before the creature was about to disappear, she unleashed a binding beam from her eyes, freezing it in place before casting a spell to transform it into a stone turtle. That a sly smile crept across her face as she observed the cold sweat on Tolly, Murphy, and Catherine's brows. "I knew you only wanted to eat. After all that danger, you didn't even think to help out, and now you expect treats for doing so little." Rog strode up to the little girl and gently ruffled her hair. The small girl pouted, covering her head and retorting, "I don't want to be responsible for everything. Please call me Miss Key. I see you're just a little glutton," Rog teased, tousling her dark purple hair into a mess before turning to stride toward the exit. "You've messed up my feathers. No, my hair. Stop right there," the little girl exclaimed, her small hands busy trying to fix her hair as she bounced after Rog. Tolly and the others stood watching the amusing sight of the unlikely duo, their earlier tension dissipating into laughter as they hurried to catch up. With a reluctant little owl perched atop his head, Rog and his three companions departed the stone circle and continued on their path. Along the way, he introduced Lilith to Murphy, who greeted the little girl warmly. "Hello, cutie, I'm Murphy." Lilith cast him a disdainful glance, replying, "No wonder the drakes of the death marshes find you unappetizing. I too dislike eating scrawny mice full of bones." The laughter that erupted from Rog, Tolly, and Catherine was uncontrollable, while Murphy's face flushed a deep tomato red, awkwardly glancing at the others and offering a sheepish smile, utterly at a loss before the little imp. Just as Rog managed to stifle his laughter and prepared to say something to alleviate Murphy's embarrassment, a red-robed archmage suddenly appeared at the mouth of the valley, flanked by rows of heavily armored soldiers, imposing and blocking their path. "You have trespassed upon the ice and snow isle, desecrating the stone circle. You must be punished," the archmage declared without hesitation, pointing his staff at the fort. The armored soldiers surged forward, enveloping them in a whirlwind of clattering armor before they could react, binding them tightly within its confines. At the archmage's command, the armor turned, forcibly leading the four away from the stone circle. "Where on earth did that old geezer come from?" Rog muttered through gritted teeth, confined within the armor. Above him, the little owl, nearly squashed by the full-face helmet, pecked him sharply, chiding, "You clumsy bear, for poking a hornet's nest. Now both of us are suffering. How come you didn't say so when we were eating meat together?" Rog retorted, rolling his eyes, only to receive another sharp peck, causing him to grimace in pain. All right, I won't complain. Just bear with it a bit longer. I'll think of something. Though he said this, he had no actual plan, resigning himself to the armored confinement as they trudged forward across the plains. Time passed without their notice. Darkness gradually enveloped the land, and the archmage lit the tip of his staff, illuminating the path ahead, casting a glimmer of starlight across the snowy expanse. After about an hour of traversing the snowy night, a brilliant glow suddenly illuminated the dark, foreboding landscape ahead, revealing a magnificent castle to the archmage's eyes. Towering spires crowned the castle walls. Radiant magical crystals atop the towers emitted dazzling light, bathing the surroundings in a daylight-like glow. At the center of the castle stood a towering white spire that pierced the clouds, the most renowned mage tower of the Auroran continent, the ultimate hall of the white mages located at the heart of the City of Radiance. The archmage led the four and the armored soldiers to the gates of the City of Radiance, where the magical drawbridge descended. An oval dimensional gate materialized at the bridge's head, and under the archmage's command, the armored soldiers formed an orderly line and entered the castle through the dimensional portal. The sound of crunching snow gradually transformed into the crisp clattering of footsteps on solid ground as Rog heard the iron gate being swung open. Following a series of pauses, the armor around him detached from his body, and as he turned his head, he witnessed a heavy iron bar door being forcefully slammed shut. Remain here and await the decrees of the Grand Master. The archmage's authoritative voice reverberated in the corridor outside, gradually fading into silence. Well, we've arrived home. Rog glanced at the cell door, removed his hat, and tossed it onto the clean, soft bed behind him. Although that white-bearded old man has a foul temper, their beds are quite comfortable. Lying down, Rog couldn't help but yawn. Having gone 2 days and nights without sleep, he was beginning to succumb to the overwhelming wave of fatigue. At that moment, the little owl emerged from his hat, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Confirming that the mage had departed, she hopped over to perch on Rog's chest. Hey, wake up. You're not planning to sleep here for the night, are you? Lilith urged, her large eyes fixated on Rog, who had closed his eyes. Rog grunted, turning his head away in silence. The little owl watched him for a moment before suddenly transforming into a small girl. Plopping down onto his lap, "Oh, what the devil?" Rog gasped, the unexpected weight nearly knocking the breath out of him. Struggling to sit up, he looked down at Lilith, who lay on her back, staring up at him. With a mix of exasperation and amusement, he frowned. "Little princess, could you let me have a proper sleep? Is it time to sleep now?" Lilith, with her petite lips pursed defiantly, inquired. "All right, listen to me. You must go outside now and inform Murphy that I am fine. Then, devise a means to procure the keys to the cell and bring them back to me. Off you go, and do not disturb my slumber until you return with the keys. Good night." "Little one," Rog spoke in a rapid-fire manner, then affectionately ruffled Lilith's fluffy black hair, reclining back to snore loudly. "You lazy bum. May you forever fail to catch prey in the forest," Lilith muttered in dissatisfaction. But suddenly remembered that if Rog did not find food, she too would go hungry. She quickly retracted her complaint, leapt from her bed, and transformed into a small owl, bouncing and hopping through the bars of the iron gate. Once outside, the little ball of fluff surveyed the empty corridor but did not seek out Murphy and the others. Instead, she energetically searched for a small window, one only a bird could fit through, and flew outside the prison. She soared through the night sky, eventually landing atop a tower's spired dome. It seems something is approaching from that direction. Lilith gazed towards the southeastern sky and spotted a nebulous black cloud ominously drawing near the castle. She discerned a horde of flying beasts, ridden by armored knights, their demeanor foreboding. Before she could ascertain their identities, a colossal griffin suddenly descended from the sky, its massive claws lunging towards the diminutive bird that was still smaller than its talons. Chapter 19. The Young Thief and the Griffin Knights. Part 2. The frightened little owl tumbled several times atop the tower before plummeting down to in midair. She flapped her wings to regain her balance, turning her head back to discover that the griffin had not pursued her, but rather landed on the tower's peak with its claws. What a fright. It seems they were not here to capture me. The little owl steadied herself and turned to observe the griffin and the knight upon its back, feeling an odd sense of familiarity at that moment. The griffin knight spoke. "Do not bully those adorable little creatures. Tityrus, let us descend." The Grand Master should have already received the news, Upon hearing the knight's words, the griffin unfurled its snowy wings and ascended into the air, joining a following flock of griffins, circling down towards the square in front of the mage tower at the castle center. Lilith cautiously followed them, landing on a nearby building. She witnessed the griffins landing orderly in the square, and the knight who had spoken earlier leaped from the griffin's back, walking towards several grand mages who awaited in front of the mage tower. The foremost grand mage, clad in a white robe with a long beard, approached. After exchanging formal greetings, the grand mage spoke in a deep, authoritative voice. "Captain Antonio, welcome to the mage tower." Antonio lifted the visor of his silver helm and replied with a smile. "Thank you, esteemed Sky I Constantine, master of the mage tower. I convey greetings on behalf of His Holiness, Emperor Valentine II. May I inquire as to the purpose of His Holiness sending the knightly order to Radiant City?" The Grand Master, known as the Sky Eye, asked, his penetrating gaze sweeping over the neatly standing griffin knights behind Antonio. "Have you heard of the theft of the Archangel statue, safeguarded by the merfolk?" Antonio stepped forward. Lowering his voice, Constantine's brows furrowed at the mention. "We have received word from the merfolk elders. It is said that the guardian of the merfolk temple has ventured to the Duchy of Dais to pursue the thieves. But her whereabouts remain unknown. I once encountered that beautiful guardian in a border fishing village. She was with the demon hunter Rog, and they were investigating the whereabouts of the thieves, but we parted ways shortly after." Antonio recounted, memories of his brief encounter with Tali flashing in his mind as her meaningful smile lingered before his eyes. "Rog?" Constantine paused at the mention of the name, his brow furrowing. "Is he not the demon hunter who has been wanted by the Holy Synod for many years? Why is he involved in this matter? Isn't it merely because he can't mind his own business?" Lilith, perched atop the roof, murmured softly, spreading her wings and departing from the square, flying in the direction of the prison. She arrived near the prison tower, slipping in through a lower window, transforming into a girl clad in a black feathered dress. She hopped up the stairs and arrived at a wooden door. Pressing her ear against the door, she could faintly hear the sound of snoring within. Lilith frowned, muttering, "Listen to that annoying noise. There must be a lecherous old man inside, with a crimson face, thick lips, a bulbous nose, and breath reeking of alcohol." While disparaging the snorer, the little girl silently opened the wooden door, moving as quietly as an owl in flight. Inside, a wizard clad in a gray robe sat reclined in a soft chair. A pottery jar sitting on the table before him, from which the aroma of liquor wafted, easily detected by the little owl's keen sense of smell. Just as I suspected, a greedy drunk, the little girl quietly closed the door behind her. Glancing around the modestly sized room, neatly arranged, with unpainted pine cabinets lining the walls, dressed in red high-heeled dance shoes, she approached the wizard with light footsteps, her shoes making no noise despite the hard soles meeting the equally hard wooden floor. She leaned over to observe the wizard, soon spotting the keys she needed. "I am a good girl. Aside from stealing, playing pranks, snatching others' treats, and teasing them until their faces turn red and pale, I have committed no other mischief." The little girl chattered to herself while reaching for the keyring, attempting to pry it from the wizard's belt. However, the iron ring holding the keys was tightly secured, and despite several tugs, Lilith was unable to dislodge it. On her third attempt, the wizard seemed to sense something amiss, grunting and sitting up to scan the empty room, finding no one in sight. "Seems I was dreaming," the wizard murmured, taking another sip from the pottery jar. Pushing it aside and returning to his slumber, Lilith, now in her owl form, watched from the shadows above, pondering for a moment before leaping down from the cabinet, transforming back into the little girl beside him. "Uncle, you must be good, sleep well, and be a good child," the little girl chattered, her beautiful large eyes shining with light that fell upon the wizard. She propped him up, unfastened his belt, and removed the keyring from him. Then resecured the belt before helping him slump back down onto the table. Throughout the entire process, the wizard remained blissfully unaware of her actions, ensnared by the light emanating from her eyes. "Got it." The little girl happily held up the keys, turning to exit through another large door leading into the prison. The prison within the mage tower rarely housed inmates. Lilith encountered no one on her way to find Rog and the others. She hummed a tune as she passed by empty cells, soon arriving at Rog's cell. Transforming back into a small owl, she flew inside and found Rog still lying on his back asleep. Annoyed, she glared at him, flicking her talons to hurl the keyring directly at his face. However, just as the keys were about to strike Rog, he suddenly raised his hand to catch them. Lilith, I have told you many times. Do not throw things around carelessly. It's fine if you throw keys at my face, but what if they break? Even if they do not break, they are public property and should be treated with care. Rog rambled as he sat up from the bed, glancing at the little bird with a look of dissatisfaction for her failed prank. Holding the keys, he walked to the door, unlocking it, and stepping out of the cell. He soon found Murphy, Tolly, and Catherine, who had been imprisoned nearby, and released them all. We are temporarily free now, but all our belongings have been confiscated that I am starting to miss my cigars. Come on, mates, we need to retrieve our weapons and gear. Rog declared, fastening the keys to his waist and waving to the group. I suggest you do not swagger about like that. The little owl perched on his shoulder said, frowning. Rog turned to glance at the little creature on his shoulder. Their eyes meeting, and he seemed to perceive something within her gaze. He halted and asked, Speak up, little witch. What have you discovered in this castle filled with old men with white beards? I saw a great swarm of flying monsters. Lilith vividly recounted her harrowing escape from the clutches of the griffin to the assembled crowd. While Rog's brow gradually furrowed in concern, he turned to Murphy and remarked, The griffin is the guardian beast of the Empire. Its image adorns both the Empire's flag and its crest. If this group arrives mounted on griffins, their identity can only be one. They are the wings of the silver dragon, with unwavering confidence. Murphy replied, So, the one speaking must be Captain Antonio. Tolly lifted her cerulean eyes, joyfully addressing the two. This is splendid news. We have met Captain Antonio once. Perhaps he can assist us in resolving the misunderstanding with the mages. To Tolly's surprise, Rog immediately voiced his vehement dissent. In my view, there could be no worse suggestion. Miss Tolly, do not forget that Antonio is a close confidant of the Holy Emperor. I cannot expect him to speak on my behalf before the Grand Master. Rog firmly opposed Tolly's proposition that I believe we should at least attempt it. Now is not the time to delineate factions. The pursuit of the sacred artifact's whereabouts is paramount. Tolly earnestly urged. Rog, upon hearing this, chuckled mockingly and shook his head. Since you, Miss Tolly, believe the Knight Order's assistance is necessary, it seems we should bid farewell. With that, he strode directly toward the prison exit, casually ruffling Lilith's hair as he said, Hey, what are you waiting for? Are you hoping for a griffin to come and devour you? The little girl glanced up at Tolly and then at Rog's retreating figure, before scampering off to catch up with him. With Catherine hastily following suit, leaving Tolly and Murphy behind. Tolly, seeing this, attempted to call Rog back, but was halted by Murphy. Miss Tolly, you need not try to persuade him. If you understood the decade-long enmity between Rog and the Holy Council, you would not suggest he collaborate with the Knight Order, which is most loyal to the Holy Emperor. But this is for the greater good, Tolly replied, her face laden with worry. Murphy responded with a smile. The notion of the greater good is meaningless to us. We are rangers, not governors. Our primary concern is our survival. And what about you? Do you plan to follow him? Tolly asked, turning back to Murphy in resignation. The adventurer smiled and shook his head. If I intended to leave, I would not be standing before you now. That I am quite willing to accompany you to meet the captain. At least I harbor no grievances with him. Tolly hesitated as she glanced at Rog's departing figure, but Murphy confidently reassured her, Do not worry. If fate allows, we shall meet them again. Meanwhile, Rog hastily departed the prison tower with Lilith and Catherine, managing to avoid alerting the drunken mage. Upon reaching the base of the tower, Rog released the little owl, instructing her to locate the warehouse where the confiscated items were stored, while he and Catherine cautiously advanced under the cover of night. Are we truly leaving like this? Catherine, trailing behind Rog, voiced her hesitation. Miss Tolly still requires your assistance. At least that is what I believe. That of course she needs me. Darling, Rog replied in a barely audible voice that Catherine could just discern. The Knight Order alone cannot resolve this matter. If the captain hears this, I shall surely incur another mark against my name. Hearing Rog jest about Antonio, Catherine could not help but stifle a laugh. But then Rog suddenly seized her, pressing her against the wall, as he too took refuge in the shadows. Gently shushing her and pointing upward, Catherine cautiously raised her gaze, only to see a pair of immense demonic wings descend upon the castle wall above them. Illuminated by the radiant magical crystal atop the tower, revealing the full form of a menacing creature, standing over 3 meters tall and entirely black, the creature perched upon the wall, its blood-red eyes scanning the courtyard like searchlights. While Rog and Catherine remained silently pressed against the wall, discreetly observing its movements, the girl dared not even breathe, fearful of disturbing the fearsome beast, until she finally heard the sound of wings flapping, allowing her to exhale in relief. What is that? How could there be such a creature at the mage's tower? Catherine glanced at the empty castle wall. Realizing the monster had vanished, she withdrew her gaze and quietly inquired of Rock. That is a gargoyle. Akin to a stone golem. It is a stone statue brought to life through magic. Yet this beast is far more formidable than a stone golem, capable of shifting between flesh and stone at will. Once it transforms into stone, its body becomes exceptionally hard and can even heal its wounds. At this juncture, Rog abruptly fell silent. As a whistling sound echoed overhead, a gargoyle sped past them. Rog watched its retreating form and continued to explain to Catherine. The great mages of the tower utilize these creatures to patrol the entire island and the City of Radiance. When necessary, they can also serve as soldiers in battle. No wonder that great mage blocked our path at the stone circle. Catherine exclaimed in sudden realization. You are quite astute, my dear. At this rate, you will soon outsmart me. Rog teased with approval, smiling as he turned to leave, while Catherine shyly blushed and hurriedly caught up with him. The two soon approached the expansive plaza before the mage's tower, where Rog and Catherine concealed themselves in an alley, observing the Griffin Knights in the square, yet failing to spot Antonio among them. Rog's gaze drifted to the towering mage's tower, speculating that Antonio was undoubtedly convening with the Grandmaster at that very moment. Suddenly, the little owl swooped down to rest upon his shoulder, chattering excitedly. I found it! I found it! Our belongings are all there. Just an old man with a big nose is watching over them. And there are plenty of delicious treats. You must have snuck some for yourself. Rog cast a sidelong glance at the little creature, which defiantly retorted, I did not. I specifically saved you lots of tasty cookie crumbs. I knew you were a good little bird. Rog rolled his eyes at the little creature and turned to Catherine. Let us go. We must first retrieve our belongings. They navigated winding paths and shortcuts to the vicinity of the warehouse. Rog surveyed the surroundings and, finding them devoid of any presence, released the little owl. Utilizing the creature's gaze to emit a binding light, he effortlessly incapacitated the guarding mage. The defenses here are truly lax. It seems the mage's tower has not faced an external threat in many years. At this rate, calamity is bound to strike. Rog remarked to Catherine as he pushed open the warehouse door and dragged the unconscious mage inside. Following the little owl, they passed shelves lined with neatly arranged magical scrolls, robes, staffs, and crystals, soon spotting an empty shelf where Rog's silver sword, Catherine's twin pistols, Murphy's curved dagger, and Tali's mermaid staff were stored. Let us only take our own possessions. The rest can be dealt with by the great mages. Rog stepped forward to retrieve the silver pistol, handing it to Catherine, while he slung the silver sword across his back and secured the cigar pouch to his belt. As he pulled out a cigar and prepared to light it, he suddenly paused, frowning. What is it? Catherine, sensing something amiss, anxiously gazed at Rog, who turned to survey the area, whispering, There is something within here. Watching us from the shadows, I underestimated the defenses. He ignited the cigar, bringing it to his lips for a contemplative puff, stating, If I am not mistaken, trouble is imminent. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow plummeted from above. Tackling Rog to the ground, he instinctively seized its arm, rolling on the ground and flinging it away, sending a row of shelves crashing down. Is that a gargoyle? Catherine exclaimed in astonishment as Rog rose to his feet, revealing a massive gargoyle standing not far before them, its blood-red eyes glaring at them. Its jaws agape, revealing 2 rows of protruding teeth as it let out a terrifying roar. Flustered, Catherine raised her silver pistol, ready to fire at the gargoyle, but Rog pressed down on her gun's barrel, cautioning, Do not shoot. Firearms are of no consequence to a gargoyle. They will only attract more foes. You should take cover. I will handle this. Before he could finish, another shadow whizzed overhead, prompting both to duck. When they looked up again, they found yet another gargoyle had appeared on the ground to their right. All right, I take back what I said. Grab a sword from the shelf over there, child, and I hope you know how to wield it. Rog took a deep drag from his cigar and pointed to the rack filled with long swords, his eyes fixed on the third descending gargoyle, muttering, This time, we are in serious trouble. Chapter 21, A Battle for Bragging Rights, Part 2, at once. 3 gargoyles sprang into action, each lunging towards Rog and Catherine. As one of the gargoyles swooped down, Rog, with a firm grip on his cigar, leapt into the air, landing a foot squarely on the creature's head. sending it crashing to the ground not far away. He pivoted, raising his sword to deflect the claws of another gargoyle, delivering a swift kick that sent it tumbling aside, seizing the moment while the gargoyle was off balance. He charged forward, thrusting his sword deep into its abdomen. The gargoyle let out a pained wail, yet it did not perish immediately. Instead, its body rapidly hardened into a pure black, unyielding statue. Rog attempted to withdraw his silver sword, but to his dismay, it was firmly ensnared within the stony form, immovable. At that moment, the previously kicked gargoyle lunged at him from behind. Without hesitation, Rog relinquished his grip on the silver sword, ducking to evade its claws, and seized its wing, throwing it forcefully to the ground. The gargoyle, caught by its wing, struggled to maintain its balance, and, with a violent spin, crashed to the earth. However, it quickly broke free from Rog's grasp. Leaping back up and swinging its thick, elongated black tail directly at him, "I have encountered far fiercer tails than yours," Rog exclaimed, leaning back to narrowly avoid the descending tail. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the tail's end, yanking it towards him, and with a swift motion of his right hand, he brought it down with a decisive strike. The gargoyle let out a shriek as its robust black tail was severed cleanly. "Do not assume that being unarmed diminishes my lethality," Rog declared, tossing the severed tail aside. Observing the gargoyle transform into a black statue on the spot, he turned to glance at Catherine, who was frantically fending off the relentless assaults of another gargoyle, her longsword trembling in her hands. "Hold on, my dear. I shall be there shortly," Rog called out, abandoning the dismembered gargoyle to stride towards the one impaled by a silver sword. The blade remained lodged in its wound, preventing it from healing, thus keeping it in its stony state, unresponsive. "Time to lend a hand, you little sluggard," Rog said to the small owl concealed beneath his hat as he approached the gargoyle statue. The little creature reluctantly emerged, protesting, "I haven't been an egg for quite some time, but you remain as lazy as ever," Rog retorted, grasping the hilt of the silver sword embedded in the gargoyle's body. "You ought to know what to do." With a fierce shout, the stone shattered, and the silver sword was wrenched free, leaving behind a deep gashed eye. In mere seconds, the shattered stone statue began to rapidly reform. And with a piercing scream, the gargoyle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Before anyone could react, the little owl suddenly widened its eyes, emitting two beams of light that immobilized the gargoyle midair. "I relish slaying creatures that cannot fight back." Rog's lips curled into a smug smile as he clutched his cigar. In a flash, the silvery blade cleaved the gargoyle's body in two, the shattered remnants crumbling to the ground at Rog's feet. "This one is mine. I shall inform the peregrines, hawks, and magpies of the forest that I have vanquished a fearsome gargoyle." Before Rog could speak, the owl on his head triumphantly called out first, "No worries, we have more than one to slay. You can claim that you defeated all the gargoyles, as long as your little audience believes you." Rog turned and advanced towards the severed-tailed gargoyle, which had now fully restored its tail and was menacingly charging at him once more. Ready for another round of boasting? Rog's expression hardened as he faced the oncoming gargoyle. The little owl peeked out from beneath the brim of his hat, blinking its large eyes. "I am prepared for the boasting. The fighting is your affair." "Agreed. Our synergy is unparalleled," Rog proclaimed as he leapt into action, swinging his silver sword in midair. The little owl's eyes gleamed as it locked onto the gargoyle, and Rog descended like a silver comet, piercing through the creature as his black boots touched the ground. The sound of crumbling stone echoed behind him. "We should check on our future star. I hope she is holding up." Rog quickly made his way towards Catherine, only to suddenly witness a row of shelves collapse ahead of him. He hastened to the fallen shelves, spotting Catherine standing nearby, visibly shaken, with the gargoyle's wings partially exposed beneath the debris. "This was beyond my expectations," Rog remarked as he approached Catherine. Upon seeing him, she swiftly gripped her long sword and dashed towards him. Before they could reach each other, the collapsed shelf splintered apart, and a gargoyle roared as it lunged at Catherine from behind. Hearing the roar, Catherine turned to see the gargoyle barreling towards her and was momentarily paralyzed with fear, closing her eyes and raising her sword in a desperate attempt to confront the creature's jagged teeth and claws. A heavy sensation caused Catherine's sword to slip from her grasp, and as she trembled, she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. Opening her eyes, she saw Rog extinguishing the embers of his cigar against the surface of the silver sword, discarding it amidst the rubble left by the gargoyle. "You exhibited great bravery. However, It would be wise to keep your eyes open next time. Though I hesitate to say it, you looked rather foolish with your eyes shut. Rog quipped, raising an eyebrow as he strode past her. Catherine watched his departing figure, glancing at the shattered head of the gargoyle on the ground. Finally, exhaling in relief, she hastened to catch up with Rog, observing him as he scavenged useful items from the shelves within the warehouse. Magical rations, a map of the ice and snow island, and even some magical tobacco for freshening breath and cleansing the mouth. Once they had gathered the necessary items, Rog led Catherine out of the warehouse, heading towards the Mage Tower. Where are we headed now? This direction feels off, Catherine inquired, puzzled. The Grand Sorcerers will soon discover the wreckage of the warehouse. We must escape from the City of Radiance before they pursue us. Thus, we shall seek refuge in the Mage Tower, firstly, to evade our pursuers and find a place that is both perilous yet secure. Secondly, we may gather intelligence. I trust that the Mage Tower possesses knowledge regarding Alice's whereabouts, as they are likely monitoring Ice and Snow Island closely. Once we locate Alice, we can take the initiative. Finding her before the Knight's Order can frighten her away with their daunting presence. Catherine found Rog's reasoning sound, and together they approached the vicinity of the Mage Tower. Rog handed the ropes he had brought from the warehouse to Lilith, instructing her to secure them to the rooftops nearby, while he and Catherine climbed to the roof. Did you hear that? Someone below is shouting, "There's trouble at the warehouse." Rog crouched low on the rooftop, whispering to Catherine, who noticed a group of mages hastily making their way towards the warehouse, oblivious to their presence. Come, we can enter the Mage Tower from over there. Our little guide has informed me of the way. Rog led Catherine stealthily across the rooftops until they reached a window on the third floor of the Mage Tower. They slipped inside, revealing a circular corridor that to the left, a spiral staircase ascended upwards. Rog instructed the little owl to scout for Antonio and the others, hoping to overhear news of Alice, while he and Catherine ascended the stairs to the fourth floor at the entrance to a room directly facing the staircase. Rog noticed a wooden sign hanging on the door, reading, Grandmaster Constantine. He turned to Catherine, saying, "Our luck seems favorable. I suspect the Grandmaster's chamber may hold some valuable items." Rog approached the door and found it unlocked. He and Catherine entered the dimly lit study, moving towards the desk to examine the letters scattered across its surface. Suddenly, a peculiar sound drifted in through the window, and moments later, the window swung open. A figure clad in black, enveloped in a hooded cloak, entered the room, carried by a chilling breeze. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from behind the desk, causing the figure in the black robe to immediately drop the letter in his hand and take a step back. His eyes narrowed in vigilance as they fixated on the rear of the desk. Yet, the sound ceased abruptly, prompting the black-robed figure to glance back at the tightly shut door of the study. Cautiously, he maneuvered around the desk, and as he circled to the back, his left hand deftly opened the black tome he held, while his right hand extended towards the rear of the desk, a dim crimson light flickering at his fingertips. However, nothing was present behind the desk. The black-robed figure stared for a moment before retracting his magic book and right hand. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase outside. The black-robed figure cast a glance at the study door and vanished into a swirl of black mist. The door to the study swung open, revealing a wizard standing at the threshold, who respectfully gestured for entry. The Grandmaster of the Wizard Tower, Constantine the All-Seeing, stepped inside, followed closely by the wizard who had opened the door and another mage, who gently shut the study door behind them. What on earth had transpired? Constantine slowly approached the desk, softly inquiring of the two wizards, "You mentioned some grave occurrence in the imperial capital. What exactly has transpired?" Mid-sentence, the Grandmaster abruptly turned to the open window, his wrinkled face creasing slightly with concern. "Why is the window ajar? I distinctly remember it being closed when I departed. Allow me to assist in closing it." One of the wizards promptly stepped past the Grandmaster to shut the window. Meanwhile, the other wizard addressed Constantine, "Master, indeed a significant event has transpired. The chief dark sorcerer of Shadow Keep, Bloody Hand William, has escaped from the imperial prison." "What?" Constantine exclaimed in astonishment, extending his aged hand to grasp the wizard's shoulder. "Are you certain of this? Is the information reliable?" "Indeed, it comes from the White Wizards Guild in the imperial capital. Just 2 days ago," the wizard replied without hesitation. "This is dire." Constantine furrowed his graying brows, feeling a surge of unease at the unexpected bad news. This dark sorcerer king of the Shadow Hills had been imprisoned for a century in the God Eagle prison of the imperial capital. a feat Constantine himself had accomplished, to the extent that he had nearly forgotten about him. He could never have anticipated that Bloody Hand William would escape from the so-called impregnable God Eagle prison at this juncture. I must immediately relay this news to Captain Antonio. They left the imperial capital rather early. They are likely unaware of this development. Constantine turned toward the study door, and as he did, the wizard in front of him swiftly reached out to steady his arm. The moment their bodies made contact, a gleaming dagger suddenly plunged into Constantine's abdomen. The Grand Master's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the wizard before him, his words unfinished, when the wizard who had closed the window swiftly followed up with another thrust to Constantine's back. Lord William instructed us to inform you. Your era has come to an end, and the age of twilight is set to commence. The wizard before Constantine sneered maliciously. Despicable. The Grand Master glared furiously at him, then suddenly spread his arms and bellowed, unleashing an invisible shockwave that caught the two wizards off guard, sending them and their daggers hurtling against the study's walls, where they collapsed heavily to the ground. Cursed be it, Constantine clutched his wound, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain as he staggered towards the study door. Suddenly, a swirling mass of black mist materialized at the entrance, and the black-robed figure emerged within his line of sight. Long time no see. All-seeing Constantine, the black-robed figure chuckled in a raspy, chilling voice. Constantine stared in astonishment at the figure before him, who nodded slightly, saying, I did not anticipate our paths would cross again, but fate has once more intertwined our fates. Just as it did many years ago, Bloody Hand William approached the Grand Master with a leisurely gait, prompting Constantine to instinctively take a step back as William continued, It seems your circumstances are not as favorable as I had envisioned. A century has passed, and I have scarcely changed, yet you have grown frail and decrepit. You conspired to steal the sacred artifact that seals the soul of the Demon King, did you not? Constantine mused, formulating a counter-strategy as he posed the question in a low tone that I do indeed have some connection to that affair, but I merely act on behalf of another. My master has hired me to eliminate any obstacles in his path. William replied with nonchalance, raising his right hand to point at Constantine. What manner of person could transform the Lord of the Shadow Hills, the monarch of Shadow Keep, into their assassin and minion? Constantine asked in astonishment. William's words further bewildered him. He knew, from his understanding of William, that no amount of wealth could compel him to serve another. That matter does not concern you. I would not be foolish enough to divulge my employer's name. William sneered, shaking his head lightly. Let us conclude this century-long grudge. After all, the ensuing events are of no consequence to you. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of crimson light erupted from the tip of William's outstretched finger, summoning a blood-red pentagram beneath Constantine's feet. The 5 pointed corners of the array revealed 5 circular black voids, which immediately began to siphon the blood gushing from Constantine's wounds. Come now, will you quietly await the draining of your blood? Or shall we engage in a direct confrontation? William inquired, his tone laced with malice as he tilted his head, scrutinizing Constantine. Ensnared within the clutches of William's deadly blood-hand array, Constantine bowed his head and closed his eyes in silent resignation. His blood was relentlessly drawn into the black voids, causing his lips to pale and wither, his skin to lose its hue, and his muscles to wither further. The already aged visage of the elder appeared even more frail, until at last, he collapsed heavily to the ground. It seems you have made your choice, William remarked with a triumphant sneer, discarding the now withered corpse before turning away from the study's door. Just as he reached for the handle, Constantine abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with brilliance, accompanied by a thunderous roar. 2 beams of light, as thick as arms, erupted from the elder's eyes, piercing through William's form and shattering the study's door, causing the corridor's walls to collapse under the radiant assault. As the light dissipated, Constantine's body fell heavily to the ground, his final gaze resting upon the fallen William. Suddenly, a black leather boot appeared before him, and a pair of gloved hands lifted his head, revealing the black-robed figure once more. That I regret to inform you, your all-seeing powers may obliterate all, yet they cannot discern truth from illusion. Such is the nature of this world. A mere phantom can deceive all eyes. Upon uttering these words, Bloody Hand William abandoned the lifeless Constantine, gliding to the study window, where he flung it open and soared into the night, embracing the winds above the vast, snow-covered plains. Moments later, a pair of cold blue eyes peered from behind the heavy drapes of the window, revealing Roge's face as he stepped forth from the shadows. glancing at the deceased wizards before approaching Constantine's lifeless form. Discovering that the elder had drawn his last breath, before he could contemplate his next move, a cacophony of shouts and footsteps erupted from the corridor outside. Chapter 23. The Twilight Gala, Part 2, as Antonio's metallic boots crossed the threshold into the Grandmaster's study. The dimly lit room bore witness to 3 lifeless bodies sprawled in various positions. The flickering candlelight had been extinguished by the chilling night wind that swept in through the window. While the curtains billowed wildly in the howling gale, the Dragonborn, Antonio, surveyed the room with calm composure, slowly raising his right hand until it emanated a dazzling golden light, revealing a radiant golden spear that materialized in his grasp. Casting brilliance throughout the study. My heavens! Exclaimed Tali, the merfolk guardian standing behind Antonio, as she beheld the withered corpse of Grandmaster Constantine prostrate on the floor. The assembled wizards turned pale, shock etched across their faces. Antonio thrust the spear forcefully into the ground, leaving a deep cavity in the solid wooden floor, its brilliance illuminating his crimson hair and the gravity etched upon his features. He crouched beside the Grandmaster's body, peering at the wound on Constantine's back, then flipped the body over to inspect the abdominal injuries. Both wounds were devoid of blood, and the fabric around them bore no trace of crimson. Leaving Antonio perplexed, something has drained their blood completely. He lifted his gaze towards Tali and the wizards by the entrance, his furrowed brow still unyielding. Yet, there were no wounds on his throat, which did not suggest an attack by a vampire. To the best of my knowledge, aside from the Demon King, no vampire could vanquish Constantine. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to refer to him rather than them. Suddenly, a sound drew Antonio's attention, prompting him to turn towards the direction of the bookshelf, where he beheld the adventurer Murphy rising from beside the corpse of a fallen wizard. The body bore no wounds, yet a dagger lay nearby, stained with blood. Murphy extended the dagger he had picked up towards Antonio. The commander of the knights, who observed the evident bloodstains on the blade, he stood and approached another wizard's corpse, discovering a similar dagger. After examining the wizard's body, Antonio approached Murphy and stated, "This corpse indeed has no wounds. The cause of death was a powerful impact, resulting in a fractured spine." Murphy nodded in agreement, saying, "The one beside me is the same." Clearly, these two were slain by the Grandmaster, and the daggers they wielded correspond to the wounds found on Constantine. However, they evidently failed to kill Lord Constantine. There must be another individual in this room, who is the mastermind and murderer behind the Grandmaster's demise. Antonio spoke. He surveyed the room, and suddenly, a gust of night wind swept past him, lifting a soft object from the ground, swirling around him before gently descending. The commander of the knights instinctively grasped it, and upon opening his palm, he discovered a dark feather. Antonio contemplated the feather for a moment before abruptly looking up at Tali and inquiring, "Miss Tali, if my memory serves me correctly, did not Rog carry a black owl with him?" Tali paused momentarily, instinctively nodding, only to exclaim in astonishment, "My lord, you cannot possibly think that Rog killed the Grandmaster. Can you? Perhaps he did, perhaps he did not. But this feather certainly indicates that he has been here." Antonio called out loudly. Douglas, the vice commander of the Silver Dragon Wing Knights, Douglas, entered from outside. And upon hearing Antonio's command, he was ordered, "Instruct the knights to set out immediately and find Rog. Only by locating him can we uncover the truth. Only by following him can we grasp the reality." In the pitch-black night sky, the black-feathered, red-clawed owl Lilith silently soared through the air, clutching the transformed Rog and Catherine, who had been turned into small hamsters by a shape-shifting spell. Not far ahead, a figure cloaked in black hovered in the air, heading towards the snowy plains north of the city of Radiance. "How far do we have to fly? You two are so heavy. I can hardly hold on." The little owl chirped in a delicate tone that we must follow him, my dear. Hold on a little longer. I doubt he will fly for too long. Rog, now a black hamster, whispered softly. Just then, a dark forest emerged on the snowy plains ahead, and the cloaked figure, Bloodhand William, landed steadily at the edge of the woods, casting a glance at the shadowy forest before slowly stepping into the depths of the woods. "Hurry, let us keep up with him. The forest is an ideal place for us to track him," Rog urged Lilith. The little owl flapped its wings with effort, unsteadily entering the forest, where it perched the two on the treetop before sprawling its wings on a branch to catch its breath. "Hey, can't you hold on a bit longer?" Rog glanced at the little creature lying on the branch, but Lilith kept her eyes tightly shut, ignoring him. With no other option, Rog turned to Catherine and said, "Never mind. Let us go on our own. After all, we are quite small now, and one T be easily spotted by that fellow." The black and white little mice leaped along the branches into the depths of the forest, bouncing and gliding between the intertwining branches, quickly discovering Bloodhand William's trail. They silently followed him to a clearing shrouded in shadows, hiding behind a tree to observe his movements. As William entered the clearing surrounded by bushes, 3 individuals clad in similar black robes emerged from the nearby thicket, approaching William side by side and bowing respectfully, speaking in unison. "My lord, we have gathered the information you requested. Where is that woman?" William inquired with his hoarse, cold voice. "She is not far from here, in the snowman forest," the leading black-robed figure answered softly. "Go, deal with her. Do it well," William commanded in an emotionless, frigid tone. The 3 black-robed figures slightly bowed and replied in unison, "We obey the command of Twilight." After finishing, they turned and swiftly departed. Once the 3 had left, William remained still, showing no sign of movement. Rog, perched atop the treetop, gazed at his back. Uncertain of his intentions, he glanced at the direction the 3 black-robed figures had taken and whispered to Catherine, "I suspect the woman they mentioned must be Alice." No sooner had he spoken than William suddenly turned to face the tree where the 2 were hidden, pointing his right hand. The very tree they were perched upon withered in a flash of red light and crashed to the ground, sending the 2 tumbling into the grass. Rog struggled to rise, only to find himself enveloped by William's shadow. The dark wizard extended his hand towards Rog, who felt an invisible force pulling him towards William's grasp. And in his current form as a small mouse, he was utterly unable to resist this power. Unexpectedly, a shadow silently soared above William's head, a flash of red light illuminating the scene as Rog suddenly appeared before the dark wizard. A sharp silver light slicing through William's head, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. "Partnering with you truly tests one's reflexes and heart's endurance." Rog breathed lightly, addressing the little owl that had just landed on his shoulder. Lilith shot him a glance, retorting in rapid succession, "Who told you to be disorganized and undisciplined, leaving me behind?" Before Rog could respond, William's form vanished into a swirl of black mist. And at that moment, his figure reappeared behind Catherine, extending a hand that glimmered with red light towards her. Sensing someone behind her, Catherine spun around and fired her gun. The silver bullet pierced through William's head, causing him to topple backward once again, only to dissipate moments later. "Come over here." Rog beckoned Catherine to his side, and the 2 stood back to back, surveying their surroundings, where 4 orbs of red light materialized around them, revealing 4 identical black-robed figures simultaneously appearing in their line of sight. "Delighted to see you, Lone Wolf Rog." The 4 black-robed figures cackled in raspy, ominous voices. "I was somewhat concerned that you might not dare to wade into these murky waters, but it seems I was worrying for nothing. Welcome to this Twilight Gathering." Chapter 24. The Silencer. First update. I have attended quite a number of vampire banquets. Rog calmly planted his silver sword into the ground, retrieving a cigar from his pocket, lighting it nonchalantly as he spoke. "Just a short while ago, I distinctly remember Lord Norman and Butler Klaus being quite cordial. However, he brought the cigar to his lips, glancing at William, raising an eyebrow, and saying, I did not hear him mention that the dark wizards had been granted the authority to join the vampires. It is rather disrespectful to the vampires to parade around under the banner of Twilight like this." "Ha!" The 4 Williams erupted into laughter simultaneously, lightly clapping as they chuckled. "The lone wolf certainly lives up to his name. I do not doubt that your connections with the vampires are far closer than mine, especially since I have been slumbering in the Empire's prison for a century. That suits you rather well, just as vampires should remain eternally in their coffins, lest I have to deal with them one by one." Rog picked up his silver sword, caressing its gleaming blade with his hand. "And what of you? The Empire has had a bounty on your head for a decade. Will you continue to live as a weary lone wolf?" William revealed his eyes, glowing red from beneath the shadow of his hood, gazing intently at Rog as he asked, "Being a lone wolf is a choice born of necessity, yet even when selecting allies, wolves will only associate with their kind, rather than allying with lost souls and wandering spirits." Rog gently closed his eyes, lowering his head as he meaningfully stated, "For the latter are not worthy of loyalty. In that case, the only option left is to transform the lone wolf into a wolf spirit." A chilling sneer laced William's voice, And almost simultaneously, Rog's eyes snapped open, coldly replying, even transformed into a spirit. A wolf remains a wolf. Before his words had barely left his lips, he had already leaped to the right, moving with such swiftness that it could scarcely be perceived, bounding several meters away. In his hand, the silver sword gleamed coldly, reminiscent of the luminous light of the full moon. As it thrust toward William's head, a sound akin to fabric tearing echoed through the air, and the surrounding illusions dissipated in an instant. William's true form retreated 3 paces, the hood upon his head being rent asunder by the sword's edge. The lone wolf is indeed a solitary creature. You are the first since my inception to see through my true form without the aid of magic. Slowly raising his head, William met Rog's icy gaze, a mask adorned with a white skull coming into view. Alas, I still have not managed to tear away your ghastly visage, Rog remarked, retracting the silver sword and fixing his gaze upon William's grotesque mask. The dark sorcerer smiled meaningfully. Perhaps that day will come, but it is certainly not today. Until we meet again, lone wolf. With those words, William's figure vanished within a shroud of black mist. Rog gently flared his nostrils, attempting to capture William's scent in the air, but aside from the aroma of cigars and the earthy scent of foliage, there was no trace of William to be found. This is precisely why I detest dealings with dark sorcerers. Rog sheathed the silver sword behind him, raised the cigar to his lips, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a smoke ring as he turned to Catherine. These fellows always prefer to skulk in the shadows. Every time I have a cigar unfinished, they vanish without a trace. Are you certain they aren't fleeing due to your smoke? Mr. Smokemeat, what flavor of tobacco did you purchase this time? Cow dung. Perhaps. The little owl coughed and flapped its wings, expressing its disdain. Rog turned back and blew a small smoke ring towards her, watching as her tiny form passed through it, casually responding, "Actually, it is bird droppings flavor." "How do you like it?" The little owl flapped its wings to disperse the smoke ring, then dove down, severing Rog's cigar in half, the burning portion falling at his feet. "Perfect. I can save this half for next time." Rog tucked the remaining half behind his ear and said to Catherine, "Let us depart. We have lingered long enough that we should still be able to catch up with those departing dark-robed figures if we head this way." The two swiftly advanced in pursuit of the 3 black-robed figures, soon exiting the woods and returning to the snowy plain. Rog released the little owl to scout from the air, and it quickly spotted the silhouettes of the 3 black-clad assassins. With the report in hand, Rog and Catherine quickened their pace, trailing the trio from a distance, relying on the owl's aerial reconnaissance to ascertain their position. After a period of trekking, they neared the snowman forest in the northwest of the City of Radiance. Just as they entered the forest, they heard the sound of wings flapping above. Rog pulled Catherine behind a large tree, using its shadow for concealment, and looked up to see a group of massive griffins soaring overhead. "Antonio's operations are impressively swift," Rog remarked, peering toward the 3 mysterious figures, who were also hiding behind 2 large trees. Peering furtively in the direction of the griffin riders, suddenly, the little owl descended silently, its 2 red claws landing atop Catherine's head, sharply pricking her. "I have spotted that fish," Lilith said nonchalantly as she folded her wings, as if her previous act of bullying Catherine had never occurred. Catherine glared at her in annoyance, attempting to swat her down, but the little owl dodged and flew to perch atop Rog's hat. "Those fellows are on the move. We must follow." Rog glanced at the retreating backs of the 3 mysterious figures, beckoning to Catherine as they both crouched low and stealthily pursued. After a brief, silent journey through the tranquil woods, Rog and Catherine halted behind a small thicket blanketed in white snow. They cautiously peered from behind the underbrush, witnessing the 3 mysterious figures encircling a woman in a clearing, and that woman was none other than the elusive Alice they had been desperately seeking. "Miss Alice, how delightful it is to see you again." One of the tall, slender black-robed figures stepped forward, addressing Alice. "I thought you had vanished without a trace." Alice exclaimed in surprise and anger. "What about the promises you made? Why is Tally still alive?" "Please, do not rush, Miss Alice. We have come specifically to assist you." The leader maintained a slight bow, his face obscured by the shadow of his hood. He extended his right hand, clad in a black glove, toward Alice, saying, "While we may not be able to help you ascend to the position of the guardian of the temple just yet, we will ensure your safety and assist you in eliminating your adversaries." "I hope that is indeed the case. Tally and Rog have been hunting me on the island. We should leave this place quickly." Alice spoke anxiously as she moved closer to the black-robed leader. "You need not worry. No one can threaten you. Please, follow us." The black-robed leader approached Alice and inquired, "By the way, have you mentioned us to them?" "Of course not. Even if I did, they would not spare me. At that point, I would merely become an isolated fool." Alice frowned at the black-robed leader, feeling quite offended by his insinuation that my apologies. "Miss, I do not doubt your intentions. I merely wish to ascertain how much your adversaries know about us." "If that is the case, matters will be much simpler," the leader said with a smile in his tone, gesturing for her to proceed. Just as Alice prepared to leave with him, the black-robed leader suddenly turned his left hand toward her chest, revealing a gleaming dagger from within his sleeve, thrusting it toward her heart. Alice gasped in shock, hastily sidestepping, but the blade pierced her shoulder, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground, clutching her wound. Why? Why are you doing this?" Alice gritted her teeth in pain, gazing up at the black-robed leader, while the other two black-robed figures closed in, surrounding her. The black-robed leader chuckled sinisterly. "Because you have become of no use. Much like that greedy village chief from the fishing village, death is your best fate, for the dead can never betray their secrets." Chapter 25. The Words of the Dead, Part 2. The dead do not speak. Accept the rewards of death. The black-robed leader leaned over Alice, raising the gleaming blade to stab at her throat. A gunshot rang out, and a silver bullet sent the bloody dagger flying from the black-robed man's hand, the small knife spinning to fall among the grass. The three black-robed figures turned in astonishment toward the source of the gunshot, only to see a man clad in black, wearing a dark, wide-brimmed hat, leaping forth from the thorns. "Release her, you wretched executioners, or I shall make you taste the consequences of my weapon forthwith," Rog declared, brandishing his silver sword and clutching the half-cigar between his teeth, the blade glimmering with a silvery light against the dark night, pointing its cold gleam toward the three black-robed figures. Behind him, a lithe silver figure emerged from the thorns, brandishing two silver pistols, their dark muzzles echoing the icy gaze of their mistress, poised to rend their foes asunder. "Who are you? Why do you meddle?" The black-robed leader, regaining his composure from the initial shock, asked darkly. "Your master has just conversed with me." "And yet you do not recognize me," Rog said, advancing boldly while pointing his shimmering sword at him. "I am Lone Wolf Rog, a great gray wolf that roams when the moon is high. What transpires in the dead of night is, in some way, my concern." At the mention of Rog's name, the three black-robed figures instinctively took a step back, displaying evident fear and wariness, while Alice, still on the ground, seized the opportunity to unleash her formidable fishtail. Sweeping fiercely at the trio, the three hurriedly raised their staffs to defend against the onslaught, and with Alice's counterattack, she sprang to her feet, transforming her fishtail back into legs, clutching her wound as she fled northward. Seeing Alice escape, the three black-robed figures contemplated pursuit but realized Rog would not permit it, so they turned westward, hoping Rog would chase after Alice, allowing them a chance to escape. However, Rog paid no heed to Alice, but instead pursued right behind them with Catherine. These three are the ones who truly understand William and the mastermind behind him. Capturing them is crucial, Rog said as he chased after them. Calling up to the little owl above, "Lilith, keep an eye on them. Do not let them slip away." The little owl took flight, soaring silently through the shadows of the forest night like a ghost, gliding towards the three individuals that hovered just above their heads, emitting a sound reminiscent of a woman weeping, guiding Rog with its mournful cries that resonated hauntingly in the stillness of the mountain wilderness. Suddenly, a slope appeared ahead, prompting the three cloaked figures to hasten down the hillside. Without warning, an individual emerged from the side, toppling the leading figure among them to the ground, pinning him down by the neck. The other two cloaked figures drew their swords and charged at Rog, who deftly parried their strikes, piercing one's arm with his blade. The second assailant was attacked by the little owl, which descended from above, leaving gory claw marks across his face, causing him to drop his sword and retreat, clutching his wounded visage. Seizing the opportunity, the leader of the cloaked figures struggled to rise and barreled into Rog, continuing his flight down the slope, while the wounded companions clutched their injuries and fled. A sudden gunshot rang out, a silver bullet striking the leader's leg, and he screamed in agony as he fell, tumbling down the cliff at the mountain's edge. "Damn," Rog gasped in shock. He had intended for Catherine to shoot the man's leg to thwart his escape, yet he could only watch as the figure rolled over the precipice, The two remaining cloaked figures, sensing danger, hastily recited incantations, enveloped in a cloud of black smoke, their forms vanishing from sight, reappearing across the ravine in an instant. They cast a glance back at Rog and Catherine, who had pursued them to the cliff's edge, before hastily disappearing into the dense forest. "What shall we do?" Catherine anxiously inquired, watching the figures fade away. "Let them go. Even the dead can speak," Rog replied, stepping to the cliff's edge, where he beheld the fallen cloaked figure sprawled upon a large stone at the bottom of the ravine. "Come, let us descend and investigate." Rog extinguished his cigarette and cast it over the cliff, then sought out resilient, frost-resistant vines from the woods, twisting them into a sturdy rope and securing it to a large tree at the cliff's edge. Together with Catherine, he climbed down the vine to the ravine floor. This place, long devoid of human presence, was strewn with jagged rocks and brambles, all blanketed in pristine white snow. Rog wielded his silver sword to clear a path through the thorns, with Catherine following closely behind, agilely leaping over boulders until they finally reached the corpse. Rog grasped the body's feet, dragging it off the stone and laying it flat in the snow that he crouched beside it, rolling up the sleeves, collar, and loosening the belt to inspect the neck, ankles, wrists, and abdomen. "Did you find anything?" Catherine asked, her curiosity piqued as she glanced between the corpse and Rog, unsure of what he sought. Rog did not answer her query. Instead, he retrieved the long sword from the corpse, examining it closely, his brow furrowing in perplexity as he inhaled deeply and remarked, "This is rather peculiar." "What is it?" Catherine could no longer contain her curiosity. Gazing intently at our you recall the teleportation spell cast by those two cloaked figures. It bears a striking resemblance to the dark magic wielded by Bloodhand William. Rog beckoned Catherine to crouch beside him, saying, "Initially, I presumed they were black wizards under William's command, but my recent examination has cast doubt on that assumption." He handed the sword to Catherine, stating, "This sword raises the first question. Black wizards seldom employ swords as weapons. You have witnessed William's style. Black wizards do not engage in direct combat. I had my suspicions during our encounter." Furthermore, Rog pointed to the engravings on the sword, saying, "The blade bears the initials and emblem of the renowned Aslight blacksmith shop in the imperial capital of Baron. Why would a group of black wizards venture into a human empire to procure weapons forged by humans? Are you suggesting?" Catherine gazed at Rog in astonishment as he continued, "Precisely. These individuals are not black wizards at all. They lack the distinctive black dragon tattoos that mark true practitioners." "Black dragon tattoos? What are those?" Catherine inquired with intrigue. Rog rose from beside the body, fixing his gaze upon the corpse as he explained. "The black dragon tattoo is a symbol of black wizards. The black dragon is the mightiest creature of the shadowy jungles, immune to all magic. The black wizards revere the strength of the black dragon. Thus they bear its likeness upon their skin. So, you were searching for tattoos to ascertain his identity?" Catherine asked, realization dawning upon her. Rog nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, even novice black wizard apprentices bear the black dragon mark, usually inked on the wrist, neck, chest, abdomen, or ankle, yet he bears none of these marks. If that is the case, then these sword-wielding individuals who possess a modicum of magic are deliberately masquerading as black wizards, hoping to conceal their true identities." Catherine leaned on the long sword of the cloaked figure, gazing thoughtfully at Rog's pensive visage. "Precisely, but what are they trying to hide?" Rog mused, lifting the cloaked figure's right wrist to unveil the skin on the outer arm, revealing a distinct black crescent moon etched into the pallid flesh. "What is this mark?" Catherine asked, her brows knitted in confusion as she looked up at Rog. Rog shook his head solemnly. "I am uncertain what it signifies. There are many powerful factions among rangers, yet none utilize this symbol. Perhaps this mark signifies William's master, the true mastermind lurking in the shadows." Rising from the ground, he turned to Catherine, saying, "Let us return. This individual has spoken enough. If Antonio's subordinates are trustworthy, I suspect they have apprehended Alice. It is time to see what the living can reveal." Chapter 26. A Grievous Injustice. First update. Upon returning to the grove where they had discovered Alice, Rog and Catherine were astonished to find a figure lying in the center. They rushed forward, only to discover it was Alice, who had previously fled. A deep, fatal wound marred her left chest, and she had ceased to breathe. How could she have perished here? Hadn't she escaped just moments ago? Catherine exclaimed in disbelief. Rog surveyed Alice's lifeless features, noting her eyes are still open, and her expression is one of terror and panic. Indicating she was coerced back here, he turned his gaze towards the direction of her feet, where two sets of footprints, one forward and one backward, extended from the vicinity of Alice's body into the northern thicket. The backward footprints confirmed Rog's suspicion that Alice had been forced to return. Could it be that there are still accomplices of the cloaked figures nearby? Catherine remarked, glancing around in astonishment. Rog did not respond immediately. Instead, he knelt beside Alice's body, examining it closely, and discovered evident bruises around her neck, suggesting a powerful hand had once gripped it. Her legs had not transformed into a tail. The assailant understood the merfolk well enough to know that by tightly constricting the neck to induce asphyxiation, they would be rendered helpless, becoming as vulnerable as ordinary human girls. As Rog spoke, his gaze fixated on Alice's hands resting upon the ground. He gently grasped her wrist, lifting her hands from the earth. Noticing bloodstains upon her left hand and prominent veins protruding from her right, suddenly, he spotted a delicate white tuft of fabric caught beneath her right fingernails, bringing her hand closer to his eyes. He carefully plucked the thread from her nails, observing it for a moment before declaring, "This must be something Alice snagged from the assailant during their struggle. It appears to be a fragment of wool from a cloak." At that moment, a sudden shout interrupted Rog's contemplation. "Who goes there? Release that body and step aside." Rog looked up to see a knight clad in silver armor and a white cloak leaping from behind a thicket, brandishing a spear at them with an authoritative shout. Simultaneously, a dozen knights from the Silver Dragon Wing Knights Order rushed forward, encircling them. "They always appear when I least want to see them," Rog muttered through clenched teeth. "You never wished to see them at all." The little owl on his shoulder shot him a disapproving glance. "Rog, we have finally found you." The vice-captain of the knights, Douglas, stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the corpse before lifting his spear to accuse Rog, saying, "Why have you slain this woman? Is she the merfolk guardian that Miss Tolly spoke of? Who told you it was I who killed her?" Rog coldly met Douglas's gaze, scoffing. "Did the dead rise to inform you?" "You are not mistaken. Indeed, it was the dead who conveyed this to me. If you did not kill her, then how do you explain this?" Douglas pointed his spear, prompting Rog to follow the direction of his gesture. To his dismay, he noticed a stark crimson stain on the blade of his silver sword, its brilliance marred by the shocking hue of blood. Rog's calm gaze swept over the bloodied blade before lifting to glance at the white cloak worn by Douglas. A flicker of realization crossed his mind, and with a meaningful tone, he declared, "If this can be deemed evidence, it appears you two are not without suspicion of murder. Such baseless accusations, a thief shouting to catch a thief. You are now implicated in the assassination of the Grand Master, and with the added offense of silencing witnesses, the evidence is irrefutable. Save your words for when we return to the prison." With a swift motion, the vice-captain directed his spear, and the surrounding knights surged forward, their lances striking like venomous serpents towards Rog. "How convenient to fabricate charges." Rog scoffed coldly, evading the thrust of a spear and swiftly grasping its head, yanking it away with force, and delivering a kick that sent the knight sprawling to the ground. With his right hand wielding the silver sword, he carved a luminous arc, forcing the surrounding knights to retreat. With a spear in one hand and a sword in the other, he swept the spear horizontally, toppling three knights. He parried incoming spear thrusts with his sword, then hurled the spear away, striking several knights in the midsection and sending them crashing to the ground. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air. It was Catherine. Rog quickly turned to see three knights advancing towards her, their lances drawn. The girl fired her weapon, but the small shield on the knight's arms deflected the shot. When she attempted to fire again, her gun was empty. Two knights seized Catherine by the arms, striving to pin her down, but she fought fiercely, refusing to yield. Observing this, a third knight raised his spear, aiming for her shoulder. In a flash, Rog seized the back of the knight's neck, flipping him onto his back, and then leaped to kick another knight away. The third knight retaliated, lunging with his spear. But Rog deftly deflected the thrust, bringing his sword down with precision, effortlessly slicing through the knight's neck guard, eliciting a cry of agony as the knight collapsed into a pool of blood. "Are you all right?" Rog asked as he helped Catherine to her feet. The girl, pale and trembling uncontrollably, could barely respond. Suddenly, Lilith, perched atop Rog's head, shouted a warning. He turned just in time to evade another knight's sweeping spear. piercing the knight's chest with his silver sword while simultaneously grasping another knight's spearhead and kicking him to the ground. With a swift motion, he hurled the confiscated spear, pinning the knight against a nearby tree. "I hope you find joy in heaven," Rog declared, extracting his sword and kicking the knight down, only to find Douglas and the remaining silver-winged knights charging towards him. Rog snatched a spear from the ground, launching it towards the oncoming knights to thwart their advance, then turned to flee with Catherine towards the direction where three cloaked figures had escaped, just as the knights prepared to pursue. A commanding shout rang out. "What has happened here?" They halted, turning to see Captain Antonio alongside Tolly and Murphy, accompanied by other members of the order. "What transpired here?" Antonio inquired, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene and the corpses scattered across the ground. "Captain, we arrived just in time to witness Rog slay the merfolk guardian. Alice, we encircled Rog and his accomplices, but faced fierce resistance. That scoundrel killed 3 of our brothers and fled west with his companions," Douglas reported. The revelation stunned those present, and Tolly rushed to inspect Alice's body. Upon confirming her identity, she turned to Antonio and Murphy, her face a mask of disbelief. "How can this be? Why would Rog kill her?" she murmured, grappling with the shocking reality. Murphy pondered for a moment before addressing Douglas. "Vice Captain, how did you ascertain Rog's culpability? Did you see him stab Alice?" "No, I did not witness it directly. When I and the knights arrived, he was standing beside the corpse, sword in hand, with fresh blood on the blade. The wounds on the body were inflicted by a sharp blade, and there were no other suspicious figures nearby." "If not him, then who else could it be?" From Douglas's account, Murphy found no grounds for doubt, remaining silent as he fixed a troubled gaze upon Antonio and Tolly. "There are only 2 possibilities," Antonio said, crouching beside Alice's body. That he glanced at Tolly, who was visibly distressed, then continued. "Either Alice refused to reveal the truth and engaged in a struggle with Rog, resulting in her accidental death, or," he paused. Locking eyes with Tolly, she divulged the truth to Rog, but the hidden puppet master had a peculiar connection with him, prompting Rog to silence her to cover his tracks. "This cannot be true," Tolly exclaimed in horror, unable to contain her shock. "I too wish this were not the case," Antonio replied calmly. "But Rangers are known to act in such a manner. Personal loyalties often supersede all else." He turned to Murphy, who remained silent, his expression unreadable. "Regardless, we must find Rog to uncover the truth," Antonio declared, rising to question Douglas. "In which direction did they flee?" The vice captain gestured westward through the woods. "That way. He was with the girl in the silver-white attire. Dispatch men to retrieve the bodies and guide them back to the Mage Tower. The rest of you, follow me. We must pursue Rog," Antonio commanded, and the order immediately mobilized to chase after Rog and Catherine. They soon reached the edge of a deep ravine, where Antonio led his men to the cliff's edge, surveying the desolate valley below. The snow-covered ground bore no footprints, save for a vine tied to a tree trunk, extending down into the abyss. Antonio peered over the edge into the quiet depths, where a mess of footprints marred the snow at the base of the ravine, leading to the massive stone where the cloaked figure had fallen. But now there were no bodies to be found, and Antonio's gaze fixated on the spot. Then he turned to Douglas. "Send someone down there to investigate." The vice captain immediately summoned knights on griffins, leading a contingent down into the valley, while Antonio, Tolly, and Murphy remained vigilant at the cliff's edge, observing the movements below. Douglas and his team followed the tracks until they reached the stone, only to find the prince abruptly in. He instructed his men to search every nook and cranny nearby, but to no avail, ultimately reporting back to Antonio. "Could he have flown across?" Antonio mused, casting a bewildered glance at the fog-cloaked forest on the opposite side. "But what of the footprints? Is there something down there worthy of his interest?" He posed his concerns to Douglas, who shook his head in response. "Captain, I don't believe there is anything of note below. We've scoured every inch and found naught. Not even a shadow. I would rather surmise this is a ruse by Rog. Regardless, we must traverse this ravine and press onward," Antonio commanded, his voice firm. "Knights, onward. Continue the search for Rog's trail." Unbeknownst to them, as they traversed the thicket, Rog sat up in a concealed cave, rubbing his sore neck, casting a resigned glance at Catherine, who was equally dazed. "Yes, I apologize," she murmured, noting his expression, nervously biting her lip. Rog silently gazed up at the narrow cave opening, which was at least 4 to 5 meters above the ground, its constricted entrance making it nearly impossible to climb out. Now you understand the disadvantages of having a clumsy girl by your side. The little owl perched atop Catherine's head remarked with a tone of mischief. Rog turned his face toward Catherine, who lowered her gaze, recalling how she had stumbled and inadvertently pulled him down with her, feeling a surge of guilt that who hasn't he made a blunder when they were inexperienced? You've done quite well. Rog replied, rising to his feet and glancing back into the ominous cave. In truth, we are rather fortunate. At least there is still a path to follow. You are hardly a lone wolf. You are merely a lecherous wolf. The little owl protested, flapping its wings and hopping atop Catherine's head, exclaiming, showing favoritism to the pretty girl, ignoring right and wrong, prioritizing allure over friendship, treating others unjustly. You are absolutely correct, my dear little one. That is precisely why you have been so prone to mischief, while I have never chastised you. You beautiful little bird. Upon hearing her words, Rog smiled gently and blew a kiss towards Catherine and Lilith with his hand cupped to his lips. Rog's gesture caused Catherine's cheeks to flush, even as she fervently reminded herself that the kiss was intended for the little bird perched atop her head. Nevertheless, the tenderness reflected in Rog's eyes left her feeling warm and flustered. Hey, don't get carried away. That kiss was meant for the lovely little bird, and you can't steal it from me. Lilith playfully patted Catherine's head with her tiny wings. Startled, Catherine looked up to see the little owl fluttering to Rog's shoulder. Don't you think that a few flattering words will silence my fair and just tongue? The little owl proclaimed proudly in Rog's ears merely that I am a broad-minded little bird, unwilling to hold grudges against a foolish girl. Indeed, you speak the truth, my little princess of the jungle. Rog stifled a laugh as he glanced back at Catherine and waved before turning to walk into the dark abyss of the cave. The current situation is rather absurd. Not only have we failed to capture the true culprit, but we have also become suspects ourselves, stumbling into this cave with an unknown destination. Rog chuckled self-deprecatingly as he walked. What shall we do now? Catherine asked anxiously, catching up from behind. Let it unfold naturally. Rog reassured her with confidence, noticing the lingering blush on her cheeks. Do not fear. I have encountered far more terrifying entities than the silver dragon wing knights. Mr. Rog, why are we running away? Why not turn the body over to the knights? That would clear our names and allow us to pursue the fleeing figure together. Catherine inquired hesitantly. The so-called suspicion of murder is rather inconsequential. Rog replied nonchalantly as he surveyed the gnarled walls around them. After all, I am already a wanted criminal. I have no desire for absolution, nor do I wish to collaborate with the knights. Acting independently allows my mind to remain clear, free from unnecessary distractions. Distractions? Are you concerned they might hinder us? Catherine looked at Rog, bewildered. Fool, did the groundhog rattle your brain when you fell? He is merely suspecting that the knights, the mage tower, and the black-clad villains are in cahoots. Lilith, perched atop Rog's hat, mocked him fiercely. Should I feed you now? Rog rummaged through his belongings and produced a small piece of magical rations. Placing it in the little owl's beak, Lilith arrogantly raised her head and chirped, Don't think that bribing me with food will render me mute. That said, I shall devour this treat. Seizing the moment while Lilith's beak was occupied, Rog turned to Catherine and said, What Lilith said is not entirely incorrect. Both the merfolk and the mage tower have shown signs of traitors, and there may well be moles within Antonio's knights. He paused slightly before continuing. Otherwise, why would the knights have coincidentally appeared nearby, just as we were examining Alice's body? Moreover, how similar are their white cloaks to the white fluff found beneath Alice's nails? Are you suggesting that the knights are responsible for Alice's death? Catherine asked, astonished. Rog nodded slightly. That possibility cannot be dismissed, yet we currently lack evidence. Relying solely on that tuft of white fluff cannot incriminate anyone. The most prudent course of action is to remain hidden and observe. Perhaps we shall uncover more concrete evidence. You truly think ahead. Catherine praised him with admiration. Lilith interjected indignantly. He is merely cunning and treacherous, with a mind full of schemes. Before she could finish, Rog silenced her with a morsel of food, saying, Even your eating cannot mute your mischievous little mouth. Catherine stifled a giggle at the sight. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar echoed from the depths of the cave, and Catherine's smile instantly vanished. What is that? She asked nervously, looking up. Chapter 28. The Snowman's Lair. First update. We might as well take a look. Perilous places often harbor paths to salvation. Rog strode forward confidently, with Catherine following closely, her silver pistol drawn as they cautiously made their way down the straight tunnel. After a while, Rog suddenly reached back and placed a hand on her shoulder. Startled, Catherine instinctively stepped back, but was held firmly in place by Rog. "Shoo, keep silent. We are uninvited guests, and trespassing in someone else's home can lead to a beating." He pressed his body against the wall, pulling Catherine close as they peered out of the tunnel. Before them lay a foreboding cavern, its floor and walls adorned with glistening white crystals that emitted a dim glow. Several creatures with long white fur roamed the cave, some lounging in slumber, occasionally emitting low growls. "What are those?" Catherine marveled at the grotesque and stout beings. Rog observed them for a moment before replying, "I have never seen them either, but I suspect they are the legendary snowmen." "Snowmen? You mean the ones built on the roadside during snowfall?" Catherine asked incredulously, turning to Rog. Just as he was about to respond, he felt the little owl atop his head begin to tremble violently. Frowning, he removed his hat to find the little fluff ball lying on its back with its tiny claws raised towards the sky, silently laughing. "You little imp, stop that. Perhaps I should show the snowman what you look like now." Rog poked the owl's belly, causing it to flip back over and resume its serious demeanor, saying, "Why on earth would you bring such a foolish girl along? She has dragged down the intelligence of our entire party." Catherine glared at the little owl, feeling embarrassed and annoyed by its mockery. Rog flicked the little fluff ball with his finger, replaced his hat, and turned to Catherine, noting her awkward expression. "Pay no mind to that little rascal. The snowmen I speak of are not mere snow figures, but rather creatures that inhabit the snowfields year-round. So what shall we do now?" Catherine glanced into the cave, where a dozen snowmen were moving about, all plump and robust, making it exceedingly difficult to pass through without alarming them. "We must advance. Antonio is a keen observer, and I certainly do not wish to retrace my steps only to be ambushed in the woods outside." Rog stated. He unfastened a bag of magical rations from his belt, emptied its contents, and crushed the cubes into smaller fragments. He then resealed the bag, tying it shut with a narrow opening, before gently lifting Lilith from his head. "Hey, little witch, I have an important task for you." "Your important task is surely one that could cost me my life." The little owl glared at Rog with her round eyes, full of distrust. "At least you haven't sacrificed yourself for a mission yet." Rog held the bag in front of her, saying, "Scatter these rations throughout the cave. I noticed 2 paths leading off to the side. Choose one at random, fly in, scatter the food, and then hurry back." "Understood. Are you implying that if I don't hurry, I might end up as the snowman's dinner?" Lilith shot a glance at the food bag beside her, pouting as she looked at Rog. "That possibility cannot be dismissed, especially since you are such a cute little thing that I've heard that snowmen particularly enjoy abducting adorable young girls." Rog winked at her with a smile. The little owl huffed in defiance, grabbing the bag with her crimson claws and flapping her wings as she flew into the cave. Rog and Catherine concealed themselves at the entrance, watching as she sprinkled the rations throughout the cavern. Eventually flying through to the opposite opening, the rich aroma of the magical rations drew the snowmen's attention, and they emitted low growls as they clumsily rose from the ground, making their way to the scattered food. Following the trail of rations laid by the little owl, the snowmen gradually left their lair, entering a narrow passage on the left, disappearing into the shadows. Seeing the moment was right, Rog seized Catherine's hand and dashed out of the cave, navigating through to the right passage where they paused to wait for Lilith to rejoin them. "Do you think Lilith will be all right on her own?" Catherine turned her gaze back towards the cave's entrance, reminiscing about the formidable procession of snowmen she had just witnessed, a flicker of concern for the little owl's safety crossing her mind. The only predicament that little creature might face is that she could not resist the temptation to snatch some provisions from the snowmen, only to be captured and devoured by them. Rog commented nonchalantly, and no sooner had he spoken than the little owl silently fluttered in from outside the cave, perching atop Rog's hat, and exclaimed, "I just heard someone speaking ill of me." "Is that so? I certainly didn't hear anything." Rog made a face at Catherine and turned back to continue deeper into the cave. Amused, Catherine followed closely behind him as they traversed the dark passage. Suddenly, a heavy snoring resonated from ahead. "What is that?" The 3 standing at the cave's exit craned their necks to peer outside at the colossal figure before them that was approximately 5 meters tall, covered in long white fur like an ordinary snowman, and as rotund as a small hill, blissfully slumbering in the center of the cavern. "If I am not mistaken, it must be the Snowman King." Rog mused, leaning against the wall in contemplation. "How did we end up on this path? Clearly, It is a wrong turn. You were the one leading the way, Catherine replied innocently. Looking at Rog, Lilith directed the other snowman to the left. Hence I opted for this route. Rog pulled the little owl from his head, fixing her with a serious stare. You told me to choose any path, but you didn't mention this creature would be here. Lilith retorted defiantly. Rog exchanged a silent glance with her for a moment before placing her back on his hat, and casually stated, Never mind, I was merely inquiring. Let's discuss more pressing matters. Such as how to proceed. It's asleep. We can quietly sneak past it, Catherine suggested, stifling a laugh as she pointed to the snoring snowman king outside the cave. That sounds like a splendid idea. But we must first conduct reconnaissance to avoid finding ourselves trapped after circumventing this small hill only to discover there's no viable path ahead. Rog again lifted Lilith from his head, instructing, Go scout, little witch. This is your responsibility. Why must the responsibilities always fall to me? Lilith grumbled, yet Rog playfully swatted her furry little backside and tossed her into the cave. She quickly flapped her wings to regain her balance, glared back at Rog, then soared over the snowman king. Circling around the hefty figure before continuing onward on the other side of the cavern, she discovered a massive passageway, towering 5 or 6 meters high. This should be the entrance and exit for the Snowman King, Lilith thought, diving into the tunnel. She flew close to the top of the passage and soon felt a strong gust of air rushing inward. Her innate sensitivity to airflow as a bird alerting her that the exit must be nearby. Sure enough, upon rounding a corner, she dimly spotted an opening. It was still night outside. No light penetrated the cave. And Lilith emerged to find herself at the foot of a hillside, the entrance partially obscured by snow-covered shrubs, rendering it quite concealed. I am undeniably an unparalleled guide. The little fluffball landed in the snow, took a few bites to wet her throat, and then turned back to fly into the cave. Inside the tunnel, Rog and Catherine had been anxiously awaiting Lilith's return, and when they finally caught sight of her, they breathed a sigh of relief. The little owl lazily fluttered past the Snowman King, heading straight for Rog, when suddenly a chaotic gust of wind erupted around her, followed by a growl from behind. I smell food. What intruder dares enter my domain? Please support by saving. Dear readers who enjoy this book, don't forget to click the save button. Chapter 29, The Howl of Wolves on a Snowy Night, second update. Upon hearing the roar, the little owl turned to see the massive form of the Snowman King rise to its full height, its gaping maw revealing long, ivory-like, razor-sharp teeth, and its enormous red tongue lolling out, sending chills down her spine. Frantically flapping her wings, she dove into Rog's embrace. Hey, 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 Rog said, cradling the trembling little fluffball, glancing up at the approaching Snowman King and adding, This is no way to handle a disaster. We must devise a solution. I don't want to be eaten by a giant polar bear. No, 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 Lilith cried, burrowing deeper into Rog's armpit. Rog, exasperated, glanced back at Catherine and shoved the little owl into her arms, saying, I imagine you wouldn't want to be eaten either. Fortunately, I still have a few pounds of meat on me. He left Catherine in the tunnel, took a cigar in his mouth, and boldly stepped into the cave, standing at the entrance while looking up at the approaching Snowman King. Raising a hand and calling out, Hey, big snow beast, waking up in a foul mood is not ideal. Shall we have a chat? Without a word, the Snowman King raised one enormous paw and brought it crashing down. Rog swiftly dodged to the left, seeing the paw slam into the ground with a thunderous crash. It seems there will be no negotiation. He leaped onto the fallen paw, and as the Snowman King attempted to shake him off, Rog firmly grasped the long white fur on its hand, using the momentum to release his grip and soar down, landing atop the Snowman King's head. Get off me, you wretched creature, the Snowman King roared in fury. Wildly swiping at its head with its massive forepaws, Rog deftly evaded the flailing claws, seizing the white fur atop the Snowman King's head and quickly wrapping it around its paws, effectively binding them to its head. Now, perhaps you might listen to a word I have to say, you unkempt furball, Rog declared, standing between the Snowman King's ensnared claws, striking a match to light the end of his cigar before leaning down to speak. The Snowman King let out a furious roar, shaking its head violently in an attempt to dislodge Rog, but Rog held tightly to the fur, his body steady as a rock. Suddenly, Catherine's startled voice echoed from the tunnel, sending a jolt of concern through Rog. Glancing down, he observed Catherine and Lilith bursting forth from the cave, the little owl flapping skyward while Catherine sprinted towards the exit. What is happening? Rog wondered. watching them flee when a throng of snowmen surged out, pursuing the direction from which the two had escaped. My heavens. This truly leaves no room for discussion. Rog pivoted and dashed towards the Snowman King's back, sliding down its body just as Catherine rushed past him. The girl, running at full speed, drew a silver pistol from her waist, ready to turn and shoot, but Rog quickly pressed down on her gun barrel. "Give me the gun," he demanded, snatching the pistol from her, then pushing her forward with a swift motion. They both continued to run, the snowman crashing behind them like a tidal wave, while the Snowman King broke free from its restraints and struggled to rise in pursuit. "Hurry, run," Rog shouted at Catherine while raising the silver pistol, but instead of aiming at the snowman, he aimed at the sky where Lilith soared, firing a bright silver bullet. Startled, the little owl saw the bullet was past her and trembled, quickly turning back to glance at Rog, who shouted, "Don't just focus on saving yourself, you silly little thing." Lilith glanced back at the horde of menacing snowmen pursuing Rog and Catherine, as well as the towering Snowman King. After a moment of shock, she finally snapped back to reality. She flapped her wings and landed, transforming into a dainty girl clad in black feathers and red ballet shoes, watching as Catherine and Rog rushed toward her. With her hands, she traced a red hexagonal magic circle in front of her. Group transformation. With her eyes glowing a bright red, the light of the hexagonal magic circle instantly enveloped Rog and Catherine, their forms shifting in a flash of crimson light into two small animals, one black and one white. Lilith watched as they darted past her, transforming back into a little owl before flying into the tunnel. The three little creatures sped out of the cave, and by the time the snowmen finally pushed their way out, the trio had vanished without a trace. The Snowman King roared furiously at the sky several times before turning back with the snowmen to return to the cavern. What a harrowing experience. They all sighed in relief as they perched on a branch of a large tree near the cave entrance. Catherine, now transformed into a white squirrel, looked down at herself in astonishment, laughing as she remarked, "I must admit, I'm growing increasingly fond of this feeling of being an animal. Perhaps I should introduce you to a certain witch to turn you into a chattering little owl as well." Perched upon the back of the little squirrel, Rog uttered words of disbelief, lowering his gaze to examine himself before abruptly turning to glare at the nearby owl with an ominous expression. Bellowing, "Lilith, explain to me why I have been transformed into a dung beetle." The trio, having escaped from the snowman's lair, journeyed along the vast expanse of snow towards the northwest, as per Rog's calculations, hoping to uncover traces of the two cloaked figures. However, after an entire day of travel, no hint or clue was found as night descended upon the snowy plain. The three took refuge in a low-lying area, shielding themselves from the biting cold winds. Rog produced some magical rations from his pack and shared them with Catherine and Lilith, and the trio dined on a frigid meal amidst the pristine, unblemished white snow. Despite the relative safety of their sheltered spot, the chilling aura emanating from the surrounding snow made Catherine involuntarily shiver. She curled up, striving to retain some warmth, yet her body continued to feel a bone-chilling cold. "This cannot go on. You will freeze to death," Rog remarked, lifting his gaze to the star-studded night sky before assessing Catherine, who was huddling with her arms around her knees in the snow. Rising, he declared, "Stay here and wait for me. I shall gather some firewood. We must ignite a bonfire to ensure our warmth." As he turned to leave, Lilith sprang from her spot, eager to follow, but he halted her with a firm command, "Stay here, little one, and keep Catherine company that I shall return shortly." With that, he strode away from the hollow. Reluctantly pouting, the little girl watched his departing figure, then glanced back at the shivering Catherine in the snow, before turning to sit opposite her, resting her chin in her hands as she gazed up at the clear night sky, murmuring, "Tonight is the night of the full moon." Catherine instinctively lifted her head, her eyes drawn to the twinkling stars above, as a luminous full moon ascended the heavens, casting its silvery light upon the snow-covered ground, creating a dreamlike scene. The two girls, one large and one small, sat facing each other, knees drawn, silently contemplating the moon, each lost in her own thoughts. That a snowflake drifted down onto Catherine's lap, capturing her attention, and soon she noticed more crystalline snowflakes, cascading from the tranquil night sky like pure, white sprites, settling around her. This serene spectacle momentarily relieved Catherine of her chill, a hint of innocent joy gracing her lips as she reached out to catch a few snowflakes, exclaiming to Lilith, "Hey, it's snowing." To her surprise, when she turned her gaze back to Lilith, The little girl had vanished without a trace. "Lilith?" Catherine called out, her eyes widening in astonishment as she searched the surroundings. Suddenly, a long, haunting howl echoed across the snowy plain. A shiver coursed through Catherine's spine, and she quickly rose to her feet, preparing to find Lilith, only to be met with a multitude of glowing green eyes flickering in the darkness above the hollow. "Is this a wolf?" Catherine gasped in terror, her gaze darting around as the area was enveloped in a sea of green light, the howls of wolves reverberating ominously, their low growls filled with menace echoing in her ears. "Get away! Stay back!" she cried, trembling as she drew two silver pistols from her waist, her eyes fixed on the menacing circle of wolf eyes surrounding her. She knew she had only 20 bullets. As if sensing her fear, the green glow began to advance toward the hollow, revealing a robust white alpha wolf that caught Catherine's eye first. The fierce creature bared its teeth, its menacing gaze fixated on her. Issuing low, threatening growls from its throat, "Do not approach. Retreat," Catherine shouted, raising her silver pistol and pulling the trigger. The white wolf nimbly stepped back, the silver bullet narrowly missing its nose and burying itself in the snow before her. Enraged by her attack, the white wolf let out a furious roar, prompting the surrounding pack to howl in unison as they lunged toward her from all directions. Catherine, with little time to ponder her predicament, lifted her pistol once more, firing repeatedly as silver bullets found their mark, taking down one snow wolf after another amidst pools of blood. 10 bullets flew in a circular arc around her. 10 snow wolves collapsed, causing the remaining pack to momentarily retreat. "I think I have thoroughly enraged them," Catherine gasped, holding her breath as she observed the murderous intent gleaming in the wolves' eyes, akin to soldiers witnessing their comrades' slaughter. Filled with wrath as they glared at their enemy. "Lilith, where are you? Please, help me." "Mr. Rog," Catherine frantically scanned her surroundings. The little owl had vanished, and Rog remained unresponsive. That it seemed that only she and the menacing wolves were left on the desolate snowy expanse. After a brief standoff, the wolf pack charged once more, and Catherine, with no choice, aimed her gun again. Just as she shot down a charging snow wolf, another suddenly burst forth from the thick snow behind her, knocking her to the ground. Struggling on the ground, Catherine kicked the wolf away and managed to sit up, only to find herself completely encircled by the pack, their sharp-toothed maws lunging toward her. Suddenly, a bone-chilling roar pierced the air as a massive werewolf leaped from behind the pack, landing with a thunderous howl. The wolves froze, turning their heads in surprise, while the werewolf stepped forward, bared its teeth, and shouted at the alpha wolf. The alpha hesitated for a moment before leaping toward the werewolf. The werewolf sidestepped the alpha's attack, swiping its steel claws and sending the airborne alpha crashing to the snow, where it let out a mournful whine. The remaining wolves, panicked, turned and fled in disarray. The werewolf let out a furious roar, its piercing gaze locking onto Catherine's pale face. "Don't know," Catherine whimpered, instinctively retreating as the werewolf advanced towards her, its imposing presence sending her heart racing. She raised her silver pistol, aiming at the fearsome creature, but as she pulled the trigger, the bullet merely ricocheted off the werewolf's hardened claw, falling harmlessly to the snow. Without hesitation, she squeezed the trigger again. This time, the silver bullet struck the werewolf's shoulder, eliciting a searing pain that ignited its fury. It let out an enraged howl and lunged toward Catherine, who, in her terror, pulled the trigger once more, only to realize she had run out of bullets. Her piercing scream echoed across the vast snowy plain as the enormous creature pinned her down, its size dwarfing her. With wide, almost bursting eyes, she stared at the werewolf's snow-white mane glistening under the moonlight. "How could it be you? You are the monster that killed my father," Catherine cried out in abject horror. Thrashing helplessly against the creature's grip, expending all her strength in a futile attempt to escape its clutches, Catherine's desperate cries seemed to irritate the werewolf, which seized her flailing arms and tossed her toward the nearby snow. Crashing heavily into the snow, Catherine quickly lost consciousness, her mind fading as snowflakes continued to fall endlessly from the sky. "Awaken, you lazy caterpillar. It is time for the early bird to feast upon you." In her haze, she felt a sharp object jab at her face. Instinctively, she reached up to brush it away, only to be struck hard again, accompanied by a shrill voice calling out. The little owl's sharp claws had dug into Catherine's forehead, and with a startled cry, she bolted upright, clutching her throbbing face and casting a resentful glance at the tiny ball of fluff now perched on Rog's shoulder. wishing fervently to roast it for a meal. "Good morning. You do not look well," Rog remarked gently. Hearing his soft inquiry, Catherine's tension eased, and she surveyed her surroundings. Dawn had broken, and the remnants of the bonfire still emitted wisps of smoke, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night. Catherine's eyes widened as she seized Rog's hand, exclaiming, "I saw it. The werewolf. It was right here." "Werewolf?" Rog paused, removing his gloves to place the back of his hand against her forehead, asking, "Are you ill? Or did you have a nightmare?" "I am neither ill nor dreaming. I truly beheld the very werewolf that took my father's life. Last night, the wolf pack assailed me, driving them away, yet it turned its aggression towards me once more." At that moment, Catherine, somewhat incoherent in her cries, suddenly spotted the small owl perched upon Rog's shoulder and exclaimed, "Lilith can bear witness. I certainly did not see any wolf pack, nor a werewolf, but there was indeed a drowsy creature." The little owl cast a disdainful glance at Catherine and retorted, "How could that be? I distinctly saw." Catherine, at a loss, lowered her gaze, only to suddenly notice the two silver handguns at her waist. In a flurry, she drew them, opened the chambers, and discovered that not a single bullet had been lost. Could it be that it was merely a dream? Bewildered, Catherine glanced at the silver handguns, then lifted her head to survey her surroundings. The morning sunlight bathed the pristine white snow, momentarily dazzling her eyes. "You must be overthinking this. Perhaps your encounter with the snowman the previous day reminded you of that white-furred werewolf." Rog offered a roasted snow rabbit leg to Catherine, saying, "Come, eat it. We have gone without meat for some time. Although the taste of magical rations is decent, consuming them constantly can become rather tiresome." Catherine, dazed, nodded and reached out to take it, but Lilith darted forward first. Sinking her teeth into the rabbit leg, Rog scooped up the little fur ball and scolded, "Don't snatch others' food. You've already had your fill, you little glutton." The small owl indignantly twisted her head upside down and glared at Rog, declaring, "This was clearly my catch. Why shouldn't I have another bite?" Rog handed the rabbit leg to Catherine and playfully poked Lilith's belly, saying, "If you keep indulging, you'll soon become as plump as a wild boar. Are you prepared for that, little piggy owl?" Upon hearing this, Lilith transformed into a small girl and leapt into Rog's arms, playfully punching him with her tiny fists as Rog lay back on the ground. Laughing heartily as Catherine watched their affectionate exchange while eating, a smile crept onto her face, and the remnants of last night's dream gradually faded from her mind. After finishing their breakfast, the trio set off northward once more, traversing the snowy plains until they arrived at a frozen stream. Rog struck the surface ice with his sword, creating a hole from which they could drink, while Catherine and Lilith jostled for water. Rog rose to survey the banks of the stream, and suddenly, he discovered a patch of bright red blood not far from the riverbank. Chapter 31, The Cat and Mouse Chase, Second Update. Rog strode past the two girls and crouched by the bloodied riverbank. Inspecting the crimson stains left upon the snow, his hasty movement alerted Lilith, who raised her head to peer at him. "What have you found, Rog?" The little girl bounced up to him and clung to his back, resting her chin on his shoulder, and gazed down to see the conspicuous bloodstains on the ground. "You're bleeding," she feigned alarm, startling Catherine, who hurried over to inquire, "What happened? Is everything all right?" "Do not heed this little rascal's outburst. I am perfectly fine," Rog replied, glancing at Catherine and gently poking Lilith's tiny nose. "That I believe we have located the two fleeing figures in black cloaks." Catherine lowered her gaze to see the blood-stained snow and the scrap of black fabric in Rog's hand. "This is fabric specific to cloaks. The bloodstains have not been obscured by last night's snowfall, and the ice beside the blood shows significant damage, indicating that those two must have washed and bandaged their wounds here," Rog explained. Pointing out the clues to Catherine, he gently pushed Lilith off his back, stood up, and looked skyward to ascertain their location. "It appears we are on the right path, albeit having taken a considerable detour. However, we have not strayed from their escape route." "Then let us pursue them," Catherine exclaimed excitedly, looking around but then turning to Rog, perplexed. "But which direction should we pursue?" "This way," Rog indicated upstream along the stream. "The ice covering this small river is quite thin. A person could easily break it with a foot, let alone two people crossing over. The ice in the river's center remains intact." Suggesting they did not cross the river, he continued to point at the ice along the bank. "The ice here shows clear signs of damage. They likely tread along the water's edge to avoid leaving footprints in the snow. And the traces continue upstream, aligning with their path from downstream. Rog turned to bring Lilith before him, cradling her little face in his hands. Little one, fly upstream and scout for any signs of those two from the air. Catherine and I will follow closely behind you. I'm hungry and can't fly, Lilith pouted, her voice laced with a petulant whine. If you cannot fly, then it suffices to bounce along and keep pace with them. Rog playfully lifted the little girl and tossed her into the sky. She flailed her arms and let out a shriek, transforming into a small owl mid-air, with an indignant glare back at Rog. She warned, bullying a child will come at a cost. Beware of your rations. I shall await your return for supper, my dear. Rog smiled and waved as he watched Lilith storm off into the sky, then beckoned Catherine to follow him. The two of them pursued in the direction Lilith had flown, discovering two sets of footprints leaving the riverbank at a bend. Rog instructed Lilith to continue tracking their target. The little one quickly returned with a report of two dark figures a kilometer ahead as daylight broke. The blinding white light reflecting off the snow strained Lilith's eyes, rendering her vision a blinding expanse. And the little owl alighted back onto Rog's shoulder, burrowing into his hat. We must continue our pursuit. We must capture them. Rog did not press the little one further, but he and Catherine sprinted ahead, soon spotting the two shadowy figures. The sounds of their hurried footsteps startled the cloaked figures, who turned to recognize Rog and were momentarily taken aback, hastening into the nearby woods. Catherine, seeing them attempt to flee, raised her silver handgun to shoot, but Rog restrained her, saying, "Do not fire. The distance makes it difficult to aim. If you inadvertently kill one, we will lose our chance to interrogate them. Stay behind. I will pursue them." Rog pivoted and dashed towards a towering tree, swiftly climbing its trunk with hands that seemed to cling to the bark. Once at the treetop, he glanced in the direction the black-cloaked figures had fled and leapt from the tree, grasping a branch of another tree mid-air and swinging himself forward, leaping towards yet another tree. Utilizing the unbroken canopy of trees and branches, Rog advanced through the air with the agility of a monkey, quickly closing the distance to the two figures. However, just as he prepared to pounce upon them, the branch he clung to suddenly snapped, sending him plummeting from over 10 meters high in mid-air. Rog remained composed, grasping a tree trunk with his left hand, leaving 5 deep grooves in the wood, while drawing his sword with the right. With a powerful push, he leaped towards another large tree, driving his silver sword deep into the trunk. Using the momentum from his leap, he swung down from the tree, landing squarely in the path of the two fleeing figures. Upon seeing Rog suddenly appear before them, the two men were struck with fear and hastily drew their swords to confront him. After running for so long, it is time to rest. Collaboration is not so difficult. Tell me, where is the holy relic? Aside from Bloody Hand William, who else commands you? What is the name of your organization? Rog plunged his silver sword into the ground, leisurely lighting a cigar as he addressed the two figures before him. The two cloaked men exchanged a silent glance, wordlessly drawing their swords and attacking Rog from either side, without missing a beat. Rog clamped the cigar between his teeth and unsheathed his sword, hurling it toward the taller of the two approaching from the right, while simultaneously launching himself at the shorter one on the left. The taller man was forced to retreat from the spinning silver blade, granting Rog the opportunity to confront the shorter figure directly. He deftly sidestepped the descending sword, delivering a powerful blow with his iron fist, resulting in a sickening crack as the shorter man's arm broke. Rog swiftly dodged the taller man's strike, seizing his wrist with a firm grip, and sent the incapacitated shorter man crashing to the ground with a punch. Following this, he executed a spinning kick to the taller man's abdomen, eliciting a pained howl as the cloaked figure staggered back, clutching his midsection. Just then, the recently downed shorter man struggled to rise, brandishing his sword toward Rog's back. Sensing the rush of air behind him, Rog quickly ducked, only to have the taller man hurl his sword at him, which soared over Rog's head and pierced the chest of the shorter man. One can only hope you coordinate better next time, assuming there is a next time, Rog remarked, observing the shorter man lying lifeless in a pool of blood as he turned his gaze to the taller figure. Realizing his companion had been slain, the cloaked man sprang to his feet and fled in desperation. "Hey, darling, you sure took your sweet time. Perhaps I should take it slow and wait for you," Rog quipped, accepting the silver sword he had thrown from the tardy Catherine, patting the breathless girl on the shoulder. "Come on, we must pursue him. We are but a step away from the final interrogation." The cloaked figure ran for his life as Rog and Catherine relentlessly chased after him, the distance closing rapidly. Suddenly, the cloaked man halted before a steep slope, beyond which lay a vast expanse of snow. Devoid of the jungle's cover, gasping for breath, he glanced back at his pursuers, gritted his teeth, and leaped down the slope, tumbling through the thick snow, his dark cloak becoming a snowball as he rolled down. Rogue and Catherine reached the edge of the slope, witnessing him struggle to rise and stumble northward. Just as they prepared to descend, a cacophony of flapping wings filled the air as a dozen griffins descended. Encircling the pair, Rogue, "This time I shall see where you run." Douglas, atop one of the griffins, brandished his spear at Rogue and bellowed. "Damn it," Rogue muttered, removing the half-burnt cigar from his mouth and casting an irate glance at the silver dragon knights surrounding him. "Do not impede my path, you wretched fools. If you wish to learn of the relic's whereabouts," he pointed his sword at Douglas, exclaiming in frustration, "precisely because we seek the relic's location, we cannot allow you to escape." Douglas retorted, unwavering as he raised his spear. "What did Alice tell you? Why did you kill her? Was it to conceal some unspeakable crime? I have no desire to kill you, but should you not step aside within 3 seconds? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Rogue declared, suppressing his fury. Douglas, however, remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Seeing this, Rogue charged forward, while Douglas advanced, urging his griffin to unleash its massive claws upon Rogue. Rogue evaded the griffin's assault, thrusting his sword through its armor and into its flesh, then leaping to deliver a kick to Douglas's chest, sending him tumbling from the griffin. Douglas fell heavily to the snow, rolling to regain his footing, only to find Rogue had mounted the griffin. Seizing the creature's mane, Rogue swiftly sliced through its throat, crimson blood gushing forth as the griffin collapsed with a mournful cry. The surrounding knights were taken aback, launching their griffins at Rogue, but Catherine quickly raised her twin pistols, unleashing a hail of bullets that struck several knights, forcing them to stagger back, taking advantage of the chaos. Rogue forged a path, shielding Catherine as they prepared to descend the snowy slope. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared behind him, and a chain ensnared his ankle, dragging him backward. Rogue swiftly grasped the chain and twisted his ankle, freeing himself and leaping back to his feet. "Rogue, your insolence has reached its limit. My patience is finite." Antonio's spear flew back to his hand as he stood before Rogue, his griffin Tityrus landing behind him. Tali appeared atop the griffin as well. "Antonio, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Rogue, suppressing his irritation, glared at the knight commander. "Had you and your foolish knights not intervened, I would have already captured the henchman responsible for the theft of the relic." "Who is this henchman? Where is he?" Antonio inquired, lifting the visor of his silver helm and scrutinizing Rogue with suspicion. "They are the underlings of Bloody Hand William, the village chief of the fishing village. Alice's death and that of the Grandmaster are tied to William. And the true mastermind behind the theft of the relic is the one pulling his strings. Commander, do not trust him. When we landed, it was just the two of them. There were no others." "This is all a ploy for his escape," Douglas interjected, pointing his spear at Rogue and Catherine. "Bloody Hand William has been incarcerated in the Imperial prison for a century. When I left the capital, he was still locked away in the God Eagle prison. How can you prove this matter is related to him?" Antonio asked, regarding Rogue with skepticism. "That I witnessed Bloody Hand William murder the Grandmaster with my own eyes. If you doubt me, there lies the corpse of a cloaked man in the jungle behind you. He is one of his subordinates," Rogue declared, pointing his silver sword at the jungle. Antonio turned to glance at the jungle, pondering for a moment before instructing, "Douglas, take a few men to investigate." The vice commander nodded, shooting Rogue a glare before leading 10 knights away in haste. Murphy and Tali arrived shortly after, urging Antonio and Rogue to cease hostilities. But both remained silent, their eyes betraying an enmity that could not be easily resolved. As Tali attempted to mediate, Douglas returned swiftly with the knights, whispering a few words to Antonio. The knight commander glanced at him, furrowing his brow slightly before returning his gaze to Rogue. "Rogue, where is this corpse you spoke of? Are your men blind? How can they not see a cloaked figure against the white snow?" Rogue scoffed, exhaling smoke with a derisive smile, as Catherine chimed in. "Indeed, the body lies right there in the snow, surrounded by clear bloodstains." Antonio scrutinized Douglas, who stepped forward, asserting loudly, "We searched the surrounding jungle thoroughly. There is no body and no bloodstains. You are clearly lying. Do you have anything to say in your defense?" Antonio asked, his expression darkening as he glared at Rogue. "I have nothing further to say. If you wish to fight, then let it be now," Rogue declared, putting the cigar back in his mouth coolly. "Wait, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Why not discuss this calmly and clarify the details? Tali interjected, reaching for Antonio while signaling Rogue to refrain from rash actions. I shall indeed converse with him, but he must accompany me back to explain everything. Antonio pushed Tali aside, his eyes like daggers fixed on Rogue. Rogue's stubbled lips curled into a mocking smile as he provocatively replied, that depends on whether the Emperor's lapdogs have teeth sharp enough. Rogue's words incensed Antonio, who lowered his visor and charged at Rogue, the spear's tip lunging toward Rogue's chest like a striking serpent. Rogue smirked, parrying the spear with his silver sword, and pounced toward the Knight Commander like a famished tiger. Antonio retracted his spear, sweeping it just above Rogue's lowered head, while Rogue thrust his sword toward Antonio's left knee. Antonio stepped back hastily, and Rogue executed a forward roll, crashing into Antonio's embrace. Let us see how you fare against this. Knight. Rogue let out a thunderous roar as he struck Antonio's breastplate with a powerful fist. The Knight Commander staggered backward, his heavy metallic boots aiding him in regaining his balance in a swift motion. The barrel of his gun, like a dragon's tail, struck Rogue's calf. Rogue felt a sharp pain in his leg, causing him to lose stability and fall backward to the ground. Instinctively, he extended his left hand to grasp Antonio's breastplate, his forefingers creating a jarring metallic screech against the armor. Seizing the opportunity, Rogue performed a backward somersault, landing firmly on his feet. Antonio looked down in astonishment, discovering that his sturdy steel breastplate bore 4 deep gashes. As if sliced by a keen blade, he gazed up at Rogue, who provocatively flexed his fingers. It seems your armor lacks sufficient fortitude. Did the Holy Emperor not allocate enough funds for the crafting of your armor? Rogue remarked, flexing his leg, slightly sore from Antonio's strike, a disdainful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He surveyed the furious knights surrounding them, raising his hands in mock innocence, and taunted, pray tell. Does the Holy Emperor extract wealth from the populace merely to indulge himself into a corpulent pig? You scoundrel! You shall not insult His Majesty the Holy Emperor, the Knight Commander bellowed, gripping his spear tightly and swinging it with great force. A golden radiance erupting from the eyeholes of his silver helm, instantly coating his silver armor in a dazzling gold, transforming even his gleaming silver spear into a brilliant golden weapon. The enraged scion of the dragon leaped high, thrusting his spear towards Rogue. Rogue swiftly retreated, the spearhead, aglow in the resplendent light, resembled a roaring dragon, clawing its way towards him. Rogue raised his silver sword to meet the spear's tip, and in that moment, a golden beam engulfed his figure entirely, causing those present to avert their eyes in alarm. As the tempest arose, a thunderous explosion reverberated in every ear, a golden shockwave spreading from the summit of the snow slope. As the golden radiance dissipated from the snow slope's apex, the surroundings gradually returned to normalcy. People cautiously opened their eyes, casting their gazes towards Rogue's location, only to find the snow entirely blown away, revealing the brown earth beneath, where Rogue knelt. His garments were severely torn by the sacred shockwave, leaving only tattered remnants, his wide-brimmed blue hat nowhere to be found, his tousled brown hair cascading over his bare shoulders. A fierce wolf tattoo emerging from the ragged fabric. Tali, witnessing this scene, could not help but exclaim. Rogue slowly lifted his head, his curled body straightening, the sleeves of his garments destroyed, exposing his muscular arms adorned with tattoos of ferocious wolf claws. When he removed the hand that clutched his chest, the remnants of the wide-brimmed hat were revealed, pressed tightly against his chest. He cast a cold glance at Antonio, moved the hat aside, and peered down at the small owl nestled within, unharmed in its sanctuary. Handing the hat to Catherine, he uttered, "Please take care of Lilith for me." Catherine hurriedly accepted the hat, clutching it tightly to her chest, while Rogue had already launched himself like an arrow towards Antonio. The Knight Commander, sensing the ferocity of Rogue's advance, assumed a defensive stance with his spear at the ready. Rogue's silver sword clashed against the golden spear shaft, sending sparks flying and producing a crisp ringing sound that resonated in their ears. As they grappled, Antonio sensed an increasing strength emanating from Rogue, his eyes widening in astonishment as the light radiating from Rogue's gaze intensified, as if some power were surging forth from within him. Suddenly, with his right hand holding the sword pressing down on the spear that Antonio controlled with both hands, Rogue's left hand slid past the spear to grip Antonio's neck guard. A series of crackling sounds echoed as the hard metal neck guard deformed beneath Rogue's grip. Realizing the dire situation, Antonio kicked Rog away, freeing his neck from the latter's grasp. In that fleeting moment, as their bodies parted, Rog's fingers glided across Antonio's breastplate, and the sound of metal fracturing rang out, revealing 5 finger-width cracks in the golden armor. What? This is impossible, Antonio gasped in shock, looking down at the long fissures on his breastplate. He had never witnessed anyone capable of tearing apart a knight's armor with bare hands, let alone one imbued with the sacred magic that fortified it. Though you possess the armor and magic bestowed upon you by the Holy Church, Rog, now retreating from Antonio, spoke in a somber tone. It does not grant you immunity from all harm. There is nothing in this world that is invincible. You fiend, you are nothing short of a devil. Antonio glared at Rog, a mixture of shock and fury in his eyes. Rog, hearing this, revealed a chilling grin and nodded. You are indeed correct. The distance between a demon hunter and a devil is but a step, but for others, is it not the same? Then let me see if you have indeed fallen into the path of darkness. Antonio's voice rang out clearly from within his golden helm as he charged at Rog, spear held aloft. Rog advanced rather than retreating, swinging his sword to meet the knight commander's golden spear. Just as their weapons were about to collide, a gleaming curved dagger interposed itself between them. Enough? Cease your conflict. Murphy stepped forward, separating the two, the dagger firmly pressed against their descending weapons. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed in the ears of all present. 3 men gazing intently at one another, their eyes ablaze with differing ambitions. Both of you need to regain your composure. This is not the time for self-destruction. The key lies in tracing the whereabouts of the sacred artifact, Murphy implored, straining to separate the weapons and pushing Antonio and Rog apart. For me, capturing the fugitive is equally my duty, as vital as pursuing the sacred artifact. Antonio pointed his spear at Rog, who deflected it with his silver sword, coldly retorting, "Indeed, the Holy Church has always operated on 2 fronts, by day, angels, by night, demons, both equally significant. Those who tarnish the Holy Church's reputation must pay the price." Enraged, Antonio lunged forward, thrusting his spear towards Rog's chest. Murphy quickly reached out to grasp the spear shaft, but the spearhead shot forth, hurtling straight at Rog. Rog sidestepped, evading the whistling spearhead, and aimed his silver sword at the gash in Antonio's breastplate. But Murphy intervened, pressing down on the blade to prevent the strike. Just as the 3 found themselves locked in a stalemate, the Vice-Captain Douglas suddenly circled around, brandishing his spear from the side. Aiming to stab Rog from behind, Catherine screamed in alarm, but Rog had already caught the motion in his peripheral vision. He swiftly bent backward to evade the spearhead, seizing hold of the shaft. Gripping Douglas's spear tightly, he yanked him towards himself, thrusting his silver sword towards Douglas's abdomen. The staggering Douglas could not control his momentum, lunging directly into Rog's glimmering blade. Antonio rushed forward, extending his spear in an attempt to block Rog's sword. But Murphy stepped in simultaneously, forcefully pushing Rog aside. Unfortunately, Antonio's spear inadvertently pierced Murphy's left side. Murphy emitted a muffled groan, staggering backward, grasping Rog's arm to push him away. "Brother, are you all right?" Rog exclaimed, noticing Murphy's injury. Antonio, realizing he had mistakenly harmed Murphy, intended to check on him but was halted by Rog's icy glare as he paused, reprimanding Douglas for his unwarranted attack. "I am fine. Listen to me. Neither of you should settle the grudge against the church at this moment. Both of you must set aside your conflicts. Tracing the whereabouts of the sacred artifact is of utmost importance. If you two continue to battle to the death, the ones who would rejoice the most are those who have stolen the artifact." Upon hearing Murphy's earnest plea, Rog glanced at Antonio, who happened to turn his gaze towards them. The 2 locked eyes for a moment before Antonio willingly dispelled his spear in a burst of golden light, sheathing his weapon to indicate his willingness to cease hostilities. "Come, brother, follow me. I cannot entrust you to that band of knights," Rog declared, lifting Murphy onto his back and turning to descend the snow slope. Several knights attempted to block their path, but Antonio waved them aside. Rog slid down the slope with Murphy on his back, striding alongside Catherine, who cradled Lilith, heading in the direction the cloaked figure had fled. "You should follow as well." With Rog carrying Murphy away, they lacked the means to treat his injuries. "Your presence would greatly facilitate the treatment." Antonio approached Tali and spoke to her. Tali was hesitating, but upon hearing Antonio's proactive suggestion, she quickly nodded in agreement and turned to slide down the snowy slope, hastening her steps to catch up with Rog. Antonio walked to the edge of the snowy cliff, gazing into the distance at their departing figures when he heard Douglas, who had hurriedly followed behind, ask anxiously, "Captain, why are we letting them go? This is the best opportunity to capture Rock." "No, you are being too hasty," Antonio replied, removing his silver helmet to reveal a head of dark red short hair. His expression solemn as he turned to Douglas. "Rogg's combat prowess exceeds our imagination. Defeating him is not a matter of mere moments. However, Murphy's injuries cannot be delayed. Perhaps a different approach would be more advantageous at this point. Tolly and Murphy should be able to extract more information from him." He cast a grave glance at Douglas, saying, "Do not worry. Rogg cannot escape this island. The Mage Tower will be keeping a watchful eye on his movements. This matter is far from over." "Understood, Captain," Douglas replied promptly. Just then, a white owl descended from the sky and perched upon Antonio's shoulder. The Knight Commander recognized it as a messenger owl from the Mage Tower. Extending his hand to retrieve the letter tube from its leg, he opened the letter and examined it closely. Murmuring in surprise, "How did they arrive? Good night, everyone. Don't forget to click to support with a favorite. There will be another chapter later tonight. Those with time remember to take a sneak peek." Chapter 34. Fated Enemies. Third update. "What is the matter, Captain?" Douglas asked, puzzled by Antonio's unusual expression. Antonio handed the letter tube and letter to him, gazing out over the vast, desolate snowfield as he spoke. "The Holy Emperor has dispatched Gerda and Bach, bringing the Holy Lightwing priesthood to Ice and Snow Island, and they have now arrived at the City of Radiance. Isn't that a good thing? With that, we can fully control the situation on Ice and Snow Island," Douglas exclaimed, glancing down at the letter in his hand. "Working with the priesthood, we can more easily capture Rogg. I am not concerned about Rogg. My worries lie with others," Antonio replied, casting a sidelong glance at the excited expression of his vice-captain. His grave and icy gaze extinguished Douglas's smile. Akin to a bucket of cold water poured over him, the leader of the Holy Lightwing priesthood, High Priest Gerda, is the most notorious fanatic of the Holy Council. Not only individuals like Rogg, but even someone like Miss Tolly from the Merfolk is viewed as an evil heretic in Gerda's eyes. Antonio turned his face back to the snowy expanse, observing the sunlight filtering through the snow mist and scattered beams, saying, "I do not wish for Gerda and the priesthood to interfere in this matter. It could complicate the situation here even further. But they have already arrived, acting on the Holy Emperor's orders, and we cannot send them away," Douglas insisted. "That is true, but we cannot simply stand by and watch as they disturb the situation. I do not wish to witness Gerda and his fanatics wreaking havoc on Ice and Snow Island," Antonio declared as he turned to mount his griffin, loudly commanding his subordinates, "Mount your steeds. Knights, we shall set forth to meet our brothers from the priesthood." Meanwhile, Rogg, carrying the injured Murphy, found a sheltered hill. He cleared a patch of ground beneath the hill for Murphy to sit upon, unwrapping his bloodied clothing in an attempt to tend to his wounds. "Damn it, this wound is too deep. What are we to do?" Rogg lamented, gazing at the serious injury on Murphy's left side. He could only temporarily bind the wound with strips of cloth before retrieving a cigar from his waist pouch, lighting it, and offering it to Murphy, saying, "Here, brother, this will help ease your pain." After handing the cigar to Murphy, Rogg rose to gather herbs when he suddenly spotted Tolly's figure appearing beside the slope. She hurried up, anxiously asking, "How is Murphy? His injuries are severe. We lack the means to heal him." "Can you save him?" Rogg asked, filled with concern. Tolly rushed to Murphy's side, kneeling to unwrap the cloth binding his wound, inspecting the injury as she replied, "I can help him stop the bleeding, but healing may take some time." She lowered her head, transferring the Merfolk's staff to her left hand, pressing her right palm against Murphy's wound, murmuring incantations that a wisp of mist emerged from the mermaid statue atop the staff, coalescing in midair into a delicate, translucent mermaid maiden. The mermaid circled the staff, gracefully descending, winding around Tolly's left arm and shoulders before diving into Murphy's wound. Tolly released her grip, observing as the mermaid seamlessly stitched up Murphy's wound with her own body, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Throughout this process, Murphy felt no pain whatsoever. He is no longer in danger of losing his life, but he should avoid any strenuous activity for a while. Otherwise, the wound may reopen, Tolly said, lifting her gaze to Murphy. The adventurer nodded gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Miss Tolly. It is nothing. It is what I ought to do." Tolly nodded to Catherine, signaling her to take care of Murphy, then cleaned the blood from her hands with the snow on the ground. Rising, she said to Rog, "I wish to speak with you." "All right, let us go up the slope. Let Murphy rest in peace," Rog replied, glancing back at Catherine. "Lily's is in your care." The girl nodded in agreement. Watching them ascend the slope one after the other. "Please speak. However, I hope you are not here as a negotiator sent by the captain," Rog said, clearing a patch of snow at the top of the slope and sitting down to light a cigar. Tali quietly followed, not rushing to speak, but instead removing Rog's deep blue cloak from her shoulders and wrapping it around his tattered form. Rog turned to look at her with a questioning gaze. And Tali sat beside him, saying, "You have been rather reckless today, not at all like the person I once knew." "Thank you. That is because you never truly knew me," Rog replied, turning his gaze back to the snow-blanketed landscape. His tone laden with significance that I truly do not know. "What grievances do you have with Antonio that necessitate this deadly conflict between you?" Tali asked, gathering snow from the ground and gently rubbing it against her skin. The snow quickly melting into water and replenishing the moisture lost from her merfolk body. With him, Rog looked at Tali's snowy ritual, shaking his head with a smile that my relationship with him is akin to that of a demon hunter and a vampire. It is merely a game of cat and mouse, devoid of personal enmity. Then why do you become so incensed? You seem to harbor a deep-seated hatred for him and the Holy Council. "I simply do not wish to see Lily suffer harm at the hands of the Holy Council once more." Rog's smile faded into a solemn expression as he spoke gravely. "That little one has already been killed by the Holy Council once. I do not want her to endure such a fate again. See Chapter 2 for details." "Lily's?" Tali's eyes widened in surprise as she looked up at Rog. He recounted Lily's experiences, and Tali listened in astonishment. "Never having imagined that the mischievous little owl had such a painful past. Now you understand why I despise the Holy Council," Rog said. Observing her sorrowful expression, he took a deep drag from his cigar, saying, "Lily's is merely one among countless examples of humanity. To the Holy Emperor, they are not living beings, but sacrificial lambs. Like cattle that I understand your feelings, but I believe Antonio is not that kind of person. He was unaware of Lily's existence just now, and he did not intend to harm that little one." Tali's expression revealed an eagerness to defend him that I understand. "Antonio is the most upright believer of the Holy Council I have encountered. Otherwise, he would not have allowed us to leave just now." Rog nodded in agreement that so. "Is it not possible to set aside our conflicts and work together to seek the holy artifact?" Tali gazed at him with hope, fervently saying, "Even if it is for my sake." Rog glanced at her earnest eyes, gently placing the cigar in his mouth, sighing, "Perhaps one day, I will stand shoulder to shoulder with him to face any troubles that may arise. But certainly not now." Tali fell silent, unable to respond, and let out a gentle sigh. Suddenly reminded of Alice's murder, she hurriedly inquired about the truth from Rog. Rog recounted the incident involving Bloodhand William and the 3 black-robed figures. Tali was shocked upon hearing this, and after pondering for a moment, she remarked, "So, it is likely that William stole the bodies of the black-robed figures as for the white fluff on Alice's hands. Could it be Douglas? I have considered Douglas, but merely based on that tuft of fluff, Antonio would not believe me." Rog's brows furrowed, and he lowered his head to sift through the white snow before him, saying, "Moreover, I cannot fathom why. If William truly stole the black-robed figure's body, he did not assist them in escaping." He lifted his head to gaze at Tali and continued, "I have crossed paths with him and witnessed him slay the Grandmaster with my own eyes. His power surpasses mine, and he could easily rescue his subordinates, preventing them from falling into my grasp and revealing his secrets with the organization. Yet, he remains indifferent. I fail to comprehend his thoughts. Perhaps he merely wishes to exploit these individuals, luring you and the knights into a frenzied pursuit, leading to your mutual destruction." Tali seized the moment to remind Rog, "While that possibility cannot be dismissed, I have an unsettling feeling that this matter is far more intricate than it appears," Rog murmured thoughtfully, when suddenly a thunderous gunshot echoed across the nearby snowy expanse. "Kathleen!" Upon hearing the gunshot, Rog sprang up from the ground, and Tali hurriedly stood as well, both peering down the slope, only to catch sight of Murphy glancing back up the hillside. "What transpired?" Rog shouted down the slope. "I am unsure. Just moments ago, Miss Kathleen spotted a shadow in the snow to the northwest. She rushed over to investigate, and I have no idea why a gunshot would follow." Murphy called back up the hill. "Do not move. I shall descend immediately." Rog waved to reassure Murphy. Turning to Tali, he instructed, "Keep an eye on Murphy. I will see what has happened." With that, he set off down the slope toward the northwest. Tali called after him, her concern evident. "Your sword remains down the hill. Do not go unarmed." "Being unarmed does not equate to being defenseless," Rog replied, waving his fist, the sharp wolf claw tattoo on his arm flashing in Tali's blue gaze. His figure was already racing down the slope like the wind, heading toward the direction Murphy indicated. He keenly observed the footprints Kathleen had left in the snow along the way. After covering approximately a kilometer, he finally spotted the girl's silver form merging with the vast snowy mist. She was crouched in the snow, intently focused on something. Rog approached stealthily, and as he drew within 10 steps of Kathleen, the girl abruptly turned, aiming her silver pistol at him, a fleeting glimmer of solemnity and menace in her eyes. Yet, a second later, her expression softened into delight and warmth. "Oh, it's you? I thought you were a villain," she exclaimed, lowering her weapon and rising to greet Rog with a smile. Rog grinned as he walked up to her, responding nonchalantly, "I am not exactly a paragon of virtue. Lilith has informed you of that." "Uft." Kathleen could not contain her laughter. Rog winked at her and leaned forward to examine the object wrapped in the black cloak lying in the snow. "Is this the reason you wasted a bullet and announced our location to the world?" "Indeed, esteemed teacher. I am seeking clues from it," the girl replied, placing her hands behind her back and smiling coyly. Rog observed her with curiosity, noting a hint of mischief and vivacity he had not seen before. He adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Who permitted you to call me teacher? I have never taken on a disciple, for I have no desire to be hunted by those murderous mentors who have turned into wraiths. The knights and vampires are already sufficient challenges. Not a chance. Even if they did come, you would manage, for you are the most formidable demon hunter." Kathleen praised him with an adorable smile. "Little one, when did you become so adept at flattery?" "It must be Murphy's influence," Rog chuckled, ruffling Kathleen's hair as he crouched before the black cloak. The girl attempted to argue, but he silenced her with a gesture. "If you wish to be my disciple, you must obey. Dear one. Someone as loquacious as Lilith cannot be a disciple. She can only be a companion." As he spoke, Rog lifted the cloak to reveal the corpse beneath. Looking back at Kathleen, he raised his eyebrows and said, "I shall not inform Lilith of this. You mustn't disclose my words from earlier." "Understood." Kathleen glanced at the snow fox hidden beneath the cloak and discreetly stuck out her tongue. The creature's body was mangled from the bullet, now cold to the touch. "Very well. Let us see what clues this may provide us." Rog surveyed the snow fox's remains, lighting a cigar as he inquired, "What happened earlier? Why did you suddenly chase it here?" "I was keeping watch by Mr. Murphy's side, caring for the sleeping Lilith. We were sharing stories when a shadow darted across the snow from the north. Moving toward us, I sensed it was not an ordinary animal. So I pursued it." "Did you perhaps mistake it for a person crawling on all fours?" Rog teased, tilting his head. Kathleen blushed and shyly nodded. "Yes, I must admit, the imagination of youth is vibrant, yet experience is lacking. Nevertheless, we have not toiled in vain." Rog lifted the fox from the ground, pointing to its pristine white fur. "This little creature bears no signs of restraint, indicating that the black cloak was not put on it by human hands." "Are you suggesting it stumbled upon the cloak in the snow?" Kathleen asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Rog gently shook his head. "No, foxes do not exhibit curiosity toward inedible objects. Yet this cloak indeed fortuitously landed upon it." He grasped the fox by its neck, aligning its mouth with Kathleen, pointing to the white fur around its muzzle. "Douc. There are red stains on these hairs, sparse but concentrated around the lips. Remnants of red are found on the lips and teeth, indicating it has recently bitten into some creature. Was it a person?" Kathleen's keen mind connected the dots to the figure in black. Rog nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his lips. "That I believe. So, if these bloodstains were left by the fox consuming its prey, the area around its mouth would not be so minimal." He discarded the fox and picked up the black cloak from the snow. Presenting the hem to Kathleen, "Douc. There are bloodstains and bite marks here, positioned where a person would normally stand. The fox would have needed to leap to reach it, for it would not dare to confront a robust human head-on. This implies that when the fox attacked, the person was likely seated on the ground, the cloak draped over their legs, perhaps wrapped in it for rest, possibly asleep when the fox approached and bit their leg. When the individual awoke and struggled against the fox's bite, they tore the cloak off and covered it to escape. The fox, suddenly entangled in the black cloak, lost its sense of direction and, in terror, ran amok in the snow. With that, Rog tossed the cloak aside and stood to address Kathleen. Let us pursue the direction the fox came from. We may discover blood trails, enabling us to track that individual down. This time, we must not let them slip away. All right. Kathleen rose, leading Rog along the paw prints left by the fox in the snow. The two followed the fox's trail, eventually uncovering specks of blood beneath a large boulder standing in the snow. Alongside a limping set of tracks leading north, Rog immediately instructed Kathleen to return and notify Murphy and Tolly to gather with Lilith. Shortly thereafter, a speeding sled came to a halt before Rog. He observed the contraption, entirely crafted from ice and snow, resembling a two-wheeled cart, and chuckled. If I am not mistaken, this must be the work of Miss Mermaid. Indeed, with Murphy's mobility compromised, we require a more expedient mode of transportation. Tolly opened the door and beckoned to Rog. Hurry up. If you miss this sled, you may not find another. I am delighted to catch the last ride. Rog ascended the sled, taking a seat beside Murphy as Tolly closed the icy door. At her command, the seals pulling the sled shot forward like arrows released from a bow. The magical power granted by the mermaid's staff, enabling these plump creatures to soar swiftly, rivaling the speed of sled dogs. Not long into their journey, a figure appeared in the distance on the snowy plain, the black silhouette standing out starkly against the pristine white, moving awkwardly as though afflicted, struggling through the snow. There he is. Chase him down, Rog called back to Tolly. The mermaid guardian commanded the seals to hasten, the ice sled racing toward the man. However, before they could draw near, a horde of goblins suddenly emerged from the surrounding snow, overwhelming the man and binding him tightly before dragging him westward. Dear friends, good afternoon. Don't forget to support by clicking the collection button. Seeking your collections. Chapter 36. Goblin Ambush. Second update. Damn goblins. Pursue them quickly, Rogue shouted, and Catherine drew her silver pistols, pushing open the carriage door to lean out, aiming her twin guns at the goblins and unleashing a volley of shots. However, due to the distance, she failed to hit her mark. Hold your fire. Let us get a little closer, Rogue urged as he pulled Catherine back into the carriage. The sled raced forward, dragged by the seals and the goblins. Realizing the imminent approach of the sled, began to flee in desperation. Despite their frantic efforts, the sled's speed far surpassed theirs, and soon the goblins fell within Catherine's range at Rogue's command. Catherine leaned out once more, firing both guns in unison, sending a flurry of bullets that shattered the goblins' skulls, leaving them sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Well done. They can't escape now, with the remaining goblins unable to drag away the cloaked figure. Rogue prepared to leap out and rescue him when, unexpectedly, a swarm of green heads with pointed ears emerged from the snow ahead, and flails rained down upon the sled like hail. Jump, Rogue shouted, shoving Catherine off the sled as he helped Murphy leap out. When he turned to grasp Tolly's hand, the flails forced him back again and again. The heavy iron balls crashed down around the sled, trapping Tolly inside, unable to move in either direction. Anxiously, Rogue attempted to approach the sled several times to offer assistance, but was continually repelled by the onslaught of flails. The relentless assault quickly left clear cracks in the crystalline sled, shards of ice scattering everywhere. Suddenly, a flail descended from above, puncturing the sled's roof and crashing heavily inside. With a loud crash, the sled's icy skeleton completely collapsed, shattering into a flurry of ice fragments. Tolly, Rogue cried out, and a flash of red light illuminated the scene. Staining the flying ice with a crimson hue, a small black figure wobbled out from the red glow and dove into Rogue's embrace. Lilith, Rogue exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy as he gazed at the little owl nestled in his arms. Just moments ago, she had been hidden within Tolly's hat, and now she squinted against the bright daylight. Tossing a wriggling fish onto the ground in a flash of red, the fish transformed mid-air into Tolly's form, prompting Rogue to quickly steady her as he held Lilith while aiding Murphy in retreating to safety, evading the goblins' attacks. Thanks to this little one, had it not been for her, I would have been turned into a mushy paste, Tolly said gratefully, cradling the little owl. Lilith remained with her eyes shut, burying her head in Tolly's arm to escape the harsh light, mumbling, "Don't thank me. I just wanted to keep a fresh fish nearby. A dead fish would stink, and wouldn't tea taste good." "Say what you will, you little rascal," Tolly said affectionately, leaning down to kiss the little owl, who merely tucked her wings in. "Silent. It's good that everyone is safe, but that cloaked figure has been captured by the goblins. We must devise a plan to rescue him." Rogue glanced back towards where the goblins had retreated, realizing that the cloaked figure was already being dragged away, and the goblins had ceased their throwing. Vanishing into the snowy expanse, if we are to rescue him, we must act swiftly, Murphy said with concern. The goblins likely have only one purpose in capturing him: to fill their bellies. To them, there is no distinction between humans and animals. Only what is edible and what is not. What does human flesh taste like? Is it delicious? The little owl interjected from Tali's arms. You should ask the little crow that lives next door. Perhaps it will share a piece of human flesh with you, Rogue replied, casting a glance at the little owl. Perhaps you do indeed have a hint of crow blood in you, little black fluff. You re the mixed breed. Your whole family is a mixed breed, the little owl retorted defiantly, burying her head deeper into Tali's embrace, ignoring Rogue. All right, let us discuss our subsequent plans, Rogue said, turning to the trio. Murphy's current injuries are not conducive to facing the goblins head-on, so a direct confrontation is not feasible. Don't worry, brother. I'm fine, Murphy insisted, shaking his head resolutely with Tali's support. I know you can handle it, but I don't want you to take unnecessary risks. This is a deadly task, and if we can achieve our goal without a brutal fight, why wouldn't we? Rogue pressed, placing a hand firmly on Murphy's shoulder. Do you have a plan in mind? Tali asked, sensing an underlying meaning in Rogue's words. That I'm glad to say yes. Rogue leaned down to retrieve a map from his boot, unfolding it for everyone to see. This is a map of the ice and snow island that I borrowed from the Mage Tower. You mean stole? Lilith interjected, raising her head before burying her face back into Tali's arms. Rogue shot a disapproving glance at the little fluff ball and continued. We are currently here, near the edge of the Mage Tower's territory. If we head north a little further, we will reach the land of the Titan giants. At the boundary between the two territories, right here, there is a border outpost guarded by powerful mages. Tali, you can take Murphy there to rest temporarily, while Catherine and I devise a way to steal the goblins' dinner. Then we'll regroup at the outpost. What do you think? Rogue looked around at the three, seeking their opinions. Both Murphy and Tali appeared hesitant. The adventurer voiced his concerns. Your plan seems feasible, but the goblins will likely take that person back to their lair. You two might encounter countless goblins. It's too dangerous with just the two of you. Danger is my motto. Don't forget that, brother, Rogue said confidently, winking as he turned to Tali, extending his hand. Besides, we are not just two. Come on, Miss Tali, hand me that little rascal hiding in your arms. That I won't let her slip away. Is that really all right? Should I go as well? Tali asked uneasily, while carefully placing the little owl into Rogue's hands. Rogue took the little creature and tucked her into the hood of his blue cloak, saying earnestly, No, you need to stay with Murphy. His injuries are not yet at a level where we can feel secure. Take good care of my brother. After all, he took that shot for me. All right then, please be careful. Seeing Rogue's determination, Tali had no choice but to agree. Rogue handed the map to Tali, indicating the direction they should head, then parted ways with them, setting off with Catherine and Lilith towards the direction where the goblins had vanished. The two tread cautiously back to the spot where the goblins had disappeared, finding it deserted, but the tracks left in the snow indicated the direction they had taken. Rogue and Catherine followed the chaotic footprints in the snow, soon arriving at the edge of a low cliff. Do you see that? Right below, Rogue pointed to an opening at the base of the cliff. The girl gazed down to see a low-lying snowfield, with goblin footprints and dragging marks leading down the slope and into a dark, deep cave at the cliff's base. Let us go take a look, Rogue said, guiding Catherine to the hollow at the cliff's foot. They crouched low, cautiously approaching the cave entrance, leaning against the wall to peer inside. The cave descended underground, obscuring their view of what lay beyond. We should go in, but be careful, Rogue beckoned Catherine, turning to enter the cave, with Catherine closely following. They proceeded down the sloping path, the surrounding darkness gradually enveloping them, creating an increasingly eerie atmosphere. Catherine stayed right behind Rogue, but after a few steps, she felt a chill run down her spine. She paused, slowly raising her head to look back, only to suddenly see a grotesque face. Its bloodied fangs bared in a wide maw. Chapter 37. Silver Guns, Silver Bullets, Silver Shadows. First update. Ah, Catherine gasped, stepping back in terror, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle a scream, her body drenched in cold sweat. What's wrong? Rogue turned to follow the girl's gaze, spotting a complete monster skeleton hanging from the cave's ceiling, its enormous head gaping wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Don't be afraid. "This is merely a trophy display of the goblins," Rogue reassured her, gently patting Catherine's shoulder as he tapped the fangs of the skeleton with his sword, saying, "See? There's nothing to fear." This creature was thoroughly devoured by the goblins, and then hung here. "My goodness, do those goblins eat everything?" the girl asked, clutching her chest in an attempt to steady her wildly beating heart. Still shaken, Rogue shrugged and smiled. "Not necessarily. They don't eat flails, or else how could they throw them at you?" Catherine could not help but stifle a laugh, her taut nerves finally relaxing as she followed Rogue deeper into the cavern. Soon arriving at the entrance of the underground lair, "That I believe we have reached the doorstep of our master," Rogue remarked, gazing at the unfathomable abyss before them. "I have never encountered such an extensive subterranean structure." Catherine's eyes widened in awe as she marveled at the expansive cavern, where the goblins had constructed colossal underground walkways and bridges using wooden planks and logs. Numerous torch stands were affixed alongside the wooden bridges, illuminating the cave with brilliance. These intricate wooden pathways not only connected the bottom of the cavern to the upper tiers, but also linked the goblins' dwelling caves nestled within the rock walls, creating a network of pathways that led to the complex aerial bridges above. "This is nothing short of an underground kingdom," Rogue exclaimed as he approached the cliff's edge and peered into the 100-meter-deep pit below. These grotesque creatures possess quite a skillful craftsmanship. They would be far more endearing if they did not feast on human flesh. At that moment, a small owl leaped from the hood behind Rogue onto his shoulder, shaking its wings and sleepily inquiring, "Did someone mention food? Are we having dinner? Gluttonous little black pig. There will come a day when you can no longer fly." Rogue chuckled, gently lifting her from his shoulder and tossing her into the air. "Go stretch those wings and find that abducted man in black. I have no excess weight. I am a slender little bird," Lilith protested, flapping her wings to stabilize herself, shaking her tail defiantly before diving deeper into the cavern. "Let us descend as well." Rogue turned to Catherine. The two ventured forth along the wooden bridge, with Catherine initially feeling apprehensive about the precarious planks suspended in midair, appearing fragile and perilous without any railings or barriers, giving the impression that they might plummet into the abyss at any moment. However, she quickly acclimated to the sensation as the wooden bridge remained steadfast beneath her feet, allowing her to walk with confidence. They navigated the convoluted pathways, twisting left and right, spiraling through the air until they reached a depth of 1/3 into the cavern. Rogue leaned over the edge of the bridge. He could faintly discern flickering flames at the cavern's base. "It seems we still have a long way to go, and I wonder where Lilith has flown off to," Rogue mused, glancing around for the little owl but finding no trace of her. He signaled to Catherine to continue deeper into the cavern. After a short distance, Rogue suddenly halted Catherine with a gesture, pulling her down onto the bridge. They crawled forward, rounding a bend to an inclined intersection, where Catherine spotted a group of goblin guards stationed on a broad, suspended wooden platform. "That it seems we have some dutiful sentinels," Rogue observed, peering down and counting the guards before turning to Catherine. "There are 21 in total. Do you think you can manage?" "I only have 20 bullets," Catherine replied, her expression troubled. Rogue shrugged, saying, "If we allow even one to escape and alert others, it would be as if we had slain none." Catherine glanced at the goblins on the platform, considering her silver pistol for a moment before a spark of inspiration struck her. "That I know what to do. Let me give it a try." "Wait," Rogue cautioned, holding her back. "If you rush and shooting wildly, do you intend to attract the entire goblin horde?" Catherine blinked, momentarily at a loss. "Then what should I do? Have you not studied the weapon in your hands?" Rogue asked, gripping the small knob above the handle of her silver pistol, twisting it from vertical to horizontal. "Do it like this. Switch the other gun to silent mode, and you can eliminate them without a sound." "Silent mode?" Catherine exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she looked at her silver pistol. "Exactly. In this mode, the gun's firing noise is minimized, though its power and range will be reduced, and you can only fire one shot at a time. So your fingers will need to work a bit harder." "I understand," Catherine replied, adjusting the knob on her other gun. She then sat on the sloping wooden bridge and turned to Rogue, saying, "Please give me a push." Rogue smiled knowingly and gave her a firm shove on the back. Catherine shot down the slope like a slide, and the goblins on the platform were oblivious to her approach until the faint sound of gunfire rang out, and 2 goblin heads were shattered by the glinting bullets, sending the others into a frenzy. With her eyes ablaze, Catherine deftly maneuvered, her 2 silver pistols seemingly possessed with life, each bullet accurately finding its mark. By the time she landed on the platform, 8 goblin soldiers lay slain, She leaped forward, performing a somersault in midair, her guns firing relentlessly, creating two bloody holes in the heads of two advancing goblins before landing gracefully. Crossing her arms to eliminate two more on either side, the remaining 9 goblin soldiers were taken aback, with 8 rushing forward while 1 turned to flee, intending to raise the alarm. As he reached the stairs at the platform's edge, a whistling bullet pierced his skull, sending him tumbling down the steps, blood spilling in his wake. The 8 remaining goblins surrounded Catherine from 3 directions, but fearing the fragile wooden bridge would collapse. They refrained from throwing their heavy flails and instead swung them towards her. Catherine soared into the air, leaping over the heads of the goblins, her long ponytail creating a beautiful golden arc. The dark barrels of her pistols aimed at the goblins below. With 6 rapid pulls of the trigger, 6 deadly bullets fell like meteors, each striking a goblin's head, and as Catherine's silver boots touched down on the platform, the 6 goblins collapsed behind her. The last 2 goblins turned to face her, brandishing their flails. At that moment, Catherine's left pistol was empty, and only a single gleaming silver bullet remained in her right. She executed a backward somersault, creating distance between herself and the 2 advancing goblins, her eyes fixed intently on them. Just as the 2 green figures converged, a silver flash erupted from her raised pistol, piercing the first goblin's forehead and exiting through the back of his skull, carrying the warm blood into the second goblin's head. As the silver bullet fell, stained with blood, both goblins crumpled to the ground at Catherine's feet. Just as she bent down to retrieve the fallen bullet, a glimmering silver sword whirled towards her, embedding itself in the wooden floor beneath her. This chapter showcases the performance of young Catherine. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to hit the collection button to show your support. Chapter 38. The Bridge Trio, Second Update. This is another lesson for you, whether as an assassin or a demon hunter. Never let your guard down after dispatching an opponent, for your precious life may become someone else's prize. Rog strode down the wooden steps, stepping over the goblin corpses to stand before Catherine. He retrieved the silver sword from the ground and tossed it into his left hand, then affectionately ruffled her hair with his right. Well done, but you just used my signature move. Do not attempt it again without my permission. Catherine gazed at him with surprise as he walked past, a mischievous smile gracing his lips, which made her chuckle. Suddenly, Rog called out, "Stop laughing, you little fool. If we don't hurry, all the delicious food at the feast will be gone." "Coming," Catherine exclaimed, quickly suppressing her laughter and jogging to catch up. Rog led her further into the depths of the cavern, navigating the labyrinthine bridges until he came to a halt, crouching down and pulling Catherine along. "We have more obstacles ahead. I'll take care of them," Catherine declared, retrieving her bullet pouch and loading her gun. "No, not this time. You will only complicate matters." Rogue gently shook his head. The girl, feeling indignant, raised her chin and followed Rogue's pointed finger to observe the scene below. Not far off, on the crisscrossing bridge, numerous goblin soldiers stood scattered in groups of 2 or 3. They were far too dispersed. Even if we both acted together, it would be impossible to eliminate them all simultaneously. Moreover, we are already quite close to the cave's depths, and with so many goblins around, any noise we make could alert them. Rogue turned back and playfully tapped Catherine's small nose, saying, "This is also what your master wants to teach you. As a demon hunter, one must learn to assess the situation and not act recklessly." "Understood. So what shall we do?" Catherine replied respectfully, gazing up at her mentor. Rogue did not answer immediately. Instead, he leaned forward to observe the wooden bridge beneath him, then turned to the other side to glance down for a moment. He then faced Catherine, removing his deep blue cloak from his shoulder and asking, "Have you ever learned sewing?" "Sewing? Me?" The girl looked at him in astonishment, shaking her head in disbelief. "Indeed, I mentioned to Miss Tolly last time that a demon hunter must be versatile. Aside from playing the piano and painting, sewing is also quite essential." Rogue spread his cloak on the ground and used his silver sword to cut it into strips the width of his forearm. Tying knots between the strips like a sailor would. He pried a wooden plank from the ground with his longsword and securely fastened the knot to the supporting log, throwing the other end downwards. The knot landed on a wooden platform adjacent to the cave's stone wall, far from the torches and shrouded in darkness, devoid of any nearby beings. "All right, descending is the best way to surprise our enemies. Come, my dear." Rogue grasped the rope and leaped off the wooden bridge. Catherine nervously leaned over to look down, witnessing him glide down the rope with the agility of a nimble monkey. As he neared the end of the rope, Rogue swung forward, releasing his hands to land on the platform. curling his body midair to roll silently onto the ground. He steadied himself and waved at Catherine. "Come down. Don't be afraid. I'll catch you." Rogue positioned himself beneath the rope, arms wide open to welcome Catherine. She secured her hand cannon to her belt, glanced nervously at the significant drop, and steeled herself to slide down the rope. Initially, her descent was slow, her heart pounding with the fear of falling into an abyss. However, Rogue's encouraging voice and the gradual speed of her descent helped her regain some courage, prompting her to slide down faster. Just as she had only a third of the rope left, an unusual noise suddenly echoed above her head. Startled, Catherine looked up to see the fabric strips tied to the log tearing due to prolonged stress and friction. Alarmed, she hastened her descent, hoping to reach the ground before the rope snapped. But in her haste, she inadvertently exacerbated the tearing, and with a sudden ripping sound, Catherine screamed as she plummeted toward the cave's depths. "Catherine!" Rogue exclaimed in shock, ready to rush forward to catch the falling girl, when suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly from behind her at in midair. A flash of red light appeared, and a girl dressed in black feathers delivered a precise kick to Catherine's backside. This unexpected intervention altered Catherine's trajectory, causing her to tumble forward and crash into Rogue's arms, knocking him back a few steps and crashing into the wall. "Ouch, that hurts." "Hey, it's all right now. You're truly a lucky star." Rogue grimaced, rubbing his shoulder as he looked down to pat Catherine's head. The girl timidly raised her gaze to meet Rogue's, suddenly realizing she was nestled in his embrace, and blushing, she quickly retreated. Before she could collect herself, a pair of arms cloaked in black feathers wrapped around Catherine's neck from behind, causing her to lose balance and tumble backward toward the abyss. Rogue swiftly reached out to grab her, simultaneously seizing the feathered arm of Lilith to pull her away. "Little one, don't cause a fatal accident. This is not the time for pranks," Rogue admonished, placing Lilith on the platform beside him with a stern expression. The little girl looked up at the pale-faced Catherine and mischievously grinned, saying, "If I hadn't kicked her, she would have fallen anyway. If she had fallen, it would have been as if I hadn't kicked her." "But you already took advantage of that kick," Rogue responded, pinching the girl's cheek. He then pulled Catherine away from the edge of the platform towards the wall to prevent her from slipping again. Catherine, grateful, glanced at him and then furtively at Lilith's impish smile, unsure whether to be thankful for her life-saving intervention or annoyed by her antics. "So, have we completed the task, little scout?" Rogue inquired, crouching down to stroke Lilith's curly black hair. Lilith pointed below the platform with her tiny finger, her voice sweet and innocent. "That bad guy is tied to a pillar down there. He'll probably be killed soon. Those goblins are starting a fire." "Are they going to have roasted meat?" "Don't underestimate the goblins. They lack the patience to care about how well cooked their meat is," Rogue said as he approached the edge of the platform. Peering down into the cave's depths, he could vaguely see a large bonfire rising in the center, surrounded by wooden stakes adorned with runes and tall towers, where goblins wearing peculiar masks danced in strange rituals. Clearly, they intended to conduct a sacrifice before their feast, a custom prevalent among many races, including highborn ones like elves and humans. Rogue waved his hand to the two girls, saying, "Come on, we can't see clearly from here. We need to move ahead and see what that unfortunate soul is up to." "I refuse to walk," Lilith exclaimed, transforming into a small owl, flapping her wings to perch on Rogue's shoulder. Rogue sighed in exasperation, casting her a sideways glance before turning to Catherine. "What about you? I still have one shoulder available. Do you want to join?" Catherine shyly shook her head, her face still flushed from Rogue's earlier embrace. Her heart racing in her chest, the two of them crept along the platform, using the shadows to avoid the gaze of distant goblin sentries, arriving at a vantage point where they could clearly see the situation below. They witnessed the figure clad in black bound to a wooden pillar, struggling fiercely yet unable to break free from the ropes. "What shall we do to rescue him?" Catherine asked, her eyes darting anxiously between the countless goblins below and Rogue. Rogue furrowed his brows, surveying the scene. Before he could formulate a plan, a goblin suddenly approached the figure in black, brandishing a gleaming bone knife. "They are about to strike." On the platform, Catherine exclaimed, gripping Rogue's arm in urgency as she spotted the goblin advancing on the captive. "Listen to me," Rogue instructed rapidly. "Lilith, go knock over the fire pits nearby to create chaos. But be careful not to damage our escape route." The little owl chirped in acknowledgement and soared toward the cave's depths. "You stay here and provide cover with your hand cannon. Remember to switch from silent mode back to normal mode. Otherwise, your range won't suffice. After giving Catherine her instructions, Rogue leaped from the platform. Landing on the wooden bridge below, crouching in wait for Lilith's actions, the little owl swooped silently through the air, catching the goblin off guard as she dove down and clawed at his face. The goblin screamed, blood streaming from the 2 deep scratches, causing him to drop the knife and wail in pain. The surrounding goblins erupted in chaos, their eyes drawn to the little black bird in the air. Lilith landed on a nearby platform, transforming back into her little self, and kicked over a blazing torch, sending it tumbling down. Ouch, that hurt. I'm going to make that big bad guy pay for my pain. Lilith, having kicked over the fire basin, clutched her little foot, which had been hurt in the collision, and cried out with a whiny tone as she jumped about. The little girl vented her grievances on the walkway. While chaos ensued on the ground below, the toppled fire basin fell from above, scattering a rain of flames across the cavern floor, sending the goblins into a frenzied panic, trampling one another in their haste to escape. Rog, seizing the moment, leaped from the wooden bridge with a cigar clenched in his teeth, landing a foot squarely on the head of a goblin, knocking it to the ground. He swiftly drew his sword and dispatched another goblin nearby, then hastened toward the figure clad in black. The surrounding goblins, suddenly aware of a human male's presence, shrieked in alarm and converged on him. Rog maneuvered skillfully through the throng, his silver sword cutting a swath through the goblins, who hurled their flails at him, only to miss as he deftly dodged and retaliated, causing others to be crushed by their own comrades in the ensuing chaos. As the number of goblins encroaching upon Rog increased, Catherine, who had been observing from above the walkway, raised her twin silver pistols. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed through the cavern, and goblins fell in disarray around Rog, their bodies strewn across the blood-soaked ground. Before long, Catherine had exhausted her 20 rounds and began to reload, but was startled when a flail whizzed past her, smashing a large hole into the wall. Alarmed, she turned to see a squad of goblin soldiers emerging from the far end of the walkway, brandishing their flails menacingly as they charged forth. With her guns empty and no other weapons at hand, Catherine, in a moment of desperation, stowed her pistols and prepared to confront the goblins in close combat. Just then, a flash of red light descended before her. Change, 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 accompanied by Lilith's high-pitched, exuberant voice. The goblins on the walkway began transforming into small animals one after another. Catherine stood in astonishment as the little girl skipped forward, akin to a child gathering mushrooms in the woods, picking up the harmless creatures and tossing them off the walkway from a height of over 10 meters. What are you staring at? The work isn't done yet. I'm not playing with you, silly girl, Lilith exclaimed, tossing the last goblin off the walkway, casting a glance at the stunned Catherine, sticking out her tongue and making a face before transforming into a little owl and soaring away. I'm the silly girl, you're the naughty girl, Catherine retorted, pouting defiantly as she bent down to reload her silver pistol, suddenly recalling something and adding, no, wait, I'm not the silly girl. While the two girls engaged in their playful rivalry, Rog had reached the black-clad figure. He stepped forward, seizing the man by the neck and using his sword to sever the ropes binding him, declaring, hey, brother, regardless of who you're working for, I believe you wouldn't want to be dinner for these green-headed creatures. So you need to cooperate with me. The man nodded vigorously, and Rog released his grip, grabbing the man's arm and leading him toward the walkway's entrance. But the relentless goblins surrounded them. Suddenly, a flurry of silver bullets rained down from above, the storm of gunfire swiftly laying waste to the goblins, who scattered in terror, colliding with one another and trampling their own. Seizing the opportunity amid the chaos, Rog dragged the injured black-clad figure to the colossal pyre in the center of the arena, using his silver sword to hurl burning logs at the goblins, forcing them to retreat as flames erupted. To his surprise, more fire basins began plummeting from above, crashing into the goblin horde. Look at the fireworks, Lilith shouted gleefully from above, kicking over one heavy fire basin after another, many goblins meeting their demise under the weight of the falling basins, while others frantically dodged the fiery onslaught, the cavern echoing with their wails of despair. Taking advantage of Rog's focus on the goblins, the black-clad figure suddenly seized a blazing log from the pyre and swung it toward Rog. Rog swiftly dodged, allowing the man to break free and sprint toward the walkway. You heartless fool, do you think you can escape like this? Rog growled, casting a furious glance at the man, who limped like a zombie toward the staircase leading to the wooden bridge, only to be met by a horde of goblins descending from above. wielding their heavy flails. Upon spotting the black-clad figure, the goblins hurled their flails, and the man barely managed to evade, tumbling to the side. Rog, right behind him, grabbed the man's shoulder just as he attempted to retaliate with a punch. Rog dodged, countering with a blow that sent the man sprawling to the ground. "Lilith, find a way to block those bastards," Rog shouted into the air, and upon hearing his call, the little owl swooped silently behind the goblins, diving down to claw at 3 goblins responsible for passing weapons, leaving them bloodied and incapacitated. While the goblins screamed in agony, Lilith transformed back into her human form and kicked one of the goblins her height off the walkway, then unleashed 2 waves of energy that shattered a crate filled with iron balls. The heavy iron spheres rolled down the slope, crashing into the goblins at the entrance of the walkway, sending them tumbling. In that moment, Rog pinned the black-clad figure against the cavern wall, exhaling a plume of smoke into his face. "Are you tired of living, brother? I didn't come here to accompany you to your death. You'd better cooperate with me and tell me the name of your boss. Even if I tell you, you won't win against him. You all are doomed." The black-clad man gasped through gritted teeth, suddenly head-butting Rog. Rog blocked with his arm, stumbling back, but the man took advantage of the moment to knock Rog to the ground. From his position, Rog delivered a punch that sent the man sprawling, flipping up to pin him down. Just then, he heard Catherine's startled cry from behind. Turning to look, he saw the towering structure behind them, engulfed in flames, collapsing rapidly toward him. Rog grasped the black-clad figure, attempting to drag him away, but the man struggled, throwing punches. With no choice, Rog broke free and dove aside just as the flaming structure crashed down upon the black-clad figure. "Damn it," Rog cursed, slamming his fist into the ground in frustration. He leapt up and rushed to the man. Noticing blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still open, clinging to life. Ignoring the searing flames, Rog kicked away the debris, discarding his cigar, and grasped the man's collar, demanding loudly, "Tell me, where is the artifact? Speak." The black-clad man stared blankly, his voice barely a whisper, and Rog leaned in closer, straining to hear the man's trembling words. "Titan, please remember to click the bookmark button and continue following this captivating story." Chapter 40. The Mystery of the Titan Giant. Second update. The lamentations of the goblins echoed in Rog's ears as he, along with Catherine and Lilith, fled the cavern. He ascended the cliff swiftly, driving his silver sword into the snow with force, tearing his tattered outer garment and casting it aside. He stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the abyss with a distant expression. Catherine stood behind him, watching him deep in thought, his bare torso exposed to the cold air, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. He raised his left leg to rest on a stone, his left arm propped on his knee, while his right hand rested on his hip, resembling a fierce beast atop a mountain. The dark tattoos of wolf claws on his arm bulged with tension, and a fierce wolf's gaze seemed to bore into Catherine, filling her with dread. After a long moment, Rog turned to glance at the silent Catherine, seemingly aware of her trepidation. He stepped back to her side, retrieved his silver sword from the ground, and calmly declared, "Let us go. It's time to regroup with Tolly and Murphy." Catherine nodded silently, casting a glance at the little owl that had been merrily eating snow beside her. She whistled softly, and the little creature looked up, and with a nod of her head, Catherine turned to follow Rog. "That silly girl still has a bit of conscience, remembering to call me along." The little owl muttered to herself, flapping her wings to catch up and perch on Rog's shoulder. "Dio, you know, we're in big trouble," Rog remarked as he walked, his sword hanging loosely at his side. The little owl, eyes closed, nestled on his head for a nap, paid him no mind, while Catherine cautiously inquired, "What is it?" "That black-clad man whispered a word in my ear before he died. I can't discern if what he said is true. But if it is, things could get complicated." Rog stroked his stubbled chin thoughtfully. "He told me, Titan. Do you understand what that word means?" "Titan?" Catherine shook her head in confusion. Rog was not surprised by her reaction. He said meaningfully, "Indeed, Titan, just to the north of this island, we are not far from Titan's territory. Those giants residing atop the snow-capped mountains could flatten a coastal fishing village with a single footfall." "Terrifying." Catherine gazed at Rog in astonishment, to which he nodded, his brow furrowed in concern. "Exactly. If the mastermind behind the theft of the sacred artifact is indeed the Titans, we are in serious trouble. Yet, I cannot fathom what the Titan giants would want with the artifact. Perhaps they seek to obtain the power of the Vampire King. I recall you discussing the artifact's purpose with Miss Tolly." Catherine cautiously suggested. "No, that is impossible. The power of the vampire king can only inhabit humans, vampires, or other demons. It cannot be wielded by Titan giants. Rog firmly shook his head in denial. Then perhaps they wished to resurrect the Ghost King and command him to obey them. Catherine speculated further. My dear, have you ever encountered a vampire? Rog suddenly turned to her and asked. The girl paused, biting her lip in bewilderment, and shook her head. So, you are unaware of what the blood kin truly are. They are not mere birds that can be caged, nor are they puppets to be manipulated. Rog shifted his gaze to the snowy expanse ahead, sighing softly. I am not a bird that can be caged either. Lilith suddenly jumped onto his shoulder, interjecting. You are merely a glutton that steals my provisions. Rog cast a sidelong glance at the little fluffball and continued to address Catherine. The vampire king cannot be controlled. He appears and vanishes without a trace. Only divine power can bind and seal him, but it cannot kill him. The only beings capable of slaying him are purebred werewolves. Catherine shuddered involuntarily, her mind drifting back to the terrifying dream on the snowy plains. Yes, therefore the sacred artifact is of no use to the Titan giants that I cannot understand why they would steal it. Furthermore, if they truly sought the artifact, why rely on Bloodhand William and these traitors, with their strength? They could wage war directly to seize the artifact. The merfolk stand no chance against the Titans. Perhaps they have forged an alliance with Bloodhand William, each party seeking to fulfill their own needs. Catherine insisted on speculating. Perhaps, regardless, we will likely have to venture deep into Titan territory to uncover the truth, but this may very well be a one-way journey. Those giants are known for their volatile tempers. Rog sighed helplessly, patting Catherine's back, saying, Come on, let us quicken our pace and head to the border outpost to see if we can glean any information from the great magicians. The two swiftly arrived at the site where the sled had been destroyed, then veered northward. After traversing a stretch of vast, flat snowfields, they finally beheld the silhouette of the outpost fortress. It stood at the edge of an icy river. To the south lay the domain of the Mage Tower, while to the north, the majestic snow-capped mountains marked the territory of the Titan giants. Upon reaching the fortress gate, Rog glanced up at the tower, apart from the blue triangular flag of the Mage Tower fluttering in the wind and snow. There was not a soul in sight. He called out loudly to the castle above, but received no response. What is going on? Why is there no one here? Rog furrowed his brow in surprise and turned to Lilith, saying, Little one, fly up and see. Find a way to open the gate. Lilith wriggled her little bottom but did not move, prompting Rog to lift her by the hand and throw her toward the castle wall. What a brutish gentleman! The little fluffball grumbled as she wobbled up to the castle wall. Rog, lacking the inclination to bicker with her, waited outside with Catherine for quite some time, but the little creature remained absent, causing him to harbor doubts. Suddenly, the fortress gate creaked open, and the two hurried forward to meet Lilith, who extended a tiny finger to her lips and whispered, Shoo, something's wrong inside. That a group of bad guys has surrounded the merfolk and the injured scorpion in the square. Could it be that those covertly aiding the dark-clad figures have finally revealed themselves? Rog's heart raced, and he quickly instructed Lilith to lead the way. The three of them navigated the winding paths of the fortress until they arrived at a high wall overlooking the square. Rog peered down at the square, where a group clad in silver robes, clutching silver tomes, menacingly surrounded Tali and Murphy. The mages from the tower stood aloof on the grand staircase of the castle. Observing the unfolding situation, a man holding a silver scepter stood with an air of authority not far from the two, pointing his scepter at them and loudly questioning. The priests of the Wing of Holy Light. Why are these individuals here? Rog instantly recognized the man as Bach, the chief executing priest of the Wing of Holy Light, a close confidant of the group's leader, God. Damn executioner. Lilith beside Rog recognized them as well. Hatred ignited in the little girl's eyes, and she bit her lips so hard that it seemed she might draw blood. Calm down, dear. Let us assess the situation first. Rog comforted the trembling girl, holding her close as he and Catherine intently observed the scene in the square. Lord Bach, we bear no grudge against the Holy Assembly. Tali's indignant voice resonated from the square. I have already made my identity clear. I am the guardian of the sacred hall of the merfolk, not the so-called witch you speak of. Your indiscriminate accusations. Are you also following the divine edict of His Majesty the Holy Emperor? Before Bach could respond, a gruff voice emerged from behind him. Humph, pale sophistry. The merfolk are no different from elves. They are inherently heretical and vile beings. Countless human sailors have been lured and devoured by these fish demons at sea. You are not witches. You are merely predatory sirens, no different from vampires. A man clad in golden holy robes appeared atop the castle's grand staircase, his radiant golden scepter pointing at Tali as he sternly commanded. Saints, what are you waiting for? Eliminate this demoness and execute the thieves who conspire with her. Please support by bookmarking. Antonio's concerns about the priesthood have indeed come true. Remember to click the bookmark button and continue following the story. Chapter 41. The Battle of the Divine Envoys. First update. How could this man also appear? Upon seeing the middle-aged man in golden robes, Rog was taken aback. This was none other than God, the leader of the wing of Holy Light, the high priest tasked with conveying the Holy Emperor's decrees. 10 years ago, it was he who delivered the edict from the Holy Emperor to burn the black cats and witches, inciting a wave of slaughter across the 3 duchies under the Empire's rule. As a victim of this massacre, Lilith did not recognize him, but Rog was no stranger to his face. This fanatic of the Holy Emperor harbored deep-seated animosity toward both the elves and the merfolk. Viewing them as heretical monsters, he had even incited the Holy Emperor multiple times to wage war against both races, but due to the intervention of Antonio, the leader of the Silver Dragon Wing Knights, he had never succeeded. Now, with Tali and Murphy ensnared in the priesthood's encirclement, God would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Wherever his scepter pointed, the priests within the encirclement simultaneously opened their tomes, their right hands pointing at Tali and Murphy. Unleashing golden beams of light that transformed into sharp arrows aimed at the two, seeing the golden arrows shooting from all directions, Tali hastily conjured a water shield around herself and Murphy. The arrows struck the surface of the shield, creating a swirling depression in the water membrane, but failing to penetrate it. Seizing the moment while the priest's attacks were thwarted by the water shield, Tali pointed her staff, summoning for swirling portals of white waves around her, through which a group of lowly merfolk soldiers wielding sharp blades leapt forth. High Priest God, since you are intent on bringing about our demise, do not blame me for being impolite. Tali furiously directed her staff at God, as the lowly merfolk soldiers charged towards the human priests. Eliminate those wicked fish demons, Bach shouted fiercely, as the priests collectively turned their weapons toward the advancing lowly merfolk soldiers. The sacred tomes unleashed lethal punitive magic, and the struck merfolk soldiers fell to the ground, shrieking in agony, while the remaining soldiers, agile in their movements, evaded the magical attacks and closed in to stab the priests in the chest with their tridents. Plunging the scene into chaos. Eliminate that demoness. We cannot allow her to continue wreaking havoc. Standing on the steps, the high priest God commanded in a solemn voice. Hearing the order, the executing priest Bach waved his hand, casting the silver scepter towards Tali in a dazzling burst of silver light. The scepter transformed into a colossal silver war hammer, which fell heavily upon the surface of the water membrane, with a resounding crash. The water membrane shattered, scattering like rain upon the ground, as the silver war hammer descended once more towards Tali. Murphy, standing nearby, hurriedly pushed Tali aside, retreating instinctively, but his excessive movement aggravated his wound, sending a wave of excruciating pain surging through him. He clutched his injury, letting out a groan, his body staggering perilously close to collapse. Murphy, Tali exclaimed, rushing forward to steady him, while the adventurer gritted his teeth and waved his hand, urging her, "You must flee. Do not concern yourself with me. They seek your life, and I shall be fine." "No, I will not abandon you," Tali retorted fiercely, raising her gaze to glare at Bach, who was manipulating the silver hammer to rise again. With arms outstretched amidst the surging spray, she transformed into a mermaid, suspended in midair. "The wrath of the ocean shall consume you," she cried out, her voice a tempest, as her mermaid staff erupted in brilliant blue light, causing the ground around them to quake violently. With a thunderous roar, the earth beneath Bach crumbled, and a column of water surged skyward, like a roaring dragon, hurling the executing priest into the air. Accompanied by Bach's terrified screams, the mermaid guardian flicked her tail and soared upward, the staff spinning through the air as the water column erupted, spreading forth a tsunami-like wave that knocked the surrounding priests to the ground in droves. As the massive wave receded, executing priest Bach fell painfully upon the grand steps, gasping and clutching his agonizing chest, unable to rise. The priests scattered around the plaza lay sprawled on the ground, drenched like drowned rats. That it seems we need not intervene. Rog, who had been prepared to join the fray, sighed in relief at the sight that it was the first time he had witnessed Tali display her true magical prowess. And he couldn't help but feel admiration. Such retribution is far too lenient for them. Lilith seethed, her gaze fixed on the incapacitated priests, wishing to leap down and gouge out their eyes, tear open their chests. Had Rog not restrained her, she surely would have acted on her wrath. Control yourself, my dear. Their debts shall be repaid in full. But not at this moment. Rog gently stroked Lilith's head as she struggled to suppress her hatred. Burying her face in his embrace, her eyes shut tightly as she fought to calm her tumultuous emotions, though her body still trembled uncontrollably. Murphy, how are you? Tali turned and landed beside him, steadying his arm. The adventurer gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his wound, and softly replied, I'm fine. That last strike was truly magnificent. I never intended for it to come to this. They forced my hand. Tali glared back at High Priest Goad on the steps, indignantly exclaiming, Before this, Rog chastised me for the indiscriminate actions of the Holy Council, that I had dismissed his concerns, yet I never imagined it would soon involve me directly. Rog, Goad scoffed with disdain, his gloomy eyes fixed on Tali. Oh, you are allied with that wretched fugitive. Excellent. I shall personally ensure your demise, and then execute that accursed criminal. Goad raised his golden scepter, pointing it at Tali and Murphy. The gem atop the scepter glimmered with golden light, and 3 golden beams materialized around them, transforming into 3 seraphim, swords of light in hand, bowing in servitude. No one can withstand the divine retribution of the heavens. Regardless of who you are, with Goad's thunderous decree, the 3 angels simultaneously raised their radiant swords towards the sky, a beam of golden holy light descending with blinding speed, striking the ground where Tali and Murphy stood. The powerful golden shockwaves spread instantly, toppling the surrounding buildings into rubble. As the deafening explosion echoed in everyone's ears, Rog had to shield the terrified Catherine and Lilith with his arms, protecting them from the collapsing walls as they evaded the onslaught of the shockwave. Once the golden shockwave dissipated, the plaza returned to a haunting silence, and Rog looked around to ensure there was no danger before releasing Catherine and Lilith, rising to gaze at the ruins of the fallen walls. Where Tali and Murphy had stood, a crater 5 meters in diameter had been formed by the divine light, smoke swirling within, but no sound emerged from the pit. But Rog's gaze lingered on the lingering dust. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Suddenly, a commanding male voice resonated from the depths of the pit. High Priest Goad, the abuse of divine power is a transgression against the will of the Holy Emperor. His Majesty has reprimanded you countless times, yet you remain obstinately defiant. Is this truly your loyalty to the Emperor? Upon hearing the voice, Goad's smug expression turned to one of ashen dread. His squinted eyes fixated on the swirling dust above the pit. Muttering to himself, No, is that scoundrel going to ruin my plans again? As the dust gradually cleared, a man clad in golden armor emerged from the pit, radiating a brilliant golden light that enveloped both Tali and Murphy. Supporting them, he stepped out of the pit and down the grand steps, brandishing a golden spear to ward off the approaching Bach and the priests, lifting his helm to reveal the icy visage of Antonio. The commander of the knights glared at Goad, stating sternly, High Priest, the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is not the lesson the Holy Emperor imparts to the knightly order. You would do well to consider whether my spear agrees with your actions. Commander Antonio, why do you shield this witch? Have you forgotten the Holy Emperor's divine decree? Goad, standing above on the steps, glared down at Antonio with a frigid expression, his voice laced with barely concealed venom. I have certainly not forgotten, but the witch referred to in the Holy Emperor's decree does not pertain to races outside of humanity. Merfolk and elven sorcerers are not evil forces. Miss Tali is a high priestess of the sea god. How can she be equated with a witch? Antonio defended with righteous fervor, yet Goad's face remained impassive, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he inquired maliciously, It seems you are quite familiar with her. Are you aware that she is an accomplice of the Empire's most wanted fugitive, Rog? I am indeed aware. I have even encountered Rog personally. The marks on my armor are his doing. Antonio puffed out his chest, showcasing the cracks on his golden chestplate to Goad and the surrounding priests. Goad cast a dark glance at his armor, asking, Then where is Rog now? I do not know, but I believe he is in pursuit of the thief of the holy artifact. Since Miss Tali and Mr. Murphy are here, they surely know Rog's whereabouts, Antonio replied, turning to Tali and Murphy with an inquiring gaze. Tali recounted the events to Antonio, and upon learning that the blood-handed William was the killer of the Grandmaster, he was taken aback. Hearing that Rog had infiltrated the goblin lair with Catherine, he felt a pang of worry for their safety. However, he concealed his concern, reassuring Tali, Rog is a renowned demon hunter. He will undoubtedly rescue that assassin. Once we see him, we will learn the whereabouts of the holy artifact. Commander Antonio, are you suggesting that you intend to collaborate with an imperial fugitive rather than bring him and his accomplices to justice? Goad's voice thundered as he pointed his scepter at Antonio. High Priest, I trust you are already aware of the Grandmaster's death as well as the news of the stolen holy artifact. Therefore, you should understand that now is not the time to pursue Rog's crimes. Antonio stepped forward, addressing Goad and the assembly with conviction. Miss Tali just informed me that the escaped dark sorcerer Bloodhand William is the one who killed the Grandmaster, and he is directly linked to the theft of the holy artifact. Rog has been tracking his underlings. If he can indeed assist the Holy Council, we would do well to allow him to atone for his sins. Absurd, Goad bellowed in fury, his eyes blazing as if to ignite the very air around him. Antonio, I see you have already been bribed by Rog. Otherwise, why would you defend him at every turn? High Priest, Antonio retorted defiantly, glaring at him with righteous anger. My integrity is well known throughout the Empire, and I believe the Holy Emperor knows me better than anyone. That if you wish to report me to His Majesty, then by all means, do so. Having spoken, he supported Murphy and, together with Tali, turned to exit the fortress. The High Priest atop the stairs watched his retreating figure with unrestrained fury, raising his staff and shouting, "Stop them! Do not allow that witch to escape." The uninjured priests of the priesthood gathered at the command of the High Priest. Antonio coldly glanced back, glaring at Gerda, while the High Priest fixated on the Knight Commander, who raised his gaze to the heavens and cried out, "Tityrus!" A colossal griffin screeched as it descended from the sky, landing before Antonio. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered above the fortress, revealing a swarm of griffins that descended upon the square, encircling Antonio and the others to form a formidable barrier, preventing the priests from advancing. Antonio, Tali, and Murphy mounted the griffin, casting a final glance at the ashen-faced High Priest Gerda on the steps. And Antonio proclaimed loudly, "High Priest, if you wish to lodge a complaint with His Majesty the Holy Emperor, now is your opportunity. Otherwise, I hope you will remain here and await my return, as I still have matters to discuss with you regarding Bloodhand William's escape." With that, Antonio urged the griffin into the sky, flying outward from the fortress. Guided by Tali and Murphy, he located the goblin lair and alighted at its entrance, instructing the two to wait beside the griffin while he cautiously ventured inside the goblin den. After a considerable time, Antonio emerged, informing the others of the chaos within the lair. He had witnessed a relentless blaze, but had found no trace of Rog and Catherine, convinced they were no longer present. As the trio deliberated on where to search for Rog, a shadow suddenly descended from above, landing behind Antonio and pressing a sword against the back of the Knight Commander's armor, saying, "I hear someone is looking for me. It's a pleasure to see you all. Are you discussing whether to assist me in avenging myself?" Antonio turned calmly, recognizing Rog's nonchalant smile, and swung his fist towards him. The demon hunter deftly retreated, turning to Catherine, who had followed closely, saying, "I told you, you should have given me the hand cannon so I could blow the commander's helmet off with a single shot. Less chatter, Rog." Antonio stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over Catherine behind Rog, inquiring, "Where is that cloaked man?" "He is dead, crushed to mud by the burning tower. However, before he perished, he revealed some troubling news." Rog shrugged with apparent regret, asking, "Has anyone heard of the Titans?" Antonio scrutinized Rog with skepticism. "You're not suggesting that the dying man told you the Titans are the real masterminds behind this?" "The commander is astute," Rog replied. However, he didn't have the time to share much. He only uttered 2 words. Rog stepped closer, pressing his face against Antonio's full-coverage helmet, locking eyes with him and whispering, "Titans, we have no reason to believe you. The Titan race has always been allies of humanity. Even if they desired the relic, they would have no need for such secrecy." Staring into Antonio's doubtful eyes, Rog nodded in agreement. "You're right, Commander, and that is my concern as well. Yet, it is undeniable that the Titans possess the capability to control Bloodhand William." He walked past Antonio, casually closing his visor, and addressed Tali and Murphy. "Moreover, the cloaked man repeatedly uttered Titan as he died, which is indeed a fact. We cannot rush to confront the Titans based on this. Provoking the Titans would be an unwise choice, likely allowing the true conspirators to reap the benefits. Antonio lifted his visor, glaring at Rog as he spoke loudly. I have no intention of sending you to confront the Titans. Rather, I would prefer you return to the Holy Emperor and safeguard that relic within the Holy Palace, lest its loss bring me greater troubles. Commander, Rog retorted sharply, then continued, I am prepared to venture to the Titans' capital. Thunderhold, I believe I will find the clues and evidence I need to ascertain whether the relic resides there. He surveyed the gathered individuals, asking, is anyone willing to join me? I will. Catherine was the first to raise her hand. Rog smiled slightly and nodded. I know. Dear, you, like Lilith, are my little shadow. The girl blushed at his words, unable to suppress a slight smile. That I will go too. Tali followed suit, addressing Rog. Before Rog could respond, Murphy interjected. And I will join as well. My minor injuries are inconsequential, and the path to Thunderhold is fraught with danger. I believe I can be of assistance. Besides, I came to Ice Snow Island to explore the Titan-S territory. So I cannot miss this opportunity. Very well, with the participants and volunteers, plus 2 little shadows and myself, we have 5 individuals. Rog glanced at Antonio, who was about to speak, but Rog raised a hand to silence him. Commander, I do not believe your Grand Griffin Brigade appearing over Titan territory is a fortuitous event. If you wish to avoid the Holy Emperor receiving a declaration of war from the Titans, it would be prudent to first deal with that dour-faced, yellow-robed mystic, lest he complicate matters for us. After making this remark, Rog mockingly patted Antonio on the shoulder before turning to leave. Antonio called after him, I may choose not to accompany you, but how do you intend to manage supplies during your trek through this frigid landscape? That is not an issue for me. I am not one to rely on the shade of a grand tree for sustenance. Rog turned back, shrugging his shoulders at the Knight Commander. After a brief contemplation, he raised his head and added, however, if the commander feels regretful about not joining the journey, I would not mind you serving as our logistics officer. Very well, I will instruct Douglas to send you some provisions. You shall find a nearby location to rest. And we will set off once my people deliver the supplies. Antonio remarked, glancing at Rog's bare chest. I will also arrange for someone to bring you a garment. Not that I fear for your well-being, but your appearance is rather unbecoming in front of the ladies. With that, he turned and mounted the griffin, soaring back toward the fortress, while Rog's laughter echoed behind him. Thank you, Commander. However, I believe this is precisely how I showcase my personal charm. I cannot emulate a dapper gentleman, for I am, after all, a rogue, and a shamelessly narcissistic rogue. Lilith, perched atop Catherine's head with her eyes closed, murmured softly. Upon hearing her mutter, Catherine could not help but stifle a laugh. Sensing Catherine's amusement, Lilith shouted, Hey, big bad guy, that silly girl is laughing at you. Rog, Murphy, and Tali turned their gazes to Catherine, who blushed under their collective scrutiny, vexed as she reached to swat the chattering little bird atop her head. The owl, however, adeptly evaded her grasp with agile hops, resulting in Catherine being pecked a few times instead. The 2 little shadows were thoroughly entertained, but it was time to depart. Playing games at the goblin's doorstep was ill-advised. Let us not forget we have just turned their home into a chaotic mess, Rog called to the 2, as he and Tali, along with Murphy, moved ahead, allowing the 2 girls to frolic behind. The 5 soon found a sheltered spot nearby, where Catherine produced all her remaining magical rations. They utilized the pure, untouched white snow for drinking water and filled their rumbling bellies with the sweet-tasting provisions. After their meal, Rog requested a map of Ice Snow Island from Tali and plotted their route through the northern part of the island. Following Murphy's suggestion, he identified a path that could bypass the Titan's outpost, while also steering clear of the lairs of ferocious beasts. As they finalized their plans, Deputy Commander Douglas, accompanied by over 10 knights, descended on griffins before them. Douglas ordered the delivery of supplies, rations, ammunition, and other provisions prepared by Antonio from the Mage Tower to the 5, simultaneously handing Rog a set of black robes. A mage's robe. Does your commander wish for me to remain at the Mage Tower as an apprentice once this is all over? Rog grimaced, accepting the robe with disdain. Once everything is concluded, if you are still alive, I believe a prisoner's garb from the imperial capital would suit you far better. Douglas retorted sharply. You are indeed quite considerate. Mr. Vice Commander. Rog donned his long robe and, with a hand, gently touched the white cloak draped over Douglas's shoulder. Please convey my gratitude to your commander, and thank you as well. However, It would be even more delightful if I could possess a white cloak like yours. When you return alive from the feet of the Titan giant, I shall assist you in wrapping one around you and personally escort you to the Eagle prison." Douglas cast a cold glance at Rog before turning to Tali. "Miss Tali, our commander has asked me to inform you all that he will pursue the dark sorcerer William alongside the priesthood, keeping an eye on your movements through the gargoyles of the Mage Tower, providing you with supplies and assistance when necessary. Thank you, and please extend my gratitude to Commander Antonio," Tali expressed gratefully to Douglas. The vice commander bowed to her, cast a sidelong glance at Rog, and said, "If there are no further issues, we shall set off now. That we will escort you to the edge of the territory, after which you must cross the river into Titan territory on your own. Thank you, but I hope we can maintain a steadier flight. I have no desire to accidentally fall from midair." Rog strode past Douglas, casting a meaningful glance in his direction before striding toward the griffin. The vice commander shot him a cold glare, gestured to Tali and Murphy, and everyone boarded the griffin in succession, embarking toward the riverside. By the time they reached the riverbank, the sun had already set. Douglas chose a location far from the Mage Tower fortress to land, allowing Rog and the other 5 to disembark before leading the way back to the fortress to report to Antonio. Once Douglas departed, Rog surveyed the surroundings, confirming that this was indeed a suitable place to cross the river. The riverbank narrowed here, and the frozen surface would be relatively solid, making for a safer crossing. Rog took the lead, stepping down the bank and onto the slick ice toward the opposite shore. As he walked, he glanced down at the tuft of white fluff he had plucked from Douglas's cloak. Recalling the commander's demeanor and behavior without detecting any suspicious signs, if this fellow is truly up to no good, he certainly plays his part well. He tucked the tuft of white fluff into his tobacco pouch when suddenly a scream erupted behind him. He turned swiftly to find Catherine had slipped on the ice. "Thank goodness I don't have to walk. I certainly don't want to fall into the river and dampen my feathers." Lilith, nestled beneath Rog's dark hood, squinted her little eyes and peered at the 3 individuals. Upon seeing Catherine struggle to regain her footing, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Perhaps this is a splendid opportunity to play a trick on her. An evil idea sprouted in the little owl's mind. Envisioning Catherine's potential embarrassment, she stifled a chuckle and called out to Rog, "Hey, lone wolf, wait for our partners behind. You're moving too fast. When did you little rascals start learning to care for others?" Rog muttered to himself, glancing back at the slowly trudging Catherine, Tali, and Murphy, and shouted, "Hey, we're already halfway across the river. We still have half the distance to the other side. Keep it up." Seizing the moment, Rog paused. Lilith peeked out from her hood. The dimming twilight allowed her to see clearly around her. She observed Tali supporting Murphy as they walked ahead, with Catherine cautiously following behind. Spotting an opportunity as Catherine stumbled, Lilith suddenly widened her eyes and shot 2 beams of light toward Catherine. These beams, imperceptible to the naked eye, struck Catherine's body, immobilizing her and causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground. "Ha! Silly girl." The little owl couldn't contain her laughter at the sight. Before she could enjoy her mirth, Catherine, having fallen on the ice, crashed into Murphy and Tali ahead of her. The 3 of them, now precariously close to Rog, toppled toward him in a chaotic tumble. Startled, Rog attempted to evade, only to lose his footing and fall onto the icy surface as well. One after another, the 4 bodies crashed onto the ice, which immediately splintered under the impact. With a loud crack, the ice in the river's center shattered, and the 4, along with the mischievous little bird, plunged into the frigid waters below, engulfed by the swirling currents. Chapter 44. The Culprit, Part 2. As Tali fell into the icy river, her legs instinctively formed a tail, stabilizing her body as she waved her staff towards the other 3 struggling in the icy waters. The mermaid staff's tip emitted a flurry of bubbles, which enveloped the 3 individuals, helping them float in the water. The hidden currents beneath the ice swiftly carried them downstream, while Tali used her magic to connect the bubbles, ensuring that Rog's bubble was linked to hers to prevent them from being scattered in the raging waters. "We are being swept downstream. We must find a way to the shore." Rog communicated through the bubble's sound-carrying ability to Tali. The mermaid shook her head gently. "The current is too swift. I lack the power to control the entire river. We must drift downstream to find an exit and find a way to reach the land." "Drifting downstream will lead us severely off course," Murphy exclaimed beside Rog. "The river's surface near Ice and Snow Island is perpetually frozen. We cannot find a natural breach. We must break the ice." Catherine, Use your pistol to shoot at the ice surface and see if you can shatter the ice above, Rog called back. Catherine retrieved her silver pistol, aimed at the ice layer, and pulled the trigger. A silver bullet traced a path through the water, bursting with bubbles as it struck the ice surface. The bullet left a crack in the ice, but failed to shatter it. Rog unsheathed his silver sword from his waist, requested Catherine's pistol, and turned to Tali. Help me get closer to the ice surface. I will break through. Tali immediately maneuvered the bubbles upward, allowing Rog to gradually approach the ice. He forcefully plunged his silver sword into the ice layer, gripping the hilt to stabilize himself while using his other hand to bring the pistol's muzzle close to the ice, and pulled the trigger. With successive shots from the pistol, the thick ice gradually formed a clear fissure. Rog handed the pistol to Tali, borrowed Murphy's curved dagger, and with the blade's tip, he diligently pierced the ice's crack. After considerable effort, the upper ice layer finally collapsed, creating a hole wide enough for one person. Let us ascend from here. Rog pointed at the broken ice hole with the dagger and shouted back to Tali. Tali directed her mermaid staff toward the opening, summoning a powerful current that swirled around the four of them, forming an upward vortex that propelled them toward the hole. Rog, closest to the ice surface, surged upward through the hole, followed closely by Tali, who ascended on the wave crest. She pointed her staff toward the northern bank, and the rising vortex redirected the waves straight toward the north bank, launching the four of them onto the shore. Upon landing on solid ground, the four, except for Tali, lay soaked on the ground, gasping for breath. After a moment, Rog sat up and reached behind him to feel around in his hood, pulling out the drenched little owl. As he examined it, the little creature lay in his palm and expelled a mouthful of water, splattering it directly onto Rog's face. Cough, cough. I thought I was done for. The little owl shook its head, expelled another mouthful of water, and transformed into a wet little girl amidst a flash of red light. Pressing her face against Rog's chest and hugging him tightly, Rog gently combed her soggy hair with his hand and glanced at Murphy and Catherine, who were sitting up, asking, "What just happened? Why did you suddenly fall?" "It was me," Catherine said apologetically, looking up at everyone with remorse. "That I don't know what happened. When I slipped, my body suddenly lost control, and I couldn't move my legs at all. I just fell directly onto the ice and crashed into Mr. Murphy and Miss Tali. Lost control of your body." Upon hearing Catherine's words, Rog instinctively lowered his head to gaze at Lilith, who had buried her face in his embrace. He gently lifted her little face and asked, "What did you do, little one?" The little rascal, aware of her wrongdoing, bit her lip and timidly looked at Rog. She wanted to fabricate a lie to cover up her mischief, but upon meeting Rog's scrutinizing gaze, she realized she could not deceive this perceptive individual, and in her panic, she simply burst into tears. "That it seems we have cracked the case." Rog looked up at Tali, Murphy, and Catherine with an expression of bemusement. The three of them observed the little girl in Rog's arms, sobbing with a torrent of tears and snot, their hearts a mix of exasperation and amusement. They wanted to admonish her, yet their compassion held them back, and they could only shake their heads in resignation. After all, she was still young. It was only natural for a child to make mistakes. Tali approached Rog and crouched down, gently stroking Lilith's head. Upon noticing the comforting presence, the little girl cried even louder, as if she were the one wronged. "Enough of the tears," Rog suddenly bellowed, startling even Tali, who stood beside him. Lilith's cries ceased abruptly as she sat up straight, her tear-stained eyes wide with uncertainty and fear. "You little rascal, I'll spare you this time. But if you misbehave again, you'll face a day without food." Rog pinched the girl's cheek, and she rubbed her sore face with her small hands. Nodding pitifully in response, he handed her over to Tali and rose to the riverbank, reaching for his pipe, only to find that both his cigar and matches had been soaked through by the water. He sighed in frustration and gazed contemplatively at the surface of the water. That moment, Murphy stood up and approached him, softly inquiring, "What are you thinking about?" "I was pondering that the incident just now was indeed instigated by Lilith's antics. Yet the ice beneath our feet appears alarmingly fragile. Even if no one were to fall, it may not withstand the weight of four individuals." Rog turned to Murphy and asked, "In your adventurous experience, do rivers like the frozen Isle, which are perpetually covered in ice, typically have such unstable surfaces?" "I was contemplating that as well. Even at its thinnest, the river's core should have ice at least several centimeters thick. It shouldn't collapse under the impact of someone falling," Murphy affirmed, nodding vigorously, his eyes reflecting the same puzzlement as Rog's. "You're absolutely right. When I was chiseling through the ice, I discovered it to be much thicker than I had anticipated. I fired 10 shots from my hand cannon and still couldn't penetrate the surface, and the force of 4 of us falling could hardly exceed the impact of 10 bullets. As they exchanged glances, they simultaneously said, "That ice must have been tampered with. Could it be Douglas's doing?" Murphy furrowed his brow and asked, "His hostility towards you seems to exceed even that of Antonio." "I would love to suspect him, but I must begrudgingly acknowledge that he has never spoken unfairly against me." Rogue shrugged, shaking his head. He looked at Murphy's concerned face and continued, "If Douglas aimed to sabotage us without Antonio's knowledge, creating an undetectable thin ice trap, he would require enough manpower to work until dark, without firearms or magic. However, before darkness fell, Douglas was already among us. Thus he has a solid alibi. So who do you think poses the greatest suspicion?" Murphy asked, harboring doubt. "Anyone with formidable magical powers could be a suspect." Rogue scanned the surrounding mountains and remarked, "The dark sorcerer William may be nearby, and both Gerda and the priesthood are not far from us. Douglas might merely be a spy selling the crossing point at this juncture." Rogue whispered meaningfully, "Perhaps there are watchers surrounding us right now." Murphy, vigilant, glanced around and said, "But they should know that Miss Tolly will protect us. The icy waters alone cannot drown us." "Indeed," Rogue nodded slightly. "They are merely creating obstacles for us. If they could drown 1 or 2 of us, that would be a bonus. Their attempts to hinder and delay our approach to Titan territory indicates that we are on the right track." Murphy added. Just then, Lilith, who had been nestled in Tolly's embrace, suddenly sat upright and called out softly to Rogue, "Hey, I heard something strange. Something is coming." Upon hearing the little girl's exclamation, everyone perked up, straining to listen to the surrounding sounds. Yet they detected nothing. Even the chilling night wind across the snowy plain had stilled. What sound? That little rascal isn't trying to trick us again. "Is she?" Catherine remarked as she walked over to Rogue, glancing at Lilith in Tolly's arms. "No, there is indeed something approaching." Rogue raised his hand, signaling Murphy and Catherine to remain silent. The two exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what he had heard. "Come here." Rogue beckoned to Tolly and Lilith, who were sitting a short distance away in the snow. Tolly picked up Lilith and stood up, but as they took a few steps, the ground suddenly trembled. "What was that?" Tolly asked in bewilderment as she reached Rogue's side. "That I fear it's not a friend. We should find a place to hide," Rogue replied while scanning the riverbank. Realizing they were surrounded by flat expanses of snow with no cover in sight, he glanced down at the snow beneath his feet, an idea sparking in his mind. "Come, lend me a hand." Moments later, a towering figure emerged in the moonlight across the snowy expanse, clad in golden armor, with limbs as robust as stone pillars, and bare feet pounding towards the riverbank. Behind him, a group of equally formidable giants was in hot pursuit. The charging giant halted at the river's edge, surveying the banks of the frozen river. Apart from a few mounds of snow in the distance, there was nothing else in sight. That he stepped onto the ice, intending to cross, but the surface could not bear his weight, shattering under him as he lost balance, nearly toppling into the river before hastily retreating to the shore. Just then, the pursuers arrived, surrounding the golden-armored giant. "You have nowhere left to run, Ted. Today marks your demise." The leader of the silver-armored giants pointed his massive axe at the golden giant, as the surrounding giants brandished their long axes and hammers, charging forward. With no escape, the golden giant had no choice but to fight barehanded. He felled one giant soldier, seized the hammer from his grasp, and smashed the skull of another giant approaching from behind. Then hurled a third giant soldier into the icy river. "Ted, you cannot prevail against the heir of the Titan," the silver-armored leader bellowed in fury, as his soldiers struggled to subdue Ted. In a fit of rage, he swung his heavy axe down upon Ted, who raised his hammer to block the blow but was powerless to push the axe away. Seizing the opportunity amidst their struggle, 2 giant soldiers rushed in from the sides, jabbing their spears sharply into Ted's legs. With a cry of agony, Ted fell to the ground, his massive frame sending snow swirling into the air. By the command of Titan King Solon, your life is forfeit. "Do you have any last words, coward?" The silver-armored leader stepped forward, planting his foot on Ted's chest, grinning maliciously at the lamb set for slaughter, while the surrounding giant soldiers surged forward, positioning their blades at Ted's throat. "You traitors, following Solon, the usurper, to murder the rightful heir to the Titan throne, my brother Tyrell will ensure you meet a gruesome end." Ted, the golden giant, hissed through clenched teeth. "Tyrell? That little brat is too preoccupied with his own affairs. Foolish one, you are unworthy to inherit the Titan King's throne. Die. The silver-armored leader shouted vehemently, his axe cleaving downward, splattering Ted's blood across the snowy bank, turning the white snow into a pool of crimson. Let us go. We must return to report to Lord Solon, and deal with Tyrell and his foolish followers. The silver-armored leader viciously kicked Ted's corpse before turning away with his fellow giants. As the heavy footsteps of the giants faded into the distance, Rogue emerged cautiously from a snowbank nearby, ensuring the area was secure before digging himself out. That it's safe now. Everyone, come out. Upon hearing Rogue's call, Murphy, Tolly, and Catherine emerged from the snow, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the colossal corpse and the blood flowing like a river. It seems we have stumbled upon the battle for the birth of the new Titan King. Rogue remarked, gazing at Ted's lifeless body. That he pointed back to the corpse and said to his companions, this fellow must be Ted, the firstborn son of the Titan King. The killer is a subordinate of the second prince. Solon. I've heard Solon is an ambitious warmonger who even participated in the war against the Cursed Lands. Based on their earlier conversation, it appeared Solon had gained the upper hand. Murphy interjected. With the heir Ted dead, the remaining contender is Solon's third brother, Tyrell. Indeed, we now have two targets. If it is true that the Titan giants have stolen the sacred artifact, it must surely be connected to the struggle for the throne. Now we must ascertain whether the artifact lies in Solon's possession or Tyrell's. Rogue, while rummaging through his belongings, produced a map and pointed to a location in the northeastern part of the island, declaring, this is Hurricane Cliff, where Tyrell's castle is situated. We should first venture there to gather information. He turned to Murphy and remarked, from the tone of Solon's subordinates earlier, it is evident that Tyrell's forces are not as strong as Solon's. If there is someone seeking to leverage the holy artifact for victory, their chances are certainly greater than Solon's. This presents a splendid opportunity. Let us meddle in the affairs of the Titan clan. Rogue's words ignited the adventurous spirit within Murphy, who eagerly addressed the group. The five of them promptly set off from the riverbank, heading north along the path taken by the giants. After traversing the snowy expanse for a while, they encountered a ridge that split the trail ahead. The giants' footprints veered northwest, while a valley to the northeast led into a forest. Those fellows must be returning to Thunderhold to report back. We shall disregard them and navigate through the forest towards Hurricane Cliff. Rogue indicated towards the valley on their right and led the group into the grove of pine trees draped in rime. In the hushed tranquility of the pine forest, they walked for an indeterminate duration until the dawn began to break. Suddenly, Rogue halted, casting his gaze downward toward the thickets on his right. What is it? Tolly inquired curiously, stopping beside him. It seems there is something over there, Rogue replied, his eyes fixed on the pines. That I hear the sound of water, and there is a considerable amount of mist in the woods, as if something lurks within. Tolly followed his pointing finger and indeed spotted a white mist swirling among the trees. Lilith, the little owl, emerged from the hood behind Rogue, chiming in, I heard it too. Something is splashing in the water. Could it be a monster? Catherine and Murphy approached, gazing into the mist-laden woods. Rogue gently shook his head. I am unsure, but perhaps we should investigate. Let us not stir up trouble. What if it is a monster? Tolly grasped Rogue's arm, but he smiled and shrugged her off, saying, you seem to have forgotten what I do. I make my living dealing with monsters. He strode confidently into the misty woods, and Tolly cast a worried glance back at Murphy and Catherine. The adventurer sighed and nodded. Let us follow. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as we fear. The three followed Rogue into the thickening mist, a peculiar warmth enveloping them as the snow beneath their feet thinned, seemingly melting away in the embrace of the gentle warmth. As they emerged from the fog-shrouded forest, a vast lake unfolded before them, steam rising from its surface, the warmth rendering the land by the lake devoid of snow, instead flourishing with verdant grass. That appears to be a hot spring. Murphy beamed at Tolly and Catherine. Looks like we can take a rest here. We've been on the move all night, and everyone must be weary. No sooner had he spoken than a loud splash echoed from the lake, and a half-naked woman emerged from beneath the water, her long black hair cascading behind her in a graceful arc, gazing at the five on the shore with an alluring smile. Upon seeing the enchanting woman standing in the water, all five were momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Murphy turned his face away. Catherine's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, and Tolly furrowed her brow, focusing intently on Rogue's expression. Rogue remained transfixed by the woman, who seemed to sense his distinct demeanor. Her golden, glistening eyes locked onto his, devoid of any modesty or shyness. She gracefully swam to the shore, leaning against the lake's edge in an alluring pose. Beckoning Rogue with her finger, a peculiar smile crept across Rogue's lips as he stepped toward her. Noticing this, Tali grasped his arm, but he turned to her, observing her furrowed brow, with a silent chuckle. He extricated himself from her grasp and continued toward the woman. "Rogue," Murphy shouted, but Rogue continued forward without looking back, stopping just a step away from the woman, smiling as he surveyed her languid figure. He leaned down and extended his hand, asking, "Miss, how may I be of service?" The woman remained silent, reaching out a slender, alabaster arm to gently grasp his hand, though Rogue wore black leather gloves, preventing direct contact with her delicate skin. He could still feel the softness of her touch. She extended her other hand toward him, opening her embrace as she gazed up at him. Rogue's smile mingled with fascination and affection as he gently took her other hand, clasping both of her delicate white hands in his. "Something feels amiss," Murphy, standing behind, whispered to Tali and Catherine. Catherine too sensed Rogue's unusual demeanor. She drew a silver pistol from her waist, preparing to fire at the woman. However, Tali restrained her, saying, "Let us not act hastily. We do not yet understand her intentions. Let us observe for now." Tali exchanged a knowing glance with Murphy, who nodded in agreement, subtly placing his hand on the hilt of his curved blade. The beautiful woman, holding Rogue's hands, gently pulled him closer. Rogue's head inclined downward, as if he were about to kiss her, but just as their faces were mere inches apart, his body suddenly froze in place. The woman looked at him in surprise, pulling him down with both hands, but Rogue remained as immovable as a statue, gazing intently at her face. Growing impatient, the woman furrowed her brow and gritted her teeth, pulling with all her might on Rogue's arms. Yet her efforts proved futile. In a fit of frustration, she extended 2 additional snow-white arms from the water, gripping Rogue's arms tightly, attempting to drag him into the depths. Yet, no matter how hard she pulled, Rogue stood resolute, unwavering. "I apologize, miss. I know you seek a companion for a bath, but I am not the right candidate. I have a natural aversion to water, you see." Rogue suddenly smiled at the woman. A flicker of surprise crossed her golden eyes, and without warning, Rogue yanked her above the water, freeing his hands from her grasp and delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. The woman let out a cry, falling backward into the hot spring with a spectacular splash. The 3 standing behind were taken aback, their mouths agape as they watched Rogue turn and stride back toward them. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, the lake erupted in a splash, and the woman soared from the depths, lunging at Rogue. That moment, they finally discerned her true form. The upper half of her body bore 2 additional arms, while her lower half trailed a long, scaly serpent's tail. Her 4 snow-white arms displayed sharp claws, and her once alluring visage now contorted into a menacing snarl. The serpent woman roared as she charged at Rogue, who turned to see her descending upon him, her 4 claws poised to strike like 20 glistening daggers. Calmly, Rogue met her gaze, extending his right hand with his index and middle fingers poised, leaning forward to evade her deadly claws, striking her throat with precision. Time seemed to freeze as the serpent woman's claws halted mere inches from Rogue, her eyes fixated on him. He gazed back, a glimmer of confident menace in his eyes, as if he were the true predator, not the prey of the serpent woman. Despite the serpent's beauty and skill at disguise, she could not conceal her vulnerability. Rogue's eyes locked onto the serpent woman's, and he abruptly withdrew his right hand, leaving behind a crimson gash on her throat. Moments later, blood gushed forth, splattering onto Rogue and the ground beneath him. As the serpent woman fell back into the lake, blood staining the waters crimson, Rogue turned calmly to his 3 companions, who stared at him in shock as he wiped the blood from his fingers on his robe. Still processing the surreal turn of events, I recall a wise sage once said that no one knows what secrets lie within the bosoms of beauties, just as we cannot predict whether what lies below their waists are human legs or serpentine tails. Rogue remarked, lifting his head to share a smile with Tali. The mermaid guardian, hearing his words, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Rogue continued with a grin, "I hope you do not take offense. Dear guardian, my words were not meant to target you." He offered an apologetic yet respectful smile to Tali before turning to Murphy and Catherine, saying, "Let us proceed, my friends. The road ahead is still long." After speaking, he strode back along the path they had come. Murphy, Tali, and Catherine exchanged glances at Roger's retreating figure before hastily pursuing him. Murphy quickly caught up to Roger and inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" I have never witnessed anyone puncture a person's throat with merely a finger, let alone a fierce serpent man. Such feats are trivial. What ordinary individuals cannot achieve, demon hunters can accomplish with ease. For our vocation is to perform tasks beyond the capabilities of the average person, Roger replied with a nonchalant smile. Glancing back at Catherine and Tolly, he continued, if it were a male serpent man, I could even extract his heart with my bare hands. The two young ladies looked up in astonishment as they saw Roger raise his right hand, curling it into a claw-like gesture before them. And he chuckled. However, as a gentleman, it would be quite rude to employ such tactics against a woman, even if she were a serpent, even if I were to slay her. Enough boasting. Daylight is approaching, and we have walked through the night. Let us find a place to rest, exclaimed Lilith, emerging from the hood behind Roger, her small head peeking out, pouting her lips in annoyance. You little sluggard. The rest of us have not complained of fatigue from walking. Yet you, having lazed about all night, are the one to bemoan your plight. Roger chided playfully. Pushing the little furball back into the hood, he surveyed the surrounding woods and noticed a patch of mist not far away. He pointed and said, it seems there is a hot spring over there. Let us check if we can find a suitable place to rest. Surely there won't be another serpent there? Catherine asked apprehensively. Fear not. Even if there is, it would be fortuitous. We could enhance our meals, for the provisions from the Mage Tower are exceedingly unpalatable, Roger replied calmly, spreading his arms wide as he led the three towards the hot spring. Upon arriving near the hot spring, they found the area eerily silent, devoid of any suspicious signs. The four decided to set camp there, finding a spacious and clean spot by the lake to sit down. They washed up with the hot water from the lake, alleviating their fatigue, then withdrew their provisions to eat. After satisfying their hunger, they reclined by the lakeside, intending to take a brief nap. The warm steam rising from the hot spring gradually lulled the weary four into slumber. None noticing the pair of golden eyes watching them from the shadows of the trees along the path they had traversed. Chapter 47. There is always a price to pay. Startled from his dreams, Roger suddenly opened his eyes, sitting up abruptly and straining to listen to the sounds around him. A slithering noise, reminiscent of scales sliding across the ground, reached his ears. You heard that too, didn't you? Lilith, peeking out from the hood, softly asked Roger. That he nodded silently, nudging Catherine and Tolly beside him at the same time. Murphy also sat up, having heard the strange sound, and looked at Roger with a questioning gaze. If I am not mistaken, our enemies have come calling, Roger declared, springing to his feet. Just then, a glint of cold light flashed as a dagger, resembling a serpent's fang, plunged down into the spot where Roger had just vacated. The respite is over. With his sword drawn, Roger surged towards the direction from which the dagger had come. That a male serpent man burst forth from the pine trees, wielding three similar daggers in his four hands, while his empty hand brandished sharp claws, lunging at Roger. Roger ducked and dashed toward the serpent man, sidestepping the two daggers that came slashing at him. He parried the serpent man's third dagger and claws with his silver sword, delivering a powerful kick to the serpent man's left arms, sending the two daggers flying from his grip, followed by a punch to his chest. The serpent man staggered backward, and just as Roger prepared to press the attack, he heard a piercing shriek from behind. Another serpent warrior burst forth from the woods. Seeing this, Murphy drew his blade, the curved sword slicing through the morning light to force the attacking serpent man back. Seizing the moment of distraction, the first serpent warrior whipped his long tail at Roger's legs. Instead of retreating, Roger leaped forward, launching himself at the serpent man. His silver sword gleamed as it severed one of the serpent man's arms. In midair, he grasped the serpent man's neck, flipping over his head, landing steadily before twisting with a sharp crack, breaking the serpent man's neck in two. With a swift motion, Roger thrust his sword into the serpent man's back, causing the warrior to collapse to the ground. The serpent man engaged in combat with Murphy, sensing the tide turning, retreated and fled into the woods. Roger turned to Murphy and said, "Pursue him and eliminate him. We cannot allow him to return and sound the alarm. You two stay here and do not wander off," Roger instructed Tolly and Catherine before vanishing into the woods alongside Murphy. Tolly and Catherine exchanged uneasy glances at the lifeless serpent man on the ground. Suddenly, they heard unusual sounds emanating from the surrounding forest. They warily scanned their surroundings when, without warning, a shadow descended from above, landing in Tolly's arms. Startled, Tolly and Catherine looked down at the small girl in Tolly's embrace. Lilith, with her little black-gloved hands, wrapped her arms around Tolly's neck, beaming with delight at their startled expressions and bursting into laughter. "How did you suddenly fall from the sky? Were you not with Roger?" Tolly asked, perplexed, glancing up at the sky. With a mischievous smile, the little girl replied, "I have no desire to chase after those serpent monsters. A soft embrace is far more comfortable." She then nestled her face against Tolly's chest. Clinging tightly and burrowing closer, Tolly exchanged looks with Catherine, both helplessly gazing at the pouting Lilith in her arms, a mix of amusement and exasperation on their faces. Meanwhile, Roger and Murphy swiftly caught up with the serpent warrior. Attacking from either side, the serpent man, realizing he could not escape their pursuit, turned and angrily swung his 4 daggers at them. Roger and Murphy deftly evaded the onslaught, with Roger slipping behind Murphy. Bending down to use his shoulder as a springboard, Murphy leaped back, stepping on Roger's shoulder, while Roger thrust upward, propelling Murphy into the air, his curved sword aimed at the serpent man's head. The serpent man raised his dagger to block Murphy's attack. But Murphy feigned a strike, executing a roll mid-air and landing a short distance away in the snow. Just then, Roger emerged from behind Murphy, thrusting his silver sword directly into the serpent man's chest. The serpent man, unable to adjust in time to block Roger's strike, felt the blade pierce through him, and with Roger's swift withdrawal and a spinning kick, the serpent man collapsed to the ground in agony. "Have we fallen into a den of serpents?" Roger mused, observing the serpent man's corpse before turning to Murphy. "Why are there so many serpent men in this vicinity? Perhaps the serpent woman you killed was not an ordinary foe. I have heard that serpent tribes are matriarchal, with women holding higher status than men. These 2 male serpent men clearly came for revenge," Murphy replied, gazing down at the body of the serpent man beneath them. Before Roger could respond, a scream echoed through the woods, unmistakably Catherine's voice, sending a jolt of alarm through them. They quickly abandoned the serpent man's corpse and raced back toward the hot spring. Upon returning to the shore of the hot spring, they discovered that Tolly, Catherine, and Lilith had vanished without a trace. Scattered around were the bodies of several male serpent men, Tolly's staff lying quietly beside them, as well as Catherine's 2 silver handguns, which had fallen to the ground. Indeed, there is always a price to pay for mixing in this world. Roger picked up the 2 silver handguns, checking the chambers for bullets before turning to Murphy, who retrieved Tolly's staff. "The ammunition is nearly intact. They must have been ambushed, and the enemy outnumbers us," Roger stated, his expression darkening. "There are traces of serpent tails here. We must follow them." Rogue surveyed his surroundings and soon discovered the tracks of the serpent folk in the nearby snow. With 2 silver pistols hanging at his waist, he set off in pursuit alongside Murphy. As they followed the trail, Catherine and Tolly, firmly restrained by 4 serpent warriors, were escorted by more than 20 of their kind to the serpent encampment nestled within the valley. They were led through the throng of serpent folk, feeling the predatory glint in their eyes, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter, as they were ushered into a pitch-black cavern, navigating through the winding and convoluted passages of the cave. The 2 women were ultimately brought to the entrance of a grand chamber deep within. There, several bare-chested serpent maidens stood sentinel, who approached the commanding serpent captain for a brief exchange. After their succinct discourse, the serpent maidens guided the captain and 3 accompanying serpent soldiers into the depths of the cave. Inside, they beheld a colossal statue of a python standing majestically at the center of the cavern, illuminated by a beam of light cascading from the opening above. Before the stone throne at the statue's base, 2 rows of young serpent maidens stood at attention, while a mature and striking serpent woman reclined against the armrest of the throne, surveying the newcomers with an alluring yet sinister gaze. "Your Majesty, we have returned," declared the serpent captain, bowing respectfully. Simultaneously, the 2 soldiers thrust Catherine and Tolly to the ground before the queen, while another soldier stepped forward, bowing deeply and extending his hand, revealing a small owl's head peeking out. "Hey, you ancient and ugly worm, release them at once. Otherwise, he will surely roast you all," cried the little creature, struggling to extend its neck and opening its tiny beak to address the serpent queen. The queen cast a cold glance at it, her brooding gaze sweeping over Catherine and Tolly's faces before finally settling on the captain, inquiring, "But are there not 2 more?" Before the captain could respond, Lilith interjected, "Your foolish minions cannot capture them. When he arrives, he will surely turn you all into serpent stew and make me a lovely snakeskin dress. Take that noisy little thing and feed it to my children." The queen commanded, her patience waning as she shot a glance at the small owl. The soldier holding the creature immediately turned and walked to a corner of the hall, pulling aside a stone slab from the ground to reveal a pit teeming with venomous snakes, and unceremoniously cast Lilith into it. Little Owl seeks rescue. Lilith, I don't want to be eaten by venomous snakes for dinner. Uncle and Andy's, please click the save button and bring me home. Chapter 48. The Cold-Blooded Hunter. Second update, Lilith. Upon witnessing the small owl being hurled into the pit by the serpent soldier, Tolly and Catherine screamed in unison, struggling desperately to rise and rescue her. But they were firmly pinned down by the serpent soldiers, powerless to do anything but watch as the stone slab was closed over the pit. Now, tell me, where are the other two? The serpent queen directed her dark gaze back at the captain, who answered with utmost reverence, Your Majesty, we did not capture them. Rather, we dispatched 2 soldiers to divert their attention. What? Did you not comprehend my orders? I demand that you bring them all here. I wish to use their blood to honor my daughter. The queen bellowed in fury, fixing the captain with a piercing glare. The serpent captain hastily replied, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. We did not intend to let them escape. Regaining his composure, he continued, These individuals are extraordinary. The 2 leading men are clad as rangers. I feared we would be outnumbered, which is why I refrained from a direct confrontation. The captain glanced down at Tolly and Catherine, pinned on the ground, and pointed at Tolly, saying to the queen, Even so, we paid a heavy price. This witch's magic easily dispatched several of our soldiers. Which? The queen cast a skeptical glance at Tolly. Her curiosity piqued. Why would a witch come here? I am no witch. I am a guardian of the merfolk's sanctum, and my companions and I have a critical mission to undertake at the fortress of the Titan giants. Tolly proclaimed loudly to the serpent queen, The merfolk, I am familiar with your kind. The queen acknowledged with a slight nod. Upon hearing this, Tolly felt a flicker of hope, anticipating a potential shift in their fate. Only to hear the queen's cold laughter. But what does that matter to me? I care not for your reasons for being here. I seek only vengeance for my daughter. She raised her gaze to the serpent captain, asking, What is your plan to capture those 2 men? Fear not, for we have left markers along their path. They will surely follow us here. When the time comes, we shall unleash our full might upon them, tearing them to shreds to honor the spirit of the princess. The serpent captain confidently assured, Unbeknownst to me, you possess quite the cunning. Proceed with your plans, but separate these 2 women and ensure they do not escape. The queen commanded, gesturing for them to withdraw. The serpent captain bowed and ordered the soldiers to drag Tolly and Catherine from the ground and escort them out of the cavern, outside the cave. Rogue and Murphy appeared near the serpent encampment, hiding behind a large boulder as they observed the settlement below, situated at the edge of the forest and the sole exit of the valley. The serpent folk roamed the valley's mouth, resembling sentinels guarding the passage. I have long heard of the formidable power of the serpent folk of Ice and Snow Island, and it certainly seems to hold true. Murphy remarked to Rogue, These are likely just a faction of the serpent folk. Their influence surely extends far beyond this. If the Titan King is the Emperor of Ice and Snow Island, then the Serpent Queen is the ruler of this duchy, Rogue replied, scanning the nearby serpent sentinels. These, at most, can be considered the Duke's Guard. Regardless of their status, we cannot contend with such a multitude. Murphy frowned and shook his head, expressing his concerns. Indeed, we have but 2 choices, slip past them under their very noses or draw them away, Rogue suggested, turning to look at Murphy. Murphy paused in surprise, exclaiming, You can't possibly mean for me to lure them away, can you? Quite the opposite. I shall distract them while you infiltrate the cave to rescue the captives, Rogue clarified. Murphy shook his head vigorously, protesting, That is out of the question. Such a host of serpent soldiers would easily seal off the entire valley. You would never escape. Just as Rogue was about to respond, a cry from the forest behind them caught his attention. An idea sparked in his mind, and he beckoned for Murphy to follow as he stealthily made his way toward the source of the sound. They cautiously approached the area of the call, discovering a snow-white cub wandering in the snow. This little creature, still without claws or teeth, appeared to be lost, emitting continuous cries for help. Perhaps we can utilize it, Rogue suggested, glancing back at Murphy. The adventurer skeptically shook his head, asserting, a creature so small would be devoured by the serpent folk in an instant. It would hardly serve to delay them. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the nearby woods. The little snow cub immediately shrieked in response, prompting Rogue to dash forward without hesitation. scooping it up and sprinting towards the serpent encampment. The little snow cub struggled and wailed in Rogue's arms, its cries inciting alarm among the adult snow folk, who grew increasingly agitated as they rushed toward the sound of the cub's distress. While controlling the wriggling little snow cub, Rogue and Murphy dashed toward the serpent encampment. Flinging the cub into the midst of the serpent folk, the creature tumbled onto the thick snow, rolling like a snowball for a moment before clambering to its feet, only to be met by a few fierce serpent folk standing nearby, causing it to scream in terror. The little snow cub's cries attracted even more serpent folk, who converged from all directions, and the nearest serpent swiftly seized the cub, brandishing a wicked dagger before it. At that moment, a full-grown snow folk burst from the trees, its gaze landing on the captured little cub. Enraged, it unleashed a deafening roar and charged at the serpent folk, relying on their numbers. The serpent folk swarmed the snow folk, engaging in a fierce battle. Despite the snow folk's imposing size, they were quickly overpowered, sustaining grievous injuries as their desperate roars echoed in the valley, mingling with the little cub's terrified cries. Are we being too cruel in our actions? Hiding behind the massive boulder, Murphy lowered his head with a heavy sigh, filled with self-reproach, and inquired softly. Rogue's face betrayed no emotion, serene as if nothing had transpired. He simply observed the serpent folk, baring their fangs and claws as they launched their assault on the snowmen. At that moment, a series of resounding roars echoed through the forest. They are coming. Accompanied by Rogue's murmured words, countless snowmen erupted from the woods, charging towards the serpent folk's encampment. These robust, white-furred behemoths seemed heedless of their own lives, extending their powerful, sharp claws in a frenzied quest for revenge against the serpent folk. Upon witnessing this scene, Rogue rose from behind the stone and, turning to Murphy with a frigid tone, remarked, "Brother, the law of nature dictates that the weak are prey to the strong to survive. We must adopt any means necessary. The great forest does not harbor moralists, and mercy will not save Tolly and Catherine." With that, he strode forth from behind the boulder, and Murphy followed closely, his heart heavy as he gazed at Rogue's retreating figure. Unnerved by the coldness and resolve he displayed, he found himself pondering what could forge such relentless calmness in this man, even in the direst of moments. However, Murphy had no time to dwell on such thoughts. He drew his blade and kept pace with Rogue. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos between the snowmen and the serpent folk, the two swiftly traversed the encampment, utilizing the surrounding trees and rocks to evade the approaching reinforcements. Soon locating the cave where Catherine and Tolly were held, the cave's entrance, only a handful of serpent soldiers remained to guard it. Noticing their sparse numbers, Rogue signaled to Murphy, and the two leapt from their concealment. Charging towards the cave's mouth, the serpent soldiers, upon noticing their approach, brandished their weapons and advanced to meet them. In a flash, the last serpent soldier collapsed in a pool of blood, and Rogue gestured to Murphy before turning to enter the dark abyss of the cave. Suddenly, a throng of serpent soldiers surged forth from within, encircling the two men. The leading serpent captain, wielding four long knives, pointed menacingly at them and sneered, "You are clever, but to think that creating chaos would allow you to breach this place so easily is a grave miscalculation. It seems that without some difficulty, one cannot hope to see the lovely maidens," Rogue remarked, surveying the serpent folk surrounding them. Shrugging towards Murphy, "I have no qualms about engaging directly. After all, we have already slain quite a number of serpents." Murphy tightened his grip on his curved blade, his eyes warily fixed on the captain. "I personally concur." As Rogue spoke, his sword was already in motion, the silver blade slicing through the air like a silver rainbow aimed at the serpent captain. The captain roared as he brandished his four knives, charging at Rogue. Surrounding serpent folk surged forward, and Murphy's curved blade gleamed as he joined the fray. The arc of his blade formed an impenetrable shield, and any nearby serpent that ventured too close fell to the ground, the adventurer forcing back the horde. With a fierce shout, he cleaved downwards, bisecting a serpent soldier before blood splattered across him. Unexpectedly, a chilling howl rang out behind Murphy. He swiftly spun around, parrying with his blade just in time to deflect a long knife that rebounded, striking a serpent soldier in the chest. "Apologies, brother. I did not intend to compromise my ally," he called out to Rogue, who had just knocked the captain's weapon aside a few paces away. Before he could finish, the captain had already lunged forward, brandishing his blade at Rogue. Rogue executed a perfect backflip, narrowly avoiding the descending knives, and upon landing, he swiftly severed the captain's arm. The captain screamed in agony, dropping one of his knives as he clutched his severed limb and stumbled backward. "Oh, you know what my livelihood depends on?" Rog inquired. Advancing towards the captain, he passed the captain's discarded knife on the ground. He suddenly kicked it to the left, the blade piercing through the chest of a nearby serpent soldier. "I have two answers for your consideration. The first is that I earn my living by slaying monsters like you." Rog continued his casual approach, grinning nonchalantly. "The second, well, it's by using my words." Enraged, the serpent captain glared at Rog, his eyes filled with fury, and charged once more, only to be sidestepped as Rog deflected another knife and, with a thrust of his shoulder, forced his way into the cave. "Rog," Murphy shouted, having just dispatched a serpent soldier beside him, turning to the cave's entrance. Inside, darkness enveloped everything, rendering visibility impossible. Murphy faintly heard a chorus of roars from within, as if 10,000 beasts were tearing at one another. "Surely nothing ill has befallen him?" Murphy mused, yet he had no time to assist Rog. He turned back, fending off several serpent soldiers, dispatching two with his blade, and retrieving his sheath to unleash a metallic spike that took down the last two serpent warriors. When he glanced back, he was startled to see a figure emerging from the cave's mouth, sunlight illuminating Rog's face, along with the bloodstains on his visage, chest, and hands that a chillingly cold, murderous intent radiated from his eyes, sending a shiver down Murphy's spine. "Rog?" Murphy softly called out, but Rog merely glanced at him before suddenly hurling his silver sword in his direction. The adventurer hastily dodged, the sword narrowly missing him and piercing the chest of a serpent soldier poised to ambush. The wounded serpent fell back, its eyes filled with resentment as it gazed at Rog. "I warned Catherine to remain vigilant after the battle. I thought only novices required such reminders, yet it appears even you." "An old ranger, have erred," Rog remarked, his icy demeanor thawing into a fleeting smile as he approached Murphy, gently patting his shoulder before stepping forward to retrieve the sword from the fallen serpent. "Come, our rescue mission has yet to conclude," Rog said, shaking the blood from his blade before striding purposefully towards the cave. Murphy cast one last glance at Rog's retreating figure before hastily following with his curved blade in hand. As they entered the cave, they passed by the captain's corpse, and in the faint light at the entrance, Murphy noticed the captain's upper body had been reduced to a bloody pulp, as if carved into mincemeat by a keen edge. He furrowed his brow, glancing back at Rog, who seemed unfazed as he continued onward. They navigated through the labyrinthine cave for some time, and sensing they had lost their way, Murphy called to Rog to discuss their route. Yet Rog smiled reassuringly, saying, "No need to rush. We are almost there. Just follow the scent of the serpent's scent." Murphy exclaimed, looking at Rog in disbelief, and inhaling deeply, he detected only the damp, putrid odor of the cave. Nevertheless, Rog pressed on resolutely, leaving Murphy no choice but to follow. After a brief distance, several serpent women suddenly appeared ahead. "What did I tell you?" Rog turned and flashed a grin at Murphy before pivoting to confront the serpent women, who had noticed their approach and extended their claws, unleashing a barrage of green-tinged poisonous talons. Rog tore off his deep blue cloak and tossed it towards the serpent women. The cloak spun through the air, deflecting some of the talons, while the remainder pierced through the cloak, hurtling towards Rog. With a flourish, Rog wielded his silver sword, batting the poison-tipped claws back, striking down several serpent women as they were hit by their own projectiles. "Do not hesitate to act simply because they are beautiful, brother. Sometimes, beauty is merely a mask for venomous serpents." Rog charged toward the remaining serpent women, decapitating one with a swift stroke, then executing a spinning kick that sent another crashing against the wall, before pinning a third to the wall with his sword. Just as he prepared to slay the fourth serpent woman, a brilliant flash of a curved blade darted past him, piercing the serpent woman's chest. Rog glanced at the fallen serpent woman as he heard Murphy's voice from behind. "I admit that I may not be as skilled as you in monster hunting, but the difference lies in determination, not technique." "You are absolutely right, brother. A monster hunter must possess a heart of iron," Rog replied. Approaching the serpent woman slumped against the wall. Without waiting for her to rise, he swiftly severed her throat. He retrieved the curved blade from the ground and tossed it to Murphy, leaving his discarded cloak behind as he pressed deeper into the cave, soon spotting the serpent queen reclined upon her throne. "Flanked by 10 serpent maidens, if I am not mistaken, you are the leader of this serpent tribe." Rog approached nonchalantly, addressing the serpent queen, while Murphy trailed closely behind, his eyes warily assessing the queen and her attendants. "And if I am not mistaken, you are the one who has slain my daughter." The serpent queen straightened her posture, her gloomy eyes fixated upon Rog's bloodied visage, suppressing the wrath that simmered within her as she spoke. Hunter Rog pays his respects to the serpent folk. With a smile gracing his lips, Rog raised his hand to his brow, performing a gesture of homage. The serpent queen's countenance altered abruptly, her gaze piercing into Rog's face as she inquired, "Are you the lone wolf? I never expected my infamy to reach the ears of the serpent folk." Rog cast a teasing glance at Murphy, smiling as he addressed the queen. "Pray tell, where have you concealed those two young ladies? If you wish to know their whereabouts, you must first pay for my daughter's life," the queen retorted through clenched teeth. "Your daughter?" Rog pondered momentarily before a knowing smile spread across his face. "Ah, you mean the beautiful serpent whose throat I pierced by the hot spring, do you? You desire me to avenge her?" He lowered his gaze, gently caressing the blade of his silver sword, raising it toward the queen. A serpentine smile curling at the corner of his mouth as he declared, "Then you must negotiate with the sword in my hand. Should it agree, I might graciously accede to your request." "You are courting death," the queen seethed, rising abruptly from her throne, pointing at Rog and Murphy with venomous fury. "Kill them. Here comes the third update. The serpent slayer may not necessarily be Han Gaozu. He could very well be a demon hunter. Want to know if Rog can avenge the little owl? Click the bookmark button to anticipate the unfolding drama. Chapter 50. The Most Terrifying Glutton. First update. Responding to the queen's command. The serpent maidens before the throne unsheathed their venomous claws in unison, launching a barrage of sharpened talons imbued with toxic fumes at Rog and Murphy. Rog tossed his silver sword, which whirled through the air at high speed, striking down several talons mid-flight, instantly piercing the chest of one serpent maiden, pinning her against the steps before the throne. Having thrown his silver sword, Rog deftly pushed Murphy to the right, executing a sideways roll to evade the incoming talons. Retrieving two silver pistols left by Catherine from his waist, the shots rang out, and two serpent maidens fell, each leaving behind a gory hole in their foreheads. "Capture them, tear them apart." The serpent queen's furious roar echoed through the cavern. The remaining 7 serpent maidens split into 2 teams. 5 lunged at Rog, while the other 2 targeted Murphy. Murphy leaped gracefully, dodging the venomous claws hurled by the serpent maidens, hurling his curved dagger with precision. The blade traced an arc midair, its tip gliding perilously close to one maiden's throat, leaving behind a slender gash from which blood gushed forth. The dagger, having severed the serpent's artery, continued its trajectory, swiftly bypassing another serpent maiden attacking Rog, inflicting a wound on her neck before returning to its master. A.S. Murphy caught the returning dagger. The metallic tip of its sheath pierced the chest of the serpent maiden in front of him, and he withdrew it before delivering a kick that sent her lifeless body crashing to the ground. When he raised his gaze towards Rog, he caught the final gunshot ringing out, the last serpent maiden collapsing to the earth, revealing Rog's dark, ominous muzzle. "Hey, brother, it's rather unsporting to steal kills." Rog retracted the silver pistol from his grasp, turning his gaze toward the serpent queen's ashen face, inquiring, "Your Majesty, shall we settle this personal grudge now?" "Do not think this is the end," the queen snarled at Rog. "Come forth, my children." Accompanied by her strident, hoarse voice, a multitude of venomous serpents emerged from the hollows in the cave walls, their tongues flickering crimson, their mouths gaping wide, filled with venomous fangs, their bodies gliding in a riot of colors, surging toward Rog and Murphy like a tidal wave. "This is a grave predicament," Rog frowned, raising his silver pistol and firing 2 beams of silver light at the queen. Shielding herself with her 4 razor-sharp claws, she deflected the bullets, granting Rog the opportunity to rush towards her. As the serpent queen unleashed a volley of venomous claws at him, Rog executed a forward roll, the claws narrowly missing his scalp. Steadying himself, he aimed his gun again, firing at the queen, forcing her to retract her claws in self-defense as she retreated. Rog dashed past the queen, turning to shoot her in the abdomen. The silver bullet collided with the hard surface of her scales, failing to penetrate her flesh. Seizing the moment, Rog sheathed his pistol with one hand, drawing the silver sword from the corpse of the serpent maiden before the throne. Retreating beside Murphy, "Brother, this time, we are in quite the predicament." Rog raised his gun again, firing to deter the serpent queen from launching any more venomous claws at them, simultaneously informing Murphy, "Did you see that? That old hag can not only grow her claws indefinitely, but also commands an army of offspring that, as the saying goes, do not provoke a mother with children. Perhaps I can assist you, but you must repay this favor. Murphy produced a small leather water pouch from behind his belt, uncorking it and splashing the liquid towards the advancing serpents. If you do not mind wasting a bullet, it would be best to shoot now. Rog decisively aimed his gun at the ground where the liquid had fallen, the silver bullet striking the earth and igniting a shower of sparks. With a resounding whoosh, flames erupted, engulfing the serpents near the liquid, while the remaining serpents recoiled in terror from the encroaching fire. No wonder the last time I asked you for water, you refused. Rog glanced back at Murphy, who smiled mischievously. Perhaps I should have let you drink. Then you might have transformed into a fire-breathing dragon. Before he could finish his sentence, Rog suddenly pulled Murphy down. Ducking as a volley of venomous claws zipped overhead. Rising, Rog aimed his gun at the queen, declaring to Murphy, merely obstructing those little rascals won't suffice. We must deal with that old woman. Leave it to you. Sharpshooter, Murphy shouted, throwing the leather pouch towards the queen. Seeing the object approach, the serpent queen raised her hand, unleashing a volley of claws that pierced through the leather pouch without altering its course. Realizing this, she swatted at the pouch, tearing it apart and splattering the liquid upon herself. Now, Murphy shouted, as Rog simultaneously raised both pistols, aiming at the queen. With two thunderous shots, the bullets struck her claws, igniting the liquid that soaked her, transforming her into a fiery serpent. The ignited serpent queen shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground and rolling desperately. Yet the flames clung to her, and she thrashed about, trying in vain to extinguish the fire with her tail, only to inadvertently set the surrounding serpents ablaze as well. Let us engage in an act of mercy. Rog brandished his silver sword, leaping through the flames to the queen's side, plunging the blade into her body. She struggled for a moment before succumbing silently to the ground, the fire upon her body still raging. May you find joy in the depths of hell. Rog sheathed his weapon and turned to exit the cavern, with Murphy following closely behind, observing as Rog navigated with the familiarity of one at home, effortlessly locating the cave where Tali was imprisoned. Upon rescuing Tali, she seized the mermaid staff that Murphy had carried on his back, anxiously inquiring, "What of Catherine? And Lilith? We were just about to search for Catherine. Where is Lilith? Is she with Catherine?" "No, that poor little thing," Tali replied, shaking her head in anguish at Rog's question. "They tossed her into the pit. That queen said she intended to feed Lilith to her offspring, that I fear something dreadful lurks within. You go find Catherine. I'll search for Lilith." Having learned the location of the pit, Rog turned back toward the cavern where the queen had met her end. As he neared the entrance, a pungent aroma of charred flesh wafted through the air, accompanied by the sounds of voraciously devouring something within. Frowning, he cautiously peeked inside, only to behold a little girl in a black feathered attire seated by the flames, surrounded by the remains of serpents with their heads crushed. The little one held a snake, roasting and savoring it with delight. That I should have known. Nothing is more fearsome than this little glutton. Rog chuckled softly to himself. Unexpectedly, the little one sensed his murmurs. Spinning around abruptly, their eyes meeting, Lilith froze momentarily before tossing the snake far away, her expression shifting to one of terror and pity, her lips pouting as tears welled in her eyes, gazing at Rog. Suppressing his laughter, Rog arched an eyebrow at the little one. Seeing he made no move to comfort her, Lilith opened her mouth wide, extending her tiny hands, and cried out, "Wah, you finally came. You scared me so much. There are so many snakes here. It's terrifying. Goodness, who was it that was enjoying a feast just moments ago?" Rog, caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, approached the little girl, bending down to lift her from the ground. He gently wiped away the tears from her face, inadvertently smearing the grease from the corner of her mouth, and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "How can you laugh when she is so scared?" Lilith exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Rog's neck and leaning her head against his shoulder, playfully pretending to cry as she licked the oil from her lips. Before Rog could respond, a woman's anguished scream echoed from the depths of the cave. "Such a shame. Is there anyone who adores a little glutton like her? Quickly, hit the save button and take Lilith home." Chapter 51. Do Not Anger the Witch, Part 2. Good heavens, something must have gone awry. Rog glanced back at the entrance of the cave, hoisting Lilith above his head so she could perch on his shoulders, and swiftly made his way towards Murphy and Tali. Upon reaching them, he found them crouched beside Catherine, who sat on the ground, her face contorted in pain. Nearby lay a severed venomous snake, and Catherine's calf was bleeding from a bite wound. Lilith, upon seeing the two, Tali opened her arms to the little girl. Lilith pressed her hands down on Rog's head and leaped into Tali's embrace, who cradled the small creature and placed a gentle kiss on her delicate cheek. What happened? Seizing the moment while Lilith was in Tali's arms, Rog squatted beside Murphy, glancing at Catherine's pallid face as he inquired about the treatment of her wound. Just as we were untying Catherine, a venomous snake suddenly fell from the cave's ceiling and bit her calf, Murphy explained, tearing away the fabric from Catherine's pant leg to reveal four bleeding bite marks on her fair, slender leg, the surrounding skin already showing signs of bruising that we need to apply a tourniquet to her leg. Rog approached Murphy, tearing his robe into strips to bind above the wound, then reassuring Catherine. Don't be afraid, dear, you will be fine. We must extract the venom. It may hurt a bit, but bear with it. Catherine nodded softly, taking the cloth Rog offered and biting down on it. Rog signaled to Murphy, who pinched the flesh around Catherine's wound and forcefully squeezed the venom out. Catherine shut her eyes in agony, trembling violently, nearly losing consciousness. Help her rinse the wound, Rog instructed Tali, who conjured a stream of water from her fingertips to wash away the black venom that had been expelled. Lilith glanced up at Catherine's pained expression, quietly moving to her side to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She twirled her little hand in front of Catherine, her palm emanating a mesmerizing purple glow that illuminated Catherine's face. Hey, little one, what are you doing? Rog turned to intervene, but Lilith nimbly stepped back, retracting her hand. That moment, Catherine's expression transformed, devoid of pain, as if she had drifted into a peaceful slumber, her head resting motionless on her shoulder. It's merely a hypnotic spell, Lilith remarked innocently, pouting at the three of them. Rog, Murphy, and Tali exchanged glances, nodding and smiling. Good girl. Under the influence of the hypnosis, Catherine no longer felt the excruciating pain in her leg, allowing the treatment to proceed in tranquility. However, for Rog and the others, the situation was far from straightforward. They could not completely eliminate the toxins from her wound and needed to locate an appropriate antidote to save Catherine's leg. We must leave this place and search for antidotal herbs along the way, Rog declared, lifting Catherine onto Murphy's back while Lilith transformed into a small owl, perching on Rog's shoulder. Rog forged ahead, with Tali guarding Murphy and Catherine from behind as they hurriedly exited the serpent's lair. Outside the cave, a fierce battle raged between the serpent folk and the snowmen, with numerous bodies strewn across the ground. Leaving the serpent's stronghold in disarray, Rog, Murphy, and Tali cautiously navigated around the ongoing conflict, stepping over the fallen serpent soldiers as they advanced quickly towards the valley entrance. As they approached, a cacophony of battle cries erupted nearby. Why are there snowmen fighting here as well? Rog pondered in astonishment, observing the fierce struggle at the valley's mouth. He glanced back at the serpent stronghold, realizing the considerable distance between them. It seemed implausible for the snowmen to have traversed the stronghold to reach here. Perhaps there are other groups of snowmen nearby, coming to offer support, Murphy speculated, the thunderous roars echoing in her ears as her gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield of serpents and snowmen. We need to find a way through. We are surrounded by monsters, and once their battle concludes, we will be in dire straits. Rog searched for an alternative route but found none. He observed the valley entrance below their elevated position. An idea sparking in his mind, he turned to Tali, pointing his silver sword toward the valley entrance. Tali, I trust that the power of the sea god can help us clear a path. Understanding his intent, Tali stepped forward, her azure eyes fixated on the battlefield ahead. With arms outstretched, she transformed into a mermaid suspended amidst the crashing waves. Her mermaid staff radiated brilliant light. A translucent layer of water enveloped Rog and Murphy. Tali's voice rang out, her incantation resonating like the thundering tide, as a colossal wave surged from her tail, sweeping toward the valley entrance. Standing atop the surging white-crested wave, Tali led Rog and Murphy flanking her sides. The roaring tide descended like an unstoppable deluge, crashing through the valley entrance amid violent tremors of the earth. The combatants, caught off guard, were swiftly engulfed by the torrent, which washed away everything in its path, merging the accumulated snow into the tumultuous waves, uprooting massive stones and resilient flora alike. The bewildered serpents and snowmen were swept out of the valley, carried along the open snowy expanse until the wave finally receded into the vast whiteness. When Tali, Rog, and Murphy returned to solid ground, they turned to survey the valley entrance, now littered with debris and bodies. The trees and the snow-covered ground had been completely cleansed by the waves, revealing the rare brown earth beneath. This reminds me of a saying, Rog mused, glancing at the two. Never pluck peas from a witch's garden, regardless of her temperament, be it gentle or tempestuous. I am a gentle little witch, and I only steal peas from others' gardens, Lilith chirped, flapping her wings beside Rog's ear. He stifled a laugh, silently shouldering his silver sword as he ventured forth into the open plain. Murphy and Tolly exchanged amused glances at the incessant chattering of the little owl. Sharing a smile as they looked at the still sleeping Catherine, Tolly temporarily loosened the cloth binding Catherine's leg to ensure proper blood circulation before they resumed their journey. After traversing the snowy expanse for over an hour without finding any antidotal herbs, indeed, not even a single wild grass, Rog expressed his concern. The thick blanket of snow concealed only the cold, hard ground beneath, leaving no trace of any plant life. This is not looking good, Rog remarked, approaching Murphy to examine Catherine's leg. The bruising continued to spread ominously without any sign of improvement. We should attempt to contact the Night Order. Douglas mentioned that they would monitor our movements through the gargoyles. We ought to entrust Catherine to them, allowing Antonio to send her back to the Mage Tower. The Archmages must have a solution to save her. Tolly's suggestion met with Murphy's agreement, yet Rog harbored reservations. He gazed up at the clear sky, stating, even if we wish to do so, who knows where those damned gargoyles are? Where are we to find them? At that moment, Lilith, who had been playing in the snow, suddenly fluttered out from her snowy nest, flapping her tiny wings in a flurry of panic. Oh no, there's a monster, she exclaimed, darting to hide behind Rog's neck. Rog, Murphy, and Tolly turned to see a creature emanating blue energy rise from a cloud of white mist. Chapter 52. When the Goddess Meets the Lamp God. First update. As the monstrous creature unearthed by Lilith shot into the sky, Rog, Murphy, and Tolly were taken aback. They beheld this being, whose upper body was muscular and robust, while its lower half was as slender as mist, and for a moment, they were at a loss to identify it. The creature radiated blue energy, its upper body adorned in a flowing red sleeveless robe that revealed its well-defined arms and abdominal muscles. With eyes gleaming like light bulbs, it glared at the group before charging at them like a tempest. Rog decisively drew his sword and lunged forward, but to his astonishment, the silver blade simply passed through the creature without inflicting any harm. The monster swung its massive fist, striking Rog squarely in the face. He felt a gale force energy rush towards him, and his body was swiftly overturned. He flipped in the air and landed on one knee, stabilizing himself just as he saw the creature lunging towards Murphy. The adventurer hastily dodged the monster's iron fist, only to be met by a powerful wave of energy that knocked him flat on his back, causing Catherine, who had been on his back, to tumble into the snow. Seeing this, Tolly rushed to shield Murphy and Catherine, conjuring a water shield to block the descending fist of the creature. However, the fist disregarded the water shield entirely, landing squarely on Tolly's elevated chest. Time seemed to freeze. Rog, Murphy, and Lilith all widened their eyes, while Tolly stared in shock at the creature, which, in turn, gazed vacantly at her, despite its efforts to press down with its fist. It could not budge Tolly an inch. Get your claws off me, Tolly exclaimed, her face shifting between shades of red and white as she glared at the creature. Raising her mermaid staff, she unleashed a powerful stream of water that sent the creature staggering backward. Unwilling to relent, Tolly continued to unleash torrents of water from her staff, each wave striking the creature with the force of a cannon, rendering it utterly defenseless. Dazed and disoriented, the creature collapsed to the ground. And the mermaid guardian, still unsatisfied, advanced and jabbed her staff forcefully into its back. The monster let out a mournful wail before vanishing in a swirl of white mist. Tolly turned around, still seething with anger, only to find Rog, Murphy, Lilith, and a now-awake Catherine staring at her in stunned silence. The mermaid hesitated for a moment, suddenly recalling something, and her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly defended herself. I was just too angry. No need for explanations. We understand, Rog interjected, raising a hand to silence her. He then approached Catherine, helping her to her feet alongside Murphy, and took the opportunity to whisper to Murphy, let this be a lesson. My friend, beautiful women are not to be trifled with. Am I considered a beautiful woman? The little owl chimed in, peering curiously. Rog shot a glare at her, and Catherine, frowning, you two are just two immature girls. Stay out of this. Hey, what are you whispering about? Tolly called out lightly. The four quickly assumed a guise of innocence as they stood up. Tali then exclaimed, "Rog, it seems that monster left something behind." Rog instructed Murphy to keep Catherine steady while he approached Tali, who was holding a golden oil lamp. He paused for a moment, then looked up and asked, "Is this what the creature left behind?" "Indeed. It appeared in the snow after it vanished. Oh, you know what it is?" Tali handed the lamp to Rog. He examined the shimmering object closely when Lilith called out from his shoulder, "That's it. I dug it out of the snow earlier, thinking it might be a treasure. You greedy little crow, always getting into trouble." Rog shot a glare back at the little owl, who chirped defiantly, "Crows aren't as pretty as I am." Ignoring her, Rog turned to Murphy, saying, "Hey, great adventurer, come take a look at this. What on earth is an oil lamp doing out here in the wilderness?" Murphy took the lamp from Rog, balancing it in one hand while supporting Catherine with the other. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Legend has it that there exists a being referred to as the lamp god on Ice and Snow Island. Perhaps we have encountered it, the lamp god? I've heard tales of it in my childhood. It is said that by rubbing the surface of the lamp, one can summon it and make 3 wishes." Catherine leaned against Murphy, gazing at the lamp he held. "3 wishes? It certainly landed 3 punches on us." Rog chuckled, glancing at Murphy and Tali, while Tali's cheeks flushed as she recalled her earlier outburst. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, "Come on, let us give this a try," Rog declared, taking the lamp from Murphy and handing it to Tali, saying, "Miss Mermaid, do as Catherine suggested and see if we can summon that turtle-headed creature." Tali moved to a distance away from the others, gently rubbing the surface of the lamp. Moments later, a plume of white smoke began to rise from above it, and the blue creature reappeared before them. However, this time, it lacked the imposing presence it had the first time around. Upon seeing Tali's face, it seemed frightened and attempted to retreat back into the lamp, only to be caught by Tali by its red robe. Unable to return to the lamp, the creature pleaded pitifully, "Please, have mercy. O mistress of the witches, I realize my mistakes." "What are you?" Tali asked, her tone authoritative. "I am called Xingguai, though humans refer to me as the lamp god. A magical entity summoned from another dimension by dimensional magic." The lamp god answered cautiously, "So it truly is the lamp god." Tali glanced back at the others, and Rog turned to them with a grin, saying to Murphy and Catherine, "It seems that listening to stories has its merits. You must share all the tales you know with me later." Murphy and Catherine exchanged smiles as Rog stepped confidently to Tali's side. Looking up at the lamp god, "So according to you, you are entirely composed of magical energy, which is why my sword had no effect, correct?" "Indeed, my lord. Ordinary weapons are utterly ineffective against me. I only fear weapons and individuals with immense magical power, as they can siphon the energy I emit, rendering my attacks futile," the lamp god replied, glancing cautiously at Tali. "Only those who possess magic can touch me." Rog and Tali exchanged knowing glances, and Murphy, supporting Catherine, stepped forward. "Lamp god, you can grant wishes, correct? Can you help Catherine find an antidote to heal her poisoned leg?" The lamp god glanced down at Catherine's discolored leg and inquired, "Was it bitten by a serpent from the southern snake people's territory?" "Of course, that is no problem." With that, he clasped his hands together and raised them to the sky, performing a comical dance while chanting incantations. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, and after a moment, he twisted his waist and leaned toward Catherine, extending his hand to reveal a brown pill resting in his palm. "Is this the antidote?" Murphy asked, peering skeptically at the pill. "Indeed, this is a potion prepared by the great wizards of the Mage Tower, capable of counteracting various toxins, including snake venom," the lamp god proclaimed confidently. Murphy cast a doubtful glance at Tali and Rog, who both nodded slightly, prompting him to allow Catherine to swallow the pill. It dissolved instantly upon contact, and soon Catherine felt the swelling and numbness in her leg dissipate, her skin gradually returning to its normal hue. "How do you possess an antidote from the Mage Tower?" Tali inquired curiously, gazing up at the lamp god. The lamp god wore a smile of flattery as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely borrowed a grain through the dimensional portal from the Mage Tower's potion storage." "So the lamp god fulfills wishes through a bit of pilfering," Rog remarked, spreading his hands with a smile. "It seems fairy tales can be deceiving." Laughter erupted among the group, with a cheerful smile. Rog turned back to the grinning lamp god, his expression suddenly turning serious as he said earnestly, "But I still have to thank you. Lamp god, I have one more wish. Can you retrieve the statue of the Archangel Holy Relic for me?" "What is this statue of the Archangel?" the lamp god asked, his sparkling eyes wide with confusion. Rog recounted the events that led to this request. After hearing him out, the lamp god frowned and replied, I am afraid I cannot assist with this matter. I can only help you obtain ordinary items. Treasures such as this one-of-kind relic are beyond my reach, much like I cannot obtain the thunder sword of the Titan King. Indeed, fairy tales cannot be trusted. Rog sighed in disappointment. Spreading his hands, he patted the pipe hanging at his waist and looked up at the lamp god, saying, Then how about helping me acquire a pouch of fine cigars? Ever since my pipe was ruined by that naughty bird and fell into the river, I've been deprived of this one small pleasure. That is simple. Upon hearing the words, the lamp spirit soared, and it resumed a graceful dance with exaggerated gestures. The onlookers could only watch in a mixture of amusement and disbelief as the stout figure twisted and turned, performing a dance rich in exotic flair. Their faces flushed from suppressing laughter that a flash of light appeared, and the lamp spirit extended its large hands towards Rog, presenting him with a generous offering of fine cigars. Surprised, Rog picked one up, inhaling its aroma appreciatively, and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Lamp Spirit. It would be splendid if you could remain by my side. I am at your service. The lamp spirit replied cheerfully, casting a glance at the crowd before finally resting its gaze on Tali's face. Bowing deeply, especially you, my dear master, I wish to accompany you in the days to come. Thank you. I believe we shall have a delightful partnership. Tali extended her hand, and the lamp spirit graciously took it, planting a gentle kiss upon it before saying, Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. With that, it transformed into a wisp of white smoke and returned to the oil lamp. I must confess, I have begun to grow fond of our new companion. Rog lit a cigar, inhaling deeply and chuckled, including its amusing dance. The crowd burst into laughter at his remark. Tali then approached Catherine, assisting her in examining the wound on her leg. Once assured that the poison had been completely purged, she employed a healing spell to expedite Catherine's recovery, removing the cloth bindings from her leg. Since all is well, let us continue our journey northward, comrades. The road ahead is still long. After tending to the wound, Rog handed his silver pistol to Catherine and addressed the group. Before he could finish speaking, a brilliant white light erupted from the summit of a northern mountain, casting shadows across the surroundings, as a massive silver bird soared from the cliff, letting out a piercing cry and spreading its enormous wings as it flew eastward. What is that? Tali asked, astonished, gazing at the colossal white bird. I do not know, but we must pass that way. Let us hasten to investigate. Rog pointed towards the direction the bird had taken, leading the group toward the scene. After an indeterminate period of traversing the vast, snowy expanse, a towering wall materialized between the distant mountains, resembling a sheer cliff blocking the path. The thunderous sounds of battle echoed from within the walls, booming in everyone's ears. It seems we have arrived just in time for the spectacle, Rog exclaimed, hastening towards the city wall, with the others trailing closely behind. Upon reaching the base of the wall, however, they discovered that the towering structure was insurmountable, and the 10-meter-high gate before them was entirely immovable. We must devise a way to ascend. Rog turned to Tali, saying, Inquire with our new companion if it possesses a means to elevate us to the wall. Tali gently rubbed the oil lamp on her waist, and the lamp spirit emerged in a swirl of white smoke. At your service, my master. Tali conveyed her request, and the lamp spirit glanced at the wall, saying, This is the outpost of the Titans. These beings are formidable. Are you certain you wish to ascend? Indeed, we must, Rog replied without hesitation. Very well, then I shall comply. The lamp spirit transformed into a cloud of blue energy, and the four of them leapt onto it. The lamp spirit gently lifted them, ascending swiftly to the top of the wall. Upon reaching the parapet, they found no sign of the Titan giants. Rog instructed the lamp spirit to continue into the inner sanctum of the wall. As they approached the inner side, they were astonished to see a vast expanse filled with towering temples and structures, where throngs of Titan soldiers armed with weapons rushed towards the northern square. Look, that great bird! Suddenly, Catherine exclaimed, pointing towards the sky above the square. The group followed her gesture and beheld the massive white bird flapping its wings, summoning a torrent of hailstones to rain down upon the ground. The Titan soldiers below, shielding themselves with their colossal shields, hurled gigantic spears measuring 7 to 8 meters in length in retaliation. Rog instructed the lamp spirit to land on the rooftop of a nearby building near the square, and they all jumped down from the magic cloud it had transformed into, taking position at the edge of the rooftop to observe the battlefield. Below, a multitude of giant soldiers, each 5 to 6 meters tall, clad in gleaming silver armor, wielded dazzling spears and shields as they engaged in fierce combat with the white bird soaring above, causing the ground to tremble beneath their feet. "What is that bird?" Rog inquired, gazing at the creature creating a blizzard in the square, astonished as he turned to Murphy. "It appears to be a phoenix," Murphy replied, watching the bird's flapping white wings and the trailing white plumes behind it. "Indeed, it is a phoenix, the ice phoenix. Phoenix, a living relic from the Isle of Ice, said to have established its home here since its birth on that frigid isle." The lamp spirit, having returned to its original form, floated beside the four of them, gazing skyward at the white bird. "Are you suggesting that this creature's history predates even that of the Titans?" Rog asked, astonished, glancing back at the lamp spirit. The lamp spirit nodded its large head affirmatively. "Precisely. Just observe the battlefield below." The group looked down to see a barrage of hailstones descending from the sky, prompting the Titan soldiers on the ground to raise their shields in defense against the assault. However, the shields of the giants offered little protection against the hail, which shattered them easily, striking several Titan soldiers in the head, causing them to fall to the ground, bloodied and battered. "Did you see that? It only needs to flap its wings to bring the Titans to their knees. Not just any bird can achieve such a feat," the lamp spirit declared proudly, as though it were praising itself. "I too wish to transform into such a formidable little bird." The little owl's eyes sparkled as it hopped to Rog's head, flapping its wings enviously at the ice phoenix in the sky. Rog raised an eyebrow at this, but before he could respond, a fierce gust of icy wind suddenly swept towards them. The ice phoenix stirred a swirling tempest at the center of the square, the chaotic winds rendering it impossible for the onlookers to keep their eyes open. The little owl, perched atop Rog's head, was unexpectedly caught in the tumultuous airflow, and in an instant, it was swept away like a leaf caught in the wind, soaring into the storm's vortex. "Ah, no, my head is spinning. Help." The little one flapped its wings desperately, unable to control the surrounding currents. The frigid winds rapidly froze its wings stiff, causing its body to curl inward. Eyes shut tight, its throat seemingly frozen, unable to produce a sound. "Lilith!" Rog gasped in alarm, leaping from the high rooftop. Murphy and the others, startled, reached out to grab him but failed to catch him. Rog, midair, grasped the side of the building, leaving 5 deep scratches on the wall as he utilized friction to descend. Racing toward the vortex of the storm, he dashed towards the edge of the square. An enormous shadow suddenly loomed overhead, as a Titan soldier, pushed back by the storm, failed to notice Rog's presence and brought down a colossal foot upon him. Please bookmark. As the saying goes, watching the spectacle can be dangerous. Caution is advised. I have a protective charm for onlookers. Please click the bookmark button to claim it. Chapter 54. Storm Hero, First Update. Just as Rog was about to be crushed into the ground by the Titaness foot, his legs surged with power, allowing him to dart past the descending foot at lightning speed. The Titan's foot slammed heavily onto the ground behind him, shaking the earth beneath. Rog dashed through the chaos, skillfully evading the falling feet of several Titan soldiers, making his way to the eye of the icy storm. At that moment, the square's surface had solidified into a slick layer of ice. While the storm continued to unleash sharp ice shards, the shards struck the Titan soldiers' shields, forcing them to retreat, while surrounding structures crumbled as they were struck by the flying ice. Rog pressed forward, sliding across the smooth ice surface directly into the heart of the storm, where the furious winds immediately swept him into the air. The frigid winds quickly coated his body in frost. Yet Rog disregarded everything, vigorously waving his arms to stabilize himself in midair, squinting against the storm in search of Lilith. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small black sphere whizzing past him. With quick reflexes, he grasped it in his hand. As he withdrew his hand to inspect it, he discovered it was none other than the little owl, Lilith, curled into a ball, frozen and unresponsive, her feathers as hard as ice. "Hold on, little one." Rog, harnessing the swirling updrafts within the tempest, stabilized his form, shedding his black cloak to envelop Lilith's petite figure, subsequently securing the garment around his waist. At that moment, he abruptly perceived the chaotic storm coalescing toward its epicenter, where the temperature plummeted swiftly to -50 degrees. Encasing Rog's bare torso in a thick layer of ice, that a thunderous roar erupted as a powerful icy shockwave emanated from the storm's core. sweeping across the entire square and encasing everything in its path in a layer of frost. A.S. Murphy and the others, shielded by Tali and the lamp spirit's combined protection, evaded the frost ring's onslaught while perched atop a rooftop. They gazed down to discover the Titan soldiers and surrounding edifices had been frozen into ice sculptures. Meanwhile, the ice phoenix let out an enraged screech before taking flight. Rog? Where's Rog? The group searched anxiously. Yet his figure eluded them. They hastily urged the lamp spirit to carry them to the ground, traversing past the frozen Titan giants. But Rog remained unfound. Just as their worry escalated, the earth suddenly trembled violently, and a battalion of Titan soldiers surged forth, encircling the square entirely. Humans, who permitted you to trespass upon Titan territory? A commanding Titan general stepped forward, glaring fiercely at the group with a thunderous voice. Tali advanced, lightly tapping her merfolk staff against the ground, causing a swirl of white spray to coalesce into a mermaid floating midair. She raised her gaze to the Titan general, declaring loudly, "I am Tali, the guardian of the Merfolk Temple. I come at the behest of the Merfolk's Grand Elder and the Knights of the Silver Dragon Wing of the Human Empire to meet with Titan's son." Tyrell, guardian of the Merfolk? The Titan general scrutinized Tali, then glanced at the two humans and the lamp spirit behind her. "Even if what you say is true, those two humans do not resemble members of the Knightly Order." "Who are they?" "They are my companions, human rangers. Another companion of ours has just been swept into the icy storm and is now missing. I implore you to assist us in locating him." "This is of utmost importance." Tali's tone was urgent. The Titan general regarded her with skepticism, stating, "I do not know why you have come here. Perhaps you are indeed acting on behalf of the humans and merfolk. But can you prove that the Ice Phoenix's act of vengeance was not incited by your misdeeds?" "Vengeance?" Tali paused, bewildered. "What exactly has transpired?" The general eyed her with suspicion, replying, "Do you truly not know?" Upon seeing Tali sincerely shake her head, he pondered briefly before pointing toward a nearby towering cliff. "There lies the nest of the Ice Phoenix." Phoenix. Just moments ago, a boulder struck the slumbering phoenix, shattering its egg. The stone was launched from the direction of our stronghold, leading the Ice Phoenix to believe we had attacked it, hence its vengeful assault. Perhaps your soldiers carelessly hurled stones, inadvertently striking the Ice Phoenix's egg. Have you not investigated your troops? Tali seized the opportunity to shift blame onto the Titans. However, the general remained unmoved, responding without hesitation, "That is impossible. Our soldiers lack the strength to throw stones that high. If you cannot accomplish it, who could?" Murphy stepped forward, retorting loudly, "If a highly skilled sorcerer were to manipulate a boulder with magic, it could be effortlessly achieved." The Titan general's gaze shifted to Tali as he spoke. Before the mermaid could respond, a thunderous roar erupted from within a partially collapsed structure nearby. The group instinctively turned toward the sound, spotting a staggering figure emerge from the crumbling entrance. "Rog!" Tali exclaimed, rushing forward with Murphy and Catherine. Rog, bare-chested, his trousers tattered below the knees, with hair disheveled across his shoulders, stumbled out. Clutching the black cloak, he faltered, dropping to one knee on the ground. Murphy and Catherine rushed to support him, while Tali lifted his face to reveal the myriad of bruises and wounds adorning his head, face, and body. She prepared to cast a healing spell, but Rog weakly grasped her hand, saying, "First, save Lilith." Tali hesitated, but upon meeting Rog's resolute gaze, she swiftly took the black cloak from his grasp, spreading it on the ground to uncover the small owl, pitifully frozen within the ice, surrounding it impervious to warmth. "Lamp spirit, please conjure a flame," Tali called back. Before the lamp spirit could respond, the Titan general interjected, "Ordinary flames are ineffective. Only a feather from its tail can thaw the Ice Phoenix's freeze." He paused, letting out a quiet scoff. "But that is impossible. No one can pluck a feather from it unless a miracle occurs." Upon hearing the Titan's words, Rog summoned his strength, lifting his head to meet the Titan general's gaze defiantly, retorting, "No, I am the miracle, for that accursed bird failed to encase me in ice." He grimaced, breaking free from Murphy and Catherine's grasp, rising abruptly. The onlookers gasped as his pale muscles glimmered crimson, the blood coursing through him seemingly restoring his strength and resolve. "As long as there is the slightest glimmer of hope, I will not abandon Lilith. Tell me, where can I find that damned ice bird?" Rog stepped forward, addressing the Titan general with fervor. The general regarded him coldly, stating, "Do you wish to provoke it further, leading it here to unleash a massacre?" Securing the feather need not involve force. I know what must be done. Rog fixed his gaze on the surrounding frozen titans, pointing at them as he implored the general, not just for Lilith, but for them as well. Will you merely stand by and watch your soldiers eternally become ice sculptures? The Titan general stared at him in silence for a long while before finally nodding. Perhaps I should allow you to attempt it, though it poses a risk. Our losses are equally severe if we do not try. Go, ascend the highest cliff to the west, and retrieve the ice phoenix's tail feather. Then return as a hero. The fate of the little owl hangs in the balance. Friends, click the collection button to cheer on Rog's rescue journey. Chapter 55, Frostcliff, Second Update, Departing from the Titan's Forward Outpost. Rog, Murphy, and Catherine journeyed westward toward the ice phoenix's lair, Frostcliff. Before setting off, Rog entrusted the frozen Lilith to Tali, who had the lamp spirit kindle a roaring bonfire beside the small creature, hoping to offer it a semblance of life despite the unyielding ice. Initially, Rog intended to venture to Frostcliff alone, but Murphy and Catherine insisted on accompanying him. Particularly Catherine, who harbored gratitude toward Lilith, was eager to contribute to the rescue of the unfortunate little bird. As the trio approached Frostcliff at the base of Phoenix Mountain, darkness enveloped the land. Rog glanced up at the towering mountain before him, silently igniting a cigar and resolutely taking his first step forward. The closer they drew to the summit, the colder the air became, with swirling snowflakes encircling Phoenix Mountain. With each ascent, the snowflakes grew larger, and the howling winds caused the temperature to plummet, coating the trio's hair and eyebrows in thick frost. Put this on, or you'll freeze solid. Murphy removed his blue and white hooded coat and wrapped it around Catherine. Initially hesitant, she eventually acquiesced to Murphy's insistence and the biting cold, supporting one another. The two climbed towards the peak, while Murphy gazed at Rog's silhouette ahead. Rog, clad in the tattered black cloak, with torn pant legs exposing his knees, displayed little in the way of insulation but showed no signs of freezing. Striding briskly toward the summit. This guy is simply a monster, Murphy muttered under his breath. Catherine, squinting against the gusts of snow, inquired, "What are you saying?" "Nothing, let us keep moving," Murphy urged, pulling Catherine along as they quickened their pace to catch up with Rog. When they finally reached the summit, they found Rog standing before a towering cave entrance, his eyes fixed upon the inky darkness within. Is this the place? Murphy escorted Catherine to stand behind Roger, who nodded slightly before casting a glance at Murphy's meager attire, his face, ears, and nose reddened by the biting cold, his entire being trembling lightly in the frigid wind. "Are you all right? Don't push yourself." "Brother," he inquired with concern, "having come this far, I shall not retreat," Murphy replied, his tone resolute as he sniffled. "Thank you." Roger expressed gratitude as he observed the determined expressions on both Murphy and Catherine's faces. He brandished his silver sword and stepped into the cave first, with Murphy and Catherine following closely behind, leaving the harsh winds and swirling snow in their wake. Inside, darkness enveloped them. Murphy and Catherine could scarcely see their surroundings. Meanwhile, the silver sword in Roger's grasp emitted a radiant glow, alerting its master to the presence of formidable beings nearby. The silver light illuminated the cavern, revealing walls encrusted with glistening ice. Resembling a hall crafted from crystal, they ventured deeper. The brilliance of the sword intensified, heightening the trio's anxiety. Suddenly, Roger halted, crouching to pick something up from the ground. Murphy and Catherine leaned in from either side to inspect. They discovered it was a strand of black hair. How could there be human hair here? Murphy and Catherine exchanged glances, their gazes fixed on Roger's face. After a moment's contemplation, Roger remarked, "The Titan once spoke of a person who shattered the ice phoenix's egg with a giant rock, provoking the phoenix's ire against the Titans. This must be a remnant left by that individual." He glanced at the length of the hair and continued, "Such short hair could only belong to a male." The Titan also mentioned that high-level sorcerers can manipulate giant stones to fly. Hence, this individual's magical prowess must rival that of Tali. The only known suspect is Bloodhand William. Catherine interjected swiftly. Given the current circumstances, he stands as the sole suspect. That scoundrel seeks to sow discord between the Ice Phoenix and the Titans for his own gain. Roger analyzed, staring at the hair in his hand. Discarding the strand, he looked up at the pair and warned, "We must tread carefully. That fiend is likely still nearby, and he has yet to achieve his objective." With Roger leading the way, sword poised, Catherine gripping her twin pistols closely behind, and Murphy clutching his curved dagger, the trio cautiously traversed the cave until they soon reached the mouth of the cavern, where snow and wind whipped fiercely. Leaning against the cave's wall, Roger peered outside and spotted a massive phoenix egg resting quietly at the center of an icy altar on a cliff protruding from the mountainside. Three delicate tails enveloping the egg, their crystalline feathers shimmering brilliantly beneath the night sky. It appears to be asleep. You two stay here. I shall approach first. Roger extinguished the cigar's embers and stealthily emerged from the cave. Heading towards the phoenix egg, Catherine and Murphy concealed themselves at the cave's entrance, the girl firmly gripping her pistol, prepared to shoot. Roger crept closer to the phoenix egg, cautiously extending his left hand to gently touch one of the icy feathers on the tail. Quickly retracting it, but the egg remained unresponsive. He extended his hand once more, grasping a long feather crystallized with ice, glancing at the phoenix egg before pulling it off with determination. Just as he turned to retreat towards the cave, a colossal rock hurtled from the sky, crashing down towards him. Roger rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the falling stone, which smashed into the surface of the phoenix egg, accompanied by an enraged cry. The ice phoenix erupted from its shell in a blaze of blue light, spreading its wings and soaring into the air. Cursed fate! Roger exclaimed, leaping to his feet and sprinting towards the cave. Behind him, the ice phoenix let out an indignant screech, its eyes emitting beams of silvery light that left thick ice in their wake. Roger dashed towards the cave's entrance with lightning speed, the icy beams closely trailing him, freezing the ground beneath. Catherine, peering out from the cave, raised her pistols and fired several shots at the airborne ice phoenix, the silver bullets striking its head. Seizing the opportunity as the ice phoenix was distracted, Roger whirled past Catherine, swiftly pulling her away from the entrance just as the icy beam hit the spot where she had been standing. Now vacant. I've got what we came for. Let us make haste. Roger halted momentarily, and alongside Murphy and Catherine, they hurried through the cavern, bursting forth from the entrance. However, the shadow of the ice phoenix suddenly descended from above, its icy wings stirring a gust that knocked the trio to the ground. You filthy thieves! I shall freeze you here for eternity. You shall not escape. The colossal form of the ice phoenix landed before them, its massive claws striking the ground with force, its eyes again unleashing deadly beams. Roger executed a backward roll to regain his footing, swiftly pulling Catherine into his embrace and shoving her towards Murphy while seizing a silver pistol from her waist. The gunfire erupted, and the silver bullets sparked against the phoenix's hardened icy feathers. Enraged, the ice phoenix turned its wrath upon Roger as Murphy led Catherine back into the cave. Roger evaded several of the phoenix's attacks with lightning speed, pivoting to run towards Murphy and Catherine. You have no escape, the ice phoenix roared ominously. Suddenly, sharp ice spears erupted from the ground before the trio, piercing the cave's ceiling and sealing their path like prison bars. Roger and the others rushed to the icy barrier, attempting to hack at the spears with their weapons, but instead of shattering, the shafts coated their arms in frost. Embrace death. This is the punishment you have sought. The ice phoenix's furious voice resounded from behind them. Roger turned to see the phoenix's head extending into the cave's mouth, its hateful eyes glaring at them, glimmering with a chilling, radiant white light. Will Roger and his companions survive this dire predicament? Click the bookmark button to continue following their fate. Chapter 56. The Alliance of Officials and Bandits. First update. The enraged ice phoenix unleashed another frigid beam from its eyes, hurtling towards Roger and his companions who found themselves with no avenue for retreat. In that critical moment, Roger stepped forward, raising the icy feather before him to shield his comrades. The icy beam struck the elongated feather, flashing white light as it surprisingly reflected back upon the ice phoenix, striking its own body. You wretched thieves! The ice phoenix staggered back, letting out an enraged wail. I knew it. Only a strong one can defeat a strong one. Roger triumphantly gazed at the icy feather. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the sky outside the cave, causing the ice phoenix to turn and behold a golden object soaring towards it, numerous flying figures trailing behind. Uninvited guests are multiplying. The ice phoenix spread its wings, preparing for battle, just then hearing a voice from within the radiance call out, "Mighty Phoenix, please calm your fury. We are not your enemies." The phoenix regarded the approaching figures warily. Spotting a griffin landing gracefully in the snow before it, the golden-armored knight leaped from the griffin and approached with empty hands, declaring loudly, "I am Antonio, captain of the Silver Dragon Wing Knights of the Sacred Order of the Ferial Empire." Mighty Phoenix, I implore you to lend me your ear. The knight cast a glance at Roger and his companions peeking from the cave entrance, then continued, We, the knights, have come under the command of His Holiness Emperor Valentine II to investigate the theft of the sacred artifact sealing the Vampire King. And we are currently pursuing the fugitive black sorcerer, Bloodhand William. And what concern is that of mine? The Ice Phoenix replied, still retaining its hostility, that we tracked the black sorcerer to this location and learned from the Titan's outpost about the events that transpired. We suspect that the attack against you may have been orchestrated by William, who is seeking to incite war between you and the Titans for his nefarious ends. Antonio's words did little to ease the Ice Phoenix's wariness. It glanced back at Roger and the others, asking, So, are those three in league with the black sorcerer? No, they too are pursuing the black sorcerer, Antonio replied, observing the trio as Roger subtly beckoned him with a finger. Yet they dared to steal my icy feather, those utter thieves, the Ice Phoenix fumed. Allow me to inquire for clarity. Antonio turned and walked towards Roger and the others under the watchful gaze of the Ice Phoenix. Upon meeting them, he lowered his voice in irritation. You three certainly know how to attract trouble. I always thought your name was Antonio Trouble. I had no idea that Bird was your relative. Sharing the same surname, Roger retorted sarcastically. Antonio shot him a glare, about to speak when Roger suddenly approached, draping an arm around his neck and whispering, He*s nearby. I can smell the stench of decay on him. You must help me capture him. Are you certain he is here? Antonio cast a suspicious glance at Roger, who solemnly nodded and said, Of course, I have no time for jesting. Lilith is waiting for my help. What do you propose we do? Antonio inquired softly. Roger leaned in to whisper a few words, and Antonio nodded slightly before turning to declare loudly, Follow me, and elucidate the situation to Lord Phoenix. With that, he led Roger towards the Ice Phoenix. What do you intend to explain to me? The Ice Phoenix inquired, fixating its gaze on the approaching duo. He claims he only wishes to rescue his companion. A little bird inadvertently encased in ice. Antonio indicated Roger with a gesture, and no sooner had he spoken than Roger abruptly brandished his silver pistol, swiftly pivoting to fire 3 shots at the cliffside to his left. Simultaneously, a golden spear materialized in Antonio's grasp, its tip unleashing a brilliant holy light that collided with Roger's silver bullets, revealing a shadow enveloped in a black magical shield. Bloodhand William, you have finally shown yourself. Antonio cried out, pointing at the figure in the sky, as the Knights of the Order rallied their griffins to encircle the dark sorcerer. Who would have thought that the Knights of the Holy Order would collaborate with a fugitive? I wonder how the Holy Emperor would react to this revelation. William, the Dark Wizard, intoned with a cold smirk, conjuring spells to deflect Roger's silver bullets and Antonio's holy light that I believe that in necessary times. The alliance of officials and outlaws is a viable choice. After all, you are currently the public enemy number 1. Roger aimed his silver pistol at William's forehead, unwavering in his gaze. Catherine approached Roger with Murphy, both holding their weapons. William, you have slain the Grandmaster Constantine, stolen the holy artifact, the Archangel statue, and now you incite conflict between the Ice Phoenix and the Titan clan. What is your true scheme? Antonio demanded, channeling divine energy to pressure William. No. I have no grand designs. I am merely an executor, William replied, his voice dripping with disdain. That I know you are eager to meet my master, but alas, he is not inclined to receive your homage at this moment. The malevolent laughter of the Dark Wizard echoed from beneath his hood. Before Antonio could respond, the Ice Phoenix, already seething with rage, bellowed, Cunning fiend, no matter what sinister plots you harbor, you shall not leave here alive today. With that, it leapt into the air, its wings stirring a tempestuous cold wind that scattered the griffins and unleashed twin beams of ice light from its eyes. The Dark Wizard's shield proved utterly ineffective, and he was instantly encased in a massive block of ice upon the mountainside. As Antonio prepared to dissuade the Ice Phoenix, he suddenly heard a commotion among the knights. William, trapped in the ice, inexplicably dissipated into thin air. Observing this, Roger lowered his weapon and muttered, "That damned lone spirit." He closed his eyes, searching the air for William's scent. After a moment, he opened his eyes and said to Antonio, "That fellow has already departed, but he likely hasn't gone far. He will not easily abandon us until his objectives are met." The captain of the knights turned to the Ice Phoenix and said, "Lord Phoenix, we shall swiftly apprehend that rogue. Please allow us to take the Ice Tail feather to revive those frozen in frost." The ice phoenix nodded slowly and glanced at Roger beside Antonio, saying, "I will permit you to take the feather, but I wish to know your name, dummy." Roger glanced at Antonio and the others before looking up at the ice phoenix and declaring, "I am the Empire's most wanted fugitive, Lone Wolf Roger. Should you wish to exact vengeance upon me, feel free to seek me out, if you can find me." "Ha!" The ice phoenix laughed heartily, nodding. "What a splendid most wanted criminal. I shall remember you." It leaned closer to Roger, gazing deeply into his eyes with significant intent, saying, "I know who you are, and you understand what I mean, yes?" Roger met the ice phoenix's gaze calmly, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The ice phoenix straightened and addressed Antonio. "Go forth, Captain. May your journey be smooth, and may you return victorious." Grateful, the group thanked the ice phoenix and mounted their griffins, departing Frosty Cliff towards the Titan Giant's outpost. Upon landing at the outpost, a visibly anxious Tali rushed to greet them. Roger, surrounded by the group, approached the roaring fire, placing the ice-tail feather atop the frozen little owl. Moments later, a puddle of melted snow water formed on the ground, and the group hurriedly lifted the feather, revealing the little creature lying wet and motionless, its tiny claws upturned, lifelessly closed eyes. Roger gently stroked its small body, a chilling sensation seeping from his fingertips into his heart. "Lilith," he called softly, but the little owl remained unresponsive, seemingly impervious to the warmth of the surrounding flames. The hope in the onlookers' eyes gradually morphed into despair. Tears shimmered in Tali and Catherine's eyes as they embraced one another, and the atmosphere turned heavy with sorrow. Roger gazed silently at the little creature for a long while before suddenly turning his attention to the lamp spirit, beckoning it to his side. The lamp spirit floated over, and Roger whispered something to it. The spirit nodded repeatedly, darting away to the bonfire. Before long, the lamp spirit shook its head and mumbled incantations, conjuring a metallic grill over the flames. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, a startling thought emerging. Could Roger intend to roast the little creature on the grill? Roger remained seated, watching as the lamp spirit waved its hand, adding a dripping turkey to the grill. He quietly thanked the spirit and used his sword to slice a turkey leg, placing it beside Lilith. "My dear, this was your favorite dish," Roger lamented, his voice melancholic and profound, "though it may seem a tad unethical for a bird to relish its roasted kin. Given the circumstances, I hope you enjoy this last meal." His words resonated deeply within everyone present as they gazed at the little owl lying beside the enticingly fragrant turkey leg, a lump forming in their throats, hands rubbing at their reddened eyes, an inexplicable sense of blockage within their hearts. Roger quietly closed his eyes and said to those around him, "Please, everyone, close your eyes. Let us together silently bid farewell to Lilith one last time. Shall we?" No one opposed. Everyone closed their eyes in mourning for the mischievous little creature, despite the trouble she had caused them with her playful antics. At this moment, all who knew her could recall only her charm and vivacity, along with her endearing, tiny voice that brought forth laughter. In the midst of the silence, Rog quietly opened his eyes a crack, his gaze falling upon the little owl. He observed as the small creature's wings quivered slightly. Its little head turned around, and upon seeing everyone with their eyes tightly shut, it flipped over and sprang up from the ground, eagerly pecking at the turkey leg. Rog watched her intently. The little one remained blissfully unaware of being observed. After a few pecks, finding the beak inconvenient, she transformed into a petite girl, seizing the turkey leg to devour it heartily. Suddenly, a hand gently flicked the back of her head. The little one paused, momentarily dazed, then stealthily turned around to find everyone frowning at her, staring intently. After a brief pause, she smiled sheepishly, waved at them, and did not forget to take another bite of the turkey leg. Behind her, Rog snatched the turkey leg from her grasp, playfully tapping her head while saying, "Little rascal, pretending to be dead, pretending to be dead, pretending to be dead." As he delivered the third tap, the little girl abruptly turned and leaped into Rog's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and planting a greasy kiss on his stubbly cheek, then tightly holding onto him, resting her head on his shoulder. Rog silently looked down at her, feeling Lilith's silent affection and gratitude, a tender smile gracing his lips as he brought the turkey leg to her mouth. The little one eagerly opened her mouth to take a bite, refusing to let go. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers could not help but smile in relief. Tali and Catherine joyfully wiped away their tears and approached to lift the little one, disregarding the grease smeared on their clothes from her tiny hands. planting 2 enthusiastic kisses on her cheeks. Rog entrusted Lilith to Tali and Catherine, rising to hand over the icy tail feather to a nearby Titan soldier, instructing him to pass it to the Titan general for the revival of the frozen giants. As he turned to return, Antonio approached from behind, the Knight Commander pausing to stand alongside Rog, smiling with an undertone of approval. I must say, you, the wanted criminal, possess quite a human touch. What you see is merely one facet of me. Rog replied, maintaining an unyielding yet respectful demeanor as he and Antonio gazed in the same direction. Whether cold or tender, it solely depends on who I face. In either case, to you, I remain a wanted criminal. The Knight Commander chuckled knowingly, shifting the conversation. What are your plans next? Will you continue the pursuit of Bloodhound William? Isn't the pursuit of Bloodhound William your task? Rog inquired, glancing back towards the campfire, where the laughter of Lilith, Tali, and others echoed. Currently, the Lightwing Priestly Order has entered Titan territory. Gerda and I previously split into 2 paths to hunt William. I will have someone report William's whereabouts to the High Priest. As for myself, I believe it is best to accompany you. Antonio also turned around, his gaze landing on Tali amidst the joyful crowd by the campfire. Surely, the commander is not harboring feelings for someone. Rog teased, casting a knowing glance at Antonio. The Knight Commander, unfazed, returned the look with a steady gaze. I've always been about business. We discovered the corpse of the Titan King's eldest son, Ted, by the riverbank. And our journey to Hurricane Cliff to seek the Titan King's 3rd son, Tyrell, is purely official. In that case, will gladly hitch a ride with the esteemed commander. I won't bother to thank you. Rog quipped, playfully patting Antonio on the shoulder as he strode towards the campfire. The Knight Commander stood still, watching his retreating figure, his gaze shifting away to reflect Tali's radiant smile. After everyone had indulged in a sumptuous feast conjured by the Lantern Spirit, Rog requested the spirit's assistance in procuring clothing for everyone. The Lantern Spirit transformed a set of white garments adorned with silver embellishments for him, while hats and cloaks were also changed to white. Simultaneously, the spirit provided Catherine with a white cotton robe to help her withstand the increasingly frigid northern climate, along with all necessary provisions and ammunition. Once fully equipped, Rog and Antonio bid farewell to the Titan General. Upon learning of their intention to visit Lord Tyrell at Hurricane Cliff, the Titan General ordered a lightning-shaped stone tablet to be brought forth, presenting it to them as a military token. Holding this token would ensure them a warm welcome at any stronghold or castle within Tyrell's domain. After expressing their gratitude, the group climbed onto the Night Order's griffins and set off towards Hurricane Cliff. Meanwhile, on a cliff near the stronghold, a figure clad in a black robe, holding a dark leather spellbook, stood with arms crossed, quietly observing their departure, a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At midnight, in Thunder Fortress, located northwest of Ice and Snow Island, the Titan King's 2nd son, Solon, sat on the thunderous throne in the royal hall, his elbows resting on the armrests as he pondered. Chin in hand, behind him, a massive crystal sword, shaped like lightning, was thrust deep into the ground, pulsating with fierce electric light that illuminated the hall like day. Lord Solon, you seem troubled. It appears that the throne beneath you has not brought the joy you sought. A cold, raspy voice echoed from outside the royal hall. Solon lifted his gaze towards the voice and beheld a black-robed wizard entering, clutching a dark spellbook. Bloodhound William, I thought you had perished at the hands of the Mage Tower. Solon remarked with a slight, contemptuous laugh, looking down at the approaching dark wizard. Not yet. It is not my time to perish, especially not before you ascend as the true Titan King, William replied calmly, standing before the throne and gazing up at Solon with a smile. What do you mean by that? You would do well to clarify your words before I crush you for your insolence. What do you mean by not having become the true Titan King? Solon, irate, stood from the throne, his heavy foot stomping down before the dark wizard, causing the entire hall to tremble momentarily. Not be agitated. Titan Prince, the dark wizard, William, smiled faintly, passing by Solon's imposing foot, his gaze shifting to the lightning sword behind him. Whether you are the true Titan King is not for you or me to decide. It is solely determined by that sword. Only the Titan King recognized by it may wield it. And as far as I know, you have yet to draw it. As he spoke, William glanced up at Solon with a grin. Surely, you do not believe that your so-called throne is secure without possessing the Thunder Sword. Solon turned his head to glance at the lightning-shaped sword, which was deeply embedded in the ground. Seemingly anchored by an unseen force, since Solon had taken command of the royal hall, he had attempted countless times to draw the artifact left by his father, only to fail every time. Noticing Solon's silence, William slowly approached the throne, gazing up at the radiant thunder sword and saying, "If you cannot obtain this sword, all your efforts in murdering your father and brother will be in vain." Presently, there is only one way to earn its acknowledgement. What method? Solon's eyes brightened as he looked down at the shadowy figure, listening intently as William spoke with a grave tone, when only one heir remains of the Titan royal family. "The Thunder Sword has no choice but to recognize him. Do you understand what I mean? Kill Tyrell, I understand," Solon replied, returning to the throne, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. William levitated gracefully, landing on the armrest of the throne. Gazing at Solon's contemplative expression, "Only then can you attain everything. I certainly wish to do so, but Tyrell is not like Ted," Solon mused, stroking his long beard. "Tyrell commands a substantial army and controls vast lands in the northeast of Ice and Snow Island. If war breaks out now, I cannot guarantee victory over him." "Then prepare for both options," William said, his tone confident, outlining two strategies for Solon. After hearing the plans, Solon nodded with a smile. "Very well, let us proceed with that." He glanced at William, suddenly asking, "There's one question I've always wanted to ask you. Why do you willingly assist me in seizing the throne? You mentioned a powerful master behind you. Who is he? What purpose does he have in all this?" "Lord Solon, there is no need for you to inquire so extensively. Some matters are not for casual discussion, and it may be best for you to remain unaware. All you need to know is that I am here to assist you, and that suffices." William, with an air of ambiguity, deftly evaded Solon's questions and, with a slight bow, urged, "Please make your preparations swiftly. I shall depart at once to execute the second plan, and I hope our endeavors prove successful." Having spoken, his figure dissipated into the mist. The following afternoon, Rog and his companions, having traveled on the Griffin of the Night Order, arrived at the Hurricane City, perched atop Hurricane Cliff. This fortress, constructed on the mountain's peak, was perpetually swept by fierce winds, which left their mark on the castle's outer walls in the form of weathered frost. Ice and Snow Island is, without a doubt, the most disagreeable place I have ever encountered. Cold, desolate, teeming with monsters, and beset by all manner of inclement weather. Upon their descent in the central square of Hurricane City, Rog alighted from the Griffin, shaking his neck, nearly dislodged by the wind, and expressed his vexation. "Moreover, there is no delectable fare," chirped a small owl from within his wide-brimmed white hat. Rog shrugged and muttered, "I must disagree. You haven't ceased your chatter since we arrived on the island." At that moment, a Titan captain approached, accompanied by a cadre of giant soldiers. Antonio stepped forward to declare their identities and purpose, prompting the captain to immediately instruct a soldier to inform the prince, while he himself offered to lead them to Tyrell's hall. Rog and Antonio forged ahead, following the giants along a road as broad as a plaza, flanked by towering edifices that reached for the heavens. Many giant citizens gazed curiously at them, akin to how humans might observe ants scurrying below the foot of the grand staircase before the hall. A young Titan clad in golden armor stood waiting. Upon their arrival, he inclined his form and spoke in a gentle tone. "Welcome to Hurricane City, esteemed guests. That I am Tyrell, the third son of the Titan King. Thank you for your gracious welcome, Your Highness. That I am Antonio, the commander of the Silver Dragon Wing Knights, sent here by His Holiness Emperor Valentine II, first to express the Emperor's condolences for the late Titan King, and secondly to discuss matters of reconciliation between the two princes." Tyrell listened intently to Antonio's words, then calmly gestured for them to enter, saying, "I appreciate the Emperor's concern. You all must be weary from your travels. Please rest within the hall before we discuss matters further." Following Tyrell into the hall, several giant attendants stood beside the guest seats flanking the throne. As the guests entered, they bowed and extended their hands to assist them into the towering seats. Tyrell took his place on the throne, and the electric lamps within the hall flickered to life. Once seated, Antonio, who sat beside Rog on Tyrell's right, informed the prince of the discovery of Thad's corpse. Tyrell, upon hearing this news, displayed no overt signs of agitation. Instead, he remained silent for a prolonged moment before speaking with calm resolve. "In truth, I had anticipated my brother's demise, particularly given the prolonged absence of news regarding him." Antonio and Rog exchanged glances, both taken aback by Tyrell's composure. Antonio ventured further, Might I inquire about the current state of affairs between you and Prince Solon? What are your plans moving forward? Tyrell gently shook his head. At present, there is no conflict with Solon. If we were to engage in open confrontation, neither side would emerge victorious. Should we wish to triumph over one another, we will require additional forces for support. Upon hearing this, both Rog and Antonio felt a stirring within their minds, exchanging knowing glances. Antonio probed further. Have you heard of the theft of the sacred artifact that the merfolk were safeguarding? Tyrell's eyes widened in astonishment, a shadow crossing his visage as he exclaimed, What? The artifact has been lost. Who is responsible? Thus far, our investigation has led us to a dark sorcerer known as Bloodhand William, who has admitted his involvement in the theft. Moreover, he has slain the Archmage Constantine of the Mage Tower and recently attempted to incite a conflict between the Ice Phoenix and your army. At Antonio's words, Tyrell, in a fit of fury, struck the armrest of his throne with a resounding blow, startling everyone present. In a vehement tone, he clenched his teeth and declared, It must be Solon colluding with the dark sorcerer, seeking to lift the seal on the Wraith King for nefarious purposes. Antonio and Rog regarded each other with uncertainty, questioning Tyrell's fervent assertion and emotional outburst. They suspected he might be deliberately shifting blame onto the enemy, but had no proof to substantiate their doubts. Let us not alarm the enemy. We must remain composed while we devise a plan, Rog advised Antonio with a subtle gesture. Just then, a high-ranking officer entered the hall, requesting Tyrell's presence in the War Command Chamber to discuss urgent matters. Tyrell instructed that the others be shown to rest while he excused himself temporarily. As they followed the giant attendants to the resting quarters, Antonio turned to Rog and inquired, From your earlier remarks, it seems you have a plan. What do you intend to do? Every creature has its own path. Since conventional diplomatic means yield no results, we shall employ unorthodox methods to uncover the truth. Rog replied with a cunning glance at Murphy, Tolly, and Catherine, his gaze settling on Antonio's scrutinizing expression. Amidst the Titan's two princes, each harboring their own schemes, Rog and the Dark Sorcerer, each with their own secrets. The stage is set for a clash of wills. Will their alliances prove genuine or merely a faade? The confrontation is imminent. Do not forget to click the follow button to stay updated on the unfolding events. Chapter 59, The Thief and the Pickpocket, Part 2, as twilight approached. The giant attendants arrived at the resting chamber, inviting the party to the banquet hall for dinner. Antonio led everyone to the dining hall, where the attendants helped them take their seats at the table, which had been specially prepared with fine utensils and cushions. Observing the gathering, Tyrell, seated at the head of the table, noticed the absence of the white-clad man beside Antonio and inquired, Commander Antonio, it seems we are missing a gentleman. Where is he? Feigning surprise, Antonio cast a glance around the room and smacked his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. Mr. Rog was attacked by the Ice Phoenix during our journey and is feeling unwell. He had to remain in the resting chamber. Shall I arrange for him to receive treatment? Tyrell asked with concern. Antonio quickly waved his hand. No, thank you, Your Highness. There is no need to trouble yourself on his behalf. He is merely in need of a good night's sleep. Tyrell nodded silently, pondering for a moment before furrowing his brow and asking, You mentioned Rog. I believe I have heard that name before. If memory serves, he is a demon hunter. Indeed, that is correct, Antonio replied calmly. Tyrell smiled. I have some recollection of him. He appears to be a wanted criminal in your realm, and no wonder his self-introduction was so vague upon our first meeting. He didn't even disclose his name. Curiously, he turned to Antonio and inquired, What brings you two together? We encountered each other along the way, uniting our efforts to trace the stolen sacred artifact, Antonio explained while discreetly observing Tyrell's demeanor. Tyrell's eyes brightened with understanding as he nodded and said, Very well. When Mr. Rog has recovered, please bring him to me. I would like to have a discussion with both of you. Of course, Your Highness. Antonio assured him, glancing back at Tolly, who had been observing Tyrell and the giant's reactions intently. However, she had not detected any discrepancies, and she could only gently shake her head at Antonio. But it seems we must place our hopes on Rog. Antonio mused, raising his wine glass toward Tyrell. While others basked in the banquet hall, indulging in sumptuous feasts, here I was, evading guards and pilfering treasures. Why is there such a disparity between people? Rog muttered to himself as he crept along the dim corridors of the castle. Be quiet. I haven't even spoken yet. Why must you drag me into this? I should be at the dining table enjoying all manner of delicacies. The small owl perched atop his wide-brimmed white hat grumbled in discontent. Rog rolled his eyes and retorted, "You just devoured an entire turkey yesterday. At this rate, you'll be too heavy to fly." Lilith, indignant, was about to retort when Rog snatched her from the hat and tossed her into the air, exclaiming, "Go and stretch your wings. Find the giant's treasure vault. Brute, you won't share any of the treasures you find with me. It's all mine." The little owl pouted and turned to glare at Roger before flapping its wings and flying away. Roger watched as she vanished down the corridor, then glanced back in the direction he had come from. The corridor, expansive like a hall, was deserted, save for the occasional gust of wind that howled above his head. As Roger looked around, he proceeded forward, but after only a few steps, he suddenly heard a strange sound emanating from behind him. Frowning, he turned to gaze down the corridor, which was illuminated by the flickering light of a thunder lantern. Revealing nothing but emptiness, debris swept past him, casting a shadow of swirling air on the ground. After observing for a moment without noticing anything amiss, he continued walking. Just a few steps later, the peculiar sound returned from behind him. Startled, Roger spun around to see a massive dog, towering at 4 to 5 meters high and sporting 6 legs, charging towards him with its mouth agape. Shocked, Roger turned and sprinted forward. The dog relentlessly pursued him, its long, thick tongue lolling out like a red carpet, its 6 powerful legs propelling it closer to Roger. Realizing he could not outrun it, Roger quickly darted towards the left wall. His legs surged with lightning speed, trailing a ghostly afterimage as he reached the wall. Leaping up to run vertically along its surface, the dog lunged at him, its teeth grazing just a few centimeters from his back. Scaling the 7 or 8 meter high wall, Roger pushed off with his feet, executing a backflip that traced a graceful arc through the air. Landing in a forward roll atop the dog's fur-covered back, stabilizing himself on one knee, the giant dog remained oblivious to his presence, yet could still detect Roger's scent, fervently searching for him. Inspecting every corner and crevice, but to no avail. Suddenly, the massive creature collapsed onto the ground, rolling to the right, its shadow enveloping Roger. In a hurry, he grasped the dog's fur and quickly climbed to the left. As the dog's body crashed down like a mountain, the displaced air lifted Roger into the air, where he swung around by the end of the fur, finally landing on the creature's belly. "Damn this dog. I wish I could just cut open your belly," Roger grumbled as he sat up, but before he could fully straighten, the dog flipped over. Desperately, Roger reached for the fur beneath its belly. Finding himself suspended in midair, akin to a traveler dangling precariously from a cliff after a fall. "I've had enough of this." Roger shot a glare at the dog, clinging to its fur as he attempted to climb onto its back. At that moment, the dog suddenly surged forward, sprinting with all 6 legs, nearly throwing Roger off. Dogs are man's best friend, but it seems not for me. When Roger finally managed to regain his footing on the dog's back, gritting his teeth in frustration, he glared at the creature as it raced down the corridor, voicing his pent-up grievances. Out of nowhere, something silently landed on Roger's shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered the little owl was staring at him with its bright, round eyes, chattering, "Look at you, slacking off and finding a mount, while I'm left to work hard finding a place. Enough of your prattle. Have you found it?" Roger shot her a sharp look, then cautiously glanced back at the giant dog. Noticing it hadn't spotted the little owl, he then inquired, "Is it just ahead? Do you see those 2 enormous statues? We're almost there. You can prepare to jump off the dog." Lilith extended a wing to point forward, and Roger turned to see the 2 towering statues flicker past him. Momentarily stunned, he heard the little owl exclaim, "We're going to miss it if you don't hurry and jump. Don't be afraid. I'll help you land with my transformation magic." At her urging, Roger leaped from the dog's back, descending from a height of over 4 meters, grabbing onto the dog's fur midair. He swung forward, performing a 1.5 roll and landing gracefully on one knee. When he looked up, he saw Lilith flapping her wings as she landed on his shoulder. She affectionately patted Roger's head, feigning maturity as she praised, "Hey, young man, that was quite a beautiful move." Roger shot her an annoyed glance and retorted, "Miss Witch, what happened to your transformation magic?" Lilith tilted her head innocently and replied, "It's not my fault. The dog's fur blocked my view, and I didn't have time to use my magic. I knew you were an unreliable little rascal." Roger poked her gently on the head and began walking towards the treasure vault. Upon arriving at the vault, Roger looked up at the imposing closed door and the giant statues standing guard on either side. He turned to the little owl and asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" "Absolutely. This is it. That's what it told me." The little fluffball asserted earnestly. Roger frowned and inquired, "Who is it?" Before he could finish, the stone bricks of the door suddenly retreated, revealing a massive stone face within his line of sight. "Little one, I am the it you seek," the stone face declared, fixing Roger with a piercing gaze. Roger furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the ancient visage, and glanced back at Lilith, asking, "Did it just call you little one?" "It's calling you, you big idiot," Lilith replied with disdain. Roger raised an eyebrow at her and turned back to the stone face, questioning, "You call me little one? Am I that small? Of course, your stature doesn't even fill the wrinkles on my face." The stone face retorted, reveling in its age, "That I'll concede that. Your old face wouldn't even fill a mountain." Roger shrugged and shot back, "Do not provoke my wrath," the stone face suddenly bellowed. Unleashing a fierce gust of wind that pushed Roger back several steps, he wiped his face, frowning, and addressed the stone face. "You really should pay more attention to etiquette. Do you have something to wipe the drool off my face?" "That little bird told me you wish to enter this warehouse, correct?" The stone face ignored his jest and asked earnestly. Roger shot a glare at the little owl, quietly scolding, "Why did you tell it the truth? We here to steal. I'm just here to scout, to figure out how to get in. Whether we steal or not is up to you." The little owl huffed defiantly. "Oh my, what a troublesome teammate." Roger lamented with a wry smile, turning to the stone face. "All right, since the little traitor has revealed the truth, I have nothing left to say. Just tell us, how can we gain entry? Answer my 3 questions correctly, and I shall grant you passage," the stone face replied with a knowing smile. "Such an old trick, and you think to stop me? Bring it on. Let me show you the prowess of the Riddle King." Roger responded calmly, pulling a cigar from his waist, striking a match to light it, and inhaling the smoke as he awaited the stone face's question. "The first question is simple. Listen closely," the stone face intoned in a deep voice. "To you, what are the Titans?" Roger nearly blurted out giants, but caught himself. Realizing the question couldn't be that straightforward, he delved into his mind for knowledge about the Titans, recalling that they were once a race of gods who ruled the continent, but were overthrown by the deities due to their defiance and subsequently banished to a hidden icy isle. The term gods crossed his mind, but it felt tenuous, as they were merely outdated deities devoid of human lineage. He stared at the ground, puffing on his cigar, mulling over the stone face's inquiry, when he suddenly heard the little owl on his shoulder impatiently ask, "Can you think any faster? I want to get back to the banquet hall in time for dessert." Banquet hall? Roger was momentarily taken aback. His eyes fixated on the massive tiles beneath him as thoughts of Tyrol hosting guests flooded his mind. Suddenly enlightened, he looked up with newfound confidence and declared, "I know the answer. To me. The Titans are the masters of this place." The stone face regarded him silently for a moment before breaking into a mischievous smile. "You didn't fall into the trap. The simpler the question, the more complex people tend to think. Regardless, you answered correctly. To you, the Titans are indeed the masters here, for you are a guest of Tyrol. Thank you for your hospitality. Now, please tell me the second question." With a grin, Rog exhaled a puff of smoke, nodding at the stone face. "Listen closely. The second question is," the stone face paused deliberately, then continued, "how many Titans are present in this grand hall?" Before Rog could begin to ponder, the little owl beside him chimed in eagerly. "Wow, that's a tough question. Should I help you count?" "Oh, foolish creature. Focus on counting your feathers, and keep your mouth shut." Rog playfully poked the little fluffball on the head, then raised the cigar to his lips, pondering deeply for a moment before responding with assured conviction, "My answer is 4.4. "Are you jesting?" the stone face asked incredulously, a smile playing on his lips. "I assure you, I speak in earnest, but that 4 refers not to a mere quantity, but to 4 distinct types." Rog extended 4 fingers, elaborating, "Based on my observations, only 4 classifications of Titans are permitted entry into the hall. Prince Tyrol, the high-ranking commanders under his command, the prince's attendants, and the royal guards. The prince's identity is self-evident, while the remaining 3 possess their unique identification tokens. The emblem of the high-ranking commanders is a lightning bolt. That of the attendants is flowing water, and the guards bear crossed spearheads. Those lacking these specific tokens are denied entry to the hall." Rog recounted with great familiarity that I still remember the city patrol captain who guided us when we first arrived. He left immediately after introducing us to the prince and didn't even dare ascend the first step of the grand hall. He stepped forward, his eyes piercing as they locked onto the stone face, and stated emphatically, Lastly, you inquired about how many titans are in the hall. You never specified a count, only a categorization. The stone face gazed at the corners of Rog's mouth, a flicker of indignation apparent in his features. Yet Rog remained unfazed, quietly savoring his cigar, exuding a demeanor of righteousness. After a brief standoff, the stone face suddenly burst into laughter, prompting Rog to mirror his amusement. The stone face chuckled, "You little rascal. Not only are you astute, but you also have a knack for wordplay. Your ability to argue is truly impressive. That hardly counts as a compliment. It seems you remain unconvinced," Rog replied with a gentle smile. Exhaling a puff of smoke, "I suspect you intend to take your revenge on me with the third question." "Ah, you are quite perceptive," the stone face exclaimed, his eyes widening with glee. "Indeed, heed my third question if you wish to enter the treasure chamber behind me." "I am all ears," Rog replied, his smile fading into seriousness. "The third question is, what weakness do humans possess that titans do not?" the stone face asked with a grave expression. Upon hearing this question, Rog slowly furrowed his brow. It was exceedingly broad. While the first two questions had offered some clues, this final inquiry felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, as humanity possessed countless weaknesses, each individual with their unique vulnerabilities, nearly incalculable. Surely, there must be a specific weakness, one that all humans share but titans do not. Rog concentrated, meticulously ruling out various human frailties, yet as the ember of the cigar neared his lips, he still had not discerned the answer. Ouch! The burning cigar seared his lips, jolting him from his reverie. He discarded the smoldering stub to the ground, rubbing his sore lips. The little owl, noticing, hopped towards him, her voice unusually gentle and concerned. "Are you all right?" Rog glanced back at her, sensing boundless empathy in her bright eyes, which reminded him of his own anguish when Lilith was encased in frost, and the overwhelming sense of despair that flooded him as he had kissed her lifeless form. His thoughts then drifted to Tyrole's cold indifference upon hearing of his brother Ted's demise, and then to the war a century ago, when the human alliance was thwarted by dark sorcerers in the shadowy hills. It was the Titans' restraint against the sorcerers that had ultimately shattered their lines. A weakness possessed by humans, yet absent in Titans. Rog raised his head, gently extinguishing the smoldering but with his foot, a confident smile illuminating his face as he looked at the stone face, resolutely declaring, "I have come to know what it is." Do you know the answer to the third question? Feel free to leave a comment. The answer will be revealed in tonight's update, so remember to click the follow button. Chapter 61, Secrets of the Treasure Chamber, second update. What is the answer? "Tell me," the stone face inquired curiously, his anticipation palpable that it is longing. "It is care." Rog turned to gaze into the little owl's large eyes, speaking with an unusual tenderness. "Ultimately, it is emotion." The little fluffball looked at him, bewildered, not comprehending his meaning. Rog, however, had no intention of clarifying. Instead, he turned back to the stone face and proclaimed loudly, "Emotion is humanity's greatest weakness. Those ensnared by their feelings inevitably find themselves in a passive state, subjugated by the merciless. A commoner, once caught in the throes of love, may neglect his sustenance, becoming a slave to his emotions. A hitman, swayed by a moment's hesitation, may lose his life. A king, overtaken by affection, may transform that sentiment into a fatal vulnerability, leading to the downfall of his kingdom. This has occurred time and again." The stone face listened intently, his expression grave as he regarded Rog's solemn countenance. He stepped forward, shifting the focus of his words towards the Titans. But Titans are devoid of such sentiment. They are the progeny of gods, their hearts like iron, unyielding to personal attachments. Thus, Tyrole's reaction to his brother's death was one of cold detachment. Rog continued, "It was precisely for this reason that, during the war a century ago between humans and the blood kin, when faced with the mental sorcery unleashed by dark sorcerers and black dragons, humans were easily driven mad, succumbing to despair, while the Titans remained wholly unaffected, effortlessly breaching the sorcerer's defenses and vanquishing the black dragon." He glanced at the little owl Lilith perched on his shoulder, his tone softening. "I once believed my heart to be quite cold, impervious to the sway of emotions, but I now realize I am not above it. I, like everyone else, am bound by my attachments to certain lives." The little owl gazed at him quietly, her eyes shimmering with emotion, understanding the depth of his words, recalling the countless instances of his affection and concern since their acquaintance. the many times he had risked his life for her sake. All etched in her small heart. "Stop with the sappy talk. You're no bard," the little creature exclaimed, flapping her wings as she hopped closer, gently scratching his face with her tiny claws before settling back on his shoulder. Nestling affectionately against his neck, a warm smile spread across Rog's face. He understood that her every retort and quip stemmed from their bond, their shared dependency and love, having endured solitude for far too long. No longer accustomed to tenderness and sweetness, yet finding a more profound, unspoken expression of love that ordinary beings could scarcely comprehend. After a brief silence, the stone face's appreciative voice gently echoed in Rog's ears. "Thank you, young man. You have rekindled in me a long-forgotten warmth and emotion. You and your little companion have revealed to me the rare tenderness of a true connection, something scarcely seen among the Titans. Which is why I have longed to witness it, and you have fulfilled my wish." He cast a fond gaze upon Rog and the little owl upon his shoulder, speaking in a tone of elder affection. "I am delighted to have witnessed this moment. Now, step into the treasure chamber, regardless of what you seek. I believe you come with noble intentions." The stone face's words resonated in Rog's ears, the light emanating from his eyes illuminating Rog as he and the little owl vanished down the corridor in a blaze of brilliance. When they re-emerged from the radiant glow, they found themselves within the opulent confines of the treasure chamber. It was an 8-shaped room, the outer circular hall adorned with countless treasures, from gilded weapons and armor to shimmering precious gems, an absolute cornucopia of riches. The radiance of the treasures even surpassing that of magical lamps. The inner circular hall was lined with rows of bookshelves, filled with rare ancient tomes and works, including powerful spell books and numerous histories chronicling the rise and fall of the continent over the centuries. Rog and Lilith first stepped into the outer hall, their eyes momentarily dazzled by the glimmering jewels. Rog squinted against the mountain of treasures, redirecting his gaze towards the inner study. "Lilith, search this place thoroughly. See if there are any traces of the Archangel's statue." As Rog stepped inside, he spoke loudly to the little owl. The small fluff ball transformed into a petite girl, just the height of Rog's legs, bouncing towards the mound of treasures in her red dancing shoes, and she immediately pounced onto the towering heap of jewels. "Search thoroughly. Do not get distracted by the beautiful trinkets." Rog cast a stern glance at the little creature, using a commanding tone to remind her. However, Lilith paid him no heed. Engrossed in rummaging through the treasure trove for exquisite necklaces and rings, Rog, disinterested in conversing further with the little girl, strode into the inner hall. Advancing along the circular array of bookshelves, where massive and weighty tomes were meticulously lined up on the shelves, this place did not appear to be a repository for the statues of archangels. As he walked, Rog surveyed the tranquil hall, sensing it resembled more of a library designed to bewilder outsiders, and an idea struck him. Could there be a hidden chamber here? "Lilith, come here," Rog called out to the little owl. The small creature hesitated for a moment before finally approaching him, her neck adorned with an array of beautiful pearl and gemstone necklaces and oversized earrings dangling from her tiny ears, while her fingers were bedecked with numerous gemstone rings, resembling a jewelry display. "Little princess, what are you doing?" Rog said, exasperated as he observed her. The little girl innocently looked up at him, and, glancing down at the necklace that hung down to her belly, asked, "Which one looks nicer?" "Listen, greedy little crow." Rog crouched down before her, removing the jewelry piece by piece from her and tossing them towards the treasure pile in the outer hall, simultaneously stating, "We are here for a serious matter. Not to steal and get rich. Put these down. They could lead to your capture by the giants." "But aren't we thieves?" the little girl protested reluctantly. Gazing at Rog, he gently stroked her cheek and replied with a smile, "We are here to steal clues that if luck is on our side, we might even snatch a holy artifact, but we cannot touch anything else." Rog glanced at Lilith's wistful expression, kissed her cheek, and said, "Forget about them. Once we return to human territory, I will buy you some beautiful jewelry, you little beauty-loving bird." He then patted the little girl's head and asked her to help check the upper shelves. Lilith, pouting in discontent, transformed back into a little owl and flew up to the higher shelves, pecking and tapping to find any secret mechanisms. Rog lowered his gaze to inspect the lower shelves, but found nothing unusual. Suddenly, the little girl called out from above, "Come quickly, there's a secret here." Rog hurriedly turned and approached the shelf where she was perched, seeing Lilith holding a piece of yellowed parchment. The little girl excitedly handed him the heavily folded paper, saying, I found this between two books. Rog took it and unfolded it into a large sheet, examining it closely, and discovered it was a letter filled with writing. As he focused intently, a storm cloud of unease gathered on his brow upon noticing the signature at the end. We must leave, little one. It seems matters are more complex than we imagined. That I need to see our leader. He will want to see this letter. Rog beckoned to Lilith, who transformed back into a little owl and landed on his shoulder. Aren't we searching for the holy artifact? The little creature lamented as she cast a lingering glance at the treasure pile in the outer hall, softly adding, "And you haven't rewarded me for finding this letter yet." Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the holy artifact was not in this treasure room. Rog replied as he strode purposefully towards the door, "As for your reward, if His Highness the Prince learns that you discovered this letter, he might treat you to a feast of roasted owl." Chapter 62. Allies and Enemies Indistinguishable. First update. After the banquet, Tyrell's guests were escorted back to the lounge. This was a room designated for human envoys, furnished with human-style furniture, yet the chamber itself remained Titan-sized, akin to a hall that could accommodate thousands. Antonio and the knights resided within the grand hall, and even the hundreds of knights occupied less than 1/5 of the area. The gentlemen's beds were arranged along the left wall by the entrance, while the ladies occupied the right side, separated by nearly 10 meters. In the center of the room stood a long table, laden with weapons, helmets, and personal items, as well as a feast brought back from the banquet hall for Rog and Lilith. That moment, Murphy leaned against the wall at the lounge entrance, awaiting news from Antonio regarding Rog. Though he appeared indifferent, his attention was fixated on Catherine, who sat nearby, diligently polishing a silver pistol. The girl held a soft cloth, meticulously wiping every crevice of the gun, her delicate touch suggesting she was handling a precious gift rather than a lethal weapon. The infatuation reflected in her eyes caused Murphy to frown involuntarily. He forced himself to look away and turned to exit the door, standing against the wall across the corridor, gazing up at the lofty ceilings. Yet Catherine's smile lingered in his mind. That silly girl, he sighed, shaking his head, musing inwardly. Rog is indeed too captivating for her. She knows little about him, but seems to be entranced. Contemplating this, he became serious, muttering to himself, "We are all in the same boat, utterly ignorant of him." Except perhaps Antonio. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder, startling Murphy, who instinctively jumped back into a defensive stance, only to find Antonio smiling apologetically. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. What were you so lost in thought about?" "Nothing." Murphy steadied himself, feeling somewhat awkward as he cleared his throat and casually asked, "Have you found Rog?" "No, that guy has vanished somewhere. I don't dare wander far, so we must wait for him to return," Antonio replied. Murphy nodded absently, still preoccupied with his earlier thoughts. Antonio noticed his unusual demeanor and, locking eyes with him, inquired, "What's wrong? Is something troubling you?" Murphy involuntarily raised his gaze to meet his, recalling his previous musings, and asked, "You've been chasing Rog for 10 years. Perhaps you could satisfy my curiosity and tell me where he is from and what his background is." "So that's what you're after," Antonio said with a hint of a helpless smile, shaking his head. "I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. We know no more about him than you do. No one knows his hometown. He has no family. Everything about him is a mystery." The knight commander leaned against the wall, frowning in contemplation as he continued, "He never discusses himself with anyone, like a wandering shadow. No one knows where he came from. And I, too, am curious about what he has endured. That I suspect he has faced unimaginable trials," Murphy softly replied. Antonio's scrutinizing gaze fell upon his face as he asked, "Have you discovered something?" Murphy glanced around cautiously, then quietly voiced his concerns to Antonio. He mentioned Rog's extraordinary speed, his ability to sever a stone giant's neck with one hand, his heightened senses of smell and sight, his resilience against the cold, and even how he remained unfrozen in the icy tempest of the Ice Phoenix. "Could you do that?" Murphy pressed, furrowing his brow as he studied Antonio's contemplative expression. The commander shook his head meaningfully, saying, "Without the use of magic, I couldn't." "But how can he achieve such feats?" Murphy persisted. "His wound-healing speed is also far superior to that of an ordinary person. By the time we reached Frost Cliff, his battered body had miraculously healed, without any treatment from Tali." "What are you implying?" Antonio gazed intently at Murphy. The adventurer sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a flicker of unease. "I don't know. I simply wish to learn more about my teammate." A heavy air of tension lingered between them, with their suspicions regarding Rog swirling in their minds, further deepened by the rumors they had once heard. After a prolonged silence, Antonio finally broke it. What you've mentioned is indeed suspicious. But to uncover his secrets, we must find someone close to him. Lilith, Murphy suggested, glancing back towards the seemingly endless corridor. I heard Catherine mention that when she first encountered them, he and Lilith were together. They were so close. They must have shared everything. Are you suggesting we pry his origins from that little girl? Antonio cast a glance at Murphy, a faint, icy smirk gracing his lips. The adventurer perceived a hint of disdain in his tone and retorted. Are we to directly inquire of Rog? That old trickster would not divulge a single word to us. Miss Lilith, too, was not to be underestimated. Antonio shook his head without a moment's hesitation, saying, that little rascal is even more astute than Rog. She may appear playful and carefree, but should you broach any significant matter, she would merely respond with coyness and evasive chatter. I had thought you might alleviate my curiosity, Murphy lamented, turning away helplessly. Crossing his arms as he sighed, it seems I must find a way to inquire myself. Antonio, gazing at his profile, cautioned, I advise you to suppress your curiosity for now, lest Rog develop a sense of animosity towards you. After all, this is not the moment for such investigations. We ought to avoid sowing seeds of suspicion amongst ourselves, lest we provide William with an opportunity. Murphy silently regarded him, withholding judgment on his words. Suddenly, he noticed a white figure approaching swiftly, and subtly gestured towards Antonio. Turning to glance back, Antonio stepped forward to inquire, what news do you bring? Before Rog could respond, the impatient Lilith, unable to contain herself any longer, exclaimed, I smell something delicious. I won't wait for you. With that, she flapped her wings and darted into the lounge, while Rog called after her, don't eat too much. Leave some for me. He then turned, surveying Antonio and Murphy's peculiar expressions, asking, what troubles you? Has something occurred? The two exchanged nonchalant shakes of their heads, feigning normalcy as they replied, nothing. We were merely concerned about your whereabouts. Rog extracted the sealed letter from his belongings and handed it to Antonio, subsequently revealing its contents to both him and Murphy. The captain of the Knights was taken aback, his countenance instantly shrouded in ominous clouds. Together with Murphy, he hastily tore open the letter and scanned its contents. Before turning to Rog and inquiring, what is your take on this matter? It necessitates further investigation, Rog replied with conviction. The dark sorcerer William has explicitly expressed his desire to collaborate with Tyrell, offering assistance in his ambition to become the Titan King. That I have yet to uncover Tyrell's response, but the possibility of his collusion with William cannot be dismissed. Damn that William. What does he truly intend? Antonio mused, clenching the letter tightly in his hand, pacing back and forth in agitation. I believe we should first ascertain Tyrell's intentions, Rog remarked, glancing at their faces. In Tyrell's study, we may uncover further clues. He paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, this entails certain risks, but if we can discern who our foes are and who our allies may be, such risks are indeed worthwhile. Upon hearing Rog's final statement, Antonio and Murphy exchanged a meaningful glance before asking, what do you intend to do? To know a person's face is one thing, but to know their heart is another. Who can truly be deemed a friend? This is a question indeed. How will Rog uncover the true nature of Tyrell? Chapter 63. The Three Musketeers, second update. Tonight, the three of us shall venture forth together. You two will remain outside to provide support, while Lilith and I will enter to seek clues. Should Tyrell happen to return, you know what to do, Rog instructed Antonio. Antonio nodded in agreement, and Rog, seeing this, declared, then it is settled. With that, he strode purposefully toward the lounge. Antonio and Murphy watched as his figure disappeared through the door, exchanging glances just as Rog's frustrated voice erupted from within. Lilith, put down that cured meat and butter cake. That was my dinner. Don T-Run, come down from the chandelier. The night deepened over Hurricane Cliff, save for the colossal stone sentinels standing guard upon the walls. Only the howling, frigid night wind remained, drowning out all sounds in Hurricane City. Even penetrating the depths of Tyrell's palace with its chaotic wails, outside the study, two armored guards stood sentinel before the closed door, their eyes alight with vigilance, showing no signs of fatigue or distraction. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the nearby corridor, prompting both soldiers to shift their keen gazes toward the noise. In an instant, a six-legged giant hound dashed forward, hurtling past the guards and crashing into the door. The study door cracked open slightly, and the guards hurriedly restrained the massive patrol dog, preventing its entry. The creature, undeterred, growled lowly, fixated on something within the study that seemed to provoke its ire, urging it to tear the unseen threat apart. One guard peered into the study, finding nothing amiss, and then turned back with a thunderous roar, causing the hound to lift its head in trepidation, as if realizing the guard's anger. Reluctantly, it cast one last glance at the study before retreating. The guards closed the door, resuming their rigid postures. While not far down the corridor, Antonio and Murphy concealed themselves behind a corner, quietly observing the scene unfold. They've gone in. That lad truly has a knack for this. Antonio grinned at Murphy. The adventurer raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with implication as he replied, "Of course, he is an expert in the unorthodox. After all, he is no knight. We cannot hold him to knightly standards." Antonio similarly remarked, laden with meaning. The adventurer remained silent, shifting his gaze elsewhere, only to suddenly spot a massive figure approaching from the far end of the corridor. Tyrell approaches. Murphy nudged Antonio. The knight captain turned to see the Titan Prince Tyrell walking toward them. Flanked by a general and two guards, engaged in quiet conversation, "We must stall them to buy Rog some time," Antonio instructed Murphy. The adventurer glanced towards Tyrell, slightly unsheathing his curved dagger, signaling to Antonio. The knight captain nodded in understanding that as Tyrell conversed with the officer, he caught sight of the two small figures engaged in a fierce tussle on the broad floor ahead, halting his steps with a furrowed brow. Recognizing one as Knight Captain Antonio and the other as Adventurer Murphy, "Your Highness, should I intervene?" the Titan General inquired, stepping forward. Tyrell calmly shook his head, gesturing for him to withdraw, choosing instead to observe the spirited duel between the two. Antonio, leveraging the reach of his knightly spear, unleashed a frenzied assault upon Murphy, the spearhead darting like a viper's tongue, akin to a dance of silver lightning, each thrust aimed at Murphy's vital points. Unfazed, the adventurer skillfully parried the thrusts with his dagger, deftly evading the lethal strikes. As he closed in on Antonio, his blade trailing closely along the spear's shaft, igniting a shower of sparks as metal clashed. With a sweeping motion, Antonio's spear arced through the air, prompting Murphy to leap aside. Narrowly avoiding the strike, he hurled his dagger, but Antonio deftly sidestepped the flying blade, retaliating with a thrust that shot forward. Aimed squarely at Murphy's chest, in a split second, the adventurer deftly removed his dagger from its sheath, deflecting the incoming spearhead, and seized the spear's chain, yanking it forcefully. His gaze darted beyond Antonio's shoulder. Tracking the returning dagger, without looking back, the knight captain extended his left hand, expertly catching the dagger's blade in his gloved palm. The two men found themselves locked in a fierce grip, both eyes glinting with lethal intent. "Well struck." Tyrell's applause broke the tension, prompting both combatants to turn in unison. Seeing Tyrell approach, they hastily released their grips, with Antonio retracting his spear and returning the dagger to Murphy. They each sheathed their weapons and approached Tyrell, offering their respectful evening salutations. "Truly, you both exemplify the finest among knights and rangers. Your recent contest has opened my eyes," Tyrell remarked with a smile. "However, may I inquire why you chose to spar at such an hour?" "Your Highness, as this is our first visit to the Titan realm, curiosity kept us awake. We decided to explore your grand hall, and upon reaching this point, the impulse to test our skills overcame us. We hope we have not disturbed you," Antonio replied with utmost respect. "Certainly not. However, I must caution you both that this area is not entirely safe." Tyrell leaned closer, solemnly advising, "The hall is home to six-legged patrol dogs, creatures that cannot distinguish between guests and intruders. Thus, you ought to exercise caution in your outings. Thank you for your warning, Your Highness." Antonio expressed his gratitude. Tyrell continued, "Now that night has fallen, if you two have no other matters to attend to, I could send soldiers to escort you back to rest." Just as the two were about to respond, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them. "His Highness the Prince is in urgent need. It would be prudent to discuss certain matters now." Everyone turned to see a man wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a white cloak striding down the corridor toward Antonio and Murphy. The two gazed at him in astonishment, taken aback by his audacious entrance. "Is this not Mr. Rock?" Tyrell inquired curiously. "Looking at the unexpectedly arrived Rock. I did not anticipate you being here. I wonder what urgent matter you refer to?" "I speak of the letter from Solon inviting you to the Thunder Castle for his coronation." Rog stepped forward, meeting Tyrell's stormy gaze directly, and stated bluntly, "It has cornered you into a desperate situation." "How do you know this?" the general beside the prince exclaimed in surprise, pointing at Rog. "Rangers have their own sources of information," Rog replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he looked at Tyrell. "The crux of the matter is, if you go, Solon will undoubtedly ensure you do not leave alive. If you do not go, you will defy the royal command, and both paths lead to certain doom. If Solon dares to attack me, my valiant soldiers, and I will teach him a lesson in folly." Tyrell responded with composure. "With your mere 3/4 of a force?" Rog chuckled softly, shaking his head. "The ghost pirates of Grey Harbor in the northern ice and snow, I'll have accepted Solon's bribe. Their ships will compel you to divert 1/4 of your troops to confront them. But that would be futile, for you cannot eliminate the ghost pirates." Observing the pallor of Tyrell's face, Rog continued, "And with the remaining 3/4 of your forces, you cannot hope to defeat Solon. Your strength is already inferior to his, and even if all your troops were committed, if 1/4 is tied down, your chances of victory are non-existent. What exactly are you trying to say to me?" Tyrell glared at Rog, his expression darkening, but a mysterious smile crept across Rog's lips. "I merely wish to illuminate a path for your highness." "What kind of path?" The Titan prince scrutinized Rog, filled with suspicion. "You might consider seeking assistance from your ally, Bloodhand William. If he can lead the dark sorcerers to your aid, you will surely secure victory." Rog confidently suggested to Tyrell. Standing behind Rog, Antonio and Murphy were taken aback, incredulous at Rog's audacity. "Who informed you that Bloodhand William is my ally?" A glint of menace flickered in Tyrell's eyes, his tone betraying shock and anger, as if he might strike Rog down at any moment. "William once wrote to propose an alliance, and you acquiesced to his request. Did I speak incorrectly?" Rog replied, unperturbed, maintaining eye contact with the furious Titan prince. "I know not from whence you gleaned this information, but it is utterly absurd." Tyrell coldly shook his head. "The dark sorcerer indeed wrote to me, but I never agreed to his proposal. That letter has long since vanished. Had you not reminded me of it, I would have forgotten entirely. I believe you would be quite interested to see it." Rog produced the letter, unfolding it and extending it toward Tyrell. The prince stared at him in astonishment, accepting the letter and examining it closely before nodding. "Indeed, this is the letter. How did it end up in your possession?" "The Rangers have their ways of acquiring information. You need not inquire further." Rog smiled as he gazed up at the prince. "If what you said to me earlier was without reservation, then I must regretfully inform you that you are in deep trouble. Perhaps my fate is already sealed. Life and death hold no significance for me. Even if I must face Solon's army tomorrow, I will not waver in the slightest. Of that you can be assured," Tyrell replied in a slow, grave tone. "That I do not doubt your conviction, but I believe it is wiser to adapt rather than march willingly to your demise. There may yet be hope." Rog smiled knowingly. "Yes, the proverb states, rather than striking at a giant's heel with a sword, it is better to coat the ground with lard." "Ha!" Upon hearing Rog's words, Tyrell did not take offense at the proverb's irreverence. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. Then, regarding Rog with approval, he asked, "You make a compelling point. Might you enlighten me as to where this lard may be found?" "This does not seem to be the most appropriate venue for such discussions," Rog observed, glancing around before addressing the prince. The little owl nestled in his hat softly suggested, "It would be best to have him lead us to the dining hall, where we can converse over a meal." "I concur. His Highness would surely not refuse to treat us to a late-night repast while we discuss our subsequent plans." "Yes," Rog said with a cheerful smile directed at Tyrell. The prince nodded slightly. "That is certainly agreeable, but you must ensure that after enjoying my hospitality, you will provide me with a satisfactory answer." "Of course, I never undertake anything without assurance." Rog shook his white cloak and gestured invitingly. Tyrell returned the gesture, and everyone proceeded to the banquet hall. Let us not forget to summon Tali and Catherine. We must not overlook the two ladies. At Rog's reminder, Tyrell sent 2 soldiers to notify them in the lounge. The group then convened in the banquet hall, where Tyrell ordered a sumptuous late-night feast. After raising their glasses in a toast, Tyrell inquired about the plans. Rog assisted the drooling Lilith in cutting a piece of lamb, allowing her to hold it with both hands to gnaw at it. He looked up at Tyrell and said, "My plan consists of 2 parts, the first involving you and Sir Antonio." Upon hearing his name mentioned, the commander of the knights raised his head to meet Rog's gaze. Rog continued, "Your Highness, you must attend the ceremony at Thunder Castle. This will effectively lull Solon into a false sense of security, granting us time and opportunity for our subsequent plans. But Salen's intentions are quite clear. He wishes for me to vanish from this world, much like my brother Ted. Shall I court my own demise? Tyrell questioned skeptically. Certainly not. We cannot sacrifice you for victory, Rog replied, turning his attention to Antonio. This is why I have asked Commander Antonio to accompany you, along with the holy light-wing priests and High Priest Gode, that I understand your intent. Antonio exclaimed, enlightened. You wish to leverage the presence of the knights and the priests, utilizing the prestige and authority of His Holiness the Emperor to safeguard Prince Tyrell. Precisely. The knights and priests represent the Emperor and the entirety of the human empire. Salen must weigh the consequences of forcibly eliminating your highness under their protection. Should he choose to act, the combined forces of the two groups and your highness's escort will sufficiently ensure your safety, and Salen would incur the wrath of the human empire. Rog's words gradually eased the tension in Tyrell's brow, and he smiled approvingly. Excellent. I agree to this plan. I propose we raise a toast to it. Everyone raised their glasses in salute to the prince, after which Tyrell further inquired about the second part of the plan. As for the second part, it shall be entrusted to me, Mr. Murphy, and the two ladies. The four of us will venture to Grey Harbor in the Northern Isle to seek out the ghost pirate captain, Soul of the Sea Jack. Rog gently set down his cup, addressing Tyrell. Only the four of you. Tyrell's brow furrowed in surprise. Are you certain you comprehend the peril you are about to face? Even the holy light-wing priests may not be able to vanquish those undead pirates. You four are woefully outnumbered. This will be a one-way journey. You speak the truth, Rog replied confidently, gazing at Tyrell. To eradicate them would indeed be an arduous battle. I believe it would be easier to confront Salen in a life-or-death struggle. He took a sip from his wooden cup and added, however, Rangers possess unique methods of operation. To many, we may appear as reckless brutes, yet in truth, we prefer to achieve our goals through means other than slaughter. What is your objective? The Titan Prince leaned forward, pressing for answers. You require allies, and that is my aim. Rog stood, addressing Tyrell with earnestness. Imagine if our positions were reversed, and it were Salen who needed to divide his forces rather than you. How would the situation unfold? Jack and his fleet are a bottomless pit, and he has already been bribed by Salen. You may need to pay a king's ransom to win him over. I am uncertain I possess sufficient treasures to sway that fellow. Tyrell cast a skeptical gaze at Rog. With a smile, Rog gently shook the wine cup in his hand and replied, No, 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 your highness. There is no need for you to bear any expense. We shall procure something far more effective than gold to win over our allies. You simply need to set the first part of the plan in motion, making all necessary preparations to ensure absolute success. Very well, Mr. Rog, that it seems I must place my trust in you. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, you have certainly broadened my horizons, and I am inclined to believe we can fulfill your plan. It is a pleasure to collaborate with you. Tyrell raised his wine cup towards Rog. Thank you, your highness. The pleasure is mine. Rog drank deeply from his wooden cup, nodding in salute to the Titan Prince, and then set the cup down, saying, However, your highness, we have lingered long enough that I believe it is time to conclude this banquet. With that, Tyrell stood to bid farewell to the guests, instructing the soldiers to escort them back to the lounge. On the way, Rog quietly approached Tali, whispering, Miss Tali, I trust you wouldn't mind having the lamp spirit assist me with the task. Curiously, Tali looked at Rog and inquired, Of course, what do you wish to do? I hope the lamp spirit can retrieve some items from my home through the dimensional portal, Rog replied with a meaningful smile. Your home? Tali looked at him in astonishment, intrigued by his mention of home. She discreetly glanced at Antonio, then asked softly, I thought you had no home. What is it that you need to retrieve from home? A glimmer of mystery flickered in Rog's eyes as he replied softly. My instrument of crime. Rog is treading a dangerous path, seeking victory amidst peril. Will they successfully execute their plan? Don't forget to click the favorite button to continue following the story. Chapter 65. The Cold Smirk of Storm Ridge, second update. Reflecting on it now still sends a shiver down my spine. The afternoon sun cascaded down into the snow-blanketed valley, its rays reflecting off the white expanse, enveloping the four figures in a dreamlike, ethereal glow. Walking alongside Rog, Tali gazed at him with concern, saying, I have been pondering your bold defiance of Tyrell. It was truly alarming. Had Tyrell genuinely harbored fury and sought to slay you, we would have been utterly powerless to intervene. That if Tyrell truly wished to kill me, it would indicate his collusion with the Dark Sorcerer. Rog replied with a grin as he turned back to Tali that I merely wished to test him, to observe his reaction to so. Have you found the answers you sought? Tali inquired, her curiosity piqued, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. It is evident that if Tyrell indeed harbors a sacred artifact and intends to utilize it to vanquish Solon, he would not risk consenting to my proposal, placing his precious life in the hands of humanity. Rog stated confidently with a smile. Do you believe Antonio and God can truly safeguard Tyrell? Tali asked, her tone tinged with apprehension. The crux of the matter lies with Antonio. God is not a trustworthy individual. Should Antonio manage to maintain control, I am confident they can subdue Solon, but we must act swiftly and cannot afford to delay. Having said this, Rog turned to Murphy and Catherine, calling out, Hey, are you two behind there indulging in sweet nothings? We are not in the prince's garden. There is still much ground to cover. Upon hearing his words, the two exchanged awkward glances before hastily catching up. The fork in the road soon appeared at the mouth of the snowy valley. Rog pulled out a map and pointed to it for Murphy, saying, We now have two paths to choose from. The left leads to Serpent Spirit Valley, marked on the map as the lair of the Serpent Folk. We have already forged too many grudges with the Serpent Folk. It would be wise to avoid that route. The adventurer lowered his gaze to the marked location on the map, pointing towards the mountains on the right. Perhaps this mountain would be a better choice. Rog glanced up at the small path leading to the mountain, which lay peacefully in the sunlight. Appearing serene and tranquil, he pondered for a moment and replied, While you both make valid points, I must confess, I quite dislike the name Storm Ridge. Before he could finish, a surge of blue energy suddenly erupted from the lamp at Tali's waist, revealing the form of the lamp spirit to the group. Do not be so worried. The lamp spirit floated gracefully to Rog's side, gesturing towards the mountain marked on the map. That as far as I know, there are no monsters on Storm Ridge. And the journey is brief. It is the best shortcut. You may be right, but I would still like to hear the opinions of the two ladies. Rog turned his gaze upon Tali and Catherine, who, after whispering to each other, looked up and said, Let us traverse the mountains. We wish to avoid further encounters with the Serpent Folk. Upon hearing this, Rog glanced down at the name Storm Ridge on the map, nodding gently. Very well, since everyone is in agreement, we shall proceed through Storm Ridge. Lamp Spirit, please lead the way. The group turned onto the small path leading up the mountain. The ridge was barren, devoid of any trees save for jagged rocks, and the sunlight bathed them in a tranquil glow, lifting their spirits and making their steps lighter. What delightful weather! I could easily lie in the sun for a good nap. Catherine stretched her arms towards the sun, cheerfully exclaiming to Tali, That does sound lovely. Tali replied with a gentle smile, But I have never experienced such a sensation. Sunlight is a privilege of humans and terrestrial beings that me. It is a luxury and a danger. Have you ever seen a fish dried by the sun on the shore? Catherine paused for a moment, then, linking arms with Tali, laughed. That is different. You are not an ordinary fish. Before she could finish, the bright sunlight was suddenly eclipsed by shadows. The group looked up in astonishment to see a dark cloud blotting out the sky, transforming the previously clear blue into a murky gray, as if the entire world had instantaneously lost its light. What is happening? Tali called out to the three ahead. Do not worry. It is merely passing clouds. The lamp spirit leading the way assured them. Reassured, the group continued along the mountain path, yet the shadows in the sky grew ever darker. Under the shroud of the ominous clouds, Storm Ridge appeared particularly foreboding. The once pristine white snow seemed tainted, emanating a dim glow that lent a grim ambience to the steep terrain. Soon, the sky darkened to a pitch black, akin to midnight, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. That a small owl, sensing the sudden change, poked its head out from Rog's hood, its bright eyes surveying the surroundings. Why has it grown dark so quickly? No one answered. The sudden darkness cast a pall over everyone's spirits. Rog gazed upward at the impenetrable blackness above and turned to Murphy, saying, This situation feels amiss. Perhaps we should not proceed any further. Before he could finish his thought, Catherine suddenly exclaimed, It's snowing. Fluffy snowflakes began to fall around the four, swiftly burying their footprints in the snow. A biting wind howled through the valley, whipping the snow about them, and soon, each person found their hair coated in a thick layer of frost. What is happening? Why has such heavy snow fallen all of a sudden? Rog shouted back to the lamp spirit, who shrugged and replied, Do not panic. Ice Snow Island often experiences such weather. It will pass shortly. Rog glanced back at the path they had traversed, It was now blanketed in a thick layer of snow, making a retreat down the mountain equally fraught with difficulty. After conferring with Murphy, they decided to press on. The snow quickly rose to Rog's waist, and he forged ahead, battling the wind and snow to carve a path. Catherine and Tolly followed closely behind, moving slowly, while Murphy brought up the rear, ensuring the two ladies did not slip and tumble off the cliff. I will scout ahead to find a sheltered spot from the storm. The lamp spirit called out to Rog before soaring upward above the thick snow towards the mountain peak. Rog turned to see Tolly and Catherine supporting each other and shouted, "Hang in there. We are nearing the summit. We can clear a patch of ground there for the lamp spirit to conjure a tent and start a fire. We shall wait until the blizzard abates before proceeding." However, the howling winds showed no signs of relenting. The fierce gusts roared past their ears, rendering their voices inaudible amidst the cacophony of the storm. They could only lower their heads and press on through the swirling snow. Suddenly, the little owl, hidden within Rog's hood, poked its head out, its vigilant eyes gazing up the slope. Despite the howling wind nearly deafening them, Lilith sensed something unusual in the air. Do you hear that sound? Are you listening? The little creature exclaimed, hopping closer to Rog as he aired her words. Rog looked up, frowning as he strained to catch the distant rumble that echoed in his ears. What is happening? Why have we stopped? As Tolly walked behind him, she looked up in astonishment at Rog, whose face, adorned with ice-crusted hair and beard, bore a noticeable hint of unease, an expression rarely seen on his countenance. This rare flicker of trepidation caused Tolly's heart to sink. "This is bad," Rog muttered ominously. Tolly, taken aback, heard him call out, "Little one, hide back under your hat. Everyone, grasp the hands of those beside you." With that, he firmly grasped Tolly's hand. Before Tolly and the others could comprehend what was happening, a thunderous roar descended from above, and an avalanche of snow cascaded down from the mountain slope above them. Accompanied by the earth's violent tremors, the vast snowstorm surged upwards in a cloud of white mist, engulfing everything in a boundless sea of white. The ground shook violently amidst the thunderous din, but soon fell silent, leaving only the relentless howling of the wind and snow. Chapter 66. Survivors of the Avalanche. First update. As dawn gradually broke, the heavy clouds began to disperse, and the wind and snow diminished, leaving only a few stray snowflakes drifting lazily. The storm ridge lay in profound silence, as if the recent avalanche had never occurred. Rog, with his left hand clad in silver metal gauntlets, plunged the sharp blade protruding from his fingertips deep into the mountainside. Behind him, Tolly clung tightly to his body, both suspended on the steep rock face by the strength of the metal gauntlet. "Are you all right?" Rog inquired softly, glancing down at Tolly. "I'm fine, but Murphy and Catherine." Tolly's voice trailed off. Worry etched on her face as she glanced down, realizing the two had been swept away by the snow wave. "We don't have time to worry about them now. We must focus on saving ourselves." Rog called out to the hooded figure behind him. "Lilith, are you there?" The little owl offered no response. Rog looked up helplessly. The cliff loomed just a few meters above them. Yet the smooth rock surface provided no foothold, making it difficult to climb. "Fortunately, I came prepared," Rog remarked to himself, retrieving his long sword from behind and embedding its blade into the rock wall. Once assured of its stability, he grasped the hilt with his right hand and withdrew the claw blades of his left, pointing them skyward. The 5 sharp blades flew upward from his fingertips. They flitted around the rock face above him, incessantly striking the surface, carving deep indentations into the smooth stone until they reached the edge of the cliff overhead. Seeing this, Rog extended the claw blades downward. They spiraled back, creating a dazzling display of light around Tolly, leaving numerous indentations on the rock wall. Rog retracted the 5 blades into his gauntlet and turned to Tolly, saying, "Come on, step onto those grooves and climb up. I will protect you." With the mermaid staff upon her back, Tolly cautiously ascended the grooves while Rog steadied her, watching as she gradually reached above him. He drew his long sword and hung it at his waist, following her as they moved steadily toward the cliff's summit. After a strenuous climb, Tolly, breathless, sat on the narrow mountain path, finally exhaling in relief. She turned to Rog, her gaze falling upon the claw blades on his left hand, and asked, "What are those?" "They look like some sort of magical weapon. One could say that," Rog replied, flexing his left fingers, the gleaming metal gauntlet emanating a glimmer of cold light. "These are my spoils. One from a casino, crafted by a dark sorcerer." He smiled slightly, his gaze drifting past Tali, and suddenly, the 5 blades shot from the gauntlet, zooming toward Tali, embedding themselves into the wall beside her. Tali gasped in surprise. "Oh, my apologies. I haven't used it in a while. I'm not quite accustomed to its control." Rog retracted his fingers, the blades whistling back to his fingertips, and offered Tali an apologetic smile, saying, "But fret not. This contraption follows my thoughts precisely. It won't miss its mark and harm anyone. If that's the case, your earlier action could be seen as deliberate." Tali feigned annoyance as she looked back at him. Rog, smiling sheepishly, replied, "That was merely a jest. I hope you don't take it to heart." Rising from the ground, he removed his cloak to check the hood, only to find the little owl absent, which stirred concern in Rog. He donned the cloak again and turned to gaze down the cliff, furrowing his brow to at that moment. The mountainside began to tremble violently. Rog and Tali instinctively looked upward, spotting a massive snowball hurtling down, accompanied by a roaring wave of snow rushing towards them. Realizing the imminent danger, Rog leaped, tackling Tali to the ground, his left metal gauntlet revealing its blade as it plunged into the earth. While the rushing snow swept past them, when the earth finally settled, the halfway cliff was buried beneath snow, and the colossal snowball had rolled down, leaving a wide path in its wake. That a moment later, a blue figure floated down from the mountaintop, landing on the snow-covered cliff. After scanning the surroundings for a brief moment, it peered down the slope, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, 5 glimmering blades shot out from the snow, racing towards the blue figure. Hearing the whistling wind, the figure turned sharply, extending its hands to unleash a wave of energy. Deflecting the incoming blades, the metallic hand emerged from the snow, and Rog promptly dug himself out. Summoning the blades back to him, he turned to Tali, who had just emerged from the snow, exclaiming, "Hey, look who we found." Tali's eyes lit up as she recognized the blue figure, exclaiming, "The lamp spirit." The lamp spirit paused momentarily upon seeing them before gracefully approaching, extending its large hand to Tali, saying, "I finally found you. It brings me great joy to see you both safe." It helped Tali out of the snow. And Rog emerged as well, exchanging glances with Tali, whose cheeks flushed slightly. She averted her gaze, turning to the lamp spirit to ask, "What on earth happened? Why have the avalanches been occurring so frequently?" This area is indeed prone to avalanches, but today's occurrences are rather excessive," the lamp spirit lamented, spreading its hands. "That I believe we've simply had a stroke of bad luck. Consecutive avalanches are quite rare." "At least we are still alive," Rog remarked, glancing at the snow path left by the snowball. Turning to Tali, "But this place isn't safe. Who knows when it may collapse again? We should head down into the valley and search for Murphy, Catherine, and Lilith." "That it sounds like my status is not even as good as the foolish girl." Rog's words were cut short by a grumbling voice at his ear. He turned to see the little owl flapping its wings onto his shoulder, exclaiming in delight, "Oh, little one, I thought you had perished. You never expect good fortune to fall upon me." The little owl shot back, "But our luck has turned. I found the foolish girl and the skinny scorpion down the mountain. They haven't broken any limbs, and they're still breathing. Hearing your good news makes me even more worried about them." Rog raised his eyebrows and turned to the lamp spirit, saying, "Come on, lamp spirit, lead us down to the valley. We must find our companions and resume our journey." The lamp spirit complied, transforming into a swirl of blue mist as Rog and Tali ascended into the clouds, floating down towards the valley, guided by the little owl. They soon arrived at the location where Murphy and Catherine were last seen. However, to their astonishment, the area was deserted. Rog and Tali exchanged bewildered glances, calling out their names, but received no reply. Tali turned to the little owl, asking, "Were they here? Why is no one around? When I left, they said they would wait for my return." The little owl replied innocently. Lilith was right. Rog crouched in the mist, peering down at the traces in the snow. They indeed waited here. There are footprints from Catherine standing still and Murphy pacing back and forth, but they subsequently ventured deeper into the valley. "They went inside?" Tali asked in surprise. Rog sniffed the air nearby, detecting a peculiar metallic scent of blood, which immediately tightened his brow. He instructed the lamp spirit to follow the scent's direction, and as the smell grew stronger, a lifeless serpent man's body appeared before them. Rog landed beside the corpse, bending down to examine the wounds. Noticing a distinct bullet hole in the head, he used the blade on his left arm's gauntlet to cut open the wound, extracting a blood-stained silver bullet from within. "It seems we have found our answer." Rogue cradled the silver bullet in his palm, muttering to himself. Before his words could dissipate, a volley of gunfire echoed from the nearby valley. Upon hearing the joyous news of the little owl, I too began to worry for them. Will the group reunite safely? Remember to click the bookmark button to stay updated. Chapter 67. The Eyes of Fear, Part 2. Hurry. They are just ahead. Find them, Rogue shouted to the lamp spirit as he leaped onto the floating cloud. The lamp spirit soared swiftly, soon revealing the lifeless bodies of serpent men strewn along the path. Rogue and Tali anxiously gazed ahead, spotting a large congregation of serpent men densely clustered at the mouth of a canyon on the right side of the valley. It seems Murphy and Catherine have entered the canyon, Rogue remarked, a sense of suspicion creeping over him as he observed the snake swarm. But why haven't these serpent men followed them in? Let us go and see, Tali suggested, pointing toward the canyon. The lamp spirit glided closely along the mountainside, bypassing the serpent men and entering the canyon. Rogue and Tali scanned the quiet canyon for any sign of Murphy and Catherine, discovering bizarre serpent-shaped statues standing ominously, with mysterious runes and patterns painted upon the cliff walls, yet not a single serpent man in sight. Suddenly, a broad circular clearing appeared before them, and Rogue's eyes widened as a colossal female serpent statue came into view. Seemingly carved from the very mountainside, its 4 arms outstretched towards the sky, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. What an enormous statue! Did the serpent men construct this? Tali exclaimed in awe. Rogue nodded silently. Yet an ominous premonition stirred within him as he silently pondered. What kind of serpent woman would warrant such a grand statue? Before he could contemplate further, Tali suddenly pointed to the ground ahead, exclaiming, "Look, they are over there." Rogue glanced down to see Murphy and Catherine standing not far from the statue. Gazing up at the giant serpent figure, he hastily urged the lamp spirit to descend. When abruptly, a red beam of light shot down from above, sweeping across the earth. What is that? Tali and Rogue squinted towards the statue, their eyes momentarily blinded by the crimson light, and witnessed the serpent woman's eyes flickering with the last vestige of red before fading into nothingness. I don't know, but I sense it bodes ill. Rogue exchanged a concerned glance with Tali and instructed the lamp spirit. Quickly, descend. We must retrieve them and leave this place. The floating cloud landed swiftly, and Rogue jumped down, calling out as he approached, "Murphy, Catherine, are you all right? Hurry over, we need to." Before he could finish, Murphy and Catherine abruptly turned towards him, causing Rogue to instinctively halt in his tracks. He noticed the same red glow in their eyes as that of the giant serpent statue, their faces contorted with malevolence. Before Rogue could react, Murphy lunged forward, swinging his blade at him. Rogue swiftly evaded the strike, seizing Murphy's arm and hurling him away. The adventurer rolled on the ground but sprang to his feet, only to find Rogue darting past him like lightning, landing a punch to his chin that sent him crashing back down. As Rogue regained his footing, he heard a rush of wind behind him that he spun around, slashing his left hand outward, causing several silver bullets to ricochet off the clod's surface, sending sparks flying. Rogue turned to see Catherine aiming her weapon at him, when suddenly, a torrent of water surged from the side and knocked her to the ground. "Lilith, assist Tali," Rogue shouted as he grasped the blade that Murphy had swung at him. The little owl atop his hat flapped its wings and flew towards Catherine, while Rogue quickly stepped back 5 meters. "Time to awaken, Murphy," Rogue bellowed, pointing at him. The adventurer gritted his teeth in rage and charged forward once more. "Since you refuse to heed my warnings, do not blame me for what happens next." Rogue unsheathed his sword with his right hand, extending his left fingers as 5 blades connected, flying towards Murphy. Murphy swung his blade to block, but the barrage of blades struck his weapon in rapid succession. As he deflected them, Rogue, like a gust of wind, closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch to Murphy's chest. The adventurer, unable to comprehend Rogue's swift movements, was sent flying once again, crashing heavily to the ground. Rogue beckoned back the 5 blades, pointing their razor edges at Murphy, stating, "Had it been anyone else, you would have perished just now." Rogue's taunting words intensified the red glow in Murphy's eyes, rising from the ground. Murphy glared at Rogue with seething hatred, launching his curved blade towards him in a silver arc. Rogue deflected Murphy's blade with his sword, but Murphy had already lunged at him, thrusting the stinger that had burst forth from the hilt of his sword towards Rogue's heart. In a split second, Rogue's left claw gripped the hilt tightly, halting the stinger mere millimeters from its target. He discarded his silver sword, delivering a staggering punch to Murphy that sent him reeling. then seized the hilt, gripping Murphy by the neck and fixing his gaze upon him. "It is time to end this, brother," Rogue declared, his eyes locked onto Murphy's in contrast to the intense hatred and fury reflected in Murphy's red eyes. A faint green light flickered in Rogue's gaze. Seconds passed, and the red glow in Murphy's eyes gradually succumbed to the green light, his agitation subsiding as his complexion paled, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his pupils dilating, and his body trembling violently. Suddenly, the light in Rogue's eyes vanished, and he released Murphy, who collapsed to the ground, quaking in terror, his face a mask of fear as if an unknown dread had taken hold of his heart. "It seems bringing the talisman was the right choice," Rogue murmured, glancing at the wolf-eye pendant hanging from his chest. "It has been quite some time since I last saw my teacher. He bestowed this talisman upon me 5 years ago." He picked up his silver sword from the ground and turned towards Tali and Lilith, who were tending to Catherine, the girl now hypnotized by Lilith, lying peacefully on the ground. As Rogue approached Tali, cradling the transformed little owl, he noticed the giant serpent statue rumbling ominously, a massive stone door slowly creaking open, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes lurking in the darkness beyond. Rogue and Tali turned to see a tall female serpent emerging from the doorway, her radiant red eyes fixed upon them. Unlike the typical serpent woman with an exposed upper body, this one was adorned with glimmering scales resembling red crystals, a translucent crystal crown atop her head, and long, dark red hair cascading down to her waist, exuding an air of nobility and allure. The serpent woman halted a short distance from them, her gaze sweeping over the prostrate Catherine before settling on Rogue's face, a wicked smile curling at the corners of her crimson lips. Seeing this, Rogue stepped forward, fixing his gaze on her crown, and inquired, "Ah, my dear, I hope you are not here to fight. Perhaps we could have a conversation instead. How shall I address you? Your Highness? Or perhaps, Your Majesty?" Upon hearing the last title, the serpent woman smiled seductively, her eyes locking onto Rogue's. Rogue, entranced, continued to approach, his pupils seemingly tinged with red. Behind Rogue, Tali sensed an unsettling anomaly emanating from the serpent woman, a powerful psychic force attempting to breach her magical barrier, assaulting her mind. "Danger!" Tali raised her staff, attempting to strike at the serpent woman, but was overwhelmed by the tidal wave of magic, her focus shattered by chaotic voices echoing in her ears. Visions of confusion flooding her mind, forcing her to close her eyes and concentrate her strength to resist the magical onslaught. Meanwhile, Catherine curled up on the ground, eyes tightly shut, emitting terrified cries, while not far away, Murphy clutched his head, howling in agony to "I am your nightmare, an inescapable torment." The serpent woman purred, gazing into Rogue's now crimson eyes with a beguiling voice. "That serpent is utterly pathetic." The little owl perched on Rogue's shoulder scoffed. The serpent woman glanced at her in surprise, but before she could comprehend the situation, the eyes of the wolf-eye pendant on Rogue's chest suddenly blazed with brilliant green light, causing the red glow in Rogue's eyes to instantly transform into a chilling emerald hue. Clashing with the serpent woman's crimson gaze, the serpent woman felt a strange magic strike her chest like a hammer, causing her to stagger backward. Seizing the opportunity, Rogue revealed his left claw, the glimmering blade aimed directly at her heart. The serpent woman retreated hastily, the sharp edge grazing her chest, but the tip of the blade pierced her abdomen. A series of metallic clangs rang out as the serpent woman's gleaming scales deflected the blades. A triumphant smirk danced on the serpent woman's lips as she flicked her tail, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp scales at Rogue. However, he swiftly evaded, his figure blurring as he darted from his original position, leaving the flying scales to miss their target entirely. The serpent woman, startled, glanced around, only to hear Rogue's deep voice resonating from behind her. "The nightmare ends here, demon." She abruptly turned her head, only to find 5 suspended blades encircling her skull, poised to cleave her head in twain at any moment. "You cannot kill me." The serpent woman gazed at Rogue, who stood behind her, and said with a significant tone, "Give me a reason not to slay you." Rogue delicately moved a finger, and the 5 blades immediately drew closer to the serpent woman's face, their icy gleam casting a pallor upon her visage. "If I were to perish, the Titan Prince must accompany me to the grave," the serpent woman stated, unwavering, as she locked her gaze onto Rogue. "What did you say?" The serpent woman's final words momentarily dissipated the murderous intent flickering in Rogue's eyes, and he coldly scrutinized her alluring face as she continued. "You heard me correctly. The Titan Prince Tyrell is hanging by a thread. What do you mean by that? Rog inquired with a suspicious glare directed at the serpent woman. She cast a sidelong glance at the blades surrounding her and remarked, "If you wish to converse about this matter, it would be prudent to release me. This is hardly a conducive environment for discussion. Why should I trust you?" Rog coldly demanded, his gaze fixed upon her eyes. "Because there is no reason for you to doubt me. Our earlier encounter has already clarified the situation." The serpent woman offered a slight smile, casually spreading her hands that I am not your adversary. Although I am unaware of how you unraveled my enchantments, I have exerted my utmost effort. From this perspective, you have indeed spoken a truth. Rog nodded confidently, beckoning the 5 floating blades back to him. He lightly tapped the pendant at his chest with the tip of one blade and stated, "Your magical prowess may be formidable, but the one who bestowed this magical talisman upon me possesses a strength surpassing yours. It will shield me and certain mischievous companions from your nefarious sorcery." He observed the serpent woman's face, which exhibited a mixture of bewilderment and curiosity, and added, "However, I shall not divulge his name. Let us return to the matter at hand. Tell me, what did you mean when you claimed Tyrell is in peril?" Before the words could fully escape his lips, a contingent of tall, robust, fully armed serpent soldiers emerged from the stone door behind the serpent woman. Surrounding the 4 of them, Rog cast a frigid glance at them before returning his focus to the serpent woman. The serpent woman silently surveyed the soldiers around her, a flicker of coldness passing through her eyes as she commanded in a chilling tone, "Stand down. Who permitted your emergence?" Upon hearing the order, the serpent soldiers bowed their heads in reverence and retreated towards the stone door. Suddenly, a gleaming curved blade hurtled toward Rog from behind, striking one of the serpent soldiers in the head. The soldier cried out in agony, blood spraying forth as he collapsed to the ground. The serpent woman's piercing gaze shot past Rog's shoulder, locking onto Murphy, who, freed from the grip of the mind control spell, approached with a knife sheath gripped tightly in his hand. Observing this, the surrounding serpent soldiers pivoted, several of them raising their weapons and charging menacingly at Murphy. Tolly, clutching Catherine, witnessed the unfolding scene and forcefully struck her staff against the ground, causing a flurry of water droplets to disperse from its vicinity. The serpent soldiers struck by the droplets were instantly riddled with gaping wounds, collapsing in agonized cries. One nearby serpent soldier shrieked, brandishing a long knife and lunging at Tolly, only to be met with Catherine, who had already drawn her silver pistol, raising it to fire a shot that pierced through his skull. The resounding gunfire alarmed more serpent soldiers, who surged forth from the cave, brandishing long knives as they advanced upon the 4. Murderous intent began to surface in Rog's eyes as he prepared to act, only to be interrupted by the serpent woman's thunderous command, "Cease at once." At her command, the surrounding serpent soldiers simultaneously lowered their weapons and turned to face her, while Murphy and Catherine continued their assault, stingers and silver bullets flying toward the serpent soldiers' heads, with 2 sharp cracks. A swift blade deflected the silver bullet Catherine had fired, while another blade swatted away the stinger from Murphy's knife sheath. Rog's voice, firm and commanding, reverberated in their ears. "Enough. Do not continue." The scene fell into a profound silence, all present frozen in place, save for Rog and the serpent woman, who silently met each other's gaze. From the serpent woman's eyes, Rog discerned a glimmer of appreciation as she softly commanded, "Return, and take the bodies with you." The serpent soldiers respectfully bowed their heads, lifting the corpses of their fallen comrades and retreating back into the stone door. "I apologize. This is a misunderstanding." Rog turned to Murphy, whose anger still simmered, casting a meaningful glance before addressing the serpent woman. "I should be the one to apologize. Thankfully, it is all in the past. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ikaru, the Serpent Queen. Welcome to my palace," she said, surveying the hostile expressions on the faces of those present with a calm demeanor. "Serpent Queen, you are the supreme monarch of the serpent race?" Rog scrutinized her appearance once more, sensing an aura of authority that distinctly set her apart from ordinary serpent lords. "Indeed, just as your kind has its holy emperor," the Serpent Queen replied, a hint of arrogance crossing her smile. "I am not unfamiliar with you. I know whence you come and can surmise where you are headed. However, I must caution you. Your adversaries are swifter than you realize." "Who do you mean by adversaries?" Rog inquired cautiously. The Serpent Queen's expression grew grave as she spoke solemnly. "Last night, a dark sorcerer named Bloodhand William invaded here, absconding with a vial of poison from my palace. The name startled those present. And Rog pressed further. What does he intend to do? That vial contains the most potent poison in this realm, capable of slaying even a Titan giant. No other toxin can inflict harm upon their immense form. The Serpent Queen stated darkly. That fiend wishes to poison Tyrell. Tali exclaimed in shock. Why are you revealing this to us? Rog asked, maintaining his composure as he scrutinized the Serpent Queen. Because I am loath to grant my precious serpent venom to that scoundrel. The Queen replied, her voice laced with hatred. He brazenly attacked my palace under the guise of his formidable dark magic, coercing me to surrender my serpent venom. So, you share this information with me in hopes that I will thwart William's schemes. Rog remarked with a cold laugh of realization. Precisely. The enemy of my enemy is my ally, and I believe you are deserving of my trust. The Serpent Queen extended a snow-white arm towards Rog, her meaning laden with implication. But how could you know so much about us? Rog remained unmoved by her overture, still filled with skepticism that it's quite simple. The Queen's serpent tail swayed gracefully as she approached him, her hand gently resting on his shoulder as she added with a knowing smile, because you killed one of my subordinates, a serpent matriarch, along with her daughter. Are you referring to that serpent clan from Hot Springs Valley? Upon hearing the Queen's words, Rog immediately became alert, and the three behind him perked up their ears. Indeed, it was that incident that led me to discover your existence, and I have been dispatching individuals to gather information about you. Had you not fortuitously arrived here, I would have sent someone to summon you. The Serpent Queen smiled at the group, then abruptly shifted her tone. However, even so, you are not my enemies, on the contrary. I owe you my gratitude for alleviating many troubles for me. She withdrew her hand from Rog and resumed a somber expression, saying, the matriarch Saluka and her daughter have long opposed me. And not long ago, they openly rebelled and escaped to the southern Hot Springs Valley, preparing to contest my authority. Had it not been for the Titan giants clashing on the battlefield, I would have already sent forces to eradicate that traitor. When I learned that you had severed her head along with her precious daughter S, I was utterly elated. Do you understand my sentiments, Hunter? The Queen paused beside Rog, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. It is an honor to assist you. It appears we can indeed find mutual benefit in this, Rog said, his anxiety alleviated. What did William say when he took the poison? He entrusted the poison to 4 of his subordinates, instructing them to deliver it. I suspect it is bound for Thunderhold. Everyone knows that the Titan's second prince, Solon, is preparing for his ascension ceremony, and his nemesis, the 3rd Prince Tyrell, is also set to attend. The Queen explained that we must find a way to thwart them. Rog turned to Murphy and Tali, declaring, at the very least, someone must hasten to Thunderhold and warn Antonio to be wary of Solon's covert machinations. Leave this matter to me. If I can catch up to those individuals, I will deal with them directly. Murphy glared at the Queen, still simmering with anger. Do not rush. I have something to provide you. Follow me. The Queen interrupted their conversation, turning gracefully with her serpentine waist as she strode towards the stone door. Passing through the straight corridor beyond the threshold, the entourage followed the Queen up a spiraling serpentine ramp. Flanked by countless armored serpent soldiers, their predatory gazes fixed upon the group. Upon reaching the expansive hall at the summit of the cavern, they were greeted by a group of serpent women adorned with peculiar headdresses. The Queen introduced these high-ranking serpent witches to Rog, and then led them into the hall, where they took their seats upon a stone dais. At the Queen's behest, one of the witches retrieved a crystal vial intricately carved with serpentine designs from the storeroom and presented it to Rog. The Queen informed him, this is the antidote to the precious serpent venom. If taken within 24 hours of poisoning, it has the power to resurrect. Rog accepted the antidote with gratitude, and the Queen further presented him with a golden serpent scale, stating, this is the scale of my identity. Wear it, and no serpent folk shall dare to obstruct you. Rog took the golden scale and entrusted the antidote and the scale to Murphy, instructing him to hasten to Thunder Fortress. Contact Antonio and collaborate to ensure Tyrell's safety. Murphy bid farewell to the group and departed in haste. As for you, where do you intend to go next? After Murphy's departure, the Serpent Queen turned to Rog and inquired. We are heading to Greyport to meet Soul of the Sea Jack, Rog replied candidly. The Queen nodded with a knowing smile, saying, I suspected as much. Captain Jack is currently the focal point of contention. Whosoever can secure the aid of his ghostly crew of pirates will possess a significant advantage. Though winning his loyalty is no easy feat, might your majesty have suggestions for us? Rog discerned the Queen's implications and leaned in to ask softly. The queen smiled enigmatically, rising to approach a stone pedestal on the left side of the hall. Her delicate hand brushed lightly across its surface, and amidst a crimson glow, a floating blood-red crystal orb materialized upon the pedestal. Rog and the others gathered around, and the queen beckoned Rog forward. Pointing at the orb as she said, "Place your hand upon it, and it shall reveal many truths you seek." Rog contemplated the orb for a moment before placing his hand upon its surface. And in an instant, the red light enveloped him. As his vision gradually sharpened, Rog found himself on a small island, with a warship quietly anchored beside it, the black and white skull flag fluttering from its mast capturing his attention. Suddenly, raucous laughter erupted behind him, and he turned to see a ragged band of pirates clambering out of the jungle. Abruptly, a streak of black lightning flashed across the sky, darkening the atmosphere, as a pair of malevolent eyes glimmered through the clouds above, shrouding the surroundings in utter darkness, while the pirates' screams echoed relentlessly in Rog's ears. "What is happening?" Rog's brow furrowed in alarm, when suddenly, a flash of light revealed a ghastly, translucent visage lunging towards him, brandishing a blade that struck down upon his head. "Greetings, dear readers, and welcome to July. Here is the first chapter of the month. May your reading be enjoyable. New friends, do not forget to click the favorite button to show your support." Chapter 69, The Ghostly Cannonade Startled by the Sudden Assault. Rog stumbled back a step, only to find himself abruptly returned to the grand hall of the Serpent Queen. "What was that?" he asked the queen in astonishment. That was the ordeal faced by Jack and his crew of pirates. The very reason they became undead, and it is the only leverage you have to negotiate with them. The Serpent Queen replied, her gaze laden with meaning. "That I saw a pair of wicked eyes in the sky above that island." "Where is it? What lies upon it?" Rog pressed on, his curiosity insatiable. The queen gently shook her head, stating, "I only know that the island is located north of Greyport. Jack knows its precise location, and what is concealed there is a nightmare." Rog scrutinized the queen's expression, sensing an unspoken fear, as if the hidden terror on that island could traverse the seas to confront her, exacting dreadful retribution for revealing her identity. "I understand your meaning. Whatever it is, I will seek to uncover the truth myself." Rog nodded gravely, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your assistance, your majesty. We shall take our leave." The queen watched their departing figures, turning her gaze back to the crystal orb, murmuring, "You may indeed be formidable, yet you remain unaware of what awaits you. I wish you luck, dear demon hunter." Upon departing the Serpent Queen's palace, Tali summoned the lamp spirit once more, transforming him into a cloud to carry the three of them aloft, soaring over Storm Peak towards the lair of the ghostly pirates in Greyport. Along the way, Tali used her magic to mend Catherine's scrapes, conversing as she healed. "I didn't have the chance to check Murphy's injuries earlier. It seemed you two were quite engaged in battle, and he must have taken quite a beating. Do not worry. I did not go too hard on him. After all, I owe him a favor." Rog replied with a grin, glancing at Catherine, who sat quietly before Tali, remarking, "Miss Assassin appears to be unharmed. Tali and Lilith are ever so gentle. I actually wanted to take a bite out of the silly girl." Chirped the little owl perched on Rog's shoulder. "Die in your eyes. There is nothing that cannot be eaten." Rog chuckled, gently patting her head. By the way, is it truly all right for Mr. Murphy to pursue Bloodend Williams' minions alone?" Catherine asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Tali lifted her head at this, echoing Rog's thoughts. "I too worry about this matter. After all, there are 4 of them, and we do not know where William himself is. Should they conspire against Murphy, his situation could become perilous." Rog nodded silently, a hint of unease shadowing his features. That he sighed softly. "You are both correct, but we have no alternative. Placing our faith in Murphy is our sole option. He is a trustworthy ally, and I believe he will manage. I believe so too," Lilith exclaimed, leaping from Rog's shoulder and flapping her wings. "A lean mouse without meat is more likely to survive. This is what the little mice in the forest told me." Rog and the 2 ladies turned to look at her, and Rog smirked. "So that's why you always catch the fat mice in the forest, right? You little bird are quite cunning, having raised a whole flock of traitors." "What is cunning? It sounds delicious," the little fluffball replied innocently, her big eyes wide with curiosity. A diligent little bird who fills her belly with skill. I shall go catch a cunning to taste one day." "Very well, I hope you succeed." Rog stifled a laugh and winked at Tali and Catherine, both ladies sharing a knowing smile. Suddenly, Rog stretched his neck, furrowing his brow as he gazed northward, The two girls followed his gaze to see a magnificent fortress appearing at the foot of Storm Peak. It seems we have arrived. That should be Tyrell's last frontier stronghold near Greyport. Let us rest there for a while before venturing into Greyport to meet those old ghosts after nightfall. Rog declared as he stood, gazing at the fortress. Must we truly go at midnight? Catherine asked anxiously. To the domain of ghosts at the witching hour? Of course, my dear. If we were to go in broad daylight, no one would pay us any heed. Those old ghosts are all fast asleep during the day, Rog teased, gently flicking the little owl, who was preening her feathers, just like certain lazy little birds. Before he could finish, Lilith abruptly turned her head and pecked fiercely at his finger. Rog yelped and withdrew his hand, glancing back at the fierce little owl, shrugging and muttering, "These days, even little birds are not to be trifled with." The cloud formed by the lamp spirit soon descended upon the plaza of the outpost, where Rog and the others were led by the patrolling soldiers to meet the Titan commander within the stronghold. The giant general had already received orders from above and was well prepared for Rog and his companions' arrival, inviting them directly to the lounge for a meal. After dining, as dusk fell outside, Rog and the others made their way to the Titan General's command room, inquiring about the conditions within Greyport. Speaking of Greyport, it once served as a vital waterway connecting the kingdom of Atis to the continent and the ice island, where vessels from the Uraland continent would dock. A place of great prosperity, the general unfolded a large map of Greyport before Rog. However, since the kingdom of Atis sank beneath the waves, Greyport has become a lawless land, gradually transforming into a paradise for pirates. After years of conflict and strife, it ultimately fell into Jack's hands. As he spoke, the Titan general furrowed his brows, saying, subsequently, some malevolent force ensnared Jack and his fleet, transforming them into undead spirits, and thus Greyport became a cursed place, devoid of light, inhabited solely by ghosts and wicked monsters. He cast a meaningful glance at the three individuals, his tone grave as he remarked, "It is said that even during daylight, the region of Grey Harbor remains shrouded in perpetual darkness, enveloped in a heavy gloom, and even our Titan clan tends to avoid that place. Though I find myself somewhat regretful. This task is truly vexing. Perhaps I should consider swapping jobs with Antonio." Rog turned back, offering a self-deprecating smile to Tali and Catherine. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tremendous noise erupted from outside the room, causing the very ground to shake violently, and Rog and the others stumbled, collapsing onto the table of the Titan giant. Before they could rise, a giant soldier burst into the room, exclaiming, "General, we are under fire from a ghost ship. Activate the defensive array to repel their assault," the Titan general commanded in a booming voice. Instantly, the Titan soldiers sprang into action, activating the 6 magical stone pillars distributed across the outpost square. Each pillar shimmered with runes of varying colors and shapes, their magical light converging through the runic slots in the ground towards the center. A brilliant beam of light shot skyward, expanding into a parasol-shaped magical barrier above the outpost. A massive fireball, glimmering in the night, struck the surface of the magical barrier, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks. "Fortunately, we were prepared," said the Titan general, gazing up at the fireball halted by the magical barrier with a sense of relief. "Those pirates actually possess cannons?" Rog, perched upon the general's shoulder, asked in astonishment, watching the fireball descend. "To my knowledge, the dwarves have only recently developed such weaponry and have yet to deploy it in actual combat." "Jack's ghost ship's cannons are not dwarven artillery," the Titan general replied, his gaze fixed upon the night sky illuminated by the explosion's glow. "His ghost ship carries 10 colossal cannons, and what they launch are not merely cannonballs but rather phantoms." "Phantoms?" Rog, Catherine, and Tali exclaimed in unison. "Indeed, we remain unaware of how he accomplishes this. They transform souls into enormous luminous orbs, launching them at their targets, soaring through the air like blazing fireballs, possessing immense destructive power." Before the general could elaborate further, a gigantic sphere radiating white light plummeted from the sky, piercing through the magical barrier and crashing down into the square's magical array, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that toppled the supporting stone pillars. The once formidable magical barrier dissipated, and several fireballs followed suit, striking the outpost structures, causing towering halls to collapse in violent explosions, sending Titan soldiers scattering in panic. "What was that just landed in the square?" Tali inquired, astonished, turning to the Titan general. Before he could respond, a A massive white skeleton sprang forth from the newly formed crater in the square, lunging toward the Titan soldiers arrayed before the command hall. "Eliminate that creature," the Titan general ordered, unsheathing his colossal sword, as the Titan soldiers brandished their great spears and swords, charging at the monstrosity. The creature, thrashing its enormous head and fish-like tail, engaged the Titan giants in fierce combat. Rog, observing the white skeleton from the general's shoulder, heard Tali beside him exclaim, "I believe that must be the skeleton of a blue whale. How could they possibly launch such a colossal creature from the sea to here?" "Look, something else is coming." Catherine suddenly pointed at the sky, exclaiming. Rog looked up to witness another glowing white orb hurtling towards them from the northern horizon, flanked by two blazing fireballs, illuminating the sky with its radiant glow. Realizing the trajectory of the descending spheres, Rog clenched his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, they are coming straight for us. Hello, dear friends. Haha. Captain Jack is unleashing his grand stratagem. You Titan giants are in for quite a blast." Ahem, the concept of ghost cannons is utterly nonsensical. The pirate captain seems to be wielding extraordinary powers. How will old Rog and the Titans cope? Don't forget to click the bookmark button to follow the unfolding battle. Chapter 70. The Whales of Grey Harbor. 3 colossal orbs descended from the heavens. Crashing at the entrance of the command hall. Two fireballs shattered the massive stone pillars on either side of the porch, blasting holes in the walls beside the grand entrance, while the white, glowing orb struck the staircase before the door. Under the protection of the Titan general, Rog and the others narrowly avoided the impact of the 3 orbs, turning to behold the devastation at the entrance. The orb radiating white light unfurled, morphing into a grotesque, insect-like skeleton that lunged at the Titans. "Ensure your own safety. Leave this to us." The Titan general placed Rog and the others down, drawing his colossal sword as he charged with the soldiers toward the skeletal monstrosity. Despite the Titan's overwhelming numbers, the creature advanced rather than retreated, leaping into the air and ensnaring a Titan in its grasp. Several Titans rushed forward, hacking at the creature's bones with their blades, severing its razor-sharp appendages. With a roar, the creature sank its sharp fangs deep into a Titan's shoulder, eliciting a pained cry as the Titan struggled to break free, hurling the creature towards the grand staircase ahead. The creature curled into a ball of bones mid-air, crashing onto the staircase, then unfurling again, bearing its bloodied maw menacingly at the Titan soldiers. Suddenly, the Titan general lunged from the side, his great sword cleaving the creature's head from its body. To his astonishment, the decapitated monster did not perish. Instead, it turned to claw at the Titan general, who deftly sidestepped and stomped the creature into the ground, cleaving another segment of its spine with his sword. Yet the creature persisted, its spiked tail thrashing toward the general. The general parried the tail's strike with his sword, and the surrounding Titan soldiers seized the opportunity, swarming the creature and hacking at it relentlessly until it was reduced to a pile of bone fragments, finally ceasing its movements. Meanwhile, the Titan soldiers battling in the center of the square had also managed to bring down the blue whale skeleton, its bones scattering across the square, mingling with the blood of the Titan soldiers and remnants of their weapons. Alongside debris from the collapsed buildings, leaving the entire outpost in utter disarray, their assault appeared to have temporarily subsided. The Titan general turned to face Rog and the others, crouching down to address them. "But they will not relent. This is merely the first wave. You must depart immediately while we still have time before the next volley of ghostly cannonballs arrives. I believe that is sound advice," Rog replied, glancing back at his companions. He then raised his gaze to the Titan general, expressing, "Thank you, General, and I wish you all the best. May the same blessings be upon you," the Titan general responded. Rising as he directed his soldiers to clear the battlefield, Rog and the others turned to avoid the scattered bones and debris on the ground, proceeding northward towards Grey Harbor. After traversing about an hour through the night, Rog and his companions encountered a square archway at a crossroads. Approaching the entrance, they noticed a crooked wooden sign hanging above, inscribed with 2 erratic characters, "Greyharbor.it seems we have arrived. Prepare yourselves, ladies, for what we are about to face is no gentleman," Rog remarked, glancing at Catherine and Tali. Catherine drew her pistol from her waist, while Tali tightened her grip on her staff, both nodding in unison. However, Rog did not unsheath the silver sword from his back. Instead, he lit a cigar and took a deep drag, striding boldly into the archway, with the 2 young women following closely behind, their expressions tense as they surveyed the dilapidated, eerie wooden houses. wary of any lurking spirits. "Hey, little one, take to the skies and see what ghostly entities may be hiding in the vicinity," Rog whispered softly to the small owl perched on his shoulder as he tiptoed past the rows of dark, foreboding wooden houses. Lilith fluttered her wings gently and vanished into the night sky. Rog turned back to gesture for Catherine and Tali to follow, his eyes sweeping across the silent abodes as they continued deeper into the port. Suddenly, Catherine caught up, grasping his arm and whispering, "It seems there's something over there." Rog turned to see the look of alarm on Catherine's face and glanced in the direction she indicated. Spotting two flickering orbs of light dancing in the crevice of a decrepit wooden house, if sensing his gaze, the lights abruptly vanished. Rog patted Catherine's shoulder reassuringly, moving closer to the door of the wooden house. With his right hand, he cautiously pushed the door open, softly calling, "Hello, friend, is anyone there?" The door creaked open, revealing a darkened room filled with haphazardly strewn, dilapidated belongings, while decayed, worm-eaten furniture lay scattered across the floor, leaving little else to be seen. We might as well speak plainly. Playing hide-and-seek is a waste of time that benefits no one. Rog stepped into the wooden cabin, his azure eyes impervious to the encroaching darkness, sweeping across the interior to ascertain the absence of any lurking entities before he turned and exited through the door. Just as one of his legs crossed the threshold, two flickering green flames materialized abruptly before him, prompting startled gasps from Catherine and Tali, who stood nearby. Rog instinctively retreated a step, his left hand sweeping across with a claw-like motion, causing the flames to vanish in an instant. "Damn little pests," he muttered, exhaling twin puffs of smoke from his nostrils as he strode out of the cabin, gesturing to the two women. "Let us proceed. Do not waste time with these trifling phantoms." No sooner had he spoken than a mournful wail echoed nearby, sending chills down Catherine's spine as she nervously scanned her surroundings. Tali felt a shiver of dread as she pressed closer to Catherine, casting a worried glance at Rog. "Just when we thought we were past one trouble, another arises." Rog listened intently for a moment, then exchanged a knowing glance with the two before veering into a dark, narrow alley between the two wooden structures. Catherine and Tali hurried to follow him, the sorrowful weeping of the woman still trailing them like a specter. Catherine felt as though she glimpsed a wisp of white mist swirling around her, momentarily transforming into a woman's visage. Extending a pallid, icy hand toward her, startled, Catherine's face drained of color as she instinctively recoiled, only to be met by a large hand that gripped her cheek, causing her to scream in terror. Though the hand swiftly covered her mouth, "Shoo," Rog whispered, his expression stern as he shook his head gently. "Do not let your imagination run wild. Dear, that at such times, seeing is far more reliable." Yet, the eerie wailing persisted. Tali leaned closer, placing a reassuring hand on Catherine's trembling shoulder. "But I truly hear her." "Indeed, I do as well," Rog said, nodding toward the alley's end. The two women, hearts racing, followed his gaze into the pitch-black passage, where the unsettling cries echoed ominously. "Hush, do not provoke her, and do not listen to her cries. Focus your minds and follow me," Rog instructed, maintaining his composure as he regarded the two before continuing forward. Cigar clenched between his teeth. Catherine and Tali exchanged glances, steeling themselves to proceed cautiously as they approached the alley's mouth. The chilling cries of the woman grew clearer, each note piercing the stillness of the night, sending tremors through their very souls with every step they took. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past ahead. Noticing it, Rog quickened his pace and burst from the alley. Catherine and Tali gasped, hastily linking arms as they rushed to the entrance, only to be startled by a figure dangling from above, hair cascading wildly, a ghastly face lunging at them. The two frightened girls shrieked in unison, only to have small hands swiftly cover their mouths. The upside-down apparition plummeted to the ground, landing atop them. They pushed away the arms that had silenced them, eyes widening in horror at the disheveled doll-like figure pinning them down, its back to the cool, ethereal moonlight, head bowed, a sinister grin curling at its lips. "You little rascal, what mischief are you up to here?" A large hand suddenly seized the doll's collar from behind, lifting her off the two girls. Rog's figure materialized at the alley's entrance, tossing the doll against the wall before pulling Catherine and Tali to their feet. "Ha ha ha. You two are too easy to scare." The disheveled little girl perched against the wall chuckled, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Catherine and Tali, still shaken, exchanged glances, finally recognizing her as Lilith. "I suspected it was her the moment I heard that wailing. I warned you not to let your imaginations run wild." Rog remarked, casting a glance at their pale faces before crouching to grasp the little girl's ear. You little troublemaker, cease your laughter. Lilith squirmed free from Rog's grasp, darting to Tally's side and playfully sticking her tongue out at him. Tally and Catherine regarded the impish child, tempted to swat her behind, yet restrained by their better judgment. Enough of this nonsense. This place is peculiar, Rog stated. Rising to address the trio, we are close to the dock. Let us move swiftly. Before he could finish, the mournful wails of a woman erupted once more, causing Rog, Catherine, and Tally to instinctively turn and frown at Lilith. The little girl widened her innocent eyes, shaking her head in denial that it wasn't me. It appeared Lilith was not the source of the cries. Her voice remained uninterrupted as Tally anxiously conveyed her concerns to Rog and Catherine. Rog turned and followed the sound beyond the alley, the cold wind sweeping through the empty street under the night sky. The sorrowful cries echoing in his ears. Furrowing his brow, he strode toward the source of the haunting lament. The drop of water landed on Rog's hand, drawing his gaze upward to the gentle patter of rain cascading from the heavens. Drenching the harbor beneath the night sky, the eaves around him began to drip, creating a symphony of sound. Yet, amidst this auditory tapestry, the rhythmic rain only intensified the mournful cries reverberating through the streets. The dampness mingling with the scent of the sea, adding a layer of melancholy to the atmosphere. Why does it suddenly feel so cold? Catherine murmured, pulling her collar tight as she shivered, unable to discern whether the chill stemmed from the rain or her own inner fears. Silence, we are nearly there, Rog instructed, gesturing for them to hush as he approached a gate. Leaning in to listen, the weeping of a woman drifted from within, merging with the chilling wind and rain. This is the place. Tread carefully, for we do not know what awaits us inside. Catherine and Tally drew their weapons, nodding in agreement. Rog then addressed the small owl perched on his hat. Hey, don't slack off. If you're up high, maintain your vigilance. I detest the rain. My feathers are soaked and so cold that I wish to return to the warmth of your hat and sleep, the little owl protested. Hopping and shaking off droplets, splattering Catherine with water. No excuses, this is not the time for napping, Rog retorted, drawing his silver sword and inspecting its blade, relieved to find it devoid of a bright glow. It seems our troubles may not be insurmountable. He glanced back at the two women, then pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. The trio stepped into a small, desolate yard, where several dead trees lay toppled, and not a single blade of fresh grass broke the barren ground. An old, dilapidated house loomed before them, weathered by the elements. Follow me, Rog whispered to the others as he ascended the crumbling steps, the rotting wooden staircase creaking ominously beneath his weight. He carefully sidestepped the decayed planks. Arriving at the door, just as he reached to push it open, a sudden crash from behind startled him. He turned to see Catherine clutching the railing, her face a mix of apology and alarm. Rog silently regarded her, tilting his head to listen as the weeping abruptly ceased. Foolish girl, the little owl mumbled from his hat. Rog gently tapped the brim of his hat, signaling the creature to be quiet, then motioned for the two women to join him. With Tally's assistance, Catherine carefully extracted her leg from the staircase's gap and climbed up to Rog's side. It has discovered our presence. Yet it remains, likely hiding in some shadowed corner. Exercise utmost caution. Rog glanced at the shimmering blade of his sword, gently advising the two companions before he pushed open the unlatched door, which creaked as it swung ajar. He peered into the dimly lit foyer, where silence reigned, save for the soft patter of rain outside. Cautiously, he stepped inside, pressing his body against one wall as he advanced, traversing through the foyer into the drawing room. The radiance emitted by his silver sword illuminated the pitch-black room, revealing a scene of utter disarray. While the larger wooden furniture remained in place, miscellaneous debris lay scattered across the floor. Rog deftly navigated around the clutter. Making his way toward the bedroom, as he passed through the shadowy corridor, an unsettling feeling washed over him. He sensed a pair of eyes watching from the left. He swiftly turned, pointing his silver sword in that direction, and beheld a figure standing motionless within the inky depths of a wardrobe. The sword's glow illuminated her features. She had long, flowing black hair and wore a white gown. Her pallid face, bathed in the silver light, emanated an eerie luminescence. Catherine and Tally, who had followed closely behind Rog, gasped in surprise and hurriedly raised their weapons towards the wardrobe. Rog directed his sword at the woman, yet she remained still, unresponsive. Taking a step closer, he extended his left hand adorned with claw-like gauntlets toward her, suddenly unleashing 5 blades from his fingertips. The razor edges sliced through the air, embedding themselves in the wardrobe wall behind her. Yet she stood utterly unmoved. Rog retracted the blades and cautiously approached, gently touching her. As his hand pressed against her shoulder, he discovered her body was unnaturally rigid, akin to stone. "She is not a living being," Rog exclaimed, withdrawing his hand and turning to his companions. "It appears to be some sort of exquisite doll, crafted to resemble a real person." With that, he pivoted and continued towards the bedroom. Catherine and Tali trailed closely behind. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, Rog abruptly halted, causing the others to stop in their tracks, warily regarding the door before them. Without warning, Rog spun around and hurled 5 blades toward them. Startled, Catherine and Tali instinctively dove aside as the blades whizzed past, clanging as they embedded themselves into a hard surface. When they turned to look, they found the white-clad doll standing in the corridor behind them. Gazing intently, all 5 of Rog's blades had pierced her chest. "What manner of creature are you?" Rog queried, retracting the blades with a flick of his fingers, stepping boldly between Tali and Catherine, his gaze fixed like a sword upon the woman. "That is what I wish to ask you. Who are you, and why have you intruded upon my home?" Her voice was as gentle as the wind, instantly diminishing the wariness of those before her. "I am Rog, a demon hunter, here in Grey Harbor on a matter of great importance. That we heard someone weeping and came to investigate." "Was it you who cried?" Rog scrutinized her face, finding no trace of tears within her hollow, vacant eyes. "A demon hunter?" the woman murmured, not addressing Rog's question but instead inquiring, "Are you capable of slaying the undead?" "Indeed, if I lacked the means to confront the undead, my venture to Grey Harbor would be a fool's errand," Rog replied, a hint of pride lifting his brow. "Then I shall test your mettle," she said softly, clenching her right hand into a fist. From the back of her hand, a slender, sharp rapier emerged, and she lunged forward. Thrusting it at Rog, he swiftly pushed Tali and Catherine aside, his form flickering as he appeared to the right of the corridor. The woman's blade struck a mere illusion, and she swung again, the tip of her sword slicing through the air, leaving a deep gash in the wall where Rog had just stood. "Your movements are too slow," Rog's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. The woman whirled around, only to be caught off guard as Rog delivered a powerful punch to her chest, his clawed fist connecting with a resounding impact. She stumbled backward, and Rog seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blades. A dazzling display of silver light severing her head and limbs in a swift arc, leaving her fragmented form scattered upon the ground. "Perhaps I overexerted myself," Rog remarked, observing the 5 blades that had returned to his gauntlet. Before he could finish his thought, she lowered her gaze to her hands, sighed, and said, "Unfortunately, by that time, my mother's soul had dissipated too much to be reconstituted. Yet, I returned to my father's side, though I had become nothing more than a rigid, lifeless puppet. Since then, my father rarely ventured out to see himself, delegating all responsibilities to his trusted first mate, Mike. He remained at Grey Harbor by my side, refusing to stray even a step away, until a decade ago when a nightmare once again descended upon Grey Harbor. On that fateful day, my father received a report from the first mate, informing him of a substantial treasure discovered on an island in the northern seas, urging him to send a crew to investigate. Initially, my father was reluctant to leave, insisting that the first mate should fetch the treasure alone. But the first mate insisted that he could not manage such a bounty by himself, persistently persuading my father to accompany him to the island. Eventually, my father acquiesced and set sail from Grey Harbor. Leah gently sighed, her fingers entwined, and sorrowfully remarked, "If only I had held him back then, but alas, I did not. I never anticipated that his absence would stretch to 6 months. When he returned, he had become a mere specter, a remnant of his former self. Yet he refused to disclose what he had endured. He joyfully proclaimed that no one could ever defeat him again, that he would forever protect me. Yet I sensed an inexplicable torment hidden within his smile. I yearned to compel him to reveal the truth, yet I lacked the courage. That I came to understand," Rog remarked thoughtfully, "that your father encountered some malevolent force on that island, akin to what I witnessed in the palace of the Serpent Queen. It transformed them all into wraiths. That I suspect the first mate was either bribed or manipulated." "You are correct," Leo exclaimed, nodding fervently. "Subsequently, I learned from several sailors I was close to that they were imprisoned in a mysterious dungeon, where an unseen entity treated them as sustenance. Each day, inexplicable deaths occurred, and eventually..." Her voice trembled violently as she clenched her fists. In the end, everyone perished, including the first mate that a horrifying creature controlled their souls, compelling my father to plunder and lure the living to the island for its master. While the first mate monitored my father that a creature that controls souls, Rog murmured contemplatively. Leah nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is said that the creature possesses immense power. To prevent me from falling under its sway, my father left me here alone, unwilling to take me aboard the ship. Ever since I learned of this, I have been determined to assist my father. I secretly acquired several stiletto knives from the sailors and concealed them within my arms, practicing in secret, hoping that one day I could avenge him. She declared passionately, her fists clenched. I fear that the entities on that island are beyond your capacity to conquer, Rog said, lifting his gaze to meet Leah's. The doll-like girl looked up at him. Though her expressionless face betrayed no emotion, her posture revealed her inner despair. But I can, Rog asserted, reaching out to grasp her hand. Leah gazed at him in astonishment, her arm trembling violently as she heard Rog say, "Trust me. I am here to assist your father." "Really? Thank you," Leah exclaimed, clasping Rog's hands with fervor. "You need not thank me. This is merely mutual assistance, for I too have matters to discuss with your father. I shall speak with him personally about this, and I believe we can achieve a mutually beneficial arrangement. In this regard, rangers and pirates are not so different." Rog smiled. "Is there anything I can do to help?" Leah inquired eagerly that if you are willing, please guide us to the location where your father has docked his ship. Rog stood up and addressed the doll-like girl. Leah nodded obediently, rising to lead the three of them away from the old house, traversing the silent streets beneath the night sky until they reached the dock. From a distance, Rog spotted a grand ship anchored at the pier, its half-drawn sails and the pirate flag fluttering prominently. "They are right there. I cannot approach them. Why father forbids me from getting near that ship," Leah said timidly, casting a furtive glance at the pirate vessel. "Very well. Leave the remainder to me. You should hurry back home. Once we have resolved everything, we will return to find you with your father." Rog gently reassured the girl, patting her shoulder. "Once again, I sincerely thank you all, and I wish you good fortune." Leah bowed deeply to the three of them in succession before silently turning to depart. "I once heard an old ranger say," Rog mused, gazing at Leah's departing white silhouette, "that every formidable figure regarded with reverence bears a past they wish to forget. It is not their enemies that truly strike at their vulnerabilities, but fate itself." He drew forth his silver sword, gripping it tightly, and advanced toward the billowing phantom ship, braving the oncoming sea winds and torrential rain. Tali and Catherine exchanged knowing glances before hastily following in his wake. The three of them approached the grand vessel amidst the cacophony of wind and waves, yet no signs of life were visible aboard. Rog reached the boarding plank, glanced back at the two women, then gestured towards the little owl. Lilith flapped her wings and soared into the sky, scouting the pirate ship from above. Rog lit a cigar and boldly stepped onto the pirate ship's deck, cautiously surveying his surroundings, but finding nothing amiss, he beckoned Catherine and Tali to join him on the deck. The trio proceeded along the starboard side of the pirate ship towards the bow, their boots softly thudding against the wooden planks, the sound soon drowned by the howling winds and crashing waves as they neared the foredeck. Rog suddenly raised his left hand, leaning against the adjacent bulkhead. The two girls promptly concealed themselves as he forcefully pushed open a wooden door, which creaked ominously as it yielded. He cautiously peered inside. The darkened hold was devoid of life. Rog turned and crouched as he stepped into the cabin, with Catherine and Tali swiftly following behind. The three of them tread carefully in the pitch-black hold, straining their ears for any signs of movement. Aside from their footsteps, the silence was profound. Even the sound of the waves had gradually faded. They supported one another as they descended a narrow staircase, where a dim corridor lay ahead, extending to the left, while a door stood to Rog's right. Rog approached the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds within. It was utterly silent. He guarded his body with his sword and cautiously pushed the door open, revealing an empty room. "It seems this is the helm," Rog informed Catherine and Tali as they entered. He approached the ship's wheel, turning it idly, but it seemed stuck, refusing to budge. "Where has Lilith gone? Why hasn't she returned yet?" Rog wondered, surveying the cabin. Scattered across the table were rum casks, and a small knife was plunged into the center of a nautical chart. Rog withdrew the knife, noticing it had pierced a location marked as the frontline stronghold of the Titan Colossus. Clearly, Jack and his crew had just finished their work. It was plausible they were celebrating in the ship's galley. Rog replaced the knife on the table, casting a glance at the toppled rum cask. Suddenly, something landed on his shoulder. Rog turned to see the little owl folding her wings, and with concern he asked, "Where have you been? What is the situation outside? Any discoveries? Did you not sense it?" The little owl fixed her earnest gaze upon him, speaking in an unusually solemn tone. Rog's alertness heightened at her words as he listened intently to the surroundings. Inquiring, "What have you discovered?" "Our ship has set sail. This vessel has already departed from Gray Harbor. We are now at sea," the little owl announced nervously, scanning the three of them, before Rog could respond. Catherine, standing opposite him, suddenly widened her eyes in terror, pointing at the ship's wheel behind him. Rog spun around and instinctively thrust his sword, only to witness the very wheel that had been stuck, now turning of its own accord, without any hands to touch it. Sunday greetings. Here comes the ghost story for midday. The empty phantom ship has set sail on its own, and what will the trapped Rog and his companions encounter next? A bloody terror is about to unfold, so don't forget to save and vote in support. Chapter 73. The Chef's Blood Feast. Rog let go of the helm, turned, and walked towards the cockpit exit, uttering as he went, "Come on, we must locate them. I know precisely where to find those old wretches." He strode out of the cockpit, advancing down the ship's corridor, with Catherine and Tali closely following. Suddenly, a door ahead swung open unexpectedly, causing Rog to halt abruptly, nearly colliding with the doorframe. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from within. Rog quickly pressed himself against the wall and turned back, frowning as he gestured for the two to conceal themselves. The trio pressed themselves against the wall, hiding behind the ajar door, as Rog discerned the sound of a heavy metallic object being dragged from the adjacent room, accompanied by the receding sound of footsteps down the corridor. Cautiously, he peered out, catching a fleeting glimpse of a white figure darting around the corner, a rusted and bloodied axe lingering momentarily in his line of sight before vanishing behind the wall. Rog stared in that direction for a while, then carefully stepped out from behind the door, glancing down to see a gruesome trail of blood smeared across the floor, extending from the doorway and vanishing around the corridor's bend. It would be best not to let the ladies witness this scene, Rog thought, as he turned back to Catherine and Tali, signaling them to stay put while he edged past the door to peer inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, with a nauseating stench wafting from within. Braving the foul odor, Rog slowly approached the doorway. Upon stepping inside, he felt something beneath his foot. Looking down, he was horrified to discover a blood-soaked severed arm. The exposed bone stained crimson at the fracture. "Damn it!" Rog quickly retracted his foot, using his sword to shove the dismembered limb into the corner, then ventured deeper into the room. But yes, he turned a corner to survey the interior. He was met with a grotesque sight. Shelves laden with dismembered body parts, the floor awash with deep red blood, evoking a chilling horror. Heavens! Rog felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he turned and exited the room hastily. Forcefully shutting the door behind him, he exhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "This accursed ghost ship is utterly revolting." Suddenly, he heard hurried breathing beside him and turned to find Catherine and Tali. Their faces pale, standing against the wall, their eyes wide with trepidation as they indicated the blood trail on the ground, asking, "What is happening?" Before Rog could respond, a loud banging echoed from the far end of the corridor, causing their nerves to tauten instantaneously. Rog glanced in the direction of the sound and turned back, whispering to the two, "Stay silent, don't ask questions, and follow closely behind me." With that, he edged along the corridor's perimeter, avoiding the blood-stained path as he advanced. Pausing at the corner to peer around, he observed that the blood trail traced a sinister zigzag pattern along the dark corridor. He hastened towards the opposite corner, the pounding sound growing increasingly thunderous. When he peeked around the wall, he noted that the blood had seeped into two slightly ajar doors. "Wait here for me. I'll investigate," Rog instructed, leaving Catherine and Tali concealed behind the wall as he stealthily approached the door. Peering through the gap, inside the dimly lit hold, he beheld a portly figure clad in a white robe and a chef's hat, hoisting a massive axe high above his head, bringing it down forcefully onto a cutting board resting on the table. Rog watched in shock as a foot flew from the table, landing in the chef's hands. "We should have summoned Antonio to witness this," he thought.